Chapter 1 The Beginning, Entwined with My Senior Sister. In the tranquil depths of a savern, up and as Muthston slabbed, Suzayabe raised his hands solemnly. Senior Sister Dongfang, grant me the opportunity to explain I am, in truth, a good person. A gleaming silver sword was poised at his throat. Before him stood an exquisite, le beautiful woman, one hand clutching her disheveled garment to shield her alabaster figure, while at Heather gripped the silver blade. Oppositor Wasserman, equally unclad, with striking le handsome features, Yethishiartre said with palpable tension. Scoundrel, you have a tarnish shed my purity shall kill ya. The stunning woman, Dongfang Qinyue, clenched her teeth, her expression a tempest of disdain and a tree directed a theme before her. Senior sister, please calm down. I was merely trying to help you with the poison. Suzayabe stammered in panic. Dongfang Qinyue trembled with fury. Little did she expect that the steamed, young prodigy of the Xian sect would find herself compromised be a mere irreversible. If word of this would spread, it would not only tarnish the sect's reputation but would also irrevocably diminish her standing among her peers. What is your name? She scolded coldly. Prior to this moment, she hadn't virtually seen him. Perhaps she had crossed paths with him before, but he had never captured her attention. Su Xiaobai, the Su from the Hundred Cerns, Ziobeus and Thesmal from the Little Era, and Bailike hath wide a fast Medben, Heblerted, Hezias involuntarily drifting toward Dongfang Qianyueshist. Dongfang Qianyueshgadernetisi, her sword shifting. A faint enough blood appeared at Su Ziobeuneke deeper incision would spellis demisithis for instant. Watery Austeringat? She demanded with a fierce glare. Nothing. Su Ziobe quickly turned away, determined not to gaze upon her. As if he haven't seen you before, Heinwardly scoffed. Today's events Mostramenes Kretno third party is to learn of them. Understood? Dongfang Qianyue's voice was thirsty. Understood, Su Ziobe plead hastily. We haven't never engaged in anything from this day forth. You shall walk your path, and I shall tread mine. Indeed. Onlethended Dongfang Qianyue slowly withdraw her sword. Shua Sabaudo turned Taliv when, upon lifting her foot, heard a Lakate brows furrowed in discomfort. Senior sister, you've exerted door selfers along Weena Trestal before departing. Su Ziobe smismaldather. With a glare led with resentment, Dongfang Qianyue regarded Theman Hohud crossed Sakinamite boundaries with her, wishing she could drawn him to pieces. Shelatuda huff, cautiously seated herself, and began to cultivate hair wounds. Su Ziobe watched Thish unfold, nearly brought a toe to ears. Truly, Idasak Hasav nurturing flowersome lato haveth them while at hun intention all willow thrives how old hava thought it would be senior sister Dongfangen snared in the strap, lamented inwardly. Huey's a traveler from an other world, bestowed no twitha system, but with that Tomathate allowed him to glimpse the future, revealing gall significant events over the next millennium. Moreover, Huey sought various shareball remedies, formations, and alchemical recipes, rendering Hai Mawa Kinj Encyclopedia. Yet, why the very bun come sapper setha Tama demin deathith van semener level off cultivation every year during the refinement stitch. Failing to do so alden cur divine retribution, leading to he sutterana hilation. After 12.5 years so farduous practice, had managed to reach the third level off refinement. However, his innate talent was fully inadequate following the convention alpathy. He would not reach the fourth level this year, no matter what. Thus, he was compelled to seek alternative methods. He appeamed the forbidden page softatome, cultivating gaffazi kek known as transformation of heaven and ascension of spirit. It was said to have been conceived be the legendary thief to Uguenofantian times, no long forgotten. This physiquenable gifted cultivator sto elevate their companions, enhancing thyroid potential, thereby refreshing thyroid abilities. The method, however, was rather intimidating and speakable. Su Ziobe's discovery fit was all lijuito thegaden sioftatome. Thus, Hezithis cites the talented female disciples within the sect, hoping they would assist Thymanus cultivation. As forthimal disciples? Please, Hueys are respectable gentlemen, after all. If it committeth that, huge Rather perish than fast the Shamiof meeting is long deceased Mother. Initially, he grappled with this decision after all. These washes skirish puri type preserved for 89 years. Torlinquishitsa hasta lysimad incredibly reckless. Yet, Under the Tomes' relentless demands, he had not koi sputo acquiesce. At first, his target was not Dong Fonkinue but Merlia sister discipliwa might covethis ignorance. However, the transformation of heaven and ascension of spirit placed high demands the other party, making it difficult for ordinary individuals to meet the criteria. The talented prodigies, upon discovering he was Merlia's servant, disciple, looked down upon him with disdain. Even his extraordinary handsomeness failed to elicit their interest, as they would to Dainto glance at him. After enduring months of setbacks, he was still unable to find a swit of leopard near with the deadline for divine retribution looming. He was left with no choice but a tradark path. He had learned Thutsameg if Ted Fimala disciple soft he sect to organizing gay her ball gather in Jin Thebak mountains, so he had prepared atropine advance. Had Hada himself, regardless of whether it weighs a horse or a mule, he would close his eyes and cover himself with blankets, prioritizing surviving Thyseer's divine retribution. Yet, to his astonishment, it was Dong Fonkinue who fell into his trap. She was the inliterect, disciple of Thais spirit peak master, the formistiung talent of Shinwa sect, a goddess revered by the disciples. In comparison to theather disciples were Marie fireflies competing with the moonlight, utterly overshadowed. Senior Sister Dongfang. Where are you, Senior Sister Dongfang? As Suzio Bear reflected on their Jewish journey Hayden endured, he heard the shout soft he sects disciples echoing from outside. Oh no, third junior sister sorry coming. Dongfang Chinue, suppressing her pain, rose swiftly, hastily donning her cloths and arranging her disheveled hair. Suzia gazed her with admiration. Draped in a splendid blue gown that accentuated her perfect curves, her long, graceful legs stood tall, and their cascading hair flowed like a waterfall behind her, a breathtaking sight to behold. Remember what Tigist said Fanny third part learn softo days events, ishal per si auto theen softy eart hand in sharia rooter destruction. Dong Fonkin you warn Ed with an gaze. Fonet, Senior Sister Millip sealed. Suzio assured, patting Ishist confidently. Humph. With that, Dong Fonkian yuxated the vern. Once she had left, Suzio balatao to Sio for relief. Fortunately, Senior Sister Dongfang is notin reasonably even after all had has transpired, she refrained from taking my life. Yet, Verishito discover that the emotional poison shuffle victim to a system had advised, Shwood undoubted like form under the cover of night, first castrating, then beheading, and finally leaving her two headshangen gauntful for 3 days and nights. Suzio Bay's face beled at Themera thought. Dono task him how he was so certain Dong Fonkin you would act in such a manner. For in the future, there was Somionu who subtoten tegiaver. The individual was met with castration and death, their corpse left a dangy thul for a full 3 days and nights. There any wast hat, this person had nevirven laid a finger on her. Yethi had not on la touch at her buffed, cross a dever conceivable boundary. Should the truth come to light, the consequences would but array. No, this matter must remain buried dicanatalo wanyo to discover it. Suzio Bearsley admonished himself. At that moment, Heffeltager Jav hiatris within Yizdenshin. This is the beginning of Hedalin tenantsment. Suzio Bay quickly settled into a meditative posture. Before long, his brow furrowed tightly, cold sweat beaten gone his forehead. From his pores, drops of foul smelling, impure water wixpult. These was the detritus had been trapped within his body. And hurliter. Suzio Bay exhaled dabri thof turbidaire. He opened his eyes, feeling gan and precedent had sins of comfort, as if his mind had been liberated. Manyof te previous liperplex in gentrixius of cultivation sudden libby comeclear. Indeed, Senior Sister Dong Feng possesses extraordinary talent. Suzio Bay exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Chapter 2 Ascending to Premium Spiritrute. The transformation of heaven and ascension of spiritus nerdinariphysi, kai this the capacity to levitate with inferior talent. Spiritrutes are classified in 2 ways, ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, premium, and perfect. Previously, ha drank Kedskin to last with an ordinary spiritrute, quick kindredis cultivation speed to crawl, prompt Javan dogs to shake their heads in pity. Currently, Dong Fonkin Uika bideth the highest euro feistai perfect spiritrut. Other tenderage, she had already reached core formation stage, far surpassing high mean of spect. Moreover, she wastes the fated daughter, blessed with fortune, destined to become a formidable empress. With her influence, Suzayo by astonishingly elevated spiritrut from Thesicon to last ordinarito Thesecond premium spiritrut. My goodness, I had morelli hoped for superior spiritrut averted dimagine I worldly apto a premium spiritrut. It seems that Tevin if senior sister Dongfang spiritrut thace yet hopefully awakened. It is an exceptionally high quality among perfect truts. Senior sister Dongfang, I am at her lie enamored with you. Suzayo bei whip tr soft gratitude. A premium spiritrut would hint Xianua sect undeniably place only above you, secondum la to the sect eater. In the entire Xianua sect, apart from Dongfang Xianua, the highest grade of spiritual roots possessed Biother Zismerly of per grade. When it comes to thepic spiritual roots, there exists a completed chasm. If it were read a test, Miss spiritual root now, the entire sect would treat me like Yatriasor. Suzayo be a shuckled while rubbing his nose. However, despite his words, Hehidden went intention off doing so present. He knew that if hected ostentatiously, it would certainly attract the attention of his senior sister. If she were retown cover the truth, it would result in a fatorsith in death. Just imagining that scenario sent to kill down Suzayo Bey's spine, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Perhaps it's wiser to remaining conspicuous for now. Hestu Japan stretched lazily. Boom, boom. Two deep sounds syrupted from within his body. Oh? Suzayo Bey worry a puzzled expression. Feeling the surge of power within him, he realized that the had just broken through. Moreover, had Advent said, 12 else in succession, achieving the fifth level of cheerifining. Did I really used brain eye through from amor stretch? Theosoft te brain eye through remanded Heimof Turgwistraining had endured over the past 2 years, and tears flowed down his cheeks unbidden. Why must there be such an gas cultivation talent? It's utterly unfair. It renders me painstaking efforts over the past 2 years utterly worthless. Huipita waste years. With Thebrain I through in his realm, he no longer had tari about the impending heavenly punishment, thought could obliteratium this year. Yet, Thethauto fitinitis sanger. Damn! Ivian Liver heard of cultivators facing heavenly punishment upon breaking through. Why must I suffer punishment for not breaking through? Curse you, heavens! He's I as blazed with 4 Yasharai Zethis Milfingerdetheski. Crack! The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, filled with ominous clouds, thunder, and lightning. A terrifying forces amid Tobru, as if preparing town leashed divine retribution upon the disrespectful. Thud! Suzayo Badra pedahis knees. I apologize. Is spoke it too loudly just now, please, heavenly deity, Quelio Ranger. Hapresidis palms to the ground in a posture of submission, transforming from me zerly air bravada to pictory famility. Only then did the dark clouds gradually disperse, and the oppressive force begin to dissipate. Suzayo Bayadept listed up, dusting goffish trousers, his expression as calm as ever, executing the motions with practicities, as if thighs were in this first encounter with situation. Damn it, heavens, Onadi, it will make you pay forth the humiliation. I, Susiaobai, vow never to be more immortal until I avenge to desinsult. Suzayo Bay declared fires within Yashiart. After cursing the heavens, for a good 10 minutes, headdress and prepared to leave. I've wasted several days I wonder lays I has been bullied. A hint of concern flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he'd parted from the cave. Shinua sect. Miscellaneous peak. This is the dwelling place for all the miscellaneous disciples. Suzayo Bay recited her. Upon returning to his quarters, he immediately witnessed a group of individuals merciless libiding Gayunman. The Uthkur liege upon the ground, shielding ished with his hands, Yethias remained defiant. Stop it, Suzayo Bay belowellowed with fury. His voice halteth the assailants, each turning to Facium with Makinj expressions. Brother Xiaobai, hurry and leave, don't bother with him, Lingzai shooted dupe and seeing Suzayo Bay's figure. However, Suzayo Bay showed no intention of retreating. Are you Susiaobai? A menacing-looking man stepped forward, his face darkened. I am, Suzayo Bay replied indifferently. My cousin told me you hit him last time? The firesman's gaze glimmered with a hint of murderous intent. Cousin, it's him, Adelikity Alth with an effeminate demeanor pointed accusing at Susiaobai. Immerly when Teto tiach that scoundreling Zyro a lesson, Buffy came over and slapped me. Thou cuz, ithert. Cousin, you must avenge him, The delicate Youth glared Su Xiaobai, his fingers forming a disdainful gesture. Su Xiaobai, you thought you were something special just because you out the third Velof cheerifining? Let me tell ya, in miscellaneous peak, one needs to have connections. The delicate Youth fumed inwardly. The fearsome man scrutinized Su Xiaobai. His stone flat, is swap me kusen say true? Did you really hit him? And if it did? Su Xiaobai remained in unfazed. Very well, the fierce man did, extending 12 fingers. E now present you with what coises. One use lapire yourself 10 times, loud enough for Reaver Yonto here. Anthony to apologize to my cousin. This matter will be forgotten. Tui will personally lay pi out 10 times, and then force Autok kneel and apologize to my cousin. Choose one. The firesman crossed disarms, looking down at Su Xiaobai as if he were a passing judgment. Theon Lucas gazed at Su Xiaobai with scornful expressions. Why would you defend a worthless person? You're simpliaskin for trouble. If I weary you, it cassette slap myself. By Thedamite's brotherless turn to act, your little white face will, like Clibby Boddard, beyond recognition. In the face of their mockery, Su Xiaobai merely smiled disdainfully. Has stepped forward, approaching think the fierceman. Thecro das Sumid had chosen to allow the firesman to take action, and theater region intensified. But then, a new unexpected scene unfolded before their eyes. Su Xiaobai raised a hand and abrupt lie struck the fierceman across the face. Slap, a crisp sound echoed, and the firesman felt an overwhelming force supplement to his face. His is row led Bakashis bought a beganto feel weightless, his bones misaligned, and disconsciousness grew. Theon Luker escaped, their mouths sick in disbelief. They watched a dast heffier man was sent flying by Su Xiaobai's lap, spinning through the air in a perfect 720-degree arc. Thud! The firesman crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his shed till to dash lost consciousness. Silence seen veloped theer. How is this possible? Myko Sanisa 4th level cheery finning expert. How could die benaked out bithist hurdle velwaist? The delicate out screamed at Su Xiaobai, unable to comprehend the defetoffice gausen. Oh? Su Xiaobai's gaza turned frosty. In a flash, he peered before a thedelicity outhlike a spectre, delivering Ganather swift slap without a flourish. Slap. Thedelicity out followed in Hiskausen's footsteps, executing a flawless 720-degree spin midair. Thud. Hito Roletisi's back, crashing to the ground, unconscious. Theramane and Gonluker scooed nathelp but swallow hard at the sight. This person was not betrifled with. Theni dead to flee. As the prepared to escape, however, they found Su Xiaobai blocking their path, his gaze burning with intensity. He, since you've come, why no to eve something behind before you go? Su Xiaobai Grenedwicked Lieshtvan said towards Thecroad. Chapter 3. Entangled fate. The fierce man and his minions were each knocked unconscious and unceremoniously tossed out by Su Xiaobai, forming a small hill of bodies. Su Xiaobai closed the courtyard gate with a dismissive huff. Teach, external disciples? With such a meager amount of spirit stones, they are nothing but paupers. He weighed the coin pouch in his hand, disdain evident in his eyes. Brother Xiaobai, I owe you yet again, Ling Xiao said, rising from the ground with an apologetic expression. Su Xiaobai waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, What are you talking about? We're like brothers, no need for such formalities. Ling Xiao lowered his gaze, but it's always you protecting me. And I've yet to be of any help to you, Brother Xiaobai. Such great kindness, how can I repay it? Su Xiaobai stepped forward and threw an arm around his shoulder. If you truly feel indebted, just remember your brother Xiaobai when you soar to great heights in the future. If that day ever comes, I certainly won't forget you, Brother Xiaobai. Yet, I am merely a defective spirit root, destined to toil at the miscellaneous peak for all my life. Ling Xiao replied with a bitter smile. Defective spirit roots are the lowest tier, ensuring a lifetime of mediocrity, unable to even reach the Qi refinement stage. If Su Xiaobai's ordinary spirit root was something even a dog would disdain, then Ling Xiao's defective spirit root would provoke a dog to urinate on it, raise a middle finger, and spit. Observing the dejected youth before him, Su Xiaobai shook his head knowingly. Ling Xiao, you have no idea how promising your future is. You possess the potential of an emperor. However, unlike the genius template of senior sister Dongfeng, your path will be one of a phoenix rising from the ashes. Before long, you will be cast aside, only to encounter your forebear, awakening the ancient bloodline within you, and thus embark on your journey of reclamation. Ultimately, those who mocked and bullied you will find themselves beneath your heel. The celestial tome foretold that Ling Xiao would ascend to become the emperor of humanity. One of the most formidable sovereigns of his time, standing alongside other emperors to resist the invasion of the otherworldly demon clan. Yet the outcome, Su Xiaobai sighed and shook his head. He patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, turning his back to him, hands clasped behind. Xiao, remember this. The wind rises at the end of the blue grass, waves form amidst the gentle ripples. Even when falling to the depths, one must bloom. And even submerged in the ocean, one must gaze at the moon. Rather than lamenting in darkness, it is better to light a lantern and forge ahead. Su Xiaobai believed in Ling Xiao's potential to carve out a realm of his own. He smiled at Ling Xiao, his eyes brimming with sincerity. Su Xiaobai's words were like a refreshing summer breeze, sweeping across Ling Xiao's face, clearing the fog of despair from his heart, illuminating his path ahead. I understand now. Brother Xiaobai, Ling Xiao exclaimed with fervor, I shouldn't wallow in self-pity. I will start training right away. With that, Ling Xiao began to energetically practice military boxing. Su Xiaobai nodded approvingly, though a sly grin formed within him. Ha ha ha! This kid is so easy to motivate. I merely offered him a bit of encouragement, and he off like a shot to train. With the image he now held in Ling Xiao's mind. When the day came that Ling Xiao became a significant figure, he would surely be grateful to him. Ahahaha. The tangled fate of the two began a year prior. On that day, Su Xiaobai was leisurely strolling when he fortuitously encountered Ling Xiao. Newly assigned to the miscellaneous peak. At that moment, he was being beset by a crowd. Why was Ling Xiao being attacked, you ask? As the protagonist, he was inherently endowed with a mocking aura. The sequence of events was roughly as follows. Apologies. I accidentally bumped into you. You dare bump into me? Do you want to pick a fight? Brothers, teach him a lesson. I didn't mean to. Don't be so unreasonable. Hearing the cries of distress, Su Xiaobai turned back amidst the throng. That glance felt eternal, yet landed squarely upon Ling Xiao, confirming with a single look, that is the one. Stop. Let go of my brother. Su Xiaobai dashed forward like a whirlwind, parting the crowd, and stood protectively in front of Ling Xiao. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt that this figure was so towering, so radiant, capable of withstanding any storm. Su Xiaobai, don't think that just because you're at the second level of qi refinement, you can stand up for him. What if I do? Su Xiaobai replied firmly. The leading man's expression darkened, a flicker of retreat evident in his eyes. Despite Su Xiaobai being only at the second level of qi refinement, the miscellaneous peak was a gathering of the mediocre, and his diligence and cultivation allowed him to surpass most of his peers. In a place where there were no formidable foes, the monkey claimed kingship. Su Xiaobai had a significant voice among the miscellaneous disciples. Ultimately, the bully dared not confront Su Xiaobai and fled with his cohorts. Su Xiaobai turned slightly. Are you all right? He smiled and extended his hand. In that moment, Ling Xiao felt a gentle spring breeze caress his face, illuminating the bleak world around him. From that day forth, their intertwined fates began. Su Xiaobai invited Ling Xiao to move in with him, claiming it was to ensure his protection. In truth, he merely sought to deepen their bond, preparing for future companionship. Yet, even Su Xiaobai found it hard to tolerate Ling Xiao's unyielding knack for provocation. While walking, a mere glance at someone would ignite their wrath. What are you staring at? Once such words were exchanged, anyone would retort, what is it to you? And then a brawl would ensue. In such instances, Su Xiaobai could only helplessly cover his face. If the opponent was someone he could handle, without much backing, he would step in to avenge Ling Xiao, delivering a thorough thrashing. If not, he would apologize. Sorry, Xiaozi, you'll have to endure this alone. Your brother Xiaobai will condemn them in spirit. Naturally, Ling Xiao remained oblivious to Su Xiaobai's inner thoughts. He only knew that whenever he was bullied, it was brother Xiaobai who came to his defense. Thus, in his heart, Su Xiaobai was closer than a biological brother. Returning to the present, Su Xiaobai observed that Ling Xiao had nearly finished training and approached him. Xiao, stop practicing. We've got a bit of extra cash today. Let us go have some skewers. Su Xiaobai tossed the coin pouch he had just acquired from the fierce man into the air. Great, brother Xiaobai. Ling Xiao nodded enthusiastically. By the way, Where have you been these past couple of days? You come back and seem so much stronger. I found a place to cultivate, Su Xiaobai replied. 2 whole days of training. You must be exhausted, right? Indeed, quite drained. Really? I've used every ounce of strength I have, Su Xiaobai said, rubbing his waist. The two bypassed the heap of fierce men and secured the courtyard gate before disappearing down the path. Chapter 4. Are we the best of bonds? Su Xiaobai and Ling Xiao arrived at the dining hall. They chose a table by the window. Under normal circumstances, they would disdain coming to such a place. The food here was expensive, and the clientele mostly consisted of external disciples. The ranks of disciples at the Xinyu sect were divided from lowest to highest as follows: miscellaneous disciples, external disciples, internal disciples, and true disciples. External disciples are only one tier above miscellaneous disciples, yet they constitute the majority within the sect, with talent varying widely. Some with good aptitude and diligent training manage to ascend to internal disciples through their own efforts, while others, seeing no hope, begin to slack off. This group of people often derives a sense of superiority by preying on those weaker than themselves, reveling in their dominance over miscellaneous disciples, those at the bottom tier. The miscellaneous disciples become their targets for bullying. Whenever an external disciple finds a miscellaneous disciple disagreeable, they will seek trouble, deliberately complicating their tasks to incur punishment. In their hearts, they hold nothing but contempt for miscellaneous disciples and even take pleasure in bullying them. There is an unwritten rule in the dining hall: miscellaneous disciples and dogs are not allowed entry. External disciples generally possess better innate talent and greater strength. The miscellaneous disciples can only seethe in silence. Unless one of them has ingratiated themselves with an external disciple, they might venture here to eat, hoping to curry favor. The effeminate individual who had previously picked on Ling Xiao was a prime example. Ling Xiao surveyed the area, noting the disdainful and provocative glances thrown his way, causing him to frown slightly. Humph. I'll just slip some iced tea into their meals later, he muttered darkly. Both he and Su Xiaobai usually cooked in the back kitchen, which offered a far more sumptuous spread than this place. As for why they could cook in the back kitchen, that story is a bit lengthy. All tasks related to cleaning the sect, feeding the spirit beasts, and managing meals fell to the miscellaneous disciples. In other words, they were akin to hired hands in a company, and their pay was pitifully low. Yet among these tasks, one was particularly favorable: the role of kitchen assistant. All the spirit herbs and ingredients used for cooking would be sent to the kitchen. After all, those pampered individuals above would hardly know how to cook. Perhaps some may possess the ability to do so, yet they lack the motivation. The precious ingredients brought in are undoubtedly at the discretion of the kitchen staff. Who would notice if a chicken's rear was missing from a 1,000-year-old hen's soup? Or if a century-old delicacy of duck tongues was a centimeter shorter than usual? Who would realize if 3 gene of earth rhinoceros meat were a mere 2 tails short? The food delivered to the kitchen daily is so abundant that it is impossible to count. If they were to cut corners even slightly, the surplus ingredients would suffice to leave them unable to move from overindulgence. It can be said that even the fare consumed by the inner disciples pales in comparison to what they enjoy. Su Xiaobai had long since uncovered the kitchen's secrets, and after 2 years of arduous toil, he has now ascended to the position of head steward. The kitchen is now entirely under his command, effectively allowing him to wield absolute power. He has also left behind 4 timeless maxims. Use the scraps of the spirit herbs, but do not touch the main stock. Cut the meat with a sharp knife, leaving 1/3 of the bone. Dilute the spirit porridge with more water, reserving half a cup of the celestial brew. Use thick-bottomed bowls, saving half a cask of rice. Thanks to these 4 maxims, every kitchen worker who enters the kitchen has seen their weight soar dramatically. Subsequently, Su Xiaobai enforced a mandatory morning run each day to maintain their weight and avoid suspicion. The dishes consumed by the outer disciples are all prepared by those under Su Xiaobai's command. Occasionally, if someone crosses him, he secretly adds his specially concocted iced tea to that person's dish, masking the flavor with a generous sprinkle of chicken essence. Many of the outer disciples have unwittingly tasted Su Xiaobai's unique flavor. Under Su Xiaobai's influence, Ling Xiao has gradually succumbed to the dark side, frequently collaborating with him in their mischievous endeavors, loosening his belt to provide materials for their schemes. After all, his terrifying capacity for mockery has made him a target for more bullying than Su Xiaobai. So it is impossible for him to harbor no resentment. Xiaobai, why are we here? Isn't the back kitchen more appetizing? Ling Xiao could not help but inquire. Youthful and impetuous, he detested the gazes of those around him. Yet, in the face of these peculiar stares, Su Xiaobai remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his cup of floral tea. We are here not primarily to eat, but rather to encounter a benefactor, Su Xiaobai replied at a measured pace. Benefactor? Ling Xiao expressed confusion. She has arrived. Huh? Ling Xiao turned around, only to see a woman of ample proportions, her waist as thick as a barrel and her face as broad as a basin. Stepping through the door, with each step she took, the ground seemed to tremble beneath her. Innkeeper, bring forth all the delicacies. The woman boldly plopped down onto a stool, which groaned in protest, bending under her weight. Behind her trailed several outer female disciples, hastily assisting her with her lengthy skirt. Ling Xiao swallowed hard at the sight, contemplating that should she sit upon him, he would likely suffer broken ribs on the spot. He silently mourned for the chair for 3 seconds. Her name is Li Tuizui, the daughter of the spirit herb Peak's master. Although her talents are lacking, rendering her merely an outer disciple, her status is even higher than that of many inner disciples due to her father's influence. Su Xiaobai explained beside him. Oh, I see. Ling Xiao nodded, somewhat understanding. But it seems we have no connection to her. He voiced his confusion. Just then, he noticed Su Xiaobai gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Xiaobai, what's the matter? Ling Xiao asked, feeling an inexplicable sense of alarm at his demeanor. Xiao, are we the best of bonds? Su Xiaobai's face turned serious. Of course. Xiaobai is like an elder brother to me, caring for me in countless ways. You are my greatest bond, Ling Xiao declared, thumping his chest. Very well, O Do sang. I have a request for you, and I hope you can assist me, Su Xiaobai said. Tears brimming in his eyes, witnessing Su Xiaobai's helplessness and recalling all the ways he had once aided her, Ling Xiao instinctively slammed the table. Fear not, Xiaobai. Whatever difficulties you face, just let me know. Whether it be climbing a mountain of knives or traversing a sea of fire, I will not hesitate. Excellent. Su Xiaobai stood, patting him on the shoulder, his expression one of approval and gratitude. Truly, you are my greatest bond. Indeed, Ling Xiao beamed, joy written all over his face. The thing is, Xiaobai, I wish to concoct a certain elixir, but as you know, our servant disciples earn meager wages and cannot afford the necessary materials. The herbs within our sect are provided by the Spirit Herb Peak. If I could gain entry into the Spirit Herb Garden, I could find the herbs I need to successfully concoct the elixir. Once completed, you shall have one, and I shall have one, Su Xiaobai declared grandly. I understand now. Xiaobai, you wish for me to help you plead with Miss Li, requesting her to grant you access to the Spirit Herb Garden. Ling Xiao said excitedly. Su Xiaobai nodded appreciatively, pleased with his cleverness. Then I shall go speak with Miss Li right away, and I will do my utmost to secure you a spot in the Spirit Herb Garden. Ling Xiao rose, his spirits high. Thank you, Xiao. I truly lack the skill to communicate with women, or else I would have approached her myself, sparing you the trouble. Su Xiaobai expressed his remorse. What are you saying? Xiaobai? Your matters are my matters. There is no need for gratitude between us. I shall go with that. Ling Xiao flicked his sleeve and strode toward Li Tuizhui's table. Su Xiaobai silently raised his teacup in salute to him. The wind is howling, the waters of the Yi River are cold. Once a hero departs, they shall not return. Xiao, I toast to you. He drained his cup in one go, bidding farewell to Ling Xiao. Chapter 5. The Self-Sacrificing Ling Xiao. Hello, Miss Li. Ling Xiao greeted Li Tuizhui with a smile, who was impatiently awaiting her meal, was taken aback upon hearing someone address her. She looked up, her gaze locking onto him. Before her stood a graceful young man, with rosy lips and white teeth, his handsome visage initially evoking a delicate femininity, yet upon closer inspection, exuding a sense of steadfastness. Though a servant disciple, he was undeniably a strikingly handsome figure. Tears unconsciously welled at the corners of Li Tuizhui's mouth. Miss Li? Ling Xiao waved his hand, assuming she did not hear him. Ahem. Li Tuizhui quickly composed herself, retracting her saliva. What is your name, young man? What business do you have with me? She inquired sweetly. Hearing her soft tone, Ling Xiao felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps this conversation would not be as challenging as he had anticipated. My name is Ling Xiao, and I do indeed have a request of Miss Li. Oh? Li Tuizhui narrowed her eyes. Despite her robust appearance, her mind was astute, never engaging in unprofitable ventures. Pray tell, what is it that you require? The matter is thus. I have a friend who recently requires several herbs for alchemy and needs to enter the Spirit Herb Garden to gather them. However, no one is permitted entry into the Spirit Herb Garden without the permission of the master of the Spirit Herb Peak. Ling Zhao's gaze instinctively drifted towards Su Xiaobai, followed his line of sight, and beheld Su Xiaobai's face contorted in an ugly grimace, a sight as unpleasant as it was grotesque. Li Tuo spat, her interest in Su Xiaobai waning. For a hideous creature like him was not worthy of her attention, so you wish to ask this miss to assist you in gaining access to the Spirit Herb Garden? Li Tuo stated bluntly, discerning Ling Zhao's intentions. Miss Li, you are exceedingly perceptive, Ling Xiao replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Scrutinized Ling Xiao from head to toe. I can indeed grant him access to the Spirit Herb Garden. But what reason do I have to assist him? Many inner disciples must seek my approval to enter, and even those who offer thousands of spirit stones to me have been denied. If you could allow Xiao Bai to enter the Spirit Herb Garden, I will gladly comply with any request you have. I will do my utmost to assist you, Ling Xiao declared with fervor. You truly promise to fulfill any request? Li Tsuetsue said, intrigued. Ling Xiao hesitated, sensing an ominous premonition, yet ultimately decided to leave himself an escape route, as long as it does not cross my bottom line. I will certainly comply. Very well, come sit. Li Tuo gestured to the adjacent space, patting the empty stool beside her. However, her ample frame meant that even after shifting, the space left for Ling Xiao was only sufficient for half of his bottom. Ling Xiao grimaced, feeling uncomfortable. There is another seat across from me. Perhaps I should sit there instead? He suggested, attempting to move away. Li Tuo's expression darkened immediately. Is this your attitude when asking for a favor? Just a moment ago, you claimed you would comply with any request, yet now you are unwilling to sit beside me. I believe this matter regarding the Spirit Herb Garden is best forgotten. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she indicated that the discussion was over. Ling Xiao panicked. It was a rare opportunity to assist Xiao Bai, and he could not allow it to slip away due to such a trivial hurdle. Miss Li, he called out urgently. Li Tuo crossed her arms, regarding him with an expectant gaze. I will sit. As Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, he approached Li Tuo's side. He cautiously seated himself on the small, half-sized stool, maintaining a distance of less than 1 centimeter between them. Suddenly, with a loud smack, Li Tuo struck him on the backside. Ling Xiao leapt up in shock, resembling a startled rabbit. Miss Li, you? He exclaimed. His face flushed with embarrassment as he gazed at her. What a perky backside, Li Tuo mused, licking her lips thin. She seized Ling Zhao's hand and pulled him down onto her lap, despite being the daughter of the master of the Spirit Herb Peak. And although her talents were lacking, she had still attained the 5th level of qi refinement due to the accumulation of countless spiritual herbs. In contrast, Ling Xiao was merely a worthless individual who had yet to step into the qi refinement stage. Utterly unable to resist her, and thus he found himself perched on her legs. Little Xiao Xiao, you are quite handsome. Come, let this young lady shower you with affection, she cooed, pouting her lips as she leaned in for a kiss. Her lips, resembling a toilet plunger, grew larger in Ling Zhao's vision. Ah! He cried out in a blend of fear and despair as he lost his first kiss. The maidservants behind Li Tsuetsue, witnessing this scene, covered their faces and sighed, lamenting yet another innocent youth falling into the clutches of the young lady. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai, shielding his eyes, peeked through his fingers, observing Ling Zhao's legs transition from a natural curve to stiff straightness. Before finally drooping helplessly. Goodness, how ruthless! Thank goodness I didn't get involved, Su Xiaobai thought, a shiver of fear coursing through him. Li Tuo was notorious for her infatuation with handsome men. To request her assistance. Wealth was insufficient. One must be willing to sell themselves. Though he too was charming and suave, sacrificing himself to such a humanoid sow was hardly preferable to death. A Xiao, you have my heartfelt gratitude. Su Xiaobai silently mourned for Ling Xiao for 3 seconds. At that moment, a maid approached Li Tuo, heading in his direction. Su Xiaobai quickly arranged his face into an unattractive grimace, fearing they might discover that a peerless beauty was present. This is your pass. Our young lady has stated that you only have half a day to gather herbs. Remember, you may only pick the outermost spiritual herbs, and do not take too many. If too many are lost, the Peak Master will easily notice at that point. Prepare to face the Peak Master's wrath. We cannot assist you. The maid delivered the pass to Su Xiaobai, finding his grotesque visage somewhat amusing. I understand. Thank you, dear maid. Su Xiaobai expressed his gratitude hastily. The maid then returned to stand quietly behind Li Tuite, silently observing her domineering Ling shout. As for Su Xiaobai, he hurriedly left this place of turmoil. Fearing that Li Tuizue might turn her attention to him next in the dining hall, Su Xiaobai did not immediately return to his quarters, but decided to stop here for a bite. Chief Steward, upon entering, the busy kitchen staff immediately halted their tasks and saluted him. Su Xiaobai nodded symbolically. Have any fine ingredients arrived recently? Indeed. A staff member responded promptly, pointing to a plucked chicken on the chopping board. This is the Zhiyang Divine Chicken just delivered from Isol Peak. We need to prepare it within the hour, as it seems Sister Dongfang requires it. It's for her. Then, Su Xiaobai mused, lowering his head in thought. Considering the timing, she must be preparing for a breakthrough. After all, he had kissed her for a full hour, granting her immense benefits. Chapter 6. The chicken soup arrives. It seems this Zhiyang Divine Chicken was sent to help her counteract the cold energy within her body and replenish her yang energy. With this in mind, Su Xiaobai stepped forward. All right, I shall prepare the Zhiyang Divine Chicken Soup. You all handle the rest, he declared. What? Chief Steward, you will cook personally? The staff members looked on in astonishment. Is my cooking not to your liking? Su Xiaobai retorted, annoyed. No, it's not that. They quickly waved their hands, their faces alight with excitement. It's just that, Chief Steward, your dishes are simply divine. Once it's ready, can we have a taste of your chicken soup? They gazed at him with pleading eyes. No, Sister Dongfang needs to replenish her strength, and the soup must be rich. If I give you each a taste, I'll have to dilute it with more water, which would ruin the original flavor of the Zhiyang Divine Chicken. Su Xiaobai firmly declined. The staff had no choice but to acquiesce. Not daring to press further, meanwhile, Su Xiaobai began his culinary preparations. He skillfully chopped the Zhiyang Divine Chicken into suitably sized pieces, then added cooking wine, ginger, garlic, and blanched it. Dazhuang, fetch some of the Mingyang grass from the second elder. Erniu, bring me the kidney-replenishing goji berries hidden in the cupboard. Taizhu, cut some edges off the 1,000-year-old rasher that the sect leader just sent. Su Xiaobai directed the others. Yes, they all responded in unison, swiftly getting to work. The ingredients Su Xiaobai selected were all rich in yang energy, perfectly suited to neutralize Dongfang Qinyue's internal cold energy. She possessed an extreme ice attribute spirit root, and during previous breakthroughs, cold energy would radiate from her, enveloping the entire Ice Soul Peak in a spectacular icy breath. This time, however, her breakthrough was not simple. She was advancing from foundation establishment to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul stage is a crucial pillar within the entire wasteland, able to hold a position as an inner sect elder in any sect. At merely 20 years of age, her astonishing talent was evident. However, this breakthrough also carried significant risks, as her internal cold energy was overwhelming, intensifying with each attempt. Even her body struggled to endure it, necessitating the supplementation of yang energy to balance the cold within. The ingredients Su Xiaobai selected were not just rich in yang energy. They complemented each other, producing a yang energy far greater than when used alone. Half an hour later, a pot of rich and fragrant Zhiyang chicken soup was ready, its aroma making everyone's mouths water. Before his transmigration, Su Xiaobai had been a 5-star chef, renowned for his exceptional culinary skills. Upon arriving here, his talents had propelled him to the position of chief steward in the dining hall. Of course, in his past life, he had dabbled in various professions. Gulping, the staff members watching couldn't help but swallow hard. This should be sufficient to neutralize her internal cold energy, right? Su Xiaobai pondered aloud. As he poured himself a small bowl of the chicken soup, he savored it. This truly is the best soup, brewed by this chef. A look of bliss and pride spread across his face. Chief Steward, didn't you say this was for Sister Dongfang and that you shouldn't drink it? The surrounding staff timidly ventured. Watching Su Xiaobai enjoy the soup, they yearned for a taste themselves. What do you know? I've worked much harder than she has. What's wrong with drinking some soup to rejuvenate myself? Su Xiaobai shot them a glare, rendering them silent. Humph. Throughout the entire process, she was enjoying herself, while I had to guide the spiritual energy for cultivation. I'm just a weakling at the qi refinement stage. I was nearly exhausted. Su Xiaobai grumbled to himself. He then turned around to savor the chicken soup in his bowl. The staff could only watch enviously as he indulgently consumed the soup. All right, I can't drink anymore. And I'll overdo it. After finishing a small bowl, he realized he was still only at the 5th level of qi refinement. While this was meant for Dongfang Qianyue, who was preparing to break through to the nascent soul stage, the energy contained within was far beyond what he could handle. 1 bowl was already his limit. Any more would be explosive. All right, let us send this to Sister Dongfang, Su Xiaobai instructed the staff. Yes. Thus, the Zhiyang chicken soup was quickly dispatched to Ice Soul Peak, while Su Xiaobai indulged in a grand feast in the dining hall. Feeling quite hungry after only sipping a few mouthfuls of soup, at Ice Soul Peak, a natural phenomenon unfolded. Snowflakes as big as goose feathers fell in droves, cloaking the once verdant mountain in a silvery shroud. Within a secret chamber, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in blue sat cross-legged. Her exquisite face, however, bore a layer of frost. Her brows were tightly knitted, as if she were enduring immense pain. Beside her, a woman in white garments. With a cold demeanor, paced anxiously, worry and tension etched across her features. What to do now? Yuer's breakthrough came too suddenly. I didn't have time to prepare. Ice Spirit lamented, observing her disciple's body radiating cold energy that nearly solidified into ice. A glimmer of urgency flickered in Ice Spirit's eyes. While this was originally a manifestation of her mastery of the ice condensation technique, at this moment, it had become a deadly poison. It's all my fault for not anticipating this situation and failing to prepare the pills to neutralize the cold energy within you. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to endure such suffering now. The young woman, her face etched with remorse, spoke softly. Dongfang Qianyue, now afflicted by the chilling energy within her, realized that if this trend continued, it would not be long before she not only lost her opportunity to ascend to the nascent soul stage, but might also suffer a backlash, resulting in a decline in her cultivation level. It's nothing, master. So what if my cultivation drops? I can recover. Dongfang Qianyue struggled to articulate, attempting to provide comfort. Peak master, the Zhiyang divine chicken soup has arrived. At that moment, an urgent voice from outside the door broke the tension. A flicker of joy ignited in Bing Ling's heart as she beckoned, and the soup gracefully detached from the maid's hands. Soaring towards her, she quickly filled a bowl and presented it to Dongfang Qianyue. Moon, the Zhiyang divine chicken is a creature of extreme yang energy. Its essence may very well counteract the coldness within you. Dongfang Qianyue opened her eyes and gazed at the bowl of chicken soup, a sigh of resignation escaping her lips. She was familiar with the Zhiyang divine chicken. Although it was rich in yang energy, the notion that it could neutralize the coldness within her seemed utterly fanciful. Nevertheless, she took a sip, understanding that this was her master's last resort, and she did not wish to disappoint her kindness. This sudden breakthrough had taken her by surprise. Not only had her master not anticipated it, but she herself had also been unprepared. As she took a small sip of the soup, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. This soup is remarkably delicious. More importantly, she could feel the coldness within her slightly diminishing. If she were to finish this entire pot of soup, perhaps it could indeed counteract the coldness. There was still hope. Without further hesitation, Dongfang Qianyue lifted the bowl and drank the soup in one go. Sure enough, the coldness inside her rapidly lessened. 5 minutes later, she had consumed the entire pot of soup, leaving only the bones of the Zhiyang divine chicken. Burp! Dongfang Qianyue sat on the ground, letting out a satisfied belch and gently patting her slightly rounded belly. Ha ha! Bing Ling, witnessing this adorable sight, couldn't help but stifle a laugh behind her hand. Chapter 7. Ah Xiao. How wonderful it would be if you were a girl. Noticing her master chuckling at her, Dongfang Qianyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly straightened her posture. Master, I must continue my breakthrough. Please refrain from laughing at me, she said shyly. The master of Bingpa Peak nodded with a smile. Very well. Dongfang Qianyue resumed her meditative posture, feeling that the cold energy radiating from her body had significantly diminished, and the agony on her face had vanished. Time ticked by. A quarter of an hour later, she felt cracks appearing in the golden core within her dantian, as though something were about to hatch from within. Ultimately, the golden core shed its outer layer, revealing a flawless nascent soul figure that bore a resemblance to Dongfang Qianyue, albeit unclothed and a bit plump, reminiscent of her childhood. Simultaneously, an aura far surpassing her previous state emanated from her being. Huff! Dongfang Qianyue exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling the surging power within her, and a smile graced her lips. Moon, have you successfully broken through to the nascent soul stage? Bing Peak Master approached. Her expression tensed. If Dongfang Qianyue had indeed reached the nascent soul stage, she would become the youngest nascent soul cultivator in Huangzhou, elevating the entire Qianyue sect to new heights. Yes, Dongfang Qianyue replied with a faint smile. I owe it all to my master's foresight in preparing the Zhiyang Divine Chicken Soup. Otherwise, my breakthrough would have been in vain. Opportunities to advance to the nascent soul stage are rare. Many golden core cultivators spend their entire lives without achieving it, which is why nascent soul practitioners are so scarce. Upon hearing Dongfang Qianyue's affirmative response, the weight in Bing Peak Master's heart finally lifted. She waved her hand and chuckled. I had no idea that this soup would yield such miraculous results. I was merely grasping at straws in a moment of desperation. To be honest, the efficacy of the Zhiyang Divine Chicken exceeded her expectations. Unfortunately, the pot of soup had been completely consumed by Moon. Otherwise, she would have liked to sample it herself. Although they practiced ice-based techniques, occasionally supplementing with yang energy could be quite exhilarating and enjoyable. Oh well, let us catch another Zhiyang Divine Chicken tomorrow and send it to the kitchen for preparation. This time, I must have a taste, she thought to herself. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai had finished his meal in the kitchen and returned to his quarters. The troublemakers who had been left at the gate were nowhere to be seen, presumably having fled upon waking. Su Xiaobai entered his room and sat cross-legged. After consuming a large amount of spiritual food, he needed to digest it properly. Feeling the immense energy flow through his limbs, Su Xiaobai was taken aback. His energy absorption efficiency was now several dozen times greater than before. Previously, he could consume a bowl of century-old ginseng soup, and 99 of it would be expelled. If the sect master had seen, he would have surely scolded him. Damn it, you're wasting precious resources, spit it out. But now, things were different. He could absorb nearly 80 of the energy from spiritual food, finally shedding the label of being useless. At his current cultivation speed, he would likely break through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement in less than a month. He would no longer have to worry about the whip of the heavenly book. Woohoo! Having an exceptional spiritual root is truly wonderful, Su Xiaobai exclaimed tearfully. Clang. Suddenly, the door swung open. A disheveled figure, seemingly in a daze, entered. Ling Xiao, with her hair unkempt, looked as though she had been through a harrowing ordeal. Ah Xiao, are you all right? Su Xiaobai asked awkwardly. Ling Xiao lifted her head and rushed towards Su Xiaobai, gripping his shoulders as she demanded, Xiaobai, did you already know that Miss Li is a lecherous vixen? Su Xiaobai, observing the bloodshot eyes, could hardly admit it. I truly had no idea. When have I ever interacted with Miss Li? I merely heard she was the daughter of the Spirit Herb Peak Master. Which is why I wanted to give it a shot. He looked at her with an innocent expression. Ling Xiao scrutinized him for a long moment before she could no longer contain her tears. Wah, Xiaobai, I almost lost my innocence. You have no idea how terrifyingly Tsuitsue is. Not only did she steal my first kiss, but she also had garlic breath and squeezed my backside. In the end, she even wanted, if I hadn't drawn a line, my purity would have been entirely lost. She wants to go out with me tomorrow, Xiaobai. I'm so tormented. Ling Xiao sobbed uncontrollably, clinging to Su Xiaobai. Do you know the psychological damage a lewd girl inflicts on an 18-year-old boy? Su Xiaobai patted her back, attempting to console her. It's my fault for not realizing that Li Tsuitsue was such a person. We won't go tomorrow. I'll think of another way for the herbs. Don't cry. Be good. No. Ling Xiao wiped her tears and looked at him resolutely. This is the only way I can help you. Xiaobai. Even if I have to grit my teeth, I will see it through. Ah Xiao. Su Xiaobai felt tears welling in his eyes. Xiaobai, we are the best bond. Ling Xiao smiled and extended her fist towards him. Indeed, the best bond. Su Xiaobai mirrored her gesture, though inwardly he revealed a sinister grin. Ahaha. I knew Ah Xiao would still go. My superb acting was not in vain. After comforting Ling Xiao, it was already midnight. The two lay in their respective beds, with Su Xiaobai on the upper bunk and Ling Xiao below. Gazing at the ceiling beams, Su Xiaobai felt a moment of daze. Today, he had finally transformed from a mere chicken into a phoenix. However, he needed to remain discreet. Otherwise, if Sister Dongfang found out, he would truly be doomed. Sigh. Ah Xiao, how wonderful it would be if you were a girl, Su Xiaobai suddenly lamented. If Ling Xiao were a girl, he could easily charm her into surrendering everything, without a worry of being backstabbed in the future. How unlike the current state of constant anxiety. Below, Ling Xiao, hearing Su Xiaobai's words, was drenched in cold sweat. What does Xiaobai mean by that? Could it be that he has peculiar preferences? What should I do? Ling Xiao's mind went blank, thoughts in disarray. After a long while, he felt compelled to help Su Xiaobai correct his orientation. After all, though they were the best of bonds, they were ultimately fated to be apart. Xiaobai, I think? Ling Xiao hesitated to speak, but Su Xiaobai did not respond. Moments later, the sound of snores filled the air. It turned out Su Xiaobai had already fallen asleep, drooling. Ling Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Xiaobai must just be rambling. Time to sleep. She covered herself with her blanket, preparing to doze off. Yet, she found herself unable to sleep that night. Chapter 8. Fist-fighting Ajan the next day, Su Xiaobai went to the Spirit Herb Garden, while Ling Xiao went on a date with Li Cuizue. In the Spirit Herb Garden, Su Xiaobai presented his access token to the guards. The guard glanced at it and coldly stated, "You have only half a day. Do not pick excessively or venture too deep." Understood. Su Xiaobai wore a sycophantic smile as he stepped into the Spirit Herb Garden. Inside lay a kaleidoscopic world, with neatly arranged patches of spirit fields, brimming with a myriad of herbs that dazzled the eyes. Any disciple who entered this realm would surely be enraptured, eager to gather every herb in sight. However, Su Xiaobai maintained an expression of indifference, even tinged with disappointment. Alas! There was nothing of value in the periphery. Only withered branches and decaying leaves. Relying on them would not suffice to concoct a perfect foundation-building pill. He shook his head. Although he was merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement. Given his current pace of cultivation, it would not be long before he broke into the foundation establishment stage, likely within a year or two. Thus, it was prudent to prepare in advance, as a good foundation would enable him to traverse further in the future. The perfect foundation-building pill was a divine concoction capable of enhancing his odds of achieving a flawless foundation. The foundation establishment realm is divided into various grades, from the lowest to the highest. They are ordinary foundation, middle grade foundation, upper grade foundation, perfect foundation, and the legendary perfect foundation. The higher the level of foundation, the stronger one's prowess within the same realm. A newly initiated perfect foundation cultivator could easily overpower one at the late stage of ordinary foundation. Yet, the perfect foundation building pill had yet to be unveiled. It was the brainchild of a future genius alchemist. This genius would aid humanity in forging numerous formidable warriors, laying a solid foundation for the ultimate resistance against the invasion of foreign demonic forces. In the past, Su Xiaobai's innate talent was woefully inadequate. Not to mention the foundation establishment stage, he struggled for an entire year just to ascend a small realm in Qi refinement, leaving him without any aspirations in this regard. But now, as one of the rarest spiritual roots, he certainly had to set his sights higher. Therefore, acquiring the perfect foundation-building pill was a goal he was determined to achieve. He cast his gaze deeper into the Spirit Herb Garden, where dense trees and lush grasses thrived, yet a palpable sense of danger loomed ominously. The reason ordinary disciples were forbidden from entering the inner circle was not only due to the precious herbs therein, but also because it housed numerous demonic beasts. Should an ordinary disciple trespass into the inner circle, they would become mere fodder for the beasts, a fate the sect wished to avoid. Nevertheless, Su Xiaobai felt no trepidation, for he knew of a hidden path that would allow him to enter the inner sanctum of the Spirit Herb Garden unscathed. He slung a bamboo basket over his shoulder and ventured into the thicket. Rugged, winding path lay before him, flanked by branches adorned with colorful venomous snakes. their crimson tongues flickering ominously, creating a chilling atmosphere. As Su Xiaobai walked along the path, he paid no heed to the serpents hanging above, seemingly confident that they would not strike. After nearly a quarter of an hour, a humble thatched cottage came into view. In front of the cottage grew clusters of spirit herbs exuding an extraordinary luster, clearly indicating their remarkable nature. Excellent, the 9-turned spirit dragon herb is indeed here, Su Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement as he hurried towards the coveted herb. Suddenly, a small white snake appeared before him, hissing fiercely as if warning him that any further advance would not be met with courtesy. Su Xiaobai quickly halted, realizing that despite its diminutive size, the aura emanating from the serpent was unfathomable to him, indicating its superior cultivation level. "Who are you, and what brings you here?" A low, resonant female voice emerged from the thatched cottage. "Greetings, senior sister, I am Su Xiaobai. I have come to the spirit herb garden to gather herbs and inadvertently stumbled into this place," he replied hastily. "Gathering herbs is done in the periphery. How could you possibly have reached my location?" "You are clearly lying," the woman stated coolly. "White, expel him at once," she commanded. Upon hearing the command, the small white snake transformed into a towering, menacing python. It hissed angrily at Su Xiaobai. "Wait. I truly have a purpose for being here. I wish to collect a 9-turned spirit dragon herb," he implored urgently. "Dado? Though the 9-turned spirit dragon herb is rare, it holds little significant value. Its yang energy pales in comparison to Yangming grass, and its yin energy is inferior to cold moon flower. What use do you have for such a mediocre item?" The woman's interest seemed piqued. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaobai proclaimed, "I wish to concoct a perfect foundation-building pill." Inside the cottage, the woman's eyes widened in astonishment. "How do you know of the perfect foundation-building pill?" "This is a project I am currently researching, and I have never disclosed it to anyone until now." Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Indeed, the inventor of the perfect foundation-building pill, that genius alchemist, was none other than the abandoned disciple of the spirit herb Peak Master, residing within the cottage. A hint of a smile crept across Su Xiaobai's lips. To pique someone's interest, one must utter something unexpected. "Senior sister, you are also aware of the perfect foundation-building pill," he feigned ignorance. The woman remained silent for a moment before saying, "Come in and speak." The door to the cottage creaked open. Su Xiaobai secretly rejoiced, knowing that his plan had succeeded halfway. The massive white snake, hearing its master's command, reluctantly shrank back into its smaller form and allowed passage. Stepping into the thatched cottage, Su Xiaobai found the space rather dim, with only a single oil lamp casting a faint glow. As he glanced around, he could make out a table cluttered with various jars and bottles. Disappointment washed over him. This place was far inferior to his own dwelling. "Who are you, really?" Suddenly, a disheveled figure with a pale face loomed before him, resembling a specter from a horror film, a ghost. Su Xiaobai yelped, panic flooding his senses as memories of the specter surged forth, and he instinctively swung his fist at her face. Bang! The impact sent the figure crashing into the table, scattering jars and bottles across the floor. While she rolled several times before coming to a stop, sensing her master was under attack, the small white snake's eyes turned crimson as it charged into the cottage, vowing to devour the one who dared harm its master. A profound sense of danger enveloped Su Xiaobai. "Oh no, I acted too quickly. I forgot this is a senior sister." Regret gnawed at Su Xiaobai. Was he destined to perish before his future even began? "White, stop! I am unharmed." At that moment, the woman picked herself up and stood protectively in front of Su Xiaobai, hastily addressing the white snake. Only then did the serpent relent, coiling around the woman, baring its fangs at Su Xiaobai. Clearly still furious, "I apologize, senior sister. My reaction was purely instinctive, and I truly regret it," Su Xiaobai said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 9. His research achievements are decades ahead of mine. The woman turned, touching her slightly swollen cheek, staring at him with a look of resentment. "You had better honestly explain how you came to know of the perfect foundation-building pill. Otherwise, this punch will not be forgiven." No one had ever struck her like this in her life. Su Xiaobai returned an awkward smile. Upon closer inspection, he finally discerned the woman's features. She wore an oversized black robe, disheveled hair, and an unmistakable odor, suggesting she was not one to bathe regularly. Dark circles framed her eyes, and her entire demeanor exuded exhaustion, indicative of many sleepless nights. Her pallid complexion was reminiscent of a ghost, a result of prolonged isolation indoors. In an instant, Su Xiaobai mentally labeled her a recluse, a slob, a victim of kidney deficiency. What do you mean by that look? Are you mocking me? A glimmer of malice flickered in her gaze. No, not at all. Su Xiaobai hastily waved his hands. It's just that I genuinely had no idea you were also refining the perfect foundation-building pill. I always thought it was an original creation of my family. The woman scrutinized him as if trying to discern the truth from his expression. However, Su Xiaobai had deceived Ling Xiao for an entire year. His acting skills were impeccable, leaving no room for her to uncover any flaws. Could there be other geniuses apart from me? She muttered to herself, her head bowed. May I ask how to address you, senior sister? Su Xiaobai inquired tentatively. My name is He Han, and you need not call me senior sister. I have been expelled from my sect. She waved her hand dismissively. Before long, I will be cast out of the sect altogether. When that time comes, we shall be strangers. They are truly excessive. What did you do, senior sister, to deserve such treatment? Su Xiaobai asked with genuine concern. But He Han seemed reluctant to divulge, shaking her head. That's not important. More importantly, is it true that you conceived the idea of the perfect foundation-building pill all on your own? You are merely in the qi refinement stage. She cast a doubtful glance at Su Xiaobai. In response, Su Xiaobai had already devised a strategy. To be frank, before joining the Xianyu sect, my family was quite well off. We hail from a lineage of cultivators, primarily focused on alchemy. My father is a fourth-grade alchemist, particularly renowned for his unique insights into the concoction of foundation-building pills. A proud glimmer shone in Su Xiaobai's eyes. Then why did you come to the Xianyu sect as a mere servant disciple? She inquired, eyeing the humble garb he wore. Even her previous master, the head of the Spirit Herb Peak, was merely a fifth-grade alchemist. In her view, being a servant disciple at the Xianyu sect was less desirable than returning home to rely on her family's support. Sighing deeply, Su Xiaobai's expression darkened with sorrow and hatred. It is all the fault of that cursed seven-kill sect. A shadow of gravity and fear crossed He Han's features. The seven-kill sect is one of the three major demonic sects of the Wild Continent, its power rivaling that of the Xianyu sect. Moreover, practitioners of the demonic sect are notoriously ruthless, committing heinous acts without a second thought. If they desire something and cannot obtain it, they will destroy it. They coerced my father into becoming their alchemist, but how could my father assist such malevolent beings? He refused their demands, only to ultimately suffer their wrath. Su Xiaobai clenched his fists, tears of grief and indignation welling in his eyes. Forgive me for stirring up painful memories, He Han said apologetically. Su Xiaobai quickly waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. Truly. It is not your fault. Senior sister, I discovered the recipe for the perfect foundation-building pill in my father's notes, which includes a crucial spiritual herb, the 9-turn spirit dragon grass. Thus, I thought to come here in search of fortune, to create the perfect foundation-building pill and avenge my father. And it is here that I encountered you. Senior sister, did I see? He Han nodded. Could you show me your recipe for the perfect foundation-building pill? She gazed intently at Su Xiaobai, convinced that although he had gotten ahead of her, his father's research could not possibly surpass her own. This was her confidence as a gifted alchemist. Absolutely not. This is my family's ancestral recipe, and I cannot share it with anyone. Su Xiaobai stepped back, resolutely refusing. He Han, in that moment, felt a surge of urgency. This was a golden opportunity to prove herself superior to his father, and she could not let it slip away. She grasped the hem of Su Xiaobai's garment, her eyes brimming with tears. Su Shidi, please help this pitiful senior sister who is on the verge of being expelled from the sect. My only wish before I leave is to catch a glimpse of the legendary perfect foundation-building pill recipe. And I will not come empty-handed. I can trade these pills for your knowledge. She hurriedly collected the scattered vials from the ground, cradling them in her arms as she presented them to Su Xiaobai. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Despite her disheveled appearance, the pills she crafted were of the highest quality. In the future, Those wishing to commission her alchemical services would be lined up across the continent. Well then, out of compassion for your tragic circumstances, I shall make an exception this once and allow you a glimpse. Xu Xiaobai discreetly accepted the pills from her hands, quietly stowing them away in his storage pouch. However, He Han showed no concern. Thank you, Shitty. My skills are modest, and to prevent the recipe from being stolen, I burned the original and committed the contents to memory. I will recount it to you. And you may compare it with your own? Very well. He Han nodded vigorously. With that, Xu Xiaobai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, angled toward He Han, and began to recite the recipe for the perfect foundation-building pill aloud. 3 Reishi flowers, 1 tael of 100 herb fragrance, simmered with 3 kinds of true fire for a quarter of an hour. Thud. He Han fell to her knees, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Her eyes wide with disbelief. How is this possible? This technique is light years ahead of mine. It would take me years, no, decades to reach such depth. Self-doubt began to creep in as she realized Xu Xiaobai's father's talent far surpassed her own. He Shiji, are you all right? Xu Xiaobai waved at her apologetically. After all, these findings were originally her own design, merely unveiled prematurely by him. He Han suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed intensely on Xu Xiaobai. Master, please accept me as your foolish disciple. She knelt, pressing her hands to the ground in reverence. Xu Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Her actions were entirely unexpected, in terms of genuine talent and learning. What could he possibly teach her? He was merely reading from a manual, a hymn. He Shiji, why do you wish to take me as your master? He inquired solemnly. He Han raised her head earnestly, replying, your father is a once-in-a-lifetime genius, and I feel inferior. You are his son, and your talent must far exceed my own. Thus, it is undoubtedly correct to take you as my master. Xu Xiaobai's mouth twitched. How could this girl insult him so? Yet, truth be told, the prospect of taking on a future genius of alchemy as a disciple was undeniably enticing. Alchemists were among the most lucrative professions in the cultivation world. Once he accepted her as a disciple, he would be counting riches hand over fist. As for what he could teach her, well, this was the perfect moment to showcase his skills of persuasion. For talents like her, sometimes all they needed was a spark of inspiration. Once that struck, everything would fall into place. Very well, Xu Xiaobai declared, sweeping his robe dramatically as he turned to sit on a bench. Since you place such faith in your master, I shall accept you as my disciple today. Consider this perfect foundation-building pill recipe your initiation gift. Thank you, master, He Han exclaimed joyfully, bowing deeply. All right, rise, he instructed. Yes. He Han stood, her forehead slightly flushed from her earlier bow. She promptly righted the overturned table, then smiled as she presented Xu Xiaobai with a cup of brewed tea. Master, please enjoy this tea. Xu Xiaobai glanced at her, nodding approvingly. She was quite considerate. He took a leisurely sip of the tea, finding it to be quite delightful. Xiao Han, now that you have become my disciple, I have a task for you. He had even altered his form of address. He had previously referred to her as He Shiji, but now it was simply Xiao Han. Yet, He Han showed no signs of discontent. Instead, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she awaited his command. Master, what task do you have? I will do my utmost to complete it, she promised, thumping her chest confidently. Now that you possess the recipe for the perfect foundation-building pill, I require you to concoct one within a year. Do you think you can manage that? He himself did not know how to refine pills. He had initially planned to gather the necessary herbs and learn to refine them himself. But now that he had a talented disciple to rely on, why not take advantage of it? The success rate for He Han creating the perfect foundation-building pill would undoubtedly be far superior to his own, and the quality would be even better. Chapter 10. The socially awkward maiden. He Han hesitated, stammering, Master, refining pills is certainly within my capabilities. However, the perfect foundation-building pill requires a crucial ingredient, the Hunyuan liquid, which harmonizes the properties of various herbs and enhances the potency of the pill. Without it, I fear I cannot produce the perfect foundation-building pill. Xu Xiaobai furrowed his brow. You don't have any here? Actually, we did have some, but after you struck me earlier, the vial containing the Hunyuan liquid shattered, she said, pointing to a broken bottle on the floor, along with the spilled liquid. Suddenly feeling embarrassed, Su Xiaobai scratched his head sheepishly. Ah, that was my mistake. Are there any other means to procure the Hunyuan liquid? If you can bring me the Hunyuan flower, I can refine it myself, she replied eagerly. The Hunyuan flower? That seems to grow in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Doesn't it? Su Xiaobai mused. Yes, yes, He Han nodded enthusiastically, resembling a chick pecking at grain. I think it would be better for you to go, he said. As you can see, I am merely a qi refining stage cultivator. While I consider myself quite clever, I cannot possibly withstand the ferocious beasts lurking in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Ah yes, a joke. There are even core formation stage beasts there. And I, not even having reached the foundation establishment stage, would be nothing more than a snack. Don't worry, master. I will take Bai Bai with me. With it by your side, you will certainly be safe. He Han reassured him, stroking the little white snake resting on her shoulder. Hiss! The little white snake flicked its tongue at Su Xiaobai, its eyes gleaming mischievously, as if to say, Sure, sure. Once we get in there, I'll just swallow you whole. Su Xiaobai's mouth twitched. He quickly deflected. Xiao Han, Bai Bai clearly works better with you. You should go. He Han appeared troubled. Master, I really dislike going out. The gazes of others make me feel incredibly uncomfortable. And I lose my train of thought. She wrapped her oversized black robe around herself, looking utterly helpless. Please, help your disciple just this once. I will warn Bai Bai to listen to you. She gazed at him with pleading eyes. Su Xiaobai understood her reluctance. This girl was a classic recluse, plagued by severe social anxiety. All right, Su Xiaobai waved his hand. After all, the shattering of the Hunyuan liquid was due to his actions, and the perfect foundation establishment pill was something he himself required. Thus, he ought to take responsibility for her. He Huan's face immediately brightened with joy. I knew you were the best, master. Following this, Su Xiaobai did not waste any time. After leaving a letter for Ling Xiao, he set off with the little white snake towards the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. The little white snake had also been sternly warned by He Huan not to harbor any ill intentions towards its master. Reluctantly, the little white snake could only agree, yet throughout the journey, it did not spare Su Xiaobai any amiable expressions. Its tail whipped back and forth like a rubber band, repeatedly striking the back of his neck. Seemingly avenging that punch dealt by He Huan, Su Xiaobai, however, was too apathetic to argue with it. The Valley of 10,000 Beasts was somewhat distant from the Xinyu sect, and the pair of human and snake hurried for 2 consecutive days before finally arriving. Outside the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, a considerable number of people had gathered, consisting of disciples from the Xinyu sect, as well as young members from various prominent families in the vicinity and some loose cultivators. So many people! Su Xiaobai exclaimed in mild surprise. Although many came for adventures in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, today was evidently busier than usual. Uncle, with so many people assembled here, what are they preparing for? Su Xiaobai approached a kindly-looking elder. The elder turned his head, noticing Su Xiaobai's youthful and innocent gaze, which reminded him of his son who had been wandering the world for years without returning. His tone softened. Young brother, are you not aware? Not long ago, an unusual light appeared within the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. It is likely that a spiritual treasure has descended. A spiritual treasure? Su Xiaobai frowned slightly. Deep in thought, before suddenly clapping his hands, I remember now, he exclaimed internally. It was an egg of a celestial beast that had accidentally fallen from the upper realm into the mortal world. He recalled that the heavenly book had not provided detailed accounts of this celestial beast egg, merely a brief mention. Ultimately, this egg would be discovered by those treasure-seeking cultivators and consumed among them. However, how could they dare to touch the egg of a celestial beast? Even a drop of its egg white could cause a foundation establishment cultivator to explode from within. In the end, those who had ingested the essence of the celestial beast egg all perished due to the overload of power within their bodies. The egg of a celestial beast? A glimmer of intrigue flickered across Su Xiaobai's face. Celestial beasts were the spiritual creatures of the upper realm, equivalent to ascendant cultivators. If he were to possess such a celestial beast as a pet, once it matured, he could stride confidently through the lower realm. Thank you for the information, uncle. Su Xiaobai expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks, the elder replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. The road ahead is perilous. Take care of yourself. Young one, and I shall venture in search of resources now. With that, Su Xiaobai hastily made his way into the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. If he delayed, those clueless fools would consume the celestial beast egg before he could get to it. At the peak of Tianling Mountain, a luminescent egg radiating a peculiar glow stood proudly, glimmering brightly. A massive black python coiled around the mountainside, exuding a terrifying aura and issuing a warning hiss to the crowd below. At the foot of the mountain, various factions had gathered, their gazes fixated on the black python. The two sides were evidently at odds, vying for the celestial beast egg. TSK, the mid-phase core formation black forest python. It must be the overlord of this region, Su Xiaobai observed from a concealed spot on a nearby slope, his tongue clicking in astonishment. Hiss hiss, the little white snake on his shoulder urged him. As if to say, that egg is a valuable treasure. Hurry and seize it. There's no rush. If we charge in now, we will immediately become the target of everyone's ire. Let us wait for them to exhaust each other. Then we shall reap the benefits of their conflict. How delightful that would be. Su Xiaobai grinned slyly. The little white snake turned its head, as if to say, that does sound reasonable. It too revealed a cunning smile. Su Xiaobai's gaze fell upon the factions below. Based on their attire, they belonged to the Xinyu sect, the Seven Kill sect, the Lu family, and some loose cultivators. Each faction had its own leader. The representative of the Xinyu sect was a young man adorned with a white sash, a symbol of a direct disciple, personally guided by a peak master in their training, marking the highest level of discipleship. The Seven Kill sect had a bald man radiating malevolence. Merely locking eyes with him sent chills down the spine. The Lu family was represented by a young woman in green attire, her high ponytail and slender waist accentuating her beauty. Meanwhile, the loose cultivators were led by a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance, exuding a killing intent reminiscent of someone seasoned in battle. The Xinyu sect, the Seven Kill sect, the Lu family, and the loose cultivators have all arrived. It seems we are in for an exciting spectacle, Su Xiaobai mused. He took 2 apples from his bag, biting into one and offering the other to the little white snake. The Xinyu sect and the Seven Kill sect were among the 6 major sects of the Wild Continent. However, they belonged to opposing factions, the former being righteous while the latter was demonic, their relationship akin to fire and water. Beneath the 6 major sects lay various prominent families. Although these families lacked the deep roots of the sects, they were still formidable, with the Lu family being one of the 8 prominent families of the Wild Continent. The young woman in green was none other than Lu Feifei, the current eldest daughter of the Lu family. In contrast, the loose cultivators were relatively unremarkable. Most lacked any backing and had forged their path through sheer determination. Due to their scarcity of resources, their cultivation was more arduous. However, their rich practical experience often rendered them stronger than disciples from families or sects of the same realm. Chapter 11. Playing the role of the underdog aside from the 4 major factions, there were also a group of spectators merely watching the unfolding drama. These individuals belonged to an organization known as the Tianji Pavilion, which had many branches scattered across various states, responsible for documenting significant events. This was a perilous task, as major events often entailed substantial risks. For example, encountering malevolent cultivators slaughtering a city could lead to dire consequences if one were to be caught unaware. Or if someone unexpectedly acquired a treasure and wanted to keep it a secret, and you just happened to be nearby. Thus, Su Xiaobai preferred to refer to them as battlefield reporters. Among the notable figures present were Qin Zhoutian, a direct disciple of the Xinyu sect Lei Xiaopeak, Huang Dudu, one of the 10 infamous disciples of the Seven Kill sect, Lu Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and Sun Feng, a recently recognized loose cultivator. TSK, all 4 of them are at the initial stage of core formation. With so many experts gathered here, this will surely create a sensational event that will astonish the entire Wild Continent. A masked man dressed in white expressed confidently on the battlefield's edge. On the battlefield, Lu Feifei proclaimed, as previously agreed, we shall join forces against the Black Forest Python. Ultimately, the essence of this spiritual beast egg will be divided as such. The Xinyu sect and the Seven Kill sect will each take 30%, while my Lu family and the loose cultivators will take 20%. Does everyone agree? Agreed. Both Qin Zhoutian and Huang Dudu nodded simultaneously. However, their brows furrowed as they exchanged unkind glances. Qin, what do you mean by that? Ha, you are the one who should be asking. You clearly learned that from your father, Huang Dudu retorted, rolling up his sleeves. Are you looking for a fight? Qin Zhoutian shot back with a cold glare. The Xinyu sect and the Seven Kill sect were already adversaries. Their encounters were like that of sworn enemies. Enough, enough. The primary focus now is to deal with the Black Forest Python. Can you both temporarily set aside past grievances? For the sake of a young lady, perhaps? Lu Feifei hurriedly interjected to mediate. Humph. Both men huffed in unison, turning away, yet they did not truly come to blows. After all, they could still discern the gravity of the situation. On the other hand, Sun Feng from the Loose Cultivator faction appeared somewhat glum. They were only entitled to a mere 20% of the essence of the celestial beast egg. This egg was evidently extraordinary. Losing even a fraction meant losing an opportunity. Yet, he was powerless. The Xianyu sect and the Seven Kill sect were simply too formidable. Had it not been for the formidable strength of the Black Forest Python necessitating their joint efforts, the Loose Cultivators would have received nothing at all. Since that's the case, let us act quickly. The giant python is about to make its move for the celestial beast egg, Lu Feifei urged the crowd. All right. Everyone responded in unison, unleashing their most potent techniques. Thunderous lightning technique. Qin Zhoutian was the first to strike, purple lightning swirling around him, illuminating the surroundings like a super scion. The purple lightning gathered into a sphere of energy in his hands. Racing toward the Black Forest Python, crack! The lightning sphere crashed against the scales of the Black Forest Python, causing it to convulse violently as its body trembled. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Dudu brandished a curved blade, summoning a blood-red killing god apparition behind him. Azura blade, he roared, slashing down towards the Black Forest Python. The killing god apparition mirrored his movements, wielding a blood-red blade. A streak of crimson light descended from the heavens. Aiming for the python's neck, crack! The blade sliced into the python's neck, shattering a significant portion of its dark scales and leaving a gruesome gash. Roar! The dark forest serpent, writhing in pain from the electric shock, regained its senses and emitted an enraged roar towards the onlookers. The wind rises with the falling leaves. A melodious feminine voice rang out. Suddenly, a flurry of willow leaves appeared in the air, forming a verdant ring that encircled Lu Feifei. The multitude of willow leaves surged towards the dark forest serpent like arrows. Clang, clang. The leaves struck against the serpent's scales like sharp blades, producing dazzling sparks. Bift, bift. Countless leaves relentlessly pierced into the serpent's mouth, eyes, and the wounds on its neck. Arg! The dark forest serpent tightly closed its eyes, letting out a pained howl. Seizing the opportunity, the rogue cultivator Sun Feng, wielding a colossal sword as heavy as a boulder, appeared before the serpent like a ghost. Heavenly destruction slash. He gripped the hilt with both hands and swung fiercely at the serpent's abdomen. Boom! The resounding thud sent a shiver down everyone's spines. The serpent's pupils widened, and it spewed a mouthful of blood, its massive body soaring away like a kite with severed strings. Crash! The dark forest serpent crashed heavily onto the ground. Falling silent, humph! A mid-stage core formation beast is nothing to be concerned about. Huang Duzi scoffed, a flicker of joy crossed the eyes of the others. On a distant hill, crack, crack, the tail of the little white serpent lashed wildly at Su Xiaobai's nape. Stop it, little ancestor. At this rate, you'll break my neck. Su Xiaobai grimaced in pain. Hiss! The little white serpent flicked its tongue at him, seemingly urging him that if he did not act soon, the treasure would indeed be snatched away by others. After a moment of silence, Su Xiaobai ultimately shook his head. Hold on, the dark forest serpent is at least a mid-stage core formation beast. It shouldn't be so easily defeated. The four of them haven't exhausted much energy. So acting now would be too risky. Sure enough, not long after, the serpent's body stirred once more. It reared up, its eyes turning a fierce crimson, emanating a presence far exceeding its previous state. Roar. It unleashed a terrifying roar at the crowd, its colossal form swiftly lunging towards the four. Prepare yourselves, the four quickly retreated, their expressions graved. An hour later, arg! The dark forest serpent let out a mournful cry, dragging its injured body away into the distance. Meanwhile, Lu Feifei and her companions fared little better. Each wore ashen faces, nursing their respective wounds. Thank goodness we joined forces, or we truly would not have been able to contend with the dark forest serpent. Lu Feifei gasped, still shaken. Humph, had it not been for someone dragging their feet, we would have won long ago. Huang Duzi shot a provocative glance at Qin Zhoutian. You certainly have a talent for stirring trouble. If only your strength matched your tongue, you would be at the nascent soul stage by now, Qin Zhoutian retorted with a cold smirk. Huang Duzi's forehead twitched with anger. He realized this fellow's words were indeed sharp. Observing the escalating tension between the two, Lu Feifei hurriedly intervened. Gentlemen, we have just barely triumphed over the dark forest serpent. Shouldn't we swiftly divide the spirit egg liquid? The two exchanged glances for a long moment before huffing in unison, opting to ignore each other. Sun Feng, however, remained silent throughout. Just as they prepared to share the celestial beast egg liquid, an unfamiliar figure appeared beside the egg, looking down upon them from a height. Everyone, raise your hands and comply. Males to the left, females to the right, and androgynous in the center. Chapter 12. Sworn enemies with Huang Duzi. The sudden voice startled everyone. A figure clad in black, armed with 3 mountain-cutting blades and wearing a bandit hat, stood atop the hill, glaring fiercely at them. Who are you? Do you even know who we are to speak to us in such a manner? Huang Duzi hissed icily. Ha! Su Xiaobai let out a cold laugh. Slowly extending a finger towards Huang Duzi, whoosh, a beam of white light shot from Su Xiaobai's fingertip, hurtling towards Huang Duzi at breakneck speed. Pfft. Huang Duzi was instantly sent flying, a bloody hole punctured through his shoulder. Blood gushing forth. Huang Duzi screamed, collapsing to the ground, clutching his shoulder in agony. What? The other 3 were immediately struck with horror. This strike clearly possessed the strength of a mid-stage core formation, rivaling that of the dark forest serpent. I'll say it again. Either stand aside obediently, or end up like him. Su Xiaobai pointed at the writhing Huang Duzi, his voice devoid of warmth. This time it's your shoulder. Next time, it might just be your heart. The group's faces turned grave. They had barely managed to vanquish the dark forest serpent. How could they so easily concede to another? However, they were all gravely injured, their spiritual power severely depleted. Clearly no match for this bandit figure. Friend, we expended considerable effort to drive away the dark forest serpent. Your actions seem to go against the principles of chivalry. Lu Feifei stepped forward to speak. Do I strike you as a gentleman? Su Xiaobai gestured to the bandit hat atop his head. I'm wearing this thing, and you dare speak of chivalry? What, then, is the purpose of this hat? Lu Feifei fell silent. Indeed, in this guise, he hardly resembled a good person. Then we are willing to share equally. There are 5 factions among us. How about 2 portions each? She proposed, retreating slightly. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Su Xiaobai's eyes. This woman had some cunning, by suggesting 2 portions each. She bore no loss while only Qin Zhoutian and Huang Duzi would suffer. A flicker of barely perceptible delight crossed Sun Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Zhoutian and Huang Duzi wore grim expressions but dared not voice their discontent. After all, their fates lay entirely in the hands of this bandit figure. Ha ha! Excellent proposal, but I must decline. Su Xiaobai burst into laughter. Only a fool would share with you. This egg belongs entirely to me. He clenched his fist and, before the crowd's eyes, stowed the entire celestial beast egg into his bag. You? The crowd's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. This was the spirit beast egg they had painstakingly acquired, now falling entirely into another's possession. Had they not been unable to contend with this bandit, they would have already torn him to shreds. Very well. I shall remember this day, Qin Zhoutian declared, flicking his robe as he prepared to leave. The other 3 exchanged deep glances at Su Xiaobai, committing the image of this bandit to memory, already planning to issue a pursuit order upon their return. Boom. Just as they took a few steps, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, striking the ground before them, creating a pit several yards deep. Did I say you could leave? Su Xiaobai's cold voice rang out. He descended from the hilltop, wielding a mountain-cutting blade, emanating a terrifying aura. You continuously treat my words as mere whispers. Do you truly think I want to kill you? He lifted his head, revealing a chilling, murderous intent in his gaze. What is happening? This pressure is even more formidable than that of the dark forest serpent. The group trembled, a profound sense of danger enveloping them. Everyone, cover your heads and squat down. Males to the left, females to the right, and androgynous in the center. Su Xiaobai bellowed. This time, his intimidation successfully cowed the crowd. They exchanged glances, ultimately complying with Su Xiaobai's commands, aligning themselves accordingly. Su Xiaobai surveyed the group's compliance with satisfaction, silently praising himself as the best performer. However, to his astonishment, among the androgynous group, there were indeed a few individuals. Adorned with a large red flower, stubble, blushing cheeks, and wearing a skirt with long hair and shorts. Well, I isn't this little one quite unique? It even blinked at him shyly, nearly causing him to regurgitate the spirit food he had consumed days prior. Get lost, you're blinding my eyes. He brandished the mountain-cutting blade, shouting at the group. Thank you, esteemed one. The crowd, overjoyed, scrambled away from the battlefield. After dismissing a few minor interruptions, Su Xiaobai donned a sinister smile. Slowly approaching the male group. Heh, both young masters hail from grand sects. You must have quite a few treasures on you, right? He rubbed his hands together, greed illuminating his gaze as he regarded Qin Zhoutian and Huang Duzi. As if they were two naked young ladies, Qin Zhoutian watched the figure inching closer, that avaricious and lascivious grin striking terror akin to that of a devil. Don't come any closer. Ha, little one. Hand it over. Ryup. Qin Zhoutian's clothing was violently torn away, discarded. First the outer layer, then the inner. In no time, Qin Zhoutian was left in nothing but his underpants, curled on the ground. Sobbing uncontrollably, for the first time in his life, he shed tears of humiliation and helplessness. Beside him, Huang Duzi reveled in Qin Zhoutian's plight, elated. Aren't you the one with the sharp tongue? Why do you now resemble a whimpering girl on the ground? Ha. However, his joy did not last long, as Su Xiaobai's gaze soon turned towards him. Huang Dudu, aware of the situation, willingly relinquished all his treasures. Fellow Taoist, here are all my possessions. There's no need to search me any further. Right? He certainly did not wish to end up like Qin Zhoutian, stripped bare and discarded on the ground. Su Xiaobai received the treasures with a dispassionate glance and remarked, I hear you go by the name Huang Dudu? Fellow Taoist has heard of me? Huang Dudu's heart leapt with joy. If he could forge a good relationship with this individual, perhaps he could even reclaim his treasures. Indeed. I am well acquainted. I have vowed to never coexist with gambling and drugs in this lifetime. Su Xiaobai's eyes blazed with crimson fury, and without further ado, he unleashed a swift punch towards him. Duong. Su Xiaobai felt as though his fist had struck a solid steel plate. The pain flushed his face a deep crimson. Fortunately, his bandit hat concealed his expression, or he would have been exposed. Damn it. I nearly forgot I'm still only at the Qi refinement stage, 2 major realms beneath this guy. He lamented inwardly. Huang Dudu's face twisted in confusion. Why is this punch so feeble? But before he could ponder further, Su Xiaobai launched another punch towards him. This time, from beneath his sleeve, a white snake tail emerged. Smack! Huang Dudu was sent flying by the snake tail. Half of his teeth shattered. Su Xiaobai then pounced upon Huang Dudu, raining down punch after punch upon his face. In truth, Su Xiaobai's hands merely brushed against him. The real force came from the little white snake concealed in his sleeve. Smack, smack, smack. The little white snake relished its task. Pft. I was wrong. Please stop hitting me. Moments later, Huang Dudu rolled his eyes back and fainted. Only then did Su Xiaobai cease his assault, stripping Huang Dudu of his clothing for a thorough inspection. After confirming there were no hidden items, he spat on the ground. In this lifetime, I despise gambling and drugs the most. Let me never encounter you again. With that, he turned his attention to the other male companions. Chapter 13. You pervert. No. Sizzle. Hand over all your treasures. A quarter of an hour later, a group of men lay curled on the ground, reduced to mere undergarments. The sight was so dismal that it was hard to behold. The nearby women, witnessing this scene, turned pale. This person is simply a psychopath. At that moment, Su Xiaobai suddenly turned his gaze towards the female crowd, his eyes glinting with avarice. Kikik, now it's your turn? the women shrieked in terror. Yet Su Xiaobai was unfazed by their screams. When it came to being ruthless, he would not hold back. You wouldn't want to be stripped bare like them, would you? Hand over all your treasures and lay them before me. Su Xiaobai declared with a sinister smile. Having witnessed the grim fate of the men, the women promptly complied without hesitation, presenting their belongings on the ground. There were gold and silver jewelry, beauty elixirs, and a myriad of other items. Ultimately, Su Xiaobai arrived before Lu Feifei. These are all the treasures I possess. There are also 100,000 spirit stones in my spatial ring. She gestured towards a long sword. A spatial ring and several talismans before him. Is this it? Su Xiaobai frowned. This long sword was her life weapon. It was not worth the risk of her tracking him down. The truly valuable items were merely the few talismans and the 100,000 spirit stones. For someone else, this might be a fortune, but for Lu Feifei, the young lady of the Lu family, it was rather meager. I'm here to hone my skills, so I didn't bring many treasures. Lu Feifei explained, her heart simmering with resentment. If only I had brought more gear. How could this bandit have robbed me? Su Xiaobai's expression soured. He had expected Lu Feifei to be the wealthiest, only to discover her to be so impoverished. Didn't you bring any of those items like they did? Su Xiaobai pointed at the few women with strong desires. Instantly, all the females turned their gazes towards Lu Feifei. If anyone among them possessed the most distinguished appearance and lineage, it was undoubtedly her. Could it be that this seemingly glamorous young lady was, in reality, a wanton vixen behind closed doors? Lu Feifei understood precisely what he implied. Her face flushing with anger. Of course not. How could this young lady possess such items? Not carrying them suggests you possess them at home. Su Xiaobai regarded her with an expression that said, I understand. No. I have never used such things, she stammered, her demeanor awkward yet reluctant to clarify. Su Xiaobai scrutinized her for several moments. Very well, for now, I shall trust that you have never used them. Lu Feifei let out a sigh of relief, finally feeling she had clarified the matter. But then she suddenly realized something was amiss. Why was she even explaining herself to him? He was not someone significant in her life. Su Xiaobai had no intention of pressing her further. Judging by her reaction, it seemed she possessed nothing more of value. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a flash of light reflected off Lu Feifei's modest chest, piercing into Su Xiaobai's 24K titanium white eyes. Wait! Su Xiaobai halted, then swiftly approached her, their faces barely a foot apart. What are you doing? Lu Feifei was startled, instinctively covering her chest and taking a few steps back. What are you hiding beneath? Su Xiaobai pointed towards her neckline. Lu Feifei looked down, her cheeks flushing crimson, hurriedly covering her chest, glaring at Su Xiaobai in indignation. You pervert! Humph! Not willing to speak, are we? Let me show you a thing or two. With that, Su Xiaobai abruptly scooped her up and headed behind a rock. Let go of me, you wretched pervert. Lu Feifei struggled desperately. However, under the pressure of the little white snake, her resistance proved utterly futile. Witnessing Su Xiaobai carrying Lu Feifei away, the onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. They never imagined that this renowned prodigy would ultimately be taken by a bandit, evoking a sense of pity. Meanwhile, some women secretly reveled in the situation. Even if you are the young lady of the Lu family, what does it matter? After this, you will still be tainted. Behind the rock, Su Xiaobai roughly tossed Lu Feifei onto the ground. Will you strip for yourself, or shall I do it for you? He looked down at her condescendingly. If you dare ruin my purity, my Lu family shall never let you off. Lu Feifei's face was a mask of fury. Kikik, it seems I shall have to take matters into my own hands. Su Xiaobai waved his fingers dismissively, entirely unmoved by Lu Feifei's threats. As he approached her with a wicked grin, he observed the shadow looming larger before him. The inexplicable sensation emanating from her hat instilled a powerful sense of intimidation. How infuriating! To think that as one of the top 10 talented women of the wild continent, I would be forced to submit to a brigand today. How will I ever face my ancestors again? A wave of despair washed over Lu Feifei. Yet Su Xiaobai was unconcerned, directly seizing her hands that shielded her chest and pinning them against the rock behind her. Rendering her utterly defenseless in this position, Lu Feifei had no means of resistance. Xu Xiaobai yanked out the shimmering soft armor belly wrap from within. His eyes gleamed with delight and greed. Lu Feifei, on the brink of despair, turned her head away in numbness, unwilling to behold the face of the bandit. I have but one request. It's my first time. Could you be gentle? She closed her eyes. Adopting a demeanor of submission, Xu Xiaobai looked up, utterly speechless. Did this girl genuinely believe he was planning something with her? With her physique, he couldn't even muster a physiological response. Indeed, it is the celestial silkworm treasure garment, capable of withstanding a strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Xu Xiaobai's heart soared with joy. With the celestial silkworm treasure garment secured, he tossed Lu Feifei aside, momentarily forgetting her existence. Lu Feifei, having resigned herself to despair, felt perplexed by the absence of any subsequent actions and cautiously opened her eyes. She was met with the sight of Xu Xiaobai holding her belly wrap aloft, a lecherous grin plastered across his face. Truly, he is a pervert. I should have had no illusions. Lu Feifei closed her eyes once more, filled with sorrow. Chapter 14. With that physique, I can't even be bothered to look at this moment. Xu Xiaobai finally noticed her and hurriedly stashed the celestial silkworm treasure garment into his bag, fearing someone might snatch it away. All right, hurry and put your clothes back on. Otherwise, others might think I did something to you. Lu Feifei, unable to believe her ears, exclaimed, You're not going to take advantage of me? Xu Xiaobai scoffed. With a figure like yours, even if you stood before me naked, I wouldn't have any thoughts about it. Why would I take advantage of you? His words struck like thunder, delivering a heavy blow to Lu Feifei's fragile ego. Who are you calling flat? An icy aura suddenly radiated from her. Xu Xiaobai shuddered, hastily distancing himself. His instincts warned him that this type of woman could be exceedingly troublesome when enraged. I must retreat. He quickly turned to leave, having secured the celestial silkworm treasure garment. This woman had outlived her usefulness. Hey, clarify your words, Lu Feifei exclaimed, her fury palpable as she disregarded her disheveled appearance and hastily pursued him. The crowd, crouched in whispers, swiftly fell silent upon seeing Xu Xiaobai return from his task. How could he have emerged so quickly? It had barely been a short while. Was it not too swift? Could he possibly be a man of extraordinary speed? The onlookers exchanged peculiar glances with Xu Xiaobai. Oblivious to their thoughts, Xu Xiaobai felt their gazes as if they were challenging his dignity as a man. He bellowed. What are you staring at? Get down and cover your heads. With reluctance, they succumbed to his intimidation. Obediently crouching down. Come back here. At that moment, Lu Feifei, still in disarray, emerged from behind the rock. Oh my goodness, I merely spoke to you once. Is it necessary to pursue me so relentlessly? Xu Xiaobai retorted. Exasperated, a collective gasp rose from the crowd below, aghast at his audacity. Having wronged her, he yet had the gall to claim she was lacking. This was truly a heartless affront. Lu Feifei noticed the crowd's scrutinizing gazes and hurriedly adjusted her disheveled attire. However, without her undergarment, she felt a chilling discomfort. You scoundrel! She shouted at Xu Xiaobai. Yet, with unparalleled shamelessness, he paid her no mind, standing atop the mountain, looking down upon the crowd. Cough! You may think I have stolen your treasures, but in truth, I have saved your lives. Thus, it is only right I receive some recompense, Xu Xiaobai declared with conviction. His words held truth. Had he not taken the celestial beast egg, they would have perished from the consumption of its essence. The crowd could not help but roll their eyes. They had never before encountered a robber who claimed to have saved their lives. Had they not been exhausted and unable to confront him, they would have surely filled his mouth with filth. You should be grateful, he laughed, turning to leave. Scoundrel, come back, Lu Feifei called after him, urgency in her voice. Meanwhile, the crowd regarded her with grateful expressions. Surely, the bandit had spared them due to her intercession. Otherwise, how could such a lecherous man have let them go? Observing her unsatisfied demeanor, it was evident that the bandit had not satisfied her desires. Miss Lu, this great favor shall not be forgotten by Zhou Tian. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me at Xinyu Sect. I shall do my utmost, Qin Zhou Tian said, bowing to Lu Feifei before departing with his companions. At that moment, Huang Du and Du approached her. My dear, Consider this a debt owed to you by Huang Du, and Do I shall persuade my master to abandon the forthcoming assault on the Lu family next month," he declared before also taking his leave. Lu Feifei raised an eyebrow, perplexed by their sudden change of heart. "Miss Lu," Sun Feng approached next, "we, the wandering cultivators, possess no rare treasures to repay you, but we offer our unwavering loyalty. Should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me." With that, he led his group away. Left behind was Lu Feifei, her expression one of utter bewilderment as the wind tousled her hair. Had they all lost their minds? Although that bandit had stripped her of her undergarment, her situation was far better than the boys, who had been left with naught but their trousers. Why were they casting sympathetic glances her way? Moreover, there seemed to be a hint of gratitude in their eyes. She was utterly confounded. "Miss, are you all right?" The Lu family members hastily approached, concern etched on their faces. Lu Feifei offered a faint smile, reassuring them, "I'm fine, that's wonderful. Take no heed of others' opinions. In time, all will pass," a maid said, nervously twisting her clothing. Lu Feifei? Why was it becoming increasingly difficult for her to comprehend their words? Noticing her confusion, the maid rushed to her side, whispering a few words in her ear. Moments later, a panicked scream pierced the air. "You all misunderstand. Nothing happened between that pervert and me. Come back," Lu Feifei shouted towards the departing crowd. But they had already vanished. In the days that followed, news spread throughout the wasteland that the Lu family's eldest daughter had sacrificed herself to the bandit to save her comrades. Yet, the true culprit, Su Xiaobai, had hidden away, seeking solace in a secluded cave. Bye-bye. Our successful collaboration in acquiring such treasures is truly commendable. Su Xiaobai grinned with greedy delight, arranging the plundered goods before him. A veritable mountain of riches. Little White Snake, having been influenced by Su Xiaobai, now sported a cunning grin. "Well, we've gathered enough here," Su Xiaobai declared as he rose. He had not harmed Lu Feifei or the others. They were all promising talents nurtured by their respective factions, the future pillars of their families or sections. Merely robbing them would likely be viewed by their elders as a lesson in humility, and they would turn a blind eye as time passed. However, had he killed them, it would provoke the wrath of the major families and sects, leading to relentless pursuit. Such a loss would not be worth it. Hence, he had only robbed them, sparing their lives. Now we must search for the Han Yuan flower, Su Xiaobai yawned, stretching. Crafting the perfect foundation-building elixir was his primary goal. SSSS, Little White Snake hissed, indicating that it knew where the Han Yuan flower was located. "Oh, how fortuitous! Let us depart at once," Su Xiaobai exclaimed with delight, swiftly collecting the treasures into his bag and hastening towards the cave exit. In a hidden valley, a man and a snake approached with a fierce demeanor. "Bye-bye. Is the Han Yuan flower truly here?" Su Xiaobai inquired. Little White Snake nodded, directing his gaze towards a white flower swaying in the wind atop a cliff. Suddenly, an ominous aura enveloped them. Roar! A massive black python surged from the cave below the cliff, issuing a warning hiss at Su Xiaobai. The serpent bore deep gashes and its scales were mostly torn, clearly injured. An old acquaintance?" Su Xiaobai exclaimed, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. The colossal creature before him was none other than the black forest python that had previously been besieged by Lu Feifei and her companions. "What a small world, Bye-bye. Can you handle it? If you can, we shall fight. If not, we shall flee," Su Xiaobai whispered to the little white snake perched on his shoulder. Even in its weakened state, the black forest python was not something he could contend with as a mere chi refinement cultivator. The true powerhouse remained the white snake on his shoulder. Chapter 15. Shattered fragments of the Xinyuan sword. Little White Snake leaped from Su Xiaobai's shoulder, its form rapidly enlarging. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal white python, slightly larger than the black forest python. Upon seeing Bye-bye, the black forest python displayed signs of excitement, its tail thumping against the ground like a beast in heat. "Is this your companion?" Su Xiaobai asked, standing atop Bye-bye's head. Bye-bye spat, revealing a deep disdain. It advanced, its tail gesturing towards the Han Yuan flower atop the cliff. The black forest python immediately understood, swiftly climbing the cliff and delicately plucking the flower, fearful of damaging it. Approaching Bai Bai, it presented the Hun Yuan flower, eager to please. Bai Bai lifted its head, signaling for Su Xiaobai to retrieve it, unwilling to touch the repulsive creature. Once, when it was injured, this very python had attempted to take advantage of it and seize its demon core. Had it not fortuitously encountered He Han, it would have likely met a grim fate. Su Xiaobai approached the black forest python, extending his hand. However, the creature responded with a furious hiss, a putrid gust of foul air assaulting him. Roar, it seemed to say. Who are you? Only Bai Bai may retrieve it. Annoyed, Su Xiaobai turned to Bai Bai and made a throat-cutting gesture. Such arrogance from a wounded beast was intolerable. Bai Bai narrowed its eyes, contemplating for a moment. Finally, it nodded, a sinister smile gracing its face. A wave of terrifying killing intent radiated from it. Su Xiaobai quickly retreated to a safe distance. The clash of two mid-stage core formation beasts would be enough to obliterate him. The black forest python's expression shifted in alarm, puzzled by Bai Bai's sudden murderous intent. Had it not been so accommodating? A hissing sound erupted as it roared impatiently at the white figure. Unfazed, the white creature dismissed it, deeming it unworthy of further discourse. In an instant, its massive form surged forward. In the valley, two colossal beings clashed, causing the earth to tremble and sending nearby lesser beasts fleeing in terror. Su Xiaobai, hiding at a distance, felt a surge of relief for his swift escape. Otherwise, he might have been crushed by the falling rocks. The titanic battle raged on for nearly an hour, with a mournful wail. The black forest serpent found itself ensnared by the white creature's jaws around its neck. A sickening crunch echoed as the serpent's head was severed in a death roll. The lifeless body of the black forest serpent crashed heavily to the ground, producing a thunderous sound. With a swift flick of its head, the white creature cast aside the serpent's severed head. The serpent's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom why it had been slain. Su Xiaobai could not suppress a gulp of trepidation. Gazing at the white serpent, now drenched in the serpent's blood, a sense of relief washed over him. Fortunately, this was his ally. Otherwise, a single breath could have been his undoing. The white creature approached the carcass of the black forest serpent, biting into its belly to extract a black demon cord, a mid-stage core. Su Xiaobai's expression shifted with astonishment. Legends spoke of high-quality demon cores possessing the ability to resurrect the dead, though no evidence had ever substantiated this claim. However, it was undeniable that absorbing such cores could significantly enhance one's power. With a decisive crunch, the white creature swallowed the demon core whole. Almost immediately, its aura began to surge, indicating an impending breakthrough. The white creature, already at the pinnacle of mid-stage, was poised to ascend to late stage. Yet, Su Xiaobai felt no envy. The mid-stage demon core was beyond his current capabilities as a mere chi refinement cultivator. Consuming it would lead to his explosive demise. His gaze shifted toward the cave where the black forest serpent had resided. Surely, this mid-stage demon beast's lair held a trove of treasures. A faint smile graced his lips as he ventured deeper into the cave. Upon entering, a foul, putrid stench assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. Ugh! The caves of these demon beasts truly reek. He fought against the nausea as he navigated further inside, noting the remnants of the serpent's droppings along the way. Finally, at the cave's innermost recess, he beheld a rusted iron sword. Upon sighting it, Su Xiaobai's pupils dilated in shock. He rushed forward. This was a fragment of the Xinyuan sword, one of the 10 sacred artifacts. He could scarcely believe that such a piece lay within the lair of the black forest serpent, the Xinyuan sword, the most offensive of the 10 sacred artifacts, renowned for having clashed with the Donghuang Bell during the ancient Divine War. Ultimately, the sword shattered, splintering into numerous fragments scattered across the myriad realms. Yet, artifacts are neither mortal nor perishable. Should all fragments be reunited, the Xinyuan sword could once more grace the world with its presence. Su Xiaobai hurried forward, grasping the hilt of the sword, intent on extracting it. However, even this fragment bore an immense weight, as if it were thousands of pounds. With considerable effort, he managed to wrench it from the earth. Clang! The Xinyuan sword fell to the ground, creating a deep crater. Exhausted and drenched in sweat, Su Xiaobai collapsed onto the ground. This won't do. It seems I must enhance my physique, or else I won't even be able to wield the Xinyuan sword. Over the years, he had focused primarily on cultivating his spiritual energy. The relentless demands of the Foolish Dog's divine tome, which required him to advance one small realm each year, had caused him to neglect his physical training. At this rate, it would be necessary to wait until he reached foundation establishment to even attempt to use the Xinyuan sword. He clearly could not afford to wait. Such a divine artifact should be mastered as soon as possible. Becoming his ultimate safeguard, he resolved to bolster his physical form. His gaze returned to the corpse of the black forest serpent outside the cave. Could I even handle the flesh and blood of a mid-stage demon beast? He pondered aloud. With that, he stepped back outside. That moment, the white creature had reverted to its smaller form, coiled up outside the cave, exuding a terrifying pressure. It seemed that the white creature would require some time to complete its breakthrough. Thus, he seized the opportunity to further hone his physical prowess. Not wishing to disturb it, he prepared a pot, boiled water, and gathered seasonings, wielding his mountain cleaver as he approached the serpent's carcass. Before long, a fragrant snake soup was ready. He took a cautious sip of the broth, testing its potency. To this point, he could not afford to be careless, even with a sip of soup. As the warm liquid coursed through him, a fiery sensation ignited in his abdomen, as if something was about to emerge. Damn! That sensation arrived with alarming swiftness. He quickly settled into a meditative position, striving to assimilate this surge of energy. Chapter 16. The monster in human skin. A soul-wrenching pain engulfed Su Xiaobai's entire being, crimson malevolence radiating from within him, as if his very veins were being torn asunder. Damn it, hold on. He howled, his face contorted in agony, veins bulging on his forehead, revealing a fierce determination. Su Xiaobai's willpower was undeniably formidable. Otherwise, he could never have advanced a small realm each year with his mediocre spiritual root. Once he set his mind to something, he would find any means to accomplish it. A quarter of an hour later, the tumult within him gradually subsided. He had finally digested the snake soup. He could distinctly feel his physique had strengthened. Rising to his feet, he glanced at the white creature still in deep meditation. It appeared that a return was not imminent. Calculating the time, it seemed that Zhao's external assistance should soon arrive. The thought of the fortuitous encounters bestowed upon the chosen ones filled him with envy and resentment. Alas! I cannot afford to lag behind with that. He raised a bowl of snake soup, a flicker of trepidation crossing his gaze. The excruciating pain he had endured was indeed unbearable. Damn it, here goes. He shut his eyes and downed the entire bowl of soup. Shortly thereafter, anguished cries echoed throughout the valley once more. The Xinyu sect. Ling Xiao returned to his quarters, tattered and disheveled, with several vivid lip prints adorning his neck and face, resembling a girl who had been violated. On his way back, numerous curious and sympathetic glances were cast in his direction. After all, under Li Tsuetsue's vigorous promotion, the entire Xinyu sect was aware that Ling Xiao belonged to her. Ling Xiao lay on his bed, his eyes devoid of spirit. Li Tsuetsue had become a nightmare he could not escape. Women are truly terrifying. In the room, only his heart-wrenching realizations resonated. Bang! Suddenly, the door was violently kicked open. Su Xiaobai, last time, you took advantage of my carelessness to launch a sneak attack. Let's see if I don't skin you alive this time. The intruder was the ferocious man who had been soundly beaten by Su Xiaobai previously, along with his companions. Ling Xiao quickly scrambled off the bed, warily regarding them. What do you want? Little Bai isn't here. Not here. The ferocious man scanned the room and confirmed Su Xiaobai's absence. Humph, do you think hiding will be of any use? If he is not here, I'll set his house ablaze. He gestured to his subordinates, who promptly entered, brandishing torches. You can't. Ling Xiao spread his arms, positioning himself in front of the intruders. This is the only home I have with Little Bai. I won't allow you to destroy it. Ha! The ferocious man scoffed derisively. Without warning, he delivered a brutal kick to Ling Xiao's abdomen. Thud! Ling Xiao spat a mouthful of blood, his body hurtling backward, crashing into the furnishings, toppling them to the ground. The ferocious man advanced, seizing Ling Xiao by the hair, a sinister and mocking smile gracing his face. Did you really think our target was Su Xiaobai? Our true objective is you. Bring him, break his bones. Inch by inch, yes, big brother. Several lackeys approached, grinning wickedly as they closed in on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's face contorted in agony, utterly devoid of the strength to resist. He could only watch helplessly as these devils approached him step by step. They secured his arms, lifting him up, and one of them raised a hammer, bringing it down with brutal force upon his arm. Crack! The horrifying sound of shattering bones echoed as Ling Xiao's arm bent at a grotesque angle. Ah! He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ha ha! Smash it! Keep smashing! The ferocious man appeared to revel in Ling Xiao's suffering, laughing heartily as he urged his subordinates to continue. Yes. He. In Ling Xiao's increasingly blurred vision, the figures before him transformed into grotesque caricatures, their mouths stretched wide, splitting open like gaping maws. Black tendrils sprouted from above, revealing sinister and eerie smiles. What manner of creature are you? It was clear to him now that they were monsters cloaked in human skin. Before Ling Xiao could voice his question, a massive hammer descended upon him. Crack, crack, ha ha ha. Blood splattered as the sounds of shattering bones mingled with the monster's laughter, reverberating throughout the room. 15 minutes later. Boss, is he truly the person we are seeking? On the floor, Ling Xiao lay sprawled like a heap of mangled flesh, his entire skeleton shattered, barely clinging to life. Several of his subordinates had reverted to their original forms, casting uncertain glances at the menacing figure before them. This individual appeared too feeble. It was difficult to fathom that he was the person they were seeking. The credibility of the claim that Su Xiaobai was that individual was far greater than this man's. The fierce man's eyes also reflected confusion. He then explained, after all, we are mere replicas from the reincarnation realm, transmitted from the future, and can only arrive within a vague time frame. Logically speaking, the Emperor Ling Tian, having dominated his peers, should not be so pathetically weak. Could it be that we have indeed mistaken our quarry? He muttered to himself. What should we do now? I've heard he has even allied himself with the daughter of the Spirit Herb Peak's master. If our identities are discovered, we may find ourselves in peril, one of the subordinates exclaimed in panic. They were, after all, not from this timeline, and their abilities were significantly constrained. Calm down, the fierce man bellowed. The crowd fell silent immediately. No one saw us on our way here, so there is no need to fear suspicion. The most prudent course of action now is to dispose of his corpse. We shall cast him from the cliff on the back mountain. It is a sheer drop of 10,000 feet, unfathomably deep. Even if Su Xiaobai were to search for him, he would never think to look there. After a moment of contemplation, the fierce man declared, Excellent idea. The subordinates' eyes shimmered with admiration. Their leader was always so astute. At the back mountain, a group of individuals carried a snakeskin bag, stealthily approaching the edge of the cliff. Let us throw him down, the fierce man commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the sea of clouds below. Leader, this fellow still has a breath left. Shouldn't we kill him first before tossing him down? That would be safer, one subordinate suggested. The fierce man's expression darkened instantly. He detested being contradicted. Are you the leader, or am I? Do you really think he could survive such a fall from this height? If he does, I'll eat dung and return to the outer realm. He roared at the subordinate. The frightened subordinate immediately knelt before him. I meant no offense, esteemed leader. Please forgive me. Humph. The fierce man flicked his sleeve dismissively, coldly ordering, throw him down? Yes. The group heaved the snakeskin bag containing Ling Xiao over the edge of the cliff. The fierce man watched as the bag disappeared into the sea of clouds, nodding in satisfaction. All right, let us depart. Yes. Chapter 17. How can you take a bath during the day without closing the door? A month later, in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, boom! A massive rock split in two. Su Xiaobai stood bare-chested, showcasing his muscular physique. Ha ha! At last, I can wield this Xinyuan sword. His face radiated with excitement. After a month of grueling training, his physical prowess had finally undergone a qualitative leap. Now, even a foundation-building expert would be felled by a single strike from him in secret. A small white snake leaped onto his shoulder, calling out a few times. Let me finish this pot of snake soup. And then we shall return, he said, stepping forward to drink a large bowl of snake soup. He could now drink soup expressionlessly, and his strength had risen to the 6th layer of qi refining. Would you like some? Su Xiaobai asked the little white snake on his shoulder. Whack! The little snake slapped him on the neck with its tail. Eating your own kind in front of me is one thing. But you want me to join in? Forget it. Displeased, Su Xiaobai gulped down the entire pot of snake soup. Let us go. The man and the snake retraced their steps back to the Xianyu sect. Upon their return, they coincidentally spotted a notice on the bulletin board, featuring a portrait of He Han. The notice read, He Han, the top disciple of Spirit Herb Peak, has been expelled from the sect for allegedly poisoning the Peak Master. An act of grave severity, and is never to be readmitted. Wow, little Han is so bold. She actually dared to poison a Peak Master. She really doesn't fear for her life, Su Xiaobai remarked. Somewhat speechless. But where are we supposed to find her now? Hiss, do you know where she is? The little white snake nodded, indicating it could scent her presence. Then let us hurry. Ultimately, following the little snake's guidance, the two arrived at the dilapidated inn at the foot of Xianyu sect. Is this the right place? Hiss. The little snake nodded affirmatively. Su Xiaobai entered and, after inquiring with the innkeeper, learned of He Han's room. In fact, she was the only one residing there. Arriving at her door, he noticed the crack left ajar and pushed it open, stepping inside. Little Han, after enduring countless hardships, I have finally brought back the Hunyuan flower for you, he said, weariness etched across his face. Inside the room, He Han stood naked in a bathtub, clutching a towel, her back to him, her fair and graceful form exposed to the air. Their eyes met, and for a moment, the atmosphere fell into silence. Wow, I didn't expect her to look so delicate, yet actually be quite well endowed, Su Xiaobai mused internally. Startled by Su Xiaobai's sudden intrusion, He Han froze for a moment before her face flushed crimson. Ah, pervert! She seized a nearby stool and hurled it in his direction. Su Xiaobai quickly dodged, exiting the room and shutting the door behind him. Before He Han could express her anger, he took the initiative to question her. How can you behave this way? Taking a bath during the day without closing the door. Anyone else might have thought you were trying to entice them. Thankfully, it was me who walked in. Otherwise, someone else would have taken advantage of you, Su Xiaobai reprimanded. I didn't mean to, He Han stammered, feeling guilty under his scrutiny. She curled up in the bathtub, murmuring, I didn't want it to be this way. But the door is broken, and won't close. I thought there wouldn't be anyone passing by even if the door won't close. You should have taken some precautions. How can you? A young woman. Be so careless. Do you not realize there are many wolves lurking outside, just waiting for naive little girls like you to walk right into their traps? Su Xiaobai admonished in a fatherly tone. I understand my mistake. Master, please don't scold me, He Han replied meekly, resembling a little girl caught misbehaving. Humph, I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again, Su Xiaobai declared. Flicking his sleeve, the little white snake watched in astonishment, impressed by this reversal of roles. It seemed there was much for it to learn. A few minutes later, He Han finished her bath and donned her favorite loose black robe. Instantly feeling secure, Master, I'm done bathing. You may come in now, she called out to Su Xiaobai outside the door. He pushed the door open and entered, though his expression remained stern, clearly discontent with her earlier behavior. Master, please don't be angry. Here, have some tea, she offered, presenting him with a bowl of freshly brewed green tea. As she bent down, her hair brushed closely against him. You do smell much better after your bath, he thought to himself, bemused. What with you, wandering around in that oversized black robe all day? It's convenient and gives me a sense of security, He Han explained. Master, you see, when I'm refining pills, my clothes easily get dirty. Constantly changing is quite a hassle. Black is the most stain-resistant color, so I can wear it for several weeks. Several weeks? Su Xiaobai nearly stumbled in shock, resolving to ensure she bathed more frequently. You might as well be growing maggots in that time. Moreover, it even had a hood. When I go out to buy things, I just put on the hood, and no one will notice me. She donned the hood, resembling a little black cat as she pranced around before Su Xiaobai. He rolled his eyes in exasperation. Don't you think that makes you more conspicuous? He Han blinked in confusion. Oh well, I've brought back the Hunyuan flower for you. When will you be able to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill? He placed the Hunyuan flower on the table. Not long, not long. With your nearly perfect theories, Master, I can refine it within 6 months at most, He Han exclaimed, excitement lighting up her face. During the month Su Xiaobai was away, she had missed him dearly. Aspiring to be the first to refine the perfect foundation establishment pill was a dream she had cherished for a long time. By the way, I saw the notice about your expulsion from the sect. Why did you attempt to poison the master of Spirit Herb Peak? Su Xiaobai narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he possessed knowledge of future events, he did not have an all-encompassing understanding of every detail. Certain trivial matters, which held no significance for future developments, were only vaguely mentioned in the heavenly book, and some were entirely omitted. Much like a film, it was impossible to focus the camera on inconsequential minutiae that bore no relevance to the plot. This He Han appeared somewhat embarrassed. In truth, he had no intention of poisoning his former master. He merely wanted him to unwittingly assist in testing a concoction. Testing medicine? Yes, it was that kind which facilitated bowel movements. He Han shyly poked her fingers together. I wished to ascertain whether the medicine I developed would have any effect on someone of the peak master's caliber. Chapter 18. The Tragic Master of Spiritual Medicine. So you targeted the Master of Spiritual Medicine? Su Xiaobai cast her a speechless glance. He Han nodded timidly, her small face displaying a hint of grievance. How was I to know that the effects of that medicine would be so pronounced? When my former master first consumed it, he felt nothing, leading me to believe it was a failure. So I refrained from informing him. Who could have anticipated that he would attend the sect assembly? Just as the sect leader was about to speak, in a moment of stillness, he suddenly let out a resounding fart. Following that, it was an uncontrollable deluge. Nothing could contain it. It is said that the assembly was ultimately disrupted, with the masters fleeing from the foul stench. My master became the laughing stock of all the peak masters, even earning the nickname Li Depeo. Suppressing a laugh, Su Xiaobai mourned for the master of spiritual medicine for 3 seconds. Such a mortifying scene was enough to make one cringe. He was merciful to have merely expelled you from the sect. Had it been me, I would have first administered 20 strikes with a rod, then bound you to a pillar and lashed you 300 times, Su Xiaobai stated solemnly. He Han quickly distanced herself from him, crossing her arms and gazing at him in fear. Master, you are quite terrifying. All right, I was merely joking, Su Xiaobai chuckled. I knew it. He Han sighed in relief. How could I possibly administer just 300 strikes? Su Xiaobai added. He Han's mouth fell open. How can you deceive like this? But at that moment, Su Xiaobai had already shifted the topic. From his bag, he produced an egg the size of a watermelon. Master, what is this egg? He Han inquired curiously, leaning in to poke the egg. This is a celestial beast egg. If it hatches successfully, it will yield a celestial beast offspring, Su Xiaobai explained earnestly. Celestial beast? What kind of beast is that? A very formidable one. Su Xiaobai handed the egg to her. The hatching of a celestial beast egg requires a considerable amount of time, and I cannot wait. So I need you to accelerate its hatching using your threefold true fire. Be cautious not to cook it too thoroughly. He Han gingerly accepted the celestial beast egg, looking at Su Xiaobai with confusion. Master, how did you know I possess threefold true fire? Even my former master was unaware of this. Humph. Your master is well versed in both celestial phenomena and earthly geography, knowledgeable in ancient and modern wisdom. With unparalleled talent, there is nothing I do not know. Su Xiaobai puffed out his chest. Wow, master, you are incredible. I knew I had not chosen the wrong person as my mentor, He Han exclaimed excitedly. Clapping her hands, her eyes filled with admiration, Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing. By the way, why do you reside in such a dilapidated place? Shouldn't an alchemist be quite prosperous? He looked at her in confusion. He Han shyly poked her fingers together. Well, I do not dare to interact with outsiders, so the pills I concocted have not been sold. The money I have is what I saved from my monthly stipend while at Xinyu sect. There is hardly anything left, which is why I can only afford to rent such a place. She displayed a wry smile. Upon hearing that she possessed numerous unsold pills, Su Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up. How about you sell those pills to me? He Han smiled and shook her head. Master, if you want them, I can just give you some. There is no need to buy them. No, that Su Xiaobai shook his head, grasping He Han's hand. I do not want just a few. I want them all. You want them all? He Han looked at the man before her in disbelief, astonished by his greed. Master, it's not that I am unwilling. It's just that I have too many pills, and you may not have enough money. He Han said delicately. Su Xiaobai was merely a servant disciple, with a stipend that did not surpass hers. Not to mention her entire fortune, even purchasing a single pill would require selling everything he owned. Who do you look down upon? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, then waved his hand grandly. Suddenly, a vast pile of spirit stones scattered across the ground, forming a small mountain that shone with dazzling brilliance. He Han's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Master, where did you acquire so many spirit stones? Can you take me along next time? So many spirit stones surpass what I accumulated through 10 years of hard work at Xinyu sect. That is none of your concern, so, do you still believe that I lack the financial means to purchase your pills? Su Xiaobai said nonchalantly. No. He Han hurriedly waved her hands, then swiftly handed him a spatial ring. It is filled with various bottles and jars. These are the various pills I have concocted over the years, some for healing, some for beauty, and others for strengthening the body and warming the kidneys. Very good, Su Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. With so many pills to protect me, my life is once again assured. Although he had cast a wide net over the years, aligning himself with many future prodigies, associating with these destined children could easily render him a stepping stone for their friends and family in their pursuit of power. While he could foresee the future and understand how to seek fortune and avoid calamity, caution was still warranted. He Han quickly stuffed the spirit stones into her pockets, her heart blooming with joy as she contemplated the prospect of clinging to her master's coattails. With such a wealthy master, she would no longer need to scrimp and save, worrying about affording materials. She could concoct pills however she wished, standing, lying down, or in any position she could think of. As she imagined this, tears of joy streamed down her cheeks. Su Xiaobai cast a sidelong glance at her, noting that her thoughts were clearly written on her face. However, he was not concerned about He Han clinging to him. After all, money could always be earned again. But a talent like her must be drawn into his faction as soon as possible. Otherwise, once they become successful, it would be challenging to persuade them to join later. All right, use this money to find a better place to live. A conducive environment is beneficial for alchemy. After you secure a new residence, let me know. I will take my leave first. As he prepared to depart, He Han cheerfully waved at him. Master, please take care. Su Xiaobai waved his hand, but as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. By the way, give me some of the laxative you researched. I have use for it. Master, are you constipated? But you must pay attention to the dosage. You are still in the qi refining stage, and too much could cause your intestines to spill out. He Han hurriedly reminded him. Su Xiaobai shot her an exasperated look. My stomach is perfectly fine. I feast on rich foods daily. I have other uses for such things. Oh, Xinyu sect, the back mountain. On a desolate cliff, a hand suddenly emerged from the abyss, grasping the ground. A disheveled man climbed up from below. Ling Xiao stood upright on the ground, exuding an astonishing aura of pressure. 30 years of the river flowing east, 30 years west. No longer a poor youth. Those who once wronged and humiliated me shall face 100-fold retribution. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes. Chapter 19. The Old One, rest assured, young man. You have now activated the ancient Yan Huang bloodline. With my guidance, it will not be long before you undergo a complete transformation. A kind, elderly voice resonated in Ling Xiao's mind. I must also thank my teacher for this life-saving grace. Without you, I would likely have become a mere skeleton, Ling Xiao declared, his gaze resolute. I promise to reshape my teacher's body and take revenge on my enemies. Ha! Your determination brings me great comfort, my dear student. However, the pressing matter at hand is to enhance your strength. The elderly voice chuckled. Ling Xiao nodded, then suddenly appeared flustered as a thought struck him. Oh no! After those people killed me, they wouldn't turn their attention to Brother Xiaobai, would they? No, teacher, we must hurry back. He hurriedly made his way toward the direction of the servant peak. Upon returning to the small courtyard where the two had once lived, he found the room covered in dust, with scattered furniture strewn across the floor and the yard in disarray. Clearly, Su Xiaobai had yet to return. Could it be that Brother Xiaobai has fallen victim to those monsters? Ling Yun's eyes turned crimson, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, drawing blood. He let out a furious roar, slamming his fist into the ground, creating a deep crater. He knelt on the ground, his eyes devoid of life, reminiscing about the glorious days spent with Xiaobai Gu. Together, they would sneak bites of spiritual food, urinate in the bowls of those who bullied them, and secretly watch their senior sisters bathe. Xiaobai Gu had always protected him like an elder brother, and now that he had finally grown stronger and could safeguard Xiaobai Gu in return, he found himself overcome with sorrow. Tears streamed down the corners of his eyes, splattering onto the ground. A fleeting shadow appeared beside him, gently patting his shoulder, soothingly saying, "Little one, the past has gone. You must look forward." I am sure he would not wish to see you in such despair. Ling Xiao wiped away his tears, resolutely declaring, "Rest assured, Xiaobai Gu, I will make those who took your life pay by shattering their bodies into pieces." His eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. "Ah Xiao?" At that moment, a familiar voice called from behind. Ling Xiao jolted as if struck by lightning, his body trembling. He stiffly turned around, only to behold that handsome visage unchanged, adorned with a smile as warm as spring sunshine. "Xiaobai Gu?" Ling Xiao lunged into Su Xiaobai's embrace. However, he had forgotten that he had activated the ancient Yanhuang bloodline, his strength having surged dramatically. Completely transformed. Thud. At that moment, Su Xiaobai felt as if a massive black bull had charged at him. His eyes rolled back, nearly expelling the snake soup he had just consumed. He staggered back 3 steps before barely regaining his balance. "Good lad, I usually treat you so well, and this is how you repay me, is it?" he said, his lips twitching. Fortunately, he had already reached the 6th level of Qi refinement, plus his physical strength had skyrocketed. Otherwise, that collision would have sent him flying. Ling Xiao, realizing his mistake, quickly released Su Xiaobai, scratching his head in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, Xiaobai Gu. I forgot I have already broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement." "What?" Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's strength would surely rise after encountering fortuitous events, to jump straight to the 5th level of Qi refinement was a bit excessive. Wasn't it? He had painstakingly cultivated for 2 years, from plotting against Sister Dongfang to treasure hunting in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, robbing various factions, and tempering his body with the blood of core-forming demon beasts, only to reach his current 6th level of Qi refinement. Any misstep along the way could have resulted in dire consequences. Yet, Ling Xiao had merely fallen off a cliff and ascended to the 5th level. Just one realm below him. How could one not feel envy over such an unequal opportunity? Damn it, what the hell? "What's wrong, Xiaobai Gu? You seem a bit upset," Ling Xiao asked, concern etched on his face. "Oh, it's nothing, just a bit curious. Why the sudden surge in your strength?" Su Xiaobai forced a smile. Wait, do not disclose my identity to anyone else." Ling Xiao was about to explain when he was halted by the elder's voice in his mind. "Oh," Ling Xiao, realizing the gravity, quickly nodded. Yet, without the explanation, he was at a loss for how to justify his sudden increase in strength. For a moment, he could only scratch his head in contemplation. "It seems that Elder Yuan's spirit has intervened." Su Xiaobai mused inwardly. Although he could not see Elder Yuan's spirit, he was certain it was nearby. This Elder Yuan had once been a top-tier powerhouse, a renowned mentor to Ling Xiao. His contributions would not be overlooked in Ling Xiao's future rise to become an Emperor of Heaven. With this thought in mind, he stepped forward and affectionately ruffled Ling Xiao's hair. "All right, everyone has their secrets. If you do not wish to share, you need not." Gratitude welled in Ling Xiao's eyes, shimmering with unshed tears. "Okay, we need not speak too much. In a few days, the sect's grand competition will commence. We should aim to recruit some outer disciples. I will follow Xiaobai Ge's lead." Su Xiaobai nodded with a smile. With his current wealth and resources, the allure of outer or even inner disciples held little interest for him. Only the truly inherited disciples piqued his curiosity. His desire to become an outer disciple was primarily motivated by the upcoming 9 Nether Secret Realm opening in 2.5 years. The 9 Nether Secret Realm was the tomb of an ancient powerhouse, drifting across the myriad realms. It held countless opportunities, but only young prodigies under the age of 30 could enter. However, in the Xinyu sect, Miscellaneous disciples were not qualified to participate in any secret realm trials. Firstly, their strength was too weak, rendering them mere liabilities. Secondly, if the miscellaneous disciples left, who would tend to the daily needs of the entire sect? Thus, he must become an outer disciple within a year. In the following days, Su Xiaobai and Ling Xiao engaged in spirited training together. With Elder Yuan's guidance, Ling Xiao's combat skills improved rapidly, and Su Xiaobai benefited alongside him. Yet, he could not help but marvel at the ancient Yinhuang bloodline's sheer unreasonable prowess. Despite being a realm lower than him, Ling Xiao held his ground in battles, easily challenging realms above his own. Moreover, judging by his aura, it would not be long before this young man experienced yet another breakthrough. Enough, enough. Let us take a break today. Su Xiaobai waved his hand, stepping aside to take a long drink of water. Ling Xiao seemed reluctant, clearly craving another round. He yearned to experience Xiaobai Ji's ferocity once more. Su Xiaobai, noticing the fervent glint in his eyes, felt a shiver run down his spine and instinctively retreated a few steps. You continue training here. I need to step out for a bit. He hastily fled the courtyard, deciding to sneak into the dining hall for a bite of spiritual food to calm his nerves. Soon enough, the day of the sect's grand competition arrived. Su Xiaobai and Ling Xiao entered the arena with high spirits. This was the venue for disciples to duel and compete in grand trials. The sect's grand competition was held every 4 years, a momentous occasion where the masters of each peak would gather, scouting for promising talents to take under their wings. Outer disciples could only ascend to inner disciples through this competition. At this moment, the area below was packed with a throng of onlookers. A few figures descended from the platform. They wore white sashes, their attire far more splendid than that of ordinary disciples. Exuding an extraordinary aura. Look, it's the true disciples, someone exclaimed excitedly. True disciples were exceedingly rare, personally guided by the peak masters, with talents that were 1 in a million within the Xianyu sect. True disciples were akin to celebrities, adored wherever they went. Though there were a total of 11 peaks, the number of true disciples was a mere 20, highlighting the stringent criteria for their selection. Amidst the throng of true disciples, one figure stood out particularly, capturing the attention of the entire gathering. It was Sister Dongfang. Sister Dongfang, I love you. Dongfang Qianyue stood gracefully in her blue attire, her expression serene as if she were a celestial being descended from the moon, untouched by the mundane world. The crowd below was nearly entirely composed of her fans, their cheers resonating throughout the Xianyu sect. Su Xiaobai instinctively shrank back, fearing that he might be noticed. The last thing he wanted was to draw her attention and risk being scolded. Sister Dongfang is truly the pride of our Xianyu sect. I heard she recently broke through to the nascent soul stage, becoming the youngest nascent soul cultivator in the wasteland. I must learn from her. Ling Xiao gazed at her with admiration, his eyes filled with fierce determination. One day, he too would rise to her level. Just then, Elder Yuan emerged from within him, his eyes narrowed as he scrutinized Dongfang Qianyue. This girl indeed possesses exceptional talent, and her spiritual roots have yet to fully manifest. Otherwise, she would be even more formidable. He sighed, shaking his head in regret. Regret about what? Ling Xiao inquired, puzzled. Regrettably, she has lost her Yin essence. Otherwise, if you were to cultivate together, it could further activate the ancient Yanhuang bloodline within you. What? Sister Dongfang has lost her Yin essence. Ling Xiao exclaimed in horror. P.S. Due to the revisions made while being locked away in a dark room, the current plot deviates slightly from the original. In truth, the protagonist and sister have had a relationship. Originally, I intended to modify it to be more innocent, but this element runs through much of the earlier content, making it unrealistic to change completely. Thus, I can only give you this hint here. His exclamation immediately drew the attention of those around him, who glared at him with murderous intent. What nonsense are you spouting? How dare you spread rumors about Sister Dongfang? Do you believe I want to teach you a lesson? Sister Dongfang is pure and pristine, having never had much interaction with any male disciples. She must still be intact. How dare you slander her? What's your name, you little brat? Still wet behind the ears. Spouting such absurdities today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. A group of people approached Ling Xiao with menacing glares. Ling Xiao frowned, about to speak, but Su Xiaobai quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Forgive me, brothers. My sibling here is actually a fan of Sister Dongfang. He merely had a nightmare last night about her running off with someone else, which left him a bit disoriented. Please don't hold it against him. Ah, I see. That is understandable. I often have such nightmares as well, dreaming of Sister Dongfang entwined with another man. The feeling of being a mere bystander, humiliated from a distance, still haunts me to this day. Amidst the sorrowful weeping of an individual, a comforting voice emerged. Fear not, my young friend. We understand your feelings. In time, all wounds will heal. This was spoken by someone patting Ling Xiao's shoulder. Let us find a place where we cannot see Sister Dongfang. So as to spare you from painful memories, Su Xiaobai asserted, not allowing Ling Xiao a chance to retort as he pulled him away from the crowd. On the stage, Dongfang Qianyue had also noticed the commotion. Yet, her expression remained impassive. Such scenes were commonplace during the sect's grand competition, and she had grown accustomed to them. However, upon spotting a familiar figure, her brows furrowed slightly. Seemingly sensing something, Su Xiaobai turned around. Locking eyes with Dongfang Qianyue, their gazes met, momentarily frozen in place, before they both hastily averted their eyes. Su Xiaobai quickly urged Ling Xiao to leave, his heart racing with dread. Oh no, she remembers my face. It seems I mustn't stand out too much in this competition. Otherwise, she will surely keep me in mind. Dongfang Qianyue observed Su Xiaobai's hurried departure, her brows knitting together slightly. He has come as well? She mused, though she did not dwell on him further. After all, he was merely a servant disciple. She had only lowered herself to associate with him out of necessity, and their paths would not cross significantly in the future. Meanwhile, in the rear, a voice exclaimed, "Oh dear, my little ancestor, what on earth were you just saying? Do you not realize that your words could incite the wrath of the entire sect?" Su Xiaobai chastised Ling Xiao. Nearly losing his composure at the unexpected remark, it was evident that Elder Yuan had informed him, and discerning Dongfang Qianyue's lost virtue was no great feat for someone of his caliber. Yet, could such words be uttered so casually? Do you have any idea how close you came to causing me great trouble? I have truly spoiled you too much, he scolded, glaring at Ling Xiao with frustration. Ling Xiao scratched his head in confusion but, upon seeing Su Xiaobai's serious demeanor, readily admitted his fault. I'm sorry, Brother Xiaobai. I will be more careful in the future. Indeed, Su Xiaobai nodded gravely. The news of Sister Dongfang's lost virtue must not escape your lips. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary complications. Understood, Brother Xiaobai, Ling Xiao replied, treating Su Xiaobai's words as gospel. As they conversed, several figures exuding an aura of terror descended from the horizon, landing on the stage. These were the leaders of the various peaks. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, exuding an air of nobility and grandeur. He was Zhou Daoya, the sect master of Xianyue sect and also the peak master of Xianyue Peak. Beside him was a woman with long, ice-blue hair, her demeanor cold and her beauty striking, draped in a white palace gown that resembled a noble snow lotus. This was Bing Ling, the peak master of Bingpa Peak and the mentor of Dongfang Qianyue. At the far end stood a man in a dark green robe, his belly protruding. Unlike the other peak masters who stood tall, he seemed to shy away from the gazes of others, appearing quite self-deprecating. This man was Li Depeo, the peak master of Lingyao Peak, a nickname given due to his notorious incident at a sect assembly, which had turned the Grand Hall into a chaotic scene. Indeed, he was the biological father of Li Tsue and had also been He Han's former master. Chapter 21. Ascending the heavenly ladder, a total of 11 peak masters stood at the center of the martial arts stage. Sect Master Zhou Daoya stepped forward and proclaimed, "Once again, we gather for the grand sect competition. I hope all disciples will exhibit their talents and shine brightly. Those who perform exceptionally will gain entry to the inner sect, enjoying greater resources and support. The top 20 will be awarded the status of newly appointed true disciples, taken under the wings of the peak masters." With that, he announced, "I hereby declare the grand sect competition officially commenced." His voice resonated like rolling thunder, clearly reaching every ear present. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a towering mountain, which landed with a thud at the center of the martial arts stage. Truly, the sect master, a master of the ethereal realm, demonstrated the terrifying prowess of moving mountains with ease. Su Xiaobai could only exclaim in astonishment. Those who reach the mountaintop within the time of an incense stick will pass the first stage. The sect master declared, "Charge!" Instantly, a throng of disciples surged forward. "Brother Xiaobai, let us go as well," Ling Xiao urged Su Xiaobai. "You go ahead. I've eaten something that doesn't sit well, and I need to find a restroom first." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. "All right then, Brother Xiaobai, hurry up and catch up. I will go on ahead." Once Ling Xiao had departed, Su Xiaobai lingered for 20 minutes before nonchalantly setting off. "Why expectations are not high. I merely wish to achieve an average result and avoid drawing Sister Dongfang's attention," he mused, strolling leisurely up the mountain path, hands clasped behind his head. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of watchful eyes were fixed upon him. "What is this fellow thinking?" pondered Dongfang Qianyue, seated in her designated area for true disciples, her brow furrowed in concern. She had not intended to pay him much mind, yet curiosity gnawed at her regarding the man who had taken away her first time. Considering that he had chosen to participate in the grand sect competition, there must be some ambition within him. Thus, she wished to observe his performance. However, to her surprise, he spent 20 minutes simply picking at his toes. While others had already reached the mountain's midsection, he had only just begun. "I should not have held any illusions. Why must the one who took my first be such a person?" Dongfang Qianyue sighed in exasperation. Before long, Su Xiaobai arrived at the mountain's midpoint, where the number of participants had gradually increased. The path had transitioned from a narrow trail to a set of steps. It was these very steps that ensnared the aspiring disciples. Many were drenched in sweat, yet had only advanced a single step. This was the ascending heavenly ladder, a test of talent, where those with higher spiritual roots ascended more swiftly. Conversely, those of mediocre aptitude found themselves mired in a quagmire. Unable to move an inch. "How far can you go?" Dongfang Qianyue mused, her gaze fixed on Su Xiaobai. Initially disinterested, she found herself with nothing better to do and thus decided to watch. Without hesitation, Su Xiaobai stepped onto the stairs, a blade of grass between his lips, strolling leisurely as if he were on a leisurely walk. Given how late I started, Sister Dongfang's attention should now be on those ahead. Like a Shao, he thought, feeling no need to feign effort, choosing instead to embody a carefree attitude. His relaxed posture incited envy among the surrounding disciples. Why does he appear to ascend so effortlessly? He shows no signs of struggle. Dongfang Qianyue's expression shifted to one of mild astonishment. Although Su Xiaobai's pace was not swift, she could tell he was not exerting his full strength, if he so desired. He could vie for the top positions. What is he concealing? She wondered, intrigued. The closer one ranked, the more attention they garnered from the peak masters, increasing their chances of becoming inner sect disciples. Yet, he seemed utterly unconcerned about his standing. Her curiosity deepened. As Su Xiaobai continued up the heavenly ladder, he gradually began to feel a subtle pressure. Fortunately, I possess top-tier spiritual roots. Aside from Sister Dongfang and that peculiar A Shao, no one else has greater talent than I. Had this been in the past, I likely would have collapsed upon setting foot on the stairs, he thought, relieved. Ultimately, he passed the first stage of the heavenly ladder without incident and entered the second stage. If I recall correctly, the second stage tests the heart, Su Xiaobai pondered. The heart refers to one's aspiration to seek enlightenment, and whether one possesses a genuine desire to cultivate diligently. In simpler terms, it inquires whether one is hardworking or prone to sloth. As he ascended the steps, he felt an unprecedented ease, even lighter than during the previous stage. He was overwhelmed with the sensation of wanting to soar. Before he knew it, he found himself sprinting, leaving the other participants far behind. Why are they rushing so fast? Are they eager to meet their end? Someone cursed in frustration. In response to the taunts, Su Xiaobai merely smiled, retreating slightly before giving a gentle push, sending the individual tumbling down from the midsection of the mountain to the base. Back to square one. No. The cries of despair echoed from the foot of the mountain as Su Xiaobai continued his ascent. Fully embracing the moment, running unabated. Is he moving that quickly? Dongfang Qianyue's eyes widened. While this stage posed minimal difficulty for most participants, as those attending the Grand Sect competition were all striving to become stronger, cultivating diligently was a given. Yet, to witness someone sprinting like Su Xiaobai was unprecedented. Even she had not achieved such speed in her time. Unbeknownst to her, due to the celestial scriptures, Su Xiaobai must ascend a minor realm each year. Otherwise, he would face divine retribution, leading to his utter annihilation. At that time, his innate talent was lacking, leaving him no choice but to remain vigilant without a moment's respite. He practiced diligently through the night, fearing that the heavens would demand his life. If someone were to thrust a knife at you, could you possibly refrain from striving to improve? However, Dongfang Qianyue was oblivious to these circumstances. She merely perceived Su Xiaobai as a diligent disciple with a strong ambition. It seemed she had previously misunderstood him. Perhaps she should mention to her master later about admitting him to the Ice Soul Peak as an inner disciple. She had always held great respect for those who worked hard at cultivation, never mocking them for their lack of talent. Before long, Su Xiaobai ascended the steps of the second stage and reached the third stage. Humph! This ladder to the heavens is nothing extraordinary. The final stage tests one's character. A challenge that is exceedingly simple for me, he declared with unwavering confidence. As a young man of the 21st century who had received higher education and excelled in moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor aspects during elementary school. He held great assurance in his moral standing. Without a hint of hesitation, he stepped onto the platform. Chapter 22. Do you have such a lovely younger sister? If you encounter someone robbing the weak, what should you do? The instant Su Xiaobai set foot on the steps, a voice resonated in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he replied, "If that person is stronger than me, I would turn and leave." "That is reasonable. But what if you are stronger than him?" The voice continued to inquire. "Stronger than him?" Su Xiaobai instantly grinned maliciously, declaring, "Then I would take the initiative and command them to cower with their heads tucked. Men on the left, women on the right, and those of indeterminate gender in the center. Hand over all your treasures." Incorrect answer. Sin accumulated. One fold. Su Xiaobai immediately felt as if a great black bull were pressing down upon him. However, his physical strength had already been greatly enhanced, rendering this pressure insignificant to him. The second question. If you witness someone extorting another, what would you do? Brother, that's rather unfair. Let us split it 50-50. Incorrect answer. Sin accumulated. 2 folds. The pressure on Su Xiaobai intensified once more, as though the entire family of the Black Bull had climbed onto his back. Would you resort to unscrupulous means to achieve a particular goal? Yes, Sin accumulated. 3 folds. When the sect faces calamity, are you willing to sacrifice yourself for it? Only a fool would sacrifice himself. Sin accumulated. 9 folds. Su Xiaobai's complexion turned pale, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. At that moment, he felt as though he were bearing a massive mountain. Each step required an extraordinary effort. Furthermore, he sensed that his body had reached its limit. Should he incur another fold of sin, his form would surely shatter. How infuriating! What kind of absurd questions are these? I feel as though my answers were perfectly acceptable. How can they be deemed wrong? He seethed inwardly. The questions posed by the ladder to heaven sought the deepest truths of one's heart, leaving no room for deception. Yet even under the weight of 9 folds of sin, Su Xiaobai persevered and reached the final step. The last question. If your family or friends are in danger, but you are no match for the enemy, would you attempt to rescue them? Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment before finally replying. I would. Correct answer. Trial passed. Su Xiaobai felt the pressure dissipate abruptly, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. At long last, I have survived. Thankfully, my physical form is robust. Otherwise, I truly could not endure 9 folds of Sin. Su Xiaobai gasped for breath. Below, Dongfang Qianyue furrowed her brow, her expression slightly frosty. She had initially believed that the final trial would pose little challenge for him. However, she was taken aback by the difficulty he faced. This clearly indicated that his character was lacking. This revelation led her to question whether the emotional poison she had suffered was indeed his doing. A chilling, murderous intent flickered in her eyes. If that were the case, just watch as I sever your vile appendage and display it on the wall for 3 days and nights. Atop the mountain, Su Xiaobai suddenly felt an inexplicable chill surge through him. He hastily covered his groin, casting a terrified glance around. What is this mysterious coldness, Brother Xiaobai? At that moment, Ling Xiao rushed over. Thank goodness you made it. The competition time has just concluded. He pointed to the extinguished incense. Haha, rest assured, everything is under my control. Su Xiaobai patted his chest. So, how did you place? He inquired with a smile. Alas, I only managed to secure second place. Ling Xiao sighed. Second place? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. That shouldn't be, should it? According to logic, I ought to have been first. After all, Ling Xiao was the chosen one. Once his external advantages were activated, he typically claimed first place without fail. I was leading by a wide margin. But upon reaching the third stage, he posed me several peculiar questions. He asked me, what would you do if you saw someone stealing food? And what if you witnessed someone peeping at a girl bathing? I recalled our frequent pilfering of spirit food and our occasional visits to the bathhouse to sneak a peek at the senior sisters. And I didn't see anything wrong with it. Surely, that would lead to a unanimous choice to join in, Ling Xiao exclaimed animatedly. Indeed. I also felt there was something off about that question. Su Xiaobai felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, his expression turning fervent. Only Yu Lao, who listened to their conversation, looked on in speechless disbelief. He sensed that Ling Xiao had been led astray by this person and resolved to find a way to distance Ling Xiao from him in the future. Consequently, I was burdened with 2 folds of sin, which allowed a little girl with second place to surpass me. Ling Xiao lamented. Fear not, it's merely the first trial. It signifies little, Su Xiaobai reassured him. Patting his shoulder, by the way, brother Xiaobai, how many folds of sin did you accumulate? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Su Xiaobai's smile faltered momentarily before he burst into laughter. Haha, your brother Xiaobai is far more virtuous than you. I only accumulated 1 fold of sin. Brother Xiaobai is truly impressive. I wish to continue learning from you. Ling Xiao gazed at him like an adoring fan. Congratulations to all disciples who passed the first trial. Each of you will receive a Huanglong Dan as a reward. The sect master, Zhou Daoya, approached with a beaming smile. With a wave of his hand, orange-yellow pills fell into each disciple's hands. Wow, it's truly Huanglong Dan. Fantastic. With this Huanglong Dan, I have hope of breaking through to the 6th layer of qi refinement. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. Huanglong Dan is immensely beneficial for cultivators in the qi refinement stage, yet exceedingly precious. Most disciples here come from humble backgrounds, and Huanglong Dan is a treasure they could seldom afford. Yet now it was being gifted to them. Even Ling Xiao displayed a look of delight. Of course, some individuals remained indifferent. For instance, Su Xiaobai, whose assets surpassed those of many core disciples. Huanglong Dan? He often treated it as a snack, 1 in the morning, 1 in the bathroom, and 1 after meals. He was almost tired of it. Some disciples, hailing from affluent families, looked down on such rewards. Silence. I will now announce the rankings of the first trial, Zhou Daoya proclaimed loudly. The crowd promptly ceased their discussions and listened attentively. First place, Qin Xiaochan. His gaze fell upon a petite girl with lifeless eyes. Little Chan, I knew you were the best. A voice of excitement rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to identify the speaker, including Su Xiaobai, who was taken aback to discover that it was none other than Qin Zhou, the person he had robbed in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Wasn't he a core disciple of the Thunderhowl Peak? It seemed these two were siblings, Su Xiaobai mused. Did you see? My little Chan is the best. What a pity that you all do not have such a lovely and outstanding younger sister. Aren't you envious? Qin Zhou smirked at the surrounding core disciples, pride gleaming in his eyes. Haha, indeed, your younger sister is quite adorable. The others, aware of his sister complex, nodded in feigned agreement. Qin Xiaochan, blushing, rushed forward and exclaimed, You foolish brother! Shouting so loudly, are you afraid others want to know that you were stripped bare and fled in disgrace a few days ago? Chapter 23. This is your future son-in-law. The air fell abruptly silent. All eyes turned to Qin Zhou, the esteemed core disciple, who had been humiliated in such a manner. The expressions of the other core disciples were equally strange as they regarded him. Even Qin Zhou felt a flush of heat on his face. Little Chan, it's not right to spread rumors about your brother, he said awkwardly, making exaggerated facial expressions at her. Qin Xiaochan turned her head away, huffing, Oh, so now you're aware of embarrassment? Speaking of which, I believe I did see a group of individuals dressed in palm leaves, appearing akin to primitive people, stealthily entering the sect a few days ago. Now that you mention it, I saw them too. At the time, I thought there were wild men invading. I was just about to intervene, but they vanished in the blink of an eye. It appears that group of individuals is undoubtedly led by senior brother Qin. The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Qin Zhoutian growing increasingly peculiar. Heh, Qin Zhoutian, who would have thought you possessed such remarkable achievements? You truly bring honor to our Xinyue sect, a man sneered in a sarcastic tone. This individual, known as Sun Tian, was a true disciple from the Shuihua Peak, at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, and had a strained relationship with Qin Zhoutian, often clashing with him. In response to Sun Tian's mockery, Qin Zhoutian disdainfully snorted. At least I dragged one into the mire of vice, unlike some, who were relentlessly pursued by the poisonous and returned to the sect in a state of utter disgrace. Barely saving their lives. How utterly humiliating. You. Sun Tian immediately stood up, veins bulging on his forehead. He loathed nothing more than the mention of being chased by the poisonous. What do you mean by you? You can only bark in front of your peers. When faced with the demonic sect, you don't dare make a sound. Merely a waste of space squabbling within your own ranks. Qin Zhoutian also rose. His imposing aura matching Sun Tian's, and his verbal retorts firmly gaining the upper hand in terms of insults. Qin Zhoutian could rival a nascent soul cultivator. Enough! A cold voice rang out, and a terrifying pressure forced both men back into their seats. The grand competition is still ongoing. As true disciples, you should be setting an example, not leading in quarrels. Do you wish to make fools of the junior disciples below? Dongfang Qianyue admonished sternly. The two were instantly deflated. Exchanging glances before huffing in unison, choosing to ignore each other, as the esteemed senior sister of the entire Xinyue sect, Dongfang Qianyue wielded immense influence both in the outer and inner sects. And among true disciples, she was almost legendary. Her terrifying talent in cultivation was beyond reach. Despite being the youngest among all true disciples, her cultivation level was the highest, especially after breaking through to the nascent soul stage. She had utterly distanced herself from the other true disciples, leaving them far behind. It was rumored that the sect leader intended to cultivate her as a candidate for the next generation of sect leader. Her future prospects seemingly limitless. After halting the quarrel between the two, Dongfang Qianyue chose not to say more, instead continuing to observe the matches taking place on the martial platform. Zhou Daoya continued to announce the rankings. Second place Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao? Who is Ling Xiao? I don't know. I haven't heard of him. The crowd looked at Zhou Daoya with puzzled expressions. Zhou Daoya, with a gentle demeanor, glanced at Ling Xiao and expressed his approval, stating that it was commendable to achieve such results as a disciple from the miscellaneous peak. I hope you continue to strive in the upcoming matches and attain even better results. Thank you for the praise, sect leader, Ling Xiao replied, cupping his hands with a resolute expression, neither servile nor arrogant. A disciple from the miscellaneous peak. This is indeed the first time a disciple from there has passed the first round of the sect competition, right? And to secure second place, who exactly is this person? The crowd whispered among themselves, their gazes towards Ling Xiao tinged with curiosity, though some harbored jealousy. Third place, Zhou Daoya announced, continuing until the 20th place. He did not read out the subsequent rankings but presented them in the form of a list. A total of 3,720 disciples passed the first round. Yet, Su Xiaobai's name was found at the very end of the last page, in the final row, the last place. His expression darkened. According to his expectations, he should have secured a mediocre position that neither drew attention nor brought shame. However, that last round, which tested moral character, had burdened him with 9 grave sins. Severely slowing his pace, he nearly faced elimination, resulting in a dismal last place. He was utterly humiliated. I wonder if senior sister Dongfang noticed me. That question's answer is absolutely flawed. If I find out who set that wretched question, I swear I'll deal with them. Achoo! A delicate sneeze rang out from behind Dongfang Qianyue. Master, you've come! Dongfang Qianyue exclaimed in surprise, quickly rising. The newcomer was none other than Bing Ling, the peak master of the Ice Soul Peak. Was someone just cursing my presence? Bing Ling rubbed her exquisite nose. Who dares to be so audacious? Dongfang Qianyue's brow furrowed, a hint of murderous intent evident in her eyes. Bing Ling waved her hand, dismissing it. There are many who dislike their master, and if I were to address each one, it would take an eternity. Among this batch of disciples, whom do you hold in high regard? She inquired. Dongfang Qianyue's expression became troubled. Her gaze was fixated on Su Xiaobai, having paid little attention to anyone else, rendering her momentarily unsure of how to respond. You should not hold them to such high standards. After all, not everyone possesses your exceptional talent. Bing Ling assumed she believed this batch of disciples lacked strength, hence her reluctance to answer. I find the top 3 quite commendable. Especially second place Ling Xiao. Had he not wasted some time during the 3rd round's moral character test, I suspect he would have claimed first place. However, youth is often accompanied by impetuosity, and some of his ideologies are still unrefined. It is not too late for him to correct them now. Bing Ling advised earnestly. Ling Xiao, you say? Her gaze turned towards Ling Xiao, who was seen with his arms slung casually over Su Xiaobai's shoulder, seemingly engaged in a discussion. She immediately understood why he merely ranked second. It was undoubtedly Su Xiaobai's influence. Master, do you plan to recruit him into Ice Soul Peak? Dongfang Qianyue asked. Bing Ling shook her head, stating that his abundant young energy made him unsuitable for cultivating ice attribute techniques. Though I have a fondness for talented individuals, I cannot teach him anything. He has a better path ahead. Dongfang Qianyue nodded in comprehension. Meanwhile, on the other side, a large, plump girl spotted Ling Xiao and exclaimed in delight. Xiao Xiao! It truly is Xiao Xiao. Li Tsuei danced with excitement, each step causing the ground to tremble. Cui, do you know this Ling Xiao? Li Depeo, the master of the Spirit Herb Peak, watched his daughter's exuberant expression with curiosity. Of course, I know him. He is your future son-in-law. Is that true? Absolutely. Quickly, tell me more. Chapter 24. The 7-kill sect strikes next. We commence the second phase, the arena battles. Zhou Daoya's voice resonated once more. The mountains were relocated, revealing the expansive duel arena on the Martial platform. The competition will proceed in a round-robin format, with the top 20 disciples being selected as direct disciples by their respective peak masters. The top 200 will ascend to inner-sect disciples. I hope everyone will exert their utmost effort, allowing each peak master to witness your performance. With that, Zhou Daoya returned to his position as sect leader. The arena battles officially began. Wow! Everyone was filled with ambition, aspiring to become true disciples. Only Su Xiaobai yawned, seeking out a shady spot, reclining on a rocking chair, and began to slack off. After all, he lacked no resources, had already secured his status as an outer sect disciple, and possessed the qualification to enter the 9 Nether Secret Realm. He now desired nothing more than to remain unnoticed by senior sister Dongfang, allowing him to continue his languid development. Yet, unbeknownst to him, his every action had already been observed. Even now, Dongfang Qianyue was keeping a watchful eye on him. What schemes is this fellow concocting? The competition has begun. Yet he appears so lackadaisical. Dongfang Qianyue's expression reflected her confusion. His rapid advancement through the second round demonstrated his diligent cultivation. However, with such an excellent opportunity before him, his nonchalant demeanor bewildered her. The matches were in full swing. The arena battles unfolded across several zones simultaneously, with various waves of spiritual energy and the sound of weapons clashing echoing throughout in the blink of an eye. Half a day had passed. You are so formidable. I concede, Su Xiaobai feigned death, collapsing to the ground. Lin Mu wins. Su Xiaobai loses, the elder referee declared. The hard-fought victor, Lin Mu, raised his hands triumphantly upon defeating his opponent. I've won. I've won. Father, mother, did you see? Your son has achieved something. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai quietly returned to his rocking chair, whistling leisurely. What's there to be so happy about? It's just a spot for an inner sect disciple. He shook his head in confusion. On the viewing platform, Dongfang Qianyue gritted her teeth in frustration. She had spent half the day observing his match, only to see him fail to even enter the top 200 and be eliminated. Moreover, she could tell he had not exerted his full strength. He had deliberately lost the match. That detestable fellow wasted my precious time. Dongfang Qianyue clenched her silver teeth. With Su Xiaobai's exit, the competition swiftly escalated into a heated phase. Everyone surged toward the coveted positions of the top 20 true disciples. As the matches progressed, the competition grew increasingly fierce. The battles continued for 3 consecutive days. At the end of the 3rd day, The final results were finally revealed. To everyone's astonishment, the first place did not go to the heavily favored Qin Shaochan, but to that disciple from the miscellaneous peak, Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, had challenged opponents far beyond his rank. Ultimately, he even triumphed over Qin Shaochan, who was at the 8th level of Qi refinement, seizing the championship of the grand competition in one fell swoop. Particularly noteworthy was his mastery of the Yanhuang fist, whose power rivaled that of the 9th level. This astonished everyone, including the sect leader. Alas, Shaochan, although you did not secure the first place, your brother still loves you. Come, give me a kiss. Qin Zhoutian pouted, leaning in towards Qin Shaochan's delicate face. Get away from me. Qin Shaochan, startled, kicked him squarely in the face. Shaochan, do not be so cold towards your brother, Qin Zhoutian exclaimed, enduring the sting of her shoe. Meanwhile, on the other side, congratulations, Xiao, for winning first place. Let us celebrate with a feast tonight, Su Xiaobai said with a smile, draping an arm over Ling Xiao's shoulder. However, Ling Xiao appeared less than jubilant, gazing at Su Xiaobai with a puzzled expression. Brother Xiaobai, your strength is clearly formidable. How could you not even make it into the top 200? Oh, why concern ourselves with such ephemeral accolades? Even without the status of a true disciple, your brother Xiaobai remains unparalleled in this world. Unparalleled in this world? Ha! How arrogant! Old Yuan scoffed upon hearing Su Xiaobai's words. Yet, Ling Xiao did not perceive Su Xiaobai's comments as mere bravado. Instead, he looked at him with admiration. I believe in you, brother Xiaobai. May the top 20 disciples of the competition come to the stage, came the voice of Zhou Daoya. Go on, Su Xiaobai urged Ling Xiao, waving cheerfully, then I shall go first. With that, Ling Xiao ascended the competition platform. On the platform, 20 young disciples stood tall, exuding vibrant energy, with Ling Xiao being the most eye-catching among them. The others ranged from the 7th to the 9th level of Qi refinement, while he stood at the 5th level. Yet, astonishingly, he had defeated all of them, earning him the title of the new generation's peerless genius of Xianyue sect. Following Dongfang Qianyue, Ling Xiao, a throng of girls below, captivated by his striking features, transformed into his fervent admirers. A pack of vixens, stay away. Xiao belongs to me. No one else can take him. Li Tuta shouted from atop a table below. A fierce-looking man barked. Boss, that Ling Xiao is alive. He is back. Shut your mouth. The savage man kicked the underling away, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon Ling Xiao. He was indeed the one. It seemed necessary to devise a plan to eliminate him. On the competition platform, Zhou Daoya approached the crowd with a smile. Congratulations to you all. You are the most outstanding talents of this generation in Xianyue sect and deserve commendation. Just then, the sky darkened ominously. A terrifying aura surged from afar, rapidly advancing towards them. Ha ha, Zhou Daoya. Is this the new generation of prodigies from Xianyue sect? TSK. They truly are unimpressive. A hoarse voice, akin to a broken gong, echoed in their ears, resembling the wails of ghosts, causing immense discomfort. The disciples below clutched their heads in agony. Humph! With a cold snort, sect leader Zhou Daoya dissipated the heavy pressure instantaneously. Since you have come, do not pretend to be a ghost, ha, as you wish. A man, exuding a malevolent aura with a festering tumor atop his head, approached, shrouded in black mist, followed by a group of individuals. Among them was someone Su Xiaobai recognized. Wasn't he this the Huangdu poison he had robbed before? The people of the 7 Kill sect, what are they doing here? Dongfang Qianyue furrowed her brow. Old Poisonous, what is your intention here? If you seek war, Xianyue sect will accompany you throughout. Zhou Daoya replied coldly. The peak masters transformed into streaks of light, gathering behind him, their faces radiating a sense of murderous intent. The atmosphere between both parties became palpably tense. Look at how frightened you all are. Rest assured, I am not here to wage war. I merely wish to assess the quality of the disciples you have gathered, he said with a smirk that belied his intentions. This man is known as Scorpion Poison, the leader of the 7 Kill sect, a formidable being at the Void Soul level, not weaker than sect leader Zhou Daoya. The two sects have always been at odds. Upon learning that today was the day of the Xianyue sect's grand competition, he wasted no time bringing his prized disciples to challenge them. Are you here to challenge us? Zhou Daoya glared at Scorpion Poison with suspicion. Scorpion Poison smiled without answering, his silence speaking volumes. In that case, Qianyue, come and demonstrate the strength of your sect's 7 poisonous disciples. Zhou Daoya instructed Dongfang Qianyue. Yes. Dongfang Qianyue soared onto the competition platform, her robes billowing gracefully as she unsheathed her silver sword. Casting a calm yet commanding gaze at the 7 individuals behind Scorpion Poison. Will you come one at a time, or shall I face you all at once? Her tone was tranquil, yet it exuded deep confidence and authority. The 7 poisonous disciples were expressions of grave concern, none daring to make a move. The aura emanating from Dongfang Qianyue was significantly stronger than before. Rumor had it that she had broken through to the nascent soul stage. They had initially doubted this, but upon witnessing her, they realized it was indeed true. Previously, they could not defeat Dongfang Qianyue, and now that she had advanced to the nascent soul stage, overcoming them would be akin to child's play. Ha! Zhou Daoya, does your Qianyue sect have no one else of worth besides Dongfang Qianyue? Are all these newly admitted disciples mere waste? Scorpion Poison's gaze shifted to Ling Xiao and the others. His expression mocking. Zhou Daoya quickly grasped his intentions. This old poisonous man knew that the 7 poisonous disciples could not possibly win against Qianyue, so he aimed to undermine the momentum of Qianyue's sect by targeting these new disciples. Emo Shang, come forth and see if any of these so-called prodigies from Qianyue's sect are worthy of your attention, Scorpion Poison commanded one of his followers. Yes, a deep voice responded. A handsome young man emerged from behind. A devilish smile gracing his lips, he glanced at Ling Xiao and the others on the competition platform, shaking his head disdainfully. All weaklings, unworthy of battle. Below, Su Xiaobai frowned sharply upon seeing Emo Shang. Why is he here? He shouldn't have been scheduled to appear yet. A look of confusion crossed his face. Mo Shang, with his innate rock body, impervious to blades and fire, was a formidable adversary for Ling Xiao. Ordinarily, he was expected to wait for the 9 Nether Secret Realm to open, so why had he come out early? Moreover, the Heavenly Book had not indicated that the 7 Kill sect would challenge Qianyue's sect. Was this matter unimportant, or had the Heavenly Book made an oversight? Su Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. On another front, boss, you had the foresight to pass the news of the grand competition to the 7 Kill sect. Who would have thought they would act so swiftly, bringing their people right away? Emo Shang's strength is formidable, and his rock body counters Ling Xiao's Yanhuang fist perfectly. He will surely crush him. If Ling Xiao is defeated, Qianyue's sect will lose face, and all blame will fall upon him. Henceforth, he will no longer be valued, granting us the opportunity to assassinate him. One underling gazed at the savage man with admiration. The savage man scratched his head in confusion. He had merely intended to annoy Qianyue's sect. He had thought Ling Xiao was dead, yet the prospect of being pursued by the Ling Tian Emperor ignited a fire of indignation within him. He had aimed to take revenge on his sect before leaving, but inadvertently, he had drawn out a formidable enemy of the Ling Tian Emperor, creating a brilliant opportunity. Ha ha, low key, the savage man raised his head. Waving dismissively, the underling's admiration deepened, recognizing not only the leader's wisdom but also his humility. In response to Emo Shang's derision, the disciples of Qianyue's sect erupted in furious shouts. Who do you think you are to dare call our Qianyue's sect's prodigies weaklings? You want to fight? Then let us show them what we are made of. The crowd seethed with indignation, unable to tolerate the affront at their doorstep. Even Ling Xiao and the others on the competition platform wore grim expressions. Well, what a presumptuous junior. Since you wish to fight, I shall grant you that. Zhou Daoya declared loudly. Is there anyone willing to face this youth? His gaze swept over Ling Xiao and the others. I volunteer to battle. A burly man stepped forward. This individual was ranked 20th in the competition, at the 8th level of Qi refinement, with immense muscles capable of crushing boulders with his bare hands. Good, Zhou Daoya nodded approvingly. Then Emo Shang, go and face him. Scorpion Poison similarly instructed Emo Shang. Yes, the burly man and Emo Shang both ascended the platform. Observing Emo Shang, who was a head shorter than himself, the burly man sneered, Little one, be careful not to get your head smashed by your father's punch. Humph. Emo Shang refrained from engaging in further banter, his figure flickering like a specter as he appeared before the burly man. Simply seeking death, the burly man scoffed. his immense strength making him proficient in close combat. How dare this individual approach him so closely? He raised his fist, his bulging muscles coiling, and struck fiercely at Imo Shang. Confronted by the formidable strike of the burly man, Imo Shang remained remarkably composed, responding with a punch of his own. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed through the air. The burly man's arm bent at a horrifying angle. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream reverberated throughout the arena. Thud! Imo Shang delivered a kick to the man's abdomen, sending him flying backward to land before Ling Xiao and the others, unconscious upon impact. Fear was etched upon the faces of the onlookers. He had incapacitated the 20th-ranked competitor with a single move. Useless, Imo Shang scoffed disdainfully. Damn it, I'll go next. The 19th-ranked challenger could no longer bear to watch and charged forward, below the stage. Su Xiaobai shook his head in resignation. Futile. Although Imo Shang is merely at the 7th level of chi refinement, with the might of the rock body, challenging opponents of higher ranks is akin to child's play. Even a Xiao is not yet his match. It seems the Xinyu sect will truly face a humiliating defeat today. He quietly produced a roasted sausage and began to eat leisurely. After all, the defeat of the sect was of no concern to him. The responsibility of bringing glory to the sect did not fall upon him. A nameless disciple ranked 1,250. He was merely there to spectate, as expected. Several talented disciples attempted to confront Imo Shang, only to be swiftly defeated by his single strike. Even the second-ranked Qin Shaochan succumbed after a fierce battle lasting a quarter of an hour. All hopes were pinned on Ling Xiao, the leader of the tournament, to secure victory for them. Otherwise, if the 7 Kills sect succeeded in humiliating them, the reputation of the Xinyu sect would plummet. Chapter 26. If I let you go, then go? Young man, this opponent is quite strong. You are likely not his match at present, Elder Yuan cautioned. In no matter, the path of cultivation demands relentless forward momentum. One cannot afford to cower. If I truly face defeat, I shall pursue him in the future. Ling Xiao's gaze was resolute, bolstered by the profound words imparted by Brother Xiaobai. Elder Yuan nodded in approval. Expressing satisfaction at Ling Xiao's mindset, I shall proceed. Ling Xiao stepped onto the arena, engulfed in blazing yellow flames, exuding an astonishing aura. Oh! Imo Shang's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In that instant, both combatants charged at one another. Bang, bang, bang! In the blink of an eye, they exchanged blows over 100 times, the ground fracturing beneath their fierce confrontation. Boom! At one moment, they collided with fists, both recoiling from the impact. Ling Xiao staggered back 7 steps, while Imo Shang only retreated 5. Panting heavily, Ling Xiao clearly felt the toll of the battle. He clenched his fists, the yellow flames converging upon them, forming a mysterious seal that unleashed tremendous power. The flame yellow fist, the flame yellow fist. It was this very technique that had allowed senior brother Ling to triumph over Qin Shaochan, claiming the title of champion. This will secure the win. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Shang's expression turned grave. Ling Xiao's technique instilled within him a deep sense of impending danger. Closing his eyes, he pressed his palms together, seemingly surrendering all resistance. Yet suddenly, layers of solid rock erupted from his skin, encasing him, as steadfast as a mountain. A serene voice echoed, and Imo Shang transformed into a stone figure. Flame, yellow, fist. Ling Xiao advanced, his fists ablaze with yellow fire. Striking down upon Imo Shang like a meteor, boom! A colossal shockwave erupted, sweeping in all directions. As the dust settled, the scene was revealed. Ling Xiao's fists made contact with Imo Shang, fissures spider-webbed across the rocky surface. Yet it remained unbroken. The arena fell into an eerie silence, no one daring to utter a sound. At that moment, Imo Shang's eyes snapped open. Have you exhausted your techniques? Now it is my turn. Thud! He slammed a palm against Ling Xiao's chest. Spurt! Ling Xiao coughed up blood, his body flying outward like a kite severed from its string, tumbling beyond the arena. Zhou Daoya waved a hand, conjuring a large hand of air to catch Ling Xiao. I'm sorry, sect leader, I have failed. Ling Xiao's face bore guilt. It's all right. You simply lack the cultivation to match him. When your levels are equal, he will not stand a chance against you, Zhou Daoya reassured him. Ha ha ha. In this vast Xinyu sect, There is not a single capable individual. The 20 most exceptional disciples have all fallen to one man. I suggest you Xianyu sect humbly withdraw as one of the 6 sects and return home to farm, lest you continue to suffer disgrace. Scorpion Poison mocked loudly. On the Xianyu sect's side, the expressions of the various peak masters were grim. How could they not be furious at such humiliation? Yet today's outcome was undeniable. All their newly risen talents had been defeated by the 7 Kills sect, and all by the same individual. This was an unalterable fact. Isn't that a bit too much to say? At that moment, Dongfang Qianyue stepped forward. Scorpion Poison turned to her. Little girl, we are not here to compete with you today. We merely wish to witness the level of your sect's newly risen talents. But the result? TSK, it is indeed quite disappointing. Scorpion Poison shrugged. Regardless, he could not pit anyone against Dongfang Qianyue. There was no suspense in that. He kept his focus fixed on the new disciples, leaving the Xianyu sect with no countermeasure. Our Xianyu sect has an abundance of newly risen disciples, countless talents, and the arena merely showcases a fraction of them. I can randomly select anyone to defeat your prize protege, Dongfang Qianyue declared confidently. As soon as she spoke, the disciples below erupted in excitement. Sister Dongfang must have found someone capable of countering that emotion. Sister Dongfang will not be mistaken. Su Xiaobai also gazed at her with curiosity, unable to fathom who among the new disciples could possibly match emotion. Oh? Then I shall grant you another opportunity to challenge. Bring forth the individual you mentioned. Scorpion Poison replied indifferently. In his view, Dongfang Qianyue was merely posturing. Very well, all of you junior brothers and sisters, listen closely. I shall use my spirit sword as a guide. Whoever it lands before shall enter the fray and uphold our sect's honor. Dongfang Qianyue's voice resonated in everyone's ears. Clang. The spirit sword was unsheathed, and without even looking, she tapped the blade. The spirit sword instantly soared towards the spectator area. The crowd watched as the sword flew overhead, heading towards a large tree where a man was leisurely resting with his hands behind his head. Su Xiaobai, who was enjoying the shade, suddenly widened his eyes at the sword approaching him. Damn! He hurried to get up, wishing to escape. He had no desire to engage in such thankless battles on behalf of the sect. Yet, a terrifying pressure enveloped him in an instant, rendering him immobile. His face turned pale as he glanced at Dongfang Qianyue on the stage, whose pupils shimmered with a faint blue glow. It was her doing. Clang! The spirit sword embedded itself between his legs. A mere inch further would sever his family heirloom. Excellent. This junior brother shall be the one to compete and defend the honor of our sect. Dongfang Qianyue said with a smile. Su Xiaobai, had a complex expression, smiling more bitterly than crying. You what? If I say go, then go. Should you bring me shame in this contest, I shall have you castrated and hung your filthy remnants on the wall for 3 days and nights. Dongfang Qianyue's furious roar echoed in Su Xiaobai's mind. He immediately felt a chill rush through him, his body involuntarily trembling. I understand. Sister, rest assured, I shall resolutely defend the honor of our sect and secure victory in the competition. He stood tall, chest out. Below, the crowd buzzed with discussion. Can he do it? His ranking seems to be outside of 1,000. He should be fine. After all, he was chosen by Sister Dongfang. That is true. Go, Brother Xiaobai. Ling Xiao excitedly waved at him. Ultimately, Su Xiaobai, carrying the expectations of the crowd, reluctantly ascended the stage. The 6th level of Qi refinement? Emo Shang discerned Su Xiaobai's cultivation level at a glance, then shook his head. With a lower cultivation level, he could not possibly be his opponent. This match held no suspense whatsoever. Sigh. Su Xiaobai exhaled, standing with his hands clasped behind him as he ascended the stage at a leisurely pace. The gentle breeze tousled his hair, causing his long locks to dance. I had no intention of making such a spectacle, but the enemy has already encroached upon our doorstep, and my brothers and sisters have suffered disgrace. As a disciple of the exceptional, I shall defend the sect, slay the intruders, and uphold our honor. At this moment, silence reigned. He waved his sleeve, revealing a deep, ominous glimmer in his eyes, exuding unparalleled dominance. Chapter 27. Can you even move your father's golden kidney? Even Emo Shang was momentarily taken aback by his imposing aura, stunned for a moment. But he quickly recalled that this individual was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement. He posed no genuine threat. Emph, trying to put on a show. With a swift motion, Emo Shang launched the first attack, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Su Xiaobai. In response, Su Xiaobai stood firm, unyielding. His month of rigorous training had honed his close combat skills. Bang! Emo Shang's foot made contact with Su Xiaobai's waist, yet it felt as if he had struck an immovable mountain, pain shooting through his ankle while Su Xiaobai remained steadfast. What? Emo Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that all? Your father's kidney is made of golden iron. How could you possibly shake it? Let me show you the might of my fist. A smile graced Su Xiaobai's lips as he swung his fist with precision, aiming directly for Emo Shang's face. Thud. Emo Shang received the blow squarely, 3 of his teeth flying out as he staggered backward. The audience fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into fervent cheers. Incredible! Brother Xiaobai is so impressive. This was the first time they had witnessed Emo Shang at a disadvantage. Emo Shang stumbled back several steps before regaining his balance. His gaze fixed on the teeth that had fallen into his palm, rage igniting in his eyes. You dare strike my face? Just wait until I tear you limb from limb, like a mountain. He roared. Layers of rock surged from his skin, forming a formidable rocky armor. The spectators gasped at the sight, exclaiming in alarm, "Oh no, not this move again. This is bad." Even Brother Ling Xiao couldn't break through his rock defense. Can Brother Xiaobai manage it? Dongfang Qianyue observed Su Xiaobai with a grave expression. She found him inscrutable, but her instincts told her he would not be easily vanquished. Faced with the manifestation of Emo Shang's Earthquake Titan, Su Xiaobai became serious as well. Just right. I too wish to see how far my physical prowess has come. Blood pulsed around him, veins bulging on his forehead, exuding an aura of grim determination. Boom! At that moment, both rushed toward each other. No frills, just pure hand-to-hand combat. Bang! Emo Shang's fist connected with Su Xiaobai's abdomen. Su Xiaobai, unwilling to be outdone, retaliated with a kick to Emo Shang's face. Bang bang. The two exchanged blows, the clash escalating until they had unknowingly fought over 100 rounds. The arena lay in shambles, fissures cracking the ground like a spider's web. The Earthquake Titan boasts extraordinary defensive capabilities. It is likely that few below the Foundation establishment stage can breach it, proclaimed Li Depeo, the leader of the Spirit Herb Peak. Indeed. Yet Su Xiaobai's physical strength is formidable. A single punch possesses the force of 1,000 pounds. Although the majority of his power was mitigated by the Earthquake Titan, the impact still inflicted considerable pain on Emo Shang. The Peak Master analyzed thoughtfully, a look of approval on his face as he regarded Su Xiaobai. Ice Spirit Junior Sister, do you know the origins of this disciple? With such strength, why did he only rank over 1,000 in previous competitions? Zhou Daoyan inquired, turning to the cold, composed woman beside him. Su Xiaobai was brought here by Dongfang Qianyue, and since Ice Spirit is Qianyue's mentor, he assumed she would have some insights. Ice Spirit shook her head, and I'm unfamiliar with this disciple. We shall have to wait until the competition concludes to inquire with Yue for more details. Her gaze shifted toward the graceful figure of Dongfang Qianyue in the distance. Very well, Zhou Daoyan refrained from pressing further. However, his heart soared with joy. The emergence of 2 exceptional prodigies within the Xianyu sect foretold a promising rise in the near future. Heaven bless the Xianyu sect. In the arena, both Su Xiaobai and Emo Shang retreated, their eyes warily fixed on one another. Emo Shang's rocky armor was now riddled with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. Su Xiaobai bore several indents from punches. Several ribs fractured, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. On the surface, it appeared as though Su Xiaobai was at a disadvantage. Yet only Emo Shang understood the true ferocity and terror of this opponent. He did not flinch or evade Emo Shang's relentless attacks, willingly exchanging injury for injury. Moreover, his strength was astonishing. Even with the Earthquake Titan's protection, the sheer force of his punches could still penetrate defenses and invade his body. This was no mere human. He was akin to a humanoid beast. At this juncture, Emo Shang had already sustained significant internal injuries, his condition no better than Su Xiaobai's. What's worse, should the Earthquake Titan be breached and Su Xiaobai remain standing, he would not withstand a single punch. No, this cannot continue. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. He turned to Su Xiaobai and declared, "There's no denying your physical prowess. However, in this arena, no one simply relies on raw strength. Bloodthirsty mad blade," he bellowed. A dark red long blade materialized from thin air, and the moment it emerged, it seemed to howl like a malevolent spirit, sending chills down spines. Grasping the bloodthirsty mad blade, Emo Shang's aura surged dramatically. It was a high-grade spirit weapon. This spells trouble. Su Xiaobai is merely a servant disciple with limited resources. He surely lacks an appropriate weapon. What shall he do? Zhou Daoyin's expression turned urgent. "Han Huang, go." Dongfang Qianyue gestured with her fingers, summoning a long sword that landed before Su Xiaobai. Exuding an icy aura. It was the cold frost sword of Sister Dongfang. This high-grade magic weapon had already developed sentience, surpassing the bloodthirsty mad blade by a significant margin, surely capable of overwhelming him. Perhaps not. After all, this is Sister Dongfang's exclusive magic weapon. Not to mention whether Su Xiaobai can wield it effectively. Even if he can, with his current realm, he may not be able to unleash its full potential and could even face backlash, one pondered. The crowd's spirits dimmed at this realization. Indeed, both spirit weapons and magic weapons must be nurtured by oneself to exhibit their true power. Gazing at the sword before him, Su Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback. Just then, Dongfang Qianyue's voice echoed in his mind. "I will ensure that Cold Frost cooperates with you as best as it can. Unleash your strongest strike," she said solemnly. Yet, standing before the Cold Frost sword, Su Xiaobai shook his head. "I appreciate your kindness, sister, but I possess my own weapon, so it is unnecessary." Saying this, he pushed aside the Cold Frost sword and retrieved a rusty iron sword from his bag of holding. Emo Shang stared at the iron sword in Su Xiaobai's hand, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Is this your weapon? Surely, the Xinyu sect is rather stingy to arm you with such a piece of scrap metal. How about this? Join our 7-kill sect, and I guarantee my master will provide you with the finest weaponry. Even a high-grade spirit weapon like the one in my hand would be no problem." Emo Shang confidently proposed to Su Xiaobai. In the heavens above, Xie Dazizi nodded deeply. If he could truly recruit Su Xiaobai into the 7-kill sect, it would not only secure an unparalleled genius, but also publicly undermine the Xinyu sect. Nothing could be more exhilarating. Compared to that, a high-grade spirit weapon is an absolute bargain. What Emo Shang said resonates with me. Su Xiaobai, if you are willing to join our 7-kill sect, I can gift you a high-grade spirit weapon right now. Xie Dazizi proclaimed loudly. Chapter 28. One sword to dominate the enemy, is that true? Su Xiaobai's eyebrows shot up at the revelation. Naturally, it is true, Xie Dazizi replied with a smile. Zhou Daoyin turned pale with urgency. If Su Xiaobai were to be poached, it would be an utter disgrace for the Xinyu sect. Not only would they lose a genius, but they would also bear the stigma of mistreating their disciples. Wait. He immediately raised his voice. Su Xiaobai is a disciple of my Xinyu sect. I, as the sect leader, have been blind in not recognizing this gem sooner. Now that I have, how could I possibly let him go? With a wave of his hand, 2 streaks of light flew from him, landing before Su Xiaobai. One was a golden longbow, the other a primitive long rope. This is the sun shooting bow and the binding immortal rope, both of which are top-grade spirit weapons. Once you drop blood to acknowledge them as your own and nurture them patiently, they may even have the opportunity to ascend to magic weapons, Zhou Daoyin kindly explained to Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai was slightly astonished. Hadn't he expected the sect leader to be so generous? Top-grade spirit weapons are indeed rare within the Xinyu sect, and there are likely only a few. This is a significant expenditure. Xie Dazizi's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated Zhou Daoyin to be so open-handed. Su Xiaobai immediately declared with righteous fervor, "Sect leader, your words are noble, but as a disciple of the Xinyu sect, how could I ever betray my sect? I was merely jesting with them." With that, he swiftly stowed the sun-shooting bow and the binding immortal rope into his bag of holding. Zhou Daoyin's lips twitched. This lad speaks with such lofty ideals, yet his actions are utterly unapologetic. "So, you are determined to stand against my 7-kill sect?" Emo Shang cast a hostile glare at him. "Spare me the nonsense. I am a member of the Xinyu sect in life and a ghost of the Xinyu sect in death. Behold my sword." Su Xiaobai brandished the Xinyuan sword, charging at Emo Shang. "Humph! Watch as I cleave you and your scrap metal. Emo Shang scoffed coldly, raising his blade to counter the Xinyuan sword with a horizontal slash. Clang! The sound of metal colliding echoed through the air. Emo Shang's eyes widened in shock, his pupils quaking violently. In that moment, he felt as though a mountain was crashing down upon him. The bloodthirsty mad blade was forcefully pinned down by the Xinyuan sword. Landing squarely on his shoulder, with a thud, he knelt to the ground, his knee creating a deep crater upon impact. What is this? Why is it so heavy? He roared in agony, his face contorted with pain. Emph! Su Xiaobai looked down at him from above, a smirk gracing his lips. The Xinyuan sword weighs a staggering 5,830 pounds, and with the aid of gravity, a single strike can wield the force of 10,000 pounds. Do not be deceived by how effortlessly I swing it. In truth, I am employing every ounce of strength I possess. Moreover, it is fortunate that Emo Shang, with his stubbornness, chose to confront the Xinyuan sword head-on. Otherwise, he might never have known how to face it. After all, wielding such a heavy weapon limits one's agility. Ah! Emo Shang gritted his teeth tightly, the veins on his neck bulging, and his hand trembling as he clutched the bloodthirsty blade. Yet, he refused to relinquish hope, straining with all his might to push away the weight of the Xinyuan sword pressing down upon him. Ha! Su Xiaobai let out a cold laugh, suddenly increasing the force in his hand. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed sharply. The high-grade spiritual treasure, the bloodthirsty blade, lay in ruins. Emo Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. After breaching his defenses, the Xinyuan sword continued its descent. Crack! The sword struck Emo Shang's shoulder. However, due to its bluntness, it did not sever his arm but instead shattered his entire shoulder bone, leaving him with a long recovery ahead. Boom! He was completely overwhelmed by the Xinyuan sword and collapsed to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, unconscious, Su Xiaobai exerted all his strength to lift the Xinyuan sword, hastily stowing it away in his Qinkuan bag. If he held on any longer, he would surely be unable to bear it. The arena fell into a moment of silence, only to erupt into a thunderous cheer moments later. Oh, we won. We triumphed. Brother Xiaobai is magnificent. Brother Xiaobai, I want to bear your children. Dongfang Qianyue looked at the figure on the stage with a complex expression. Just how many hidden talents does this fellow possess? Initially, she had been quite angered when he refused to use frost, thinking he was merely being stubborn and trying to act cool. But now, with a single sword strike leading to victory, she realized he must have had his plans all along. Su Xiaobai paid no heed to the crowd's adulation, instead hastily bending down to rummage through Emo Shang's pockets and spatial ring. As the favored disciple of the Seven Kill Sect's sect master, he should possess quite a few valuable items. His movements were swift, as if he was well aware of where treasures were typically concealed. In the blink of an eye, he had plundered Emo Shang's entire fortune. 2,000 spirit stones, 3 Huanglong pills, 3 transformation talismans. Is that all? Su Xiaobai shook his head in disappointment. These trinkets were worth far less than what he had previously acquired in the Valley of Beasts. This was quite normal, considering Emo Shang was merely a Qi refinement stage disciple. No matter how valued he was, the sect would not invest too many resources in him. Below the stage, Qin Zhou furrowed his brow upon witnessing Su Xiaobai's actions. Odd. Why does his technique seem so familiar? You scoundrel, what are you doing? Scorpion Poison Sun shouted angrily as he saw Su Xiaobai plundering Emo Shang's possessions. A purple spiritual scorpion tail shot towards Su Xiaobai with lightning speed. If I cannot obtain it, then I shall destroy him. Do you Seven Kill Sect truly believe I, as sect master, am a paper tiger? Zhou Daoya erupted in fury, his white hair flying wildly. A towering phantom, thousands of feet tall, appeared above the Xinyu sect, extending a massive hand to crush the spiritual scorpion tail conjured by Scorpion Poison Sun. Scorpion Poison Sun staggered back 2 steps, his face grave. At that moment, 10 peak masters surged forward, surrounding the 7 Kill Sect members completely. Seeing his side at a disadvantage, Scorpion Poison Sun's expression darkened. Humph, we shall withdraw. With the tide turning against them, he had no choice but to lead his people away. Yet, the 10 peak masters showed no signs of parting ways. You come and go as you please. Do you 7 Kill Sect truly think my Xianyu sect fears battle? Zhou Daoya approached with a cold expression. exuding a murderous aura that caused the very space around him to tremble. What do you want then? Scorpion Poison Sun's gaze darkened. 1 top-grade spiritual weapon, 12 high-grade spiritual weapons, 500,000 spirit stones, 300 foundation establishment pills, and 1,000 Huanglong pills. Otherwise, do not expect to return to the 7-kill sect in peace, Zhou Daoya declared unequivocally. Upon hearing this, Scorpion Poison Sun cursed under his breath. Why not go rob someone else? Attack. Zhou Daoya dismissed him, uninterested in further chatter. The 10 peak masters began to prepare their spells, ready for battle. Wait! Scorpion Poison Sun panicked. This was the territory of the Xianyu sect, and if a fight broke out, they would certainly be at a disadvantage. Moreover, according to the rules of the martial world, the defeated party must indeed pay compensation. However, never had anyone been as shameless as Zhou Daoya. Directly making such exorbitant demands, gritting his teeth, he tossed a spatial ring to Zhou Daoya. Here, Zhou Daoya caught it steadily, cupping his hands in thanks, and welcomed them to return next time. Scorpion Poison Sun glared at Zhou Daoya with malice. Waving his hand to gather Emo Shang, we are leaving. Ultimately, the group vanished into the sky. Chapter 29. I have objections. As the 7-kill sect departed, all eyes converged upon Su Xiaobai. Their gazes brimmed with curiosity for this exceptionally gifted disciple who had kept his brilliance hidden. Please, stop looking at me like that. It's quite awkward. Su Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine under their scrutiny. Haha, you little rascal have truly concealed yourself well, if it weren't for the disruption caused by the 7-kill sect. My Xianyu sect would have nearly overlooked a prodigy. Zhou Daoya approached with a cheerful demeanor. Not at all. I merely wish to maintain a low profile, Su Xiaobai replied politely. Bing Ling walked over to Dongfang Qianyue, softly inquiring, do you know him? Dongfang Qianyue paused, recalling the events in the cave, a fleeting blush crossing her cheeks. She quickly shook her head. The disciple is not acquainted with him. I merely noticed during the competition that he seemed to hold back. So I thought to let him take the stage. I see. Your keen eye for talent has played a significant role in preserving the honor of our sect. Bing Ling expressed her admiration. Ha ha ha, Dongfang Qianyue chuckled sheepishly. Truthfully, she merely wanted to see what level this fellow had reached. After spending so much time on him, it was frustrating not to see anything in the end. Just then, Zhou Daoya's deep voice resonated. Dear disciples, there was a slight hiccup, but it is of no consequence. It is now time to proceed to the final segment of the sect competition, where each peak master will select their direct disciples. The disciples below focused intently on the stage, their eyes filled with envy. To become a direct disciple was the dream of every Xianyu sect disciple. Zhou Daoya's gaze shifted to Su Xiaobai. In light of Su Xiaobai's contributions to the sect, I, the sect master, have decided to add one more name to the 20 true disciples list, granting this position to him as a reward. There were no objections from the crowd. Su Xiaobai's performance was evident to all. Had it not been for his last-minute intervention, the Xianyu sect would indeed have been unable to hold its head high against the 7-kill sect. Alas, a look of helplessness crossed Su Xiaobai's face. He truly wished to avoid the spotlight, preferring a more low-key approach. However, now that fate demanded he take center stage, he had no choice but to comply. He didn't care which peak he became a true disciple of, as long as it wasn't Ice Soul Peak. With Dongfang Qianyue present there, he always felt as if a knife was hanging over his family's treasured heirloom, ready to drop at any moment. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. All disciples, please come to the stage as the peak masters begin their selections. Zhou Daoya's voice rang out like a roaring tide. Su Xiaobai also rose and walked onto the stage. Brother Xiaobai, Ling Xiao approached excitedly. I sincerely apologize for stealing your thunder. Su Xiaobai wore an apologetic expression. Ling Xiao shook his head. Not at all. It was Brother Xiaobai who avenged me. However, Brother Xiaobai, you truly held back during our sparring sessions. Otherwise, I would not have stood a chance against you. Haha. Su Xiaobai chuckled lightly, patting his shoulder. We are brothers, not enemies. Why bother with rankings? As long as we can learn from each other, that's enough. Ling Xiao paused for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. Nodding vigorously, yes. The two ascended the stage side by side, Su Xiaobai, with his starry brows, and Ling Xiao, with his rosy lips and white teeth, both tall and slender, walking together like models. instantly drew a throng of admirers. Wow, Brother Ling Xiao is so handsome. I feel like I'm falling for him. What should I do? I still think Brother Xiaobai is even more handsome. Brother Ling Xiao looks almost feminine, not as manly as Brother Xiaobai. You little minx, who said he lacks masculinity? How dare you say that about Brother Ling Xiao? What, do you want to fight? I'm always ready, ladies. Please do not quarrel. After all, those two are good brothers. You are likely to ruin their relationship by arguing like this. Besides, don't you think Brother Xiaobai and Brother Ling Xiao together have a unique charm? Hee hee. A bespectacled female disciple chuckled with a silly grin. The two were momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized, hey, that does seem to be the case. Fortunately, the two were unaware of what this group of younger sisters was thinking. Had they known, they would certainly have been inclined to hang them up and give them a good thrashing for 3 days and nights. What on earth were they thinking all day long? 21 disciples ascended the stage in succession, while the masters of the various peaks began to select their preferred disciples. Among them, a few peak masters nearly came to blows over their coveted choices. Had it not been for the presence of the sect leader to maintain order, a brawl would have surely ensued. One by one, disciples were chosen until only Ling Xiao, Su Xiaobai, and Qin Xiaochan remained. These three undoubtedly represented the most gifted individuals among this cohort. Their continued presence was due to the fact that ordinary peak masters dared not contend for them. Such prodigies were typically reserved for the sect leader and the more prominent peak masters. Leaving the lesser ones with mere scraps, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Silence enveloped the crowd. Yet, all understood that the true contest for disciples was only just beginning. All peak masters sat in their seats, resting their chins on their hands, their expressions grave. Ahem. It appears you have all completed your selections. I shall take Ling Xiao with me. If there are no objections, Zhou Daoye was the first to speak. The assembly of peak masters fell silent, tacitly acquiescing. After all, Zhou Daoye, as the sect leader, was expected to claim the top disciple, Ling Xiao, as his own. Wait. Suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted. The crowd turned to see Li Depao, the master of Ling Yao Peak, stepping forward, a look of surprise crossing many faces. Zhou Daoye furrowed his brow. Does Li Shidi have any objections? With a cold smirk, Li Depao replied, Of course I have objections. For I too wish to take Ling Xiao as my disciple. This declaration caused an uproar. Zhou Daoye's lips twitched. It was one thing for others to compete, but for a mere alchemist to vie for his disciple was quite excessive. Li Shidi, cease this nonsense. Ling Xiao's extraordinary talents are not suited for your alchemical pursuits. Why not? Li Depao retorted. Do you not know that he and my daughter Cui Cui share a deep affection? He is to be my future son-in-law. His face flushed with excitement. Beside him, Li Cui Cui waved a handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Xiao, where have you been these days? Why haven't you come to find me? I miss you so much. All eyes turned to Ling Xiao, many hearts breaking at the sight. Ling Xiao's mouth twitched, frozen in place. Chapter 30. The Peak Masters clash at a loss for words. He was suddenly joined by Yuan Lao, who emerged from his body, staring at Li Cui Cui in shock for a few seconds. Young man, what peculiar taste you have, Yuan Lao remarked, disappointment evident on his face. It seems I must elevate your standards. That's not it, master. Please let me explain. Ling Xiao lamented, tears of frustration welling up. He had no affection for Li Cui Cui. Her garlic breath and lack of dental hygiene were repugnant to him. During the time he had yet to awaken his Yin Huang bloodline, she had relentlessly pursued him. Had he not threatened to end it all, his innocence would have been lost long ago. Even now, he was filled with trepidation at the thought of her. Yet, in truth, Li Cui Cui had never wronged him. During that time, she had always provided him with whatever he desired, and stood up for him when he was bullied. Other than Su Xiaobai, she was the first to treat him so kindly. Refuse her in such a public manner would undoubtedly rob her of face before Ling Yao Peak, and Ling Xiao wished to avoid such a harsh rejection. Thus, he hoped to clarify matters privately. However, if he remained silent now, he feared the misunderstanding would only deepen, and should he truly enter Ling Yao Peak, his future would be bleak. Su Xiaobai, what should I do? He cast a pleading glance at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai returned a reassuring smile. Oh, not worry. The sect leader will not so easily relinquish you. With Su Xiaobai's words, Ling Xiao felt a weight lift from his heart. Indeed, though Li Depao had claimed Ling Xiao as his future son-in-law, Zhou Daoye showed no signs of backing down. Li Shidi, even if Ling Xiao is to be your son-in-law, he cannot possibly enter Ling Yao Peak. Zhou Daoye's expression remained stern. Why not? Li Depao countered him. Why future son-in-law will inherit my legacy and lead a comfortable life in the wasteland. That is precisely why he cannot enter Ling Yao Peak, for your sights are set solely on the wasteland. A prodigy like Ling Xiao should have grand ambitions. How can one settle for mediocrity? Li Depao was left speechless. The other peak masters nodded in agreement. Moreover, you lack the ability to teach him anything. Only a genius can nurture another genius, allowing them to flourish in the shortest time possible. Thus, his joining Xianyu Peak is the wisest choice, Zhou Daoye proclaimed with pride. His words implied that Li Depao's abilities were insufficient, and only he could guide Ling Xiao. The other peak masters suppressed their laughter at Zhou Daoye's audacity, recognizing the truth in his statement. Indeed, only a prodigy could understand another prodigy. Li Depao's face reddened with indignation, and he huffed, retreating to his seat in silence. Afterward, no one dared contest Zhou Daoye further, and Ling Xiao was welcomed into Xianyu Peak as he desired. Subsequently, a fierce competition erupted among the peak masters for Qin Shaochan's allegiance, even more intense than that for Ling Xiao. Spittle flew as the masters exchanged heated words, hurling insults at one another with fervor akin to a market brawl. However, Zhou Daoye refrained from participating in this fray. Ultimately, Qin Shaochan was claimed by the Flame Peak, whose master was also a highly ranked individual, ensuring she would not be overlooked. Only Su Xiaobai remained on stage. Undoubtedly, he was the centerpiece. Whoever secured him would gain a formidable ally in the future. The peak masters exchanged glances, each calculating their next move. Su Xiaobai's physique is remarkably robust. He clearly has undergone extensive physical training. He would be an excellent fit for our mighty peak. A muscular bald man rose first, declaring his intent. Su Xiaobai's expression dimmed. He had only trained for a month. The master of Qingmu Peak, upon hearing this, took a sip of water to clear his throat, then inhaled deeply before addressing the mighty peak master. You're talking nonsense. His thunderous voice reverberated throughout Xianyu sect. Although Su Xiaobai had not used any spiritual power today, it was evident to all that his inner aura was substantial, suggesting he had devoted considerable effort to his training. To suggest he accompany you to mighty peak for physical labor is akin to placing a flower in dung. The master of Qingmu Peak stood, launching a verbal assault on the mighty peak master. Lin, what do you mean by that? How can my mighty peak be likened to dung? The mighty peak master seethed, slamming his palm onto the table, which splintered beneath the force. That is precisely my point. If you wish to settle this, let us duel. Whoever wins shall claim Su Xiaobai. The master of Qingmu Peak kicked over the table beneath him. Come on then, let us fight. The mighty peak master rolled up his sleeves and advanced toward the master of Qingmu Peak. Hey, both of you, calm down. Suddenly, Zhou Daoye stepped between them, gently admonishing. Let us resolve this amicably. Why resort to violence? I propose that Su Xiaobai accompany me back to Xianyu Peak, thus averting further contention. The assembly of peak masters gaped at him, incredulous at his audacity. How can you say such a thing without a hint of shame? Have you no dignity? You already have Ling Xiao, and now you seek to snatch Su Xiaobai from us. The mighty peak master spat, his indignation palpable. Regardless of your position as sect leader, you have sunk to such depths of shamelessness. If the King of Heaven himself arrived, he would be met with a chorus of insults from me. Zhou Daoye wiped the spittle from his face, calmly replying, if that is the case, let us indeed engage in a duel. The victor shall claim Su Xiaobai. The peak masters erupted in curses. If we could defeat you, would you still be sitting in the position of sect leader? We would have kicked you down the mountain ages ago. Zhou Daoye let out a cold snort, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. You think you can compete with me for disciples? Clearing his throat, he declared, since you are unwilling to compete, then Su Xiaobai shall join my Xianyu Peak. The peak masters' faces turned a shade of green with rage. This old fox possessed an extraordinary level of audacity. They had never encountered anyone so brazen. Ling Xiao felt a twinge of regret at not witnessing the peak masters tear into one another. However, he was somewhat accepting of joining Xianyu Peak, as it would allow him to continue to mentor A Xiao, helping him grow into a formidable ally. Wait a moment. A clear, cold female voice rang out. The crowd turned to see a graceful figure approaching. Master Zhou, to covet both of these exceptional prodigies is rather greedy. It is unfair to the other peak masters. Bing Ling stepped forward. Indeed. The other peak masters quickly chimed in. Zhou Daoya, typically as thick-skinned as a city wall, suddenly felt his confidence wane upon seeing Bing Ling. However, Bing Ling shimmy, aside from myself, who else is capable of guiding them? He openly stated. Who says no one but you can teach them? Bing Ling frowned. Su Xiaobai, standing on the stage, felt a jolt of dread surge within him. Zhou Daoya suddenly narrowed his eyes at her. What do you mean, Bing Ling shimmy? I will teach him. Bing Ling spoke in a calm tone. Chapter 31. Joining the Ice Soul Peak. However, junior sister Bing Ling, you already have junior nephew Qian Yu under your tutelage. Accepting another prodigy would be quite unfair to the other peaks, lamented Zhou Daoya with a furrowed brow. Are you suggesting that your acceptance of Ling Xiao and Su Xiaobai as disciples is fair? Just because I have Yuer under my wing, does that mean I cannot accept new disciples? If that is the case, I shall no longer attend the upcoming sect competition, and Ice Soul Peak shall close its doors, Bing Ling retorted coldly. Zhou Daoya hurriedly tried to dissuade her. That is not my intention. I believe what you say makes perfect sense. Su Xiaobai is indeed best suited to be taught by you. Indeed, junior sister Bing Ling is not yet 200 years old, yet she has already reached the late stage of the infant transformation realm. It is only a matter of time before she surpasses the sect master. Several peak leaders chimed in agreement. Initially, Bing Ling's desire to take Su Xiaobai as her disciple was met with staunch opposition. However, Zhou Daoya's shamelessness compelled them to concede Su Xiaobai to her. After all, they had already fallen far behind. Allowing her to gain a slight edge did not seem to matter. What do you all think? Zhou Daoya's face flushed crimson with anger, yet he found himself unable to argue. If it were anyone else proposing to take Su Xiaobai as a disciple, he could counter with claims of insufficient qualifications. However, he could not muster the courage to speak against Bing Ling. In the Desolate Land, cultivation realms are classified as Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Nascent Soul, Infant Transformation, and Void Soul. Zhou Daoya is a powerful practitioner at the Void Soul realm, placing him among the elite of the Desolate Land. Yet, within Xianyu sect, there exists a more formidable prodigy, Bing Ling, the master of Ice Soul Peak. Bing Ling was a disciple taken in by the previous sect master just before her lifespan waned. At that time, she was merely a young girl, the youngest among her siblings. However, youth does not equate to weakness. The talent she exhibited back then rivaled that of the current Dongfang Qianyu. She was hailed as a once-in-a-millennium genius of Xianyu sect. Soon, she caught up and surpassed her older brothers and sisters. It is unknown what cultivation method she later pursued that led to a significant slowdown in her progress. Otherwise, she would have already broken through to the Void Soul realm, surpassing Zhou Daoya. Nevertheless, even so, her cultivation speed still eclipsed that of the other peak leaders, and breaking through to Void Soul was merely a matter of time. Sigh, very well, let Su Xiaobai be taught by junior sister Bing Ling, Zhou Daoya sighed, appearing older as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The other peak leaders ignored his display of self-pity and wore mocking smiles. How does it feel to be struck down a peg? Only Su Xiaobai appeared pale, cold sweat trickling down his back. Truly, misfortune comes in droves. Just when he thought all was well, it was precisely the master of Ice Soul Peak. With Dongfang Qianyu present, and given his high profile, he was likely already under her scrutiny. Joining Ice Soul Peak would mean they would see each other frequently. If she were to uncover the traces of his earlier misdeeds, it would spell disaster for his family. Hesitantly, he raised his hand. May I? Before he could finish, he felt a chilling murderous intent locking onto him. There stood Dongfang Qianyu, arms crossed, staring at him with icy eyes. As if to say, if you dare refuse, you are doomed. What is it? Do you have any questions? Bing Ling's gaze turned toward him. No, none at all. Su Xiaobai quickly waved his hands. Very well, you shall accompany me back to Ice Soul Peak shortly. With Su Xiaobai's induction into Ice Soul Peak, the sect competition officially came to a close. Each peak leader led their newly accepted disciples away from the martial stage. Ice Soul Peak. Bing Ling and Dongfang Qianyu walked ahead, while Su Xiaobai followed closely behind, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. the master of Ice Soul Peak, practiced ice-based techniques. And the majority of disciples within the sect were female, with very few males. Upon seeing Bing Ling leading Su Xiaobai through the mountain gates, the female disciples they encountered cast curious glances. Is this a new junior brother? It seems so, and he is following the Peak Master, likely a true disciple. Wow, I want to get to know him. Do you think I have a chance? Don't even think about it. He's mine. The disciples chattered excitedly amongst themselves. Soon, Su Xiaobai followed Bing Ling to a magnificent palace. This was the Master's residence of Ice Soul Peak, where Bing Ling resided. The interior of the palace was adorned with snowflake patterns. Creating a dreamlike atmosphere, Bing Ling turned to Su Xiaobai, saying, "Now that you have joined my fold, I have no interest in formalities. We shall forego the customary disciple acceptance rituals. You may simply address me as master from now on." "Yes, master," Su Xiaobai replied, bowing respectfully. "This is your senior sister. Should you encounter difficulties while I am away from the sect, you may seek her guidance," she introduced, gesturing toward Dongfang Qianyu. "Understood," Su Xiaobai responded, forcing himself to comply. Dongfang Qianyu maintained a neutral expression, remaining silent. "It is getting late. You shall return here tomorrow for your teachings," Bing Ling instructed. "Yuer, please show your junior brother to his quarters." "Yes, master," Dongfang Qianyu nodded. Su Xiaobai quickly waved his hands, insisting, "There is no need to trouble senior sister. A servant can guide me just as well." After pondering for a moment, Bing Ling shook her head. "No, it is better for Yuer to accompany you. As senior and junior siblings, you should become acquainted and strengthen your bond for future support." "All right then," Su Xiaobai conceded, ultimately following Dongfang Qianyu as she led the way away from the main hall. On the path, Dongfang Qianyu walked ahead while Su Xiaobai trailed behind. "You seem quite afraid of me," she remarked suddenly. "Not at all. It is just that senior sister Dongfang is a goddess admired by many. And having you so close is a bit overwhelming." Su Xiaobai awkwardly laughed, quickly offering an explanation. "Goddess?" Dongfang Qianyu's brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. "I am no deity. Like you, I am merely a mortal." "With no distinction between you," Su Xiaobai chuckled but remained silent, too lazy to explain the meaning of goddess to her. By the way, she suddenly halted, turning to face Su Xiaobai. "You haven't spoken of our matter to anyone else. Have you?" Su Xiaobai shook his head vigorously. "No, absolutely not. Only you, I, and the heavens know. There is no third party aware." She scrutinized him for a moment, then coldly huffed. "I doubt you would dare." With that, she turned and ascended the steps, continuing to lead the way. Due to the angle, as Su Xiaobai raised his head, their gazes met. He couldn't help but recall the scene from the cave. Chapter 32. Enough already. What are your eyes wandering about? Suddenly, Dongfang Qianyu's icy voice pierced through the AI art. Su Xiaobai quickly turned his head away. "I was not looking at anything. Humph. I advise you to forget whatever thoughts linger in your mind. I only yielded to you due to being afflicted with the love poison. You would do well not to harbor any illusions." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai's inner thoughts echoed. "I have no such fantasies about you. I would prefer you to keep your distance. If you hadn't dragged me onto the stage, I would still be quietly cultivating, without the need for such anxiety." Speaking of love poison, I find it strange that such a plant exists in the back mountain. I initially thought it to be a spirit herb and approached to collect it without much thought. Dongfang Qianyu continued. Later, upon consulting ancient texts, I discovered it was a nearly extinct plant known as twining grass. It is a plant that specifically stimulates human desire, one that even nascent soul practitioners cannot escape. I too fell victim to its effects, leading to that shameful incident with you. However, I cannot shake the feeling that this was a setup. How coincidental that the twining grass appeared right before me. What do you think, junior brother? She suddenly turned, locking her gaze onto Su Xiaobai. A barely perceptible shiver coursed through him, cold sweat trickling down his back. He never expected Dongfang Qianyu would suspect him so soon. No, he must not be discovered. The thought of being hung out to dry for 3 days and nights sent waves of panic surging through him, igniting his survival instincts. Senior sister thinks too highly of me. How would I know? I am merely a Qi refinement period disciple, lacking the knowledge to recognize such a plant at that time. I was only looking for ingredients in the back mountain when I fortuitously encountered you. Afflicted by love poison, leading to the subsequent events, Had I known the twining grass would cause one to lose control of their desires, I would have offered myself as a test subject for senior sister. Su Xiaobai patted his chest, his expression earnest and serious. Dongfang Qianyu scrutinized him for a long moment, failing to detect any flaws in his story, and ultimately turned away in disappointment. Very well. It seems this matter truly has no connection to you. However, I will not let this incident slide. The one who set me up will pay dearly. A chilling murderous intent flickered in her eyes. Su Xiaobai, terrified, felt his legs tremble, not daring to move an inch. All right, this is your courtyard. You will reside here from now on. My courtyard is not far from yours, just on the other side. Should you need anything? Feel free to come find me. Dongfang Qianyu pointed at a traditional courtyard in front of her and addressed Su Xiaobai. All right, thank you, senior sister, for guiding me. I shall take my leave now. Remember to seek master in the main hall tomorrow morning for the transmission of teachings. Having said that, Dongfang Qianyu turned and departed. Senior sister, walk slowly. Su Xiaobai waved his hand enthusiastically. Once he confirmed that Dongfang Qianyu had moved a considerable distance away, he quickly rushed into the courtyard and shut the door. Breathing heavily. How frightening, truly terrifying. Thankfully, my acting skills are exceptional. Otherwise, she would have seen through me. In the distance, Dongfang Qianyu gazed towards Su Xiaobai's courtyard, her brow furrowed. Could he truly be innocent? She murmured to herself. Yet, she felt that this matter could not be unrelated to him. After all, given his character, who could not harbor suspicions? It seemed that this issue required thorough investigation. Su Xiaobai, you had better be innocent. Otherwise, humph, with a flick of her sleeve, she returned to her residence. That night, Su Xiaobai found it impossible to sleep, troubled by the thought that Dongfang Qianyu resided not far from him, leaving him with a chilling sensation beneath him. He feared that if he fell asleep, a knife might descend from above and sever him. The following day, Su Xiaobai arrived at the main hall early in the morning. I didn't expect you to come this early. Bing Ling exclaimed, her eyes revealing a hint of surprise, for she had anticipated Su Xiaobai arriving later in the morning. Haha. Just thinking of master excites me so much that I couldn't sleep. Let us get started. Su Xiaobai's face radiated eagerness. As long as he was not near Dongfang Qianyu, he was willing to go anywhere. Very well, Bing Ling nodded. Then, with a gentle wave of her jade hand, 2 scrolls appeared before Su Xiaobai. Both scrolls contained earth-level techniques. The first was titled Frostfall, a technique that, upon mastery, could freeze vast expanses, rendering all within its reach as your domain. The second was named Ice Decision, requiring the cultivation of ultimate icy energy. When perfected, its power could rival heaven-level techniques, effortlessly claiming the heads of enemies amidst 1,000 troops. Frostfall boasts a broad area of effect, making it more suitable for large-scale battles. While Ice Decision possesses greater lethality but consumes more energy, making it ideal for individual combat. Which one do you wish to choose? Bing Ling inquired. Looking at him, Su Xiaobai fell into deep contemplation. He indeed lacked techniques, possessing only the yin-yang cleansing technique. Although cleansing technique was a heaven-level skill, it served primarily as an auxiliary technique, proving nearly useless in real combat. Which one to choose? He furrowed his brow in thought. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Master, I heard that besides these 2 techniques, you seem to have cultivated another one. May I learn that one? He looked at her eagerly. Bing Ling's expression showed slight astonishment. Few knew that she had practiced a 3rd technique. How did he find out? Nevertheless, she firmly rejected Su Xiaobai's request, saying, No, that is a broken technique. Practicing it would only harm you. I can handle it. Even if it is a broken technique, I still wish to practice it. No means no. You can only choose from these 2, Bing Ling stated unequivocally. I refuse. I want to learn the 3rd one. Su Xiaobai threw himself onto the ground, throwing a tantrum like a child. Bing Ling ignored him and turned to leave. She thought to let him stew for a few days. Once he calmed down, he would no longer seek to learn that 3rd technique. However, she underestimated Su Xiaobai's determination. He was resolved not to give up. In the following days, he clung to her almost daily. When she practiced, he gazed at her with puppy eyes. At night, he refused to return home, choosing instead to sleep beside her. When she read, he sat by, staring blankly out the window. When she handled affairs of state, He patiently ground ink and served her tea. His obedient demeanor stirred a twinge of guilt within Bing Ling one day, as she prepared to bathe. Having arrived at the spirit bathing pool, Su Xiaobai followed closely behind. Bing Ling loosened her sash. Su Xiaobai followed suit, unfastening his waistband. Bing Ling. Su Xiaobai. Enough? Bing Ling's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She had assumed he understood the distinction between men and women and would not follow her in. But to her surprise, he truly did. Moreover, it seemed he intended to bathe alongside her if she did not intervene. Master, please teach me the third technique. I beg you. Su Xiaobai clasped his hands together, looking at her with pleading eyes. Chapter 33. You are not allowed to cling to Master any longer. Sigh. Bing Ling sighed helplessly, her ice blue eyes fixed on him. Dio, you truly wish to learn the third technique? Yes, I want it dearly. Su Xiaobai nodded vigorously. This technique is something I stumbled upon in an ancient secret realm called Primordial Fallen Sky Decision. What I obtained was merely a fragment of Primordial Fallen Sky Decision, yet even so, its power reaches the level of heaven techniques. I speculate that the complete Primordial Fallen Sky Decision could very well be a technique beyond heaven level. Its full potential is unimaginable. Su Xiaobai nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with longing. He was well aware of the power of Primordial Fallen Sky Decision. In the future, Bing Ling had used it to obliterate an entire realm in a single strike. However, due to it being merely a fragment, practicing it not only proved to be a laborious endeavor, but also resulted in the formation of a black hole within the Dantian, consuming all cultivated spiritual energy. This could severely hinder cultivation speed, or even lead to a regression in realm. Bing Ling herself had been stuck in the infant transformation stage for 100 years because of this technique. As she spoke of this, a hint of melancholy flickered in her eyes. Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment, stating, I believe that perhaps the required realm for utilizing this technique is too high. Currently, Master has yet to reach that realm, hence it continues to absorb your spiritual energy. But if we find a way to simplify it, dividing it into several smaller sections, and then cultivating them layer by layer. Although this would weaken Primordial Fallen Sky Decision, it would likewise reduce the amount of spiritual energy required, thereby minimizing the impact on our cultivation speed. Once we have thoroughly cultivated all the divided segments, we can then recombine them. I believe that the efficacy would be similar to the current slow cultivation, yet the speed would be significantly faster. Su Xiaobai analyzed step by step. Before him, Bing Ling stood utterly stunned. As if carved from ice. Master. Su Xiaobai waved his hand in front of her. Bing Ling snapped back to reality, grasping his hand with an expression of extraordinary excitement. Xiaobai, you truly are a genius. Yes, dividing Primordial Fallen Sky Decision into different levels for gradual cultivation would minimize the efficiency of the black hole absorbing spiritual energy, thus accelerating the cultivation speed. How did I not think of this method? She muttered to herself, a trace of regret crossing her face. A slight smile crept across Su Xiaobai's lips. This was a realization that Bing Ling would come to after enduring the arduous task of fully mastering Primordial Fallen Sky Decision. She had once stated, had I discerned this shortcut sooner, perhaps during the invasion of the Demon Clan, the realms would not have been so weak. Now, this insight had been articulated by Su Xiaobai ahead of time, leaving one to wonder what kind of turmoil it might provoke in the future. Give me a few days, as I need to contemplate how to improve Primordial Fallen Sky Decision. All right, after giving her instructions, Bing Ling turned and left the spirit bathing pool. Master, aren't you going to bathe? Su Xiaobai asked hastily. No time for that. Bing Ling's expression was anxious. Her mind was racing, leaving no room for thoughts of bathing. She only wished to enter seclusion and quickly improve Primordial Fallen Sky Decision. Su Xiaobai followed closely behind. Not far from the spirit bathing pool, Dongfang Qianyue approached with her clothes, clearly preparing to bathe as well. She soon spotted Su Xiaobai and Bing Ling exiting the spirit bathing pool, both appearing rather anxious, as if fearing detection. Dongfang Qianyue's body trembled violently. This guy, could he be plotting against Master? She clenched her silver teeth, her fists tightening. She did not immediately pursue them. Instead, she swiftly concealed herself. Though unsure of Master's thoughts, she certainly did not wish for this matter to be discovered. She held Bing Ling in high regard. Had it not been for her rescue from a beast, she would have long since become a meal for monsters. Thus, She attributed all blame to Su Xiaobai, convinced that he was attempting to seduce Master. No wonder she hadn't seen him around these past few days. He was clearly scheming against Master. Internally, she firmly resolved to keep him at a distance from her master. Outside the stone chamber in the main hall, Bing Ling had already entered seclusion. Su Xiaobai reclined lazily outside the door, setting out fruits and meats before him. Sipping wine, he awaited Bing Ling's emergence from seclusion with a sense of leisure. Once Master emerges from seclusion, I will gain another advantage. Nothing could be more comforting than this. After enjoying a small drink and feeling a bit dizzy, he chuckled. I'm so tired. I think I'll take a nap. He stifled a yawn and promptly retrieved a quilt and a pillow from his Cosmos bag, preparing to settle down in front of the stone chamber door. Returning was out of the question. Dongfang Qianyue was right there, and just the thought of it was terrifying. Just as he was about to drift off to sleep, he suddenly sensed a shadow looming before him, accompanied by a waft of sweet fragrance. Who is it? Can't they see that the master is in seclusion? No visitors allowed. He opened his eyes, waving his hand in irritation. "It's me." Dongfang Qianyue replied coldly. Su Xiaobai's body jolted, and he quickly sat upright, awkwardly scratching the back of his head with a sheepish grin. "Oh, it's you, senior sister. The master is in seclusion right now. If there is something, can we discuss it another day? I came to find you." "Me?" Su Xiaobai's expression turned into a question mark, but inside he was a bundle of nerves. What could she possibly want with him? Surely she wasn't planning to meddle with the treasured heirloom of the Bai family. Yu Haven Tea returned in days. "Have you been living here?" Dongfang Qianyue raised an eyebrow. Su Xiaobai exhaled in relief. "Glad it wasn't tea about the Bai family heirloom." He nodded and smiled. "Yes, I've been asking the master to teach me a technique." "Is that really all?" Dongfang Qianyue scoffed. You need to sleep here to seek the master's guidance?" She made it clear she harbored ill intentions. "You, come back with me," she pointed at Su Xiaobai, leaving no room for dissent. "Why? I think I'm doing just fine here." Su Xiaobai shook his head vigorously. However, Dongfang Qianyue granted him no right to refuse, grabbing him by the collar and dragging him back. "Ah, you're abducting a man." Su Xiaobai struggled in vain. Ouch! In the courtyard, Su Xiaobai was unceremoniously tossed to the ground, clutching his backside and yelping incessantly. "From today onward, you are not allowed to pester the master all day." "Why? As a disciple, what's wrong with following the master?" Su Xiaobai immediately countered. Chapter 34. From today on, I will live next door to you. Do you really want me to spell it out for you? Dongfang Qianyue glared at him with arms crossed, noticing he was still feigning ignorance. "Go ahead." Su Xiaobai was equally incensed, genuinely confused by her words. "You and the master are not suited for each other. There can be no outcome. I advise you to swiftly rid yourself of such thoughts. Although the master is over 100 years old, she has never taken a partner and is quite innocent. If you dare to lay a hand on her, I won't spare you." Dongfang Qianyue threatened fiercely. "Huh?" Su Xiaobai was utterly bewildered, staring at her in disbelief. "Senior sister, you're overthinking things. I merely wish to request the master to impart a technique. There are no ulterior motives." Dongfang Qianyue was not convinced by his explanation. She believed he was simply in denial. "Humph. You must have plenty of places to stay here, right?" She suddenly stepped into the courtyard, surveying the surrounding buildings. "Quite a few. Why?" Su Xiaobai frowned slightly. Dongfang Qianyue selected a room with good light and nodded in satisfaction. "This one's nice. I'll live here from now on." "What?" Su Xiaobai's mouth fell agape. Panic etched across his face. He rushed forward to stop her. "Senior sister, absolutely not. We're a lone man and woman. How can we share a courtyard?" He stood in front of the door, blocking her entrance. "I don't mind. Why do you worry? We're not sharing the same room." Dongfang Qianyue pushed past him and entered the room. "But I'm still a spirited young man. If you live next door?" "What if I can't help myself?" Puffed. Dongfang Qianyue rolled her eyes. "With your strength, do you think you can get close to me?" She sat on the bed, crossing her legs, revealing her long, fair thighs, and looked at him provocatively. Su Xiaobai clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. "How dare she provoke me like this? Just you wait. I might slip something into your food tonight." But these harsh words, he only dared to think in his heart. "All right, from today on, You must return to sleep every night, especially not going to the master's place. I'll be living here, keeping an eye on you. You can't escape." She looked at him, leaving no room for argument. "Understand." Su Xiaobai gritted his teeth, reluctantly capitulating to her tyranny. That evening, Dongfang Qianyue indeed moved in. Her room was right next to Su Xiaobai's, separated by merely a wall. Su Xiaobai curled up in the corner of his bed, wrapped in his quilt and trembling. Despite being well-versed in ancient and modern knowledge, he had no idea how things had escalated to this absurd situation. It was utterly ridiculous. Clang. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Dongfang Qianyue entered with a plate in hand. "Hey, at least knock before entering." Su Xiaobai was startled. Dongfang Qianyue nonchalantly placed the plate on the table. "I'm your senior sister. Why knock? This is a spirit rabbit I caught today. It just happens to be at the 6th level of qi refining, perfect for your cultivation, so I had the kitchen prepare it for you. Come down and eat." Su Xiaobai was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Dongfang Qianyue to go out of her way to have someone prepare a spirit meal for him. However, he usually treated such things as late-night snacks and had built up a tolerance to them, so their effects were rather minimal. Nevertheless, this was a gesture of goodwill from Dongfang Qianyue, and he didn't refuse it. He got out of bed and began to eat the rabbit hot pot. "By the way, are you practicing the Frostfall technique or the Icebound Sutra?" Dongfang Qianyue suddenly asked. "If it's the Icebound Sutra, I can offer you some guidance. After all, you are my junior brother. Although your character is questionable, I feel it's my responsibility as your senior sister to help you." Su Xiaobai shook his head. "I haven't practiced either of those." He then informed her about the Taiku Yuntian technique. "What?" Dongfang Qianyue stood up, incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? Even the master's cultivation has stagnated for a century because of this technique. Aren't you afraid your cultivation will also become stagnant in the future?" Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, calmly sipping the rabbit soup. "Don't worry, the master is currently revising this technique. I'm just patiently waiting for it to be perfected." He ladled a bowl of rabbit soup and offered it to Dongfang Qianyue. Smiling, "Senior sister, would you like some?" Upon hearing that the ice spirit was revising the technique, Dongfang Qianyue let out a sigh of relief, accepting the rabbit soup and taking a small sip. She turned her head, resting her chin on her hand, gazing at him curiously. "I didn't expect you to come up with such a clever method. Even the master didn't think of it. Your junior brother is quite gifted." "I know many things," Su Xiaobai replied proudly, lifting his chin. "Then tell me, why do I often feel cold and occasionally experience sharp pains?" She looked at Su Xiaobai, not expecting him to genuinely provide an answer, merely wanting to deflate his smugness. After all, this was a common ailment among practitioners of the Icebound Sutra, and even the master was unaware of the reason. Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "This is because the Icebound Sutra cultivates a chilling aura. Although you all utilize this cold energy, unbeknownst to you, cold poison has been accumulating within your body, often triggering bouts of sharp pain. Especially during the full moon, when the cold energy is at its peak, the cold poison flares up. You must be suffering greatly, right?" "How did you know?" Dongfang Qianyue stood up, looking at him in disbelief. His answer was completely accurate. "I told you, your junior brother is quite gifted. Before joining the Xinyu sect, my family was a prestigious clan with extensive knowledge," Su Xiaobai boasted, puffing out his chest. "Then do you know how to treat this condition?" She leaned in excitedly. Every full moon, the piercing pain was unbearable for her, like ice spikes stabbing into her chest. She was somewhat better off, but the master suffered even more from the cold poison. During these times, she was at her weakest, unable to protect herself. Su Xiaobai nodded slowly. "Actually, the method is quite simple. It's about replenishing the yang energy within your body. However, general methods won't suffice. They're ineffective and can easily conflict with the cold energy within, leading to counterproductive results. Then do share an effective method." Dongfang Qianyue was frantic. "Senior sister, that's not a proper way to ask for help," Su Xiaobai said faintly. Dongfang Qianyue's lips twitched. This guy was putting on airs, but it was true she needed something from him and had to relent. She forced a sweet smile onto her face. "Pleading, junior brother, just tell your senior sister what can be done to eliminate the cold poison within. I beg you." She shook his arm and acted cute. Su Xiaobai was covered in goosebumps. Indeed, this woman was born to charm. Cough. He cleared his throat, and seeing his senior sister pleading so earnestly, he reluctantly decided to share the Bai family's century-old secret to replenishing yang energy. All right, Dongfang Qianyue hastily nodded, retrieving both pen and paper. Chapter 35. I wish to descend the mountain for training. First, a single stalk of Millennium Ganoderma, combined with 2 liang of Qianlinzi, and then Su Xiaobai leisurely conveyed to her the method of dispelling cold poison. Essentially, it involved adding specific medicinal herbs to the food she typically consumed, allowing the components to complement each other, achieving an effect akin to the Zhiyang chicken soup he had previously prepared for her. As Dongfang Qianyue examined the various materials listed on the paper, she noted that while some were quite precious, procuring them was not particularly difficult for her and her master. What did your family do in the past? Such a cleverly devised recipe, Dongfang Qianyue exclaimed in admiration. And why family? Su Xiaobai revealed a hint of sorrow in his eyes, lowering his head as he slowly replied. We were once a somewhat renowned alchemical family. My father was not only a prodigy in alchemy but also possessed unique insights into cultivation. Under his influence, I learned a little about everything. However, such an exceptional man ultimately fell victim to the 7-kill sect. My family, once 100 strong, now leaves me as the sole survivor. Bang. Su Xiaobai slammed his fists onto the table, his eyes red, his face a canvas of rage and hatred that I hate. I hate my own weakness. Unable to avenge him, which is why I joined the Xianyu sect. Dongfang Qianyue reached out, wishing to comfort him, yet found herself at a loss for words. I'm sorry for bringing up your painful memories, she said, her eyes filled with guilt. It's all right. Those are matters of the past. My goal in cultivating is also to avenge my father. After pondering for a moment, Dongfang Qianyue solemnly stated, if you seek vengeance in the future, I can lend you a helping hand. Su Xiaobai was taken aback, quickly cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. The two continued their conversation for a while before Dongfang Qianyue returned to her room. Through their initial exchange, Su Xiaobai gained a slight understanding of her. She was not as fearsome as he had imagined and was quite reasonable, as long as she had not uncovered definitive evidence of his poisoning. She would not take action against his second brother. This thought offered him a modicum of relief. 5 days later, Bing Ling emerged from her seclusion, sending word for Su Xiaobai to come. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaobai felt as if he had heard the sound of salvation and hurriedly made his way there. Master, you have finally come out. Seeing Bing Ling just stepping out of the stone chamber, he dashed over and hugged her delicate, snowy white leg, tears streaming down his face. Bing Ling was taken aback, but upon seeing his sorrowful expression, she quickly reached out to stroke his head. What has happened to you? You look so distressed. Has someone bullied you? It's senior sister. She has been tormenting me, Su Xiaobai cried out, reporting Dongfang Qianyue's actions. In recent days, Dongfang Qianyue had been trying every means to extract information from him. He could feel her growing suspicions, and she was merely gathering evidence. She often sought him out for sparring, claiming it was practice, but in reality, it was a one-sided beating. As a mere chi-refining stage novice, how could he possibly be her opponent, given that Dongfang Qianyue was a nascent soul cultivator? He was left battered and bruised every day. Upon hearing this, Bing Ling furrowed her brow, her expression turning serious. Tell me what happened. If Yuer truly bullied you, I will not stand idly by. Su Xiaobai then recounted Dongfang Qianyue's actions, embellishing them as he went. However, being over 100 years old, Bing Ling was not so easily swayed by his flowery words. She flicked his forehead lightly. Your senior sister is genuinely guiding you. Do not fail to appreciate her kindness. If it were anyone else, she would hardly bother to assist. Rubbing his slightly aching forehead, Su Xiaobai, feeling somewhat indignant, realized that deceiving his master would not work. Master, how is the modification of the ancient fallen sky technique coming along? He asked, his face filled with excitement as he looked at her. Bing Ling smiled and nodded. Come with me, Oh. Su Xiaobai quickly released her leg and followed her into the stone chamber. The chamber was sparsely decorated. Aside from the unique fragrance emanating from Bing Ling, there were only a few meditation cushions. Bing Ling sat cross-legged on one of the cushions and gestured for Su Xiaobai to take a seat opposite her. I have divided the ancient fallen sky technique into 9 levels. Each level you attain will bring about a qualitative change in power. However, you must also be mentally prepared. Even though I have minimized the side effects of the technique, it will still slow your cultivation speed. Bing Ling cautioned. No problem, master. You can rest assured. Su Xiaobai patted his chest confidently. Very well. Bing Ling pointed a finger at his forehead. Instantly, an ancient and mysterious script appeared in Su Xiaobai's mind. Is this the ancient fallen sky technique? He thought, immersing himself in the knowledge. Not wishing to disturb his concentration, Bing Ling patiently stood guard beside him. 2 hours later, Su Xiaobai emerged from his meditative state, excitement radiating from his face as he observed the condition of his dantian. There, a pitch-black void stood silently, greedily absorbing the spiritual energy within him. Surrounding the void were 9 layers of intricate formations, which must have been the sealing formations set by Bing Ling, significantly slowing the void's absorption of spiritual energy. How is your cultivation progressing? Bing Ling asked with a smile. I have already caught a glimpse of the path. It shouldn't be long before I can unlock the first layer, he replied. Very good. You have excellent comprehension. Bing Ling nodded in satisfaction. Master, what level are you currently at? Su Xiaobai asked curiously. Shamefully, I am still at the 5th level, she admitted. Thanks to your suggestion, otherwise, it would have taken me several hundred years to fully cultivate this ancient fallen sky technique. Master, you overpraise me. I merely offered a suggestion. It is you who truly modified the technique. I could never have accomplished such a feat. Su Xiaobai replied sincerely. He spoke the truth. Although he knew the method, his understanding and application of spiritual energy were nowhere near the level required to modify a technique in the entire Xianyu sect, and perhaps even across the entire Huangzhou. Only Bing Ling could achieve such a feat. You certainly have a way with words, Bing Ling chuckled, covering her mouth. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Su Xiaobai scratched his head. After a moment of hesitation, he cupped his hands and said, Master, I have a request. Seeing his serious demeanor, Bing Ling's concern grew. What is it? I wish to descend the mountain for training. Chapter 36. The astonishing man of Huangzhou in Musu City. He Han was lying on the ground. Her delicate brows furrowed, her hands tightly gripping the carpet. Master, don't speak. It will be done soon. Her brow was knitted with concentration, beads of sweat dotting her forehead as she forcefully shoved the Kuanping wood into the alchemical furnace. With a pained expression, He Han looked at her newly purchased alchemical furnace, which was on the verge of being damaged. Master, have you never refined alchemy before? You can't even distinguish between the material intake and exhaust ports. Su Xiaobai's face flushed with embarrassment. Ahem. It's rather shameful to admit. I was rebellious back then. My father wanted me to inherit the family business and pushed me to refine alchemy every day, but I stubbornly refused. Consequently, I am now quite inexperienced in practical operations. Oh. He Han gazed at him with a hint of suspicion, feeling he was trying to pull a fast one on her. However, since he was wealthy, she decided to let it slide and pretend she hadn't noticed. By the way, Xiao Han, I saw you lying on the ground when I arrived. What were you doing? Su Xiaobai asked, confused. Hee, master. It's because you just gave me my salary a while ago. Now that I have a little wealth, I no longer need to be as frugal as before while refining alchemy. I want to try various positions, He Han exclaimed excitedly. All right then, do as you please, Su Xiaobai replied helplessly, shaking his head. He then walked over to the table, sat down leisurely, and began sipping tea. By the way, Master, I heard you joined under the tutelage of the Peak Master Bing Ling. Why are you down the mountain so soon? He Han sat up, looking at him with curiosity. Su Xiaobai sighed deeply, a look of deep sorrow on his face. There are always those who wish to cut off my master's future. Therefore, I propose to my master that I descend the mountain for training. Oh, I thought you had been lingering here for so long without leaving. He Han muttered under her breath. What did you just say? Su Xiaobai shot her a glance. Nothing. He Han quickly waved her hands. Master, stay as long as you wish. Su Xiaobai continued sipping his tea, ignoring her. He certainly had no intention of returning anytime soon. The thought of going back to a life filled with anxiety was far less appealing than being here with He Han's attentive service. Master, I need to visit the Linglong Chamber of Commerce in a few days. Can you accompany me? He Han pleaded. The Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Su Xiaobai furrowed his brow in contemplation. Are you going to buy something? Not exactly. I intend to sell, He Han replied. Sell? Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock as he jumped up, then, like a concerned father, delivered a playful smack to her head. At such a young age. You not learning anything good, only delving into these dubious paths. He rolled up his sleeves, fuming. Bang! He Han received a heavy slap on the head, covering her head with tears welling in her eyes as she looked at him pleadingly. No, master, that's not what I meant. I recently concocted an exquisite Xingyuan pill, which can assist core formation cultivators in breaking through their shackles. Coincidentally, I have a friend there who invited me to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce for an auction. Oh, so you're going to an auction. Why didn't you clarify that? You brought this upon yourself. Su Xiaobai resolutely refused to admit his fault. Although He Han felt wronged, she was apprehensive about venturing into such an unfamiliar place alone. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his, and sweetly pleaded, Master, the spirit beast egg is about to hatch, and it will surely require rare heavenly materials for nurturing. Please accompany me to take a look. I beg you. Thump, thump. The spirit beast egg, encased in Bai's serpentine form, thumped vigorously a few times, expressing its strong agreement. Over the past few days, He Han had been diligently nurturing it with her Samadhi true fire. Combined with Bai's physical warmth, the spirit beast within the egg had already taken shape, possessing its own spirit, just a little shy of breaking free from its shell. Well, all right then, since I have some free time. I suppose I can take a stroll. Su Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Yay! He Han's face lit up with excitement. You can never truly comprehend how delightful it is for someone with social anxiety to have a companion for support when faced with the necessity of venturing out. 3 days later. Master, please don't stray too far from me. I'm scared. The two strolled through the bustling streets of Jile City. He Han clutched Su Xiaobai's clothing tightly, snugly wrapped in her dark robe. Her gaze trembling at the looks from the passers-by. Master, why does it feel like everyone is staring at us? She quivered, hiding behind Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai rolled his eyes in exasperation. Dressed like that? It's no wonder you draw attention. He had urged her to change into something less conspicuous, but she insisted that this attire made her feel safer. Now, they had become the most eye-catching sight on the street. Hey, Tianlingzi, you better stop right there. Do you think I want to take you down? Suddenly, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from behind. Su Xiaobai turned around in confusion. There stood Lu Feifei, clad in green, brandishing a sword as she chased after a young man in white robes, attempting to strike him. Big sister, can you please stop chasing me? You've been hunting me for a month, the young man in white shouted in desperation. Thankfully, his agility allowed him to evade her. Otherwise, he would have long since been cut down by this fierce woman. Then you better clear up that rumor, or I won't let you off easily. Impossible. As Tianlingzi, I only publish genuine news. Once it's out, I will never retract it. Then prepare to meet your end. Lu Feifei's eyes turned crimson as she instantly accelerated. The two whizzed past Su Xiaobai and He Han like a gust of wind. The surrounding pedestrians skillfully retreated to the sides, clearing a wide path for the two. Observing their swift actions, Su Xiaobai approached an elderly gentleman and inquired, Sir, what are those two chasing after? It's as if they have a vendetta. In his memory, there shouldn't have been any conflict between Lu Feifei and Tianlingzi. The old man sighed helplessly and glanced at Su Xiaobai. You must be from out of town, right? Su Xiaobai nodded. No wonder you're unaware. That young woman in green is Lu Feifei, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, and the man she is pursuing is Tianlingzi from the Tianji Pavilion. Not long ago, Tianlingzi published an article about the eldest daughter of the Lu family losing her virtue to a peculiar man. Caused quite a stir, and the head of the Lu family was enraged. However, perhaps out of fear of Tianji Pavilion's power, the Lu family's head ultimately did not hold Tianlingzi accountable. Now, the eldest daughter pursues him daily with her sword, and it has already been several days. The eldest daughter lost her virtue to a peculiar man. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow, an inkling of curiosity stirring within him. Which man could be so audacious as to take advantage of her figure? As an advocate of ample proportions, he felt no attraction to the Pacific at all. Here, I happen to have a copy of the Tianji report from a while ago. The old man handed him a newspaper-like document. Su Xiaobai picked it up and his body jolted. The image depicted a peculiar man wearing a bandit's mask, armed with 3 machetes, clad in tight black clothing that showcased his perfect eight-pack abs, a striking figure indeed. The peculiar man waved his hand nonchalantly as he departed. Lu Feifei, disheveled and in disarray, cried out behind him like a newlywed wife abandoned right after the wedding. Chapter 37. Water Smoke. Ling Su Xiaobai stood rooted to the spot, his expression darkening ominously. That peculiar man in the image, was it not him? The old man shook his head and walked away. Defamation. This is sheer slander. I clearly did nothing. Su Xiaobai seethed, crumpling the Tianji report in his hand and slamming it onto the ground. Bai Bai climbed onto his shoulder, laughing uncontrollably. He Han regarded him warily. Master, that peculiar man is you. Isn't it? You didn't he really do anything to the eldest daughter of the Lu family? Did you? She had heard Bai Bai mention some things that happened in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts, so she was aware of Su Xiaobai's exploits against various factions. But she never expected that he had actually gotten involved with the eldest daughter of the Lu family. If that were the case, she would have to keep her distance from him in the future. After all, on a moonless night, how could a delicate maiden like her withstand his eight-pack abs? She took a step back. Su Xiaobai noticed her retreat and said helplessly, "What kind of look is that? Do you consider me the sort of person who would indiscriminately take advantage of anyone? With her physique, I wouldn't even bother to cast a glance. It's not even as appealing as you." Phew, that is good to hear. He Han let out a sigh of relief, but felt something was amiss. Master, what do you mean by saying I have a lure? Her face flushed as she glared at Su Xiaobai. However, at that moment, Su Xiaobai had already moved on. Don't you still need to go to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce? If you don't hurry, you'll be left to go alone. No, wait. Don't leave me. He Han hurriedly chased after him. It's the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Before them stood a magnificent building, towering over 10 stories high. The tallest structure in all of Jile City, gilded and resplendent. As the two arrived at the entrance of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Su Xiaobai observed the numerous guards stationed outside, all of whom were Foundation establishment cultivators. It was evident that even dignified Foundation establishment cultivators were relegated to guarding the door, showcasing the immense power of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Stop! Who are you? One of the guards immediately stepped forward to block their path upon seeing Su Xiaobai and He Han. Hello, I wish to come here to auction some pills, He Han stammered. Auctioning pills? Do you have an appointment? Appointment? He Han's face revealed confusion as she shook her head. Without an appointment, you think you can enter the Linglong Chamber of Commerce? Get lost? The guard impatiently dismissed them. Su Xiaobai crossed his arms, looking at her with exasperation. You didn't know you needed an appointment to enter? He Han scratched her head in embarrassment. I genuinely didn't know. I've been corresponding with the third young lady of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and she mentioned that coming here for the auction could earn me a lot of spirit stones. Which is why I came. She pointed at her fingers, muttering, Wait, you said you know Shui Yinling. Su Xiaobai grasped the crucial point. Shui Yinling, the third daughter of the president of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, was exceptionally astute with remarkable business acumen. Currently, she was in charge of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce's branch in the Wilderness region. Once she took over the headquarters of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, she would surely suppress the other chambers, establishing a dominant trend. Moreover, he recalled that the reason the Linglong Chamber of Commerce could dominate was not only due to Shui Yinling's exceptional abilities, but also because this foolish girl had been misled by her. A genius in commerce paired with a genius in alchemy. How could anyone compete against them? Foolish girl, you should have mentioned knowing her earlier. Su Xiaobai scolded. He then strode directly toward the guards, standing tall and straight. Are you still not giving up? Do you want to get beaten? The lead guard rolled up his sleeves. Preposterous. Do you even know who you're speaking to? This esteemed individual before you is a valued guest of your young lady. If you dare to lay a finger on him, you'll regret it, Su Xiaobai bellowed. That terrifying aura startled even the guards. He Han's face turned pale, resembling a ghost as she rushed to pull Su Xiaobai back. Master, my relationship with that third young lady is as deep as you think. She whispered to him. Su Xiaobai calmly patted her shoulder. Don't worry, your worth in her eyes is far greater than you realize. He stepped forward and called out to the guards loudly, Hey, you, go tell your young lady that Alchemist He Han is here for an appointment. The guard's face turned ashen. How dare a mere chi refining cultivator issue such commands? He nearly wished to slap him dead, yet he couldn't afford to ignore the order. If these two truly were valued guests of the young lady, he would be in hot water. Humph. You'd better pray that the young lady truly knows you. Otherwise, you'll regret it, he spat, turning and striding into the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. It's over. It's over. I'm going to get beaten. Is it too late to run now? Han tiptoed backward. Clearly preparing to flee, Su Xiaobai grabbed her hood, pulling her back. Have a little confidence in your own worth. I assure you, when she comes out, she will treat you like a revered ancestor. Han was on the verge of tears. She was merely a recluse, having never met anyone in person, and perhaps they had long forgotten her. Master, as a man, could you please endure a few more blows when they strike me later? Su Xiaobai, feeling too lethargic to explain much to her, thought that once Shui Yinling emerged, everything would be clarified. Before long, a stunning red-haired woman rushed out in a flurry, dressed in a floral qipao. Her voluptuous figure was showcased to perfection. A beauty mark graced the corner of her eye, her long hair cascading down to her waist, and her stunning visage was occasionally illuminated by a glimmer of wisdom in her gaze, instinctively revealing her astute nature. Especially when she ran, her ample bosom swayed enticingly, presenting a visual feast. Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in astonishment. What a splendid sight! You must be Sister Han, right? Shui Yinling exclaimed, excitedly grasping Han's hand. Caught off guard by her sudden warmth, Han stammered, Yes, I am Han. Honestly, if I had known Sister Han was coming, I would have prepared a delicious feast to welcome you. No, that's unnecessary. Han seemed ill at ease with the other's exuberance, her expression betraying her nervousness. Ahem. Su Xiaobai cleared his throat. It was only then that Shui Yinling noticed him. And this is my master. Han quickly hid behind Su Xiaobai. Master? Shui Yinling narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Su Xiaobai. This person, merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, how could he possibly be Han's master? He must have ulterior motives. As a businesswoman, she was naturally unwilling to watch Han, a prized asset, slip away. Sister Han, you usually prefer to stay indoors and seldom meet others. You may be unaware of the dangers in this world and must not be deceived by those with sinister intentions. She gazed at Han with concern, yet her eyes subtly darted towards Su Xiaobai. Clearly, the person she referred to as having sinister intentions was Su Xiaobai. Oh, Su Xiaobai's expression turned slightly frosty. Miss Shui, we have only just met, and yet you are quick to place a heavy label upon me. Is your animosity toward me not a tad excessive? Chapter 38. If I wish to protect her, who would dare harm her? Han, witnessing the tension between the two, grew alarmed, fearing they might come to blows. Miss San, you misunderstand. It was I who voluntarily took Master as my mentor. He did not deceive me. She hurriedly explained. What? Shui Yinling appeared bewildered. He is merely at the qi refinement stage, Sister Han. Why would you choose him as your master? Ha, as if you are not at the qi refinement stage yourself? Su Xiaobai retorted mockingly. Shui Yinling, of similar age, was also only at the qi refinement stage. You? Shui Yinling glared at Su Xiaobai. Perhaps it was the clash of similar temperaments. Sparks flew as they met. Miss San, do not underestimate my master. He possesses a vast wealth of knowledge, from which I have learned a great deal. Han declared earnestly. During this time, Su Xiaobai had frequently proposed advanced theories, significantly enhancing her alchemical skills. Him? Shui Yinling raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful look at Su Xiaobai, clearly doubtful of his true capabilities. Humph, is this how Miss Shui treats her guests? Today, I have witnessed it firsthand. Xiao Han, let us depart. We shall seek another venue to sell this Xingyuan Dan. Su Xiaobai spoke coldly, taking Han's hand and preparing to leave. Oh, Han hurriedly followed suit. Compared to her first encounter with Shui Yinling, she was far more inclined to trust her master. Shui Yinling, in a fit of urgency, stepped forward to block their path. I sincerely apologize. My previous remarks were overly harsh, and I extend my apologies to you. She quickly bowed to Su Xiaobai, feeling regret for her earlier behavior. How could she have lost control of her temper upon meeting him? Where had her usual calm demeanor gone? Humph, do you believe your verbal insults can simply be erased with a single apology? I tell you, you have wounded my fragile heart, inflicting an irreversible trauma. Su Xiaobai's eyes glistened with unshed tears. What? Shui Yinling's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly believe that this man would be emotionally distressed by a few mocking words. Her eyes darted, and she suddenly grasped Su Xiaobai's intent. I understand. It was indeed my fault. Consider this Qingfeng sword as my token of apology. She presented a pristine white long sword to Su Xiaobai. What? The guards behind them gaped in astonishment. The Qingfeng sword was a high-grade spiritual artifact, worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, a treasure they could not afford even after years of hard work. Miss San, is this not excessive? The guards attempted to voice their concern but were silenced by a single glare from Shui Yinling. She turned back to Su Xiaobai, hoping that you would overlook my previous rash remarks and forgive me for my imprudent words. This was the largest concession she could offer. If Su Xiaobai insisted on leaving with Hehan, there would be nothing more she could do. Yet, her greatest frustration was with herself. Why had she been so reckless today? Could it truly be due to the incident with that flower thief that had her so flustered? A slight smile crept across Su Xiaobai's lips as he accepted the Qingfeng sword and stowed it in his bag. It was precisely what he needed, a close combat weapon, as the Xinyuan sword was too heavy for prolonged battles, making the Qingfeng sword a fortuitous acquisition. Out of consideration for the young Miss San, I shall not hold a grudge against you. Xiao Han, let us head upstairs and further discuss our collaboration with Miss Shui. Shall we? Su Xiaobai led Hehan past the guards, striding into the building as if it were his own home. Within his sleeve, a dark-hued elixir was discreetly obliterated. This was the taunt elixir he had inspired Hehan to concoct, designed to enhance one's taunting value, inspired by Ling Xiao. Originally, he had only intended for her to experiment with it. But to his surprise, she had successfully developed it, and today it had proven highly effective against Miss San. Otherwise, given Shui Yinling's composed and astute nature, she would not have openly mocked him, even if she looked down upon him. However, this elixir must be used judiciously. If employed against those with volatile tempers, they might retaliate with a punch at the mere sight of someone they disliked. Observing the departing figures of the two, Shui Yinling rubbed her temples, feeling bitter within. It was the first time she had been outmaneuvered. Yet, as long as she could keep Hehan close, there was still hope for recovery. With that thought, she followed them into the loft. In the antiquely adorned hall, the group settled onto comfortable sofas. Shui Yinling elegantly took her seat, a handsome young man standing guard behind her. Sister Hehan, I never imagined you had successfully crafted the exceedingly rare top-tier Xingyuan Dan. This elixir is indeed invaluable to those at the core formation stage. I estimate it could fetch a staggering 3 million spirit stones at auction. What? 3 million? Hehan's face was filled with disbelief. As though she had never encountered such wealth in her life, Shui Yinling smiled gently, stating that according to our guild's profit-sharing agreement, we would only take 30%, leaving 70% for you. If you agree, you may sign this contract with your handprint. I agree. I agree. Hehan nodded eagerly, extending her hand to sign the contract. Wait a moment. Su Xiaobai suddenly grasped her hand, his gaze piercing as he addressed Shui Yinling. Miss Shui, this division seems rather paltry for us, does it not? Shui Yinling's eyes narrowed. Indeed, Hehan's master was not an easy opponent, my friend. Please recognize that this has been our long-standing profit-sharing model for all items auctioned through us over the years. Sister Hehan receiving 70% is already quite generous. Hehan nodded in agreement, as she was relatively satisfied with this price. Su Xiaobai shook his head. Others may accept this division due to their lack of alternatives. However, we are different. Xiao Han's elixir quality far surpasses that of ordinary Xingyuan Dawn and is exceedingly rare in the market. If word gets out, numerous core formation practitioners will flock to us, and the price we can secure will undoubtedly far exceed 3 million. Hehan nodded again, as though realizing this was indeed the case. What if we sold it ourselves? Shui Yinling, recognizing she was dealing with a formidable opponent, revealed a professional smile. However, this would risk exposing your information. Many nefarious cultivators might come to seize it, and you could find yourselves in a situation where you could neither sell nor even protect your lives. Our Linglong Guild not only provides a reliable trading platform but also ensures the safety of sellers' information, something unmatched by any other guild. Ha ha ha! Su Xiaobai burst into laughter. For others, perhaps this is the case. After all, A common man is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. But I am a direct disciple of the Xianyue sect, from the Ice Soul Peak. My senior sister is the foremost figure of the younger generation. Dongfang Xianyue, the youngest Yuanian cultivator in the entire wilderness continent. My master, Bingling, is also the youngest infant transformation cultivator, and it is merely a matter of time before he breaks through to the Void Soul realm. The sect leader, to accept me as a disciple, even risked enmity with other peak leaders, and privately, we are as close as brothers. With such a multitude of accolades, if I choose to protect her, who in the entire wilderness continent would dare lay a hand on her? Su Xiaobai elegantly waved his long sleeves, positioning himself protectively in front of He Han. His tall and statuesque figure resembled an imposing fortress, instilling an immeasurable sense of security in those around him. Master, He Han felt a surge of emotion as tears welled in her eyes. In that moment, she perceived her master as incredibly handsome and exuding an undeniable aura of authority. Chapter 39. The Flower Thief. Are you Su Xiaobai? Shui Yinling's gaze sharpened suddenly. Recently, the Seven Kills sect had stirred up quite a commotion by challenging the Xianyu sect, ultimately suffering a humiliating defeat and retreating in disarray. Having expended vast resources in compensation to the Xianyu sect, the reason for the Xianyu sect's victory was said to hinge upon a disciple named Su Xiaobai. In a situation where all other disciples had faltered, he had turned the tide, propping up a crumbling edifice, and had been entrusted with a dire task, vanquishing the favored disciple of the Seven Kills sect, Mo Shang, with an almost overwhelming display of prowess. Su Xiaobai had since been heralded as the new prodigy, following in the footsteps of Dongfang Qianyue. Su Xiaobai replied with calm confidence. Shui Yinling's eyes lost their earlier disdain. If he truly was Su Xiaobai, then both his background and future potential were beyond imagination, and it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. At the same time, she felt a twinge of regret. Had he revealed his identity sooner, no one would have looked down upon him. So it is fellow Taoist Su. I apologize for my earlier rudeness, she said, her face reflecting sincerity as she raised her cup, downing its contents in one go. Su Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, studying her. This woman could change her demeanor remarkably fast. Very well, I am not one to hold grudges. Shall we proceed to discuss the terms of our profit sharing? He suggested. How much does fellow Taoist wish to claim? At this juncture, she understood that concessions were unavoidable. Su Xiaobai, with his esteemed identity and formidable backing, undoubtedly possessed the capability to sell the enhancement elixirs independently. I require 95%, Su Xiaobai stated matter-of-factly. What? Shui Yinling sprang to her feet. Even though she had prepared to concede, asking for only half was rather paltry. This was not a negotiation. It felt more like a robbery. What difference was there from being stripped bare and mocked? No, half is far too little for us. We demand 20%. Su Xiaobai regarded her intently, extending a finger. 1% is my utmost limit. You! Shui Yinling's beautiful eyes widened. This was nothing short of thievery. The two engaged in a prolonged dispute. He Han, seated quietly, dared not utter a word, feeling as though she were observing a duel between two cunning foxes. Ultimately, Su Xiaobai emerged victorious, settling on a profit-sharing ratio of 19-1. Shui Yinling's frustration was palpable, her emotions surging like twin peaks in turmoil. It was her first experience of suffering such a significant loss at the hands of another. Third miss, may our collaboration be fruitful, Su Xiaobai said with a smile. Hmph. Shui Yinling scoffed, reluctant to engage further with him. Su Xiaobai paid her little mind. His objective had been achieved. The reason for choosing the Linglong Chamber of Commerce to auction the elixirs was a strategic long-term consideration. The wasteland was merely the beginning. Once He Han's alchemical skills improved, his ambitions would stretch across the entire Tianxiang continent. At that time, a substantial trading platform would be essential, and the Linglong Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the best option. As He Han's master, he envisioned counting profits until his fingers ached. Third miss. Both Miss Lu and Hero Sun Feng have arrived. A servant reported to Shui Yinling. Good. Please escort them to the private hall and let them wait briefly. I will join shortly, Shui Yinling instructed. Lu Feifei and Sun Feng? Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow. He seemed to encounter familiar faces at every turn. Lu Feifei needed no introduction. Sun Feng was the very rogue he had once robbed. Su Xiaobai's impression of him was particularly vivid. Among those he had robbed, he had been the most destitute, an essence-building cultivator with a mere 300 spirit stones, poorer than even a foundation establishment disciple. "Third miss, have you encountered some troubles? You appear somewhat distressed," Su Xiaobai inquired. Shui Yinling's expression twisted with conflict before she sighed in resignation. "Alas, this matter has recently caused quite a stir. I have become the target of a notorious flower thief." "A flower thief?" Both Su Xiaobai and He Han raised their eyebrows in curiosity. Indeed, this flower thief is a well-known habitual offender, going by the name Tian Youguang. Although he is merely at the qi refining stage, he has somehow managed to violate numerous women's chastity. Moreover, these women are either of noble birth or possess exceptional talent. Before each assault, he announces his intentions, allowing the victims to be aware in advance, thereby satisfying his own sense of accomplishment. Yet, despite this, he has never once failed. A glimmer of fear flickered in Shui Yinling's eyes. Being an innocent young lady, she wished to preserve her virtue and not fall victim to a flower thief. Such matters were only meant for marriage with her future husband, Tian Youguang. Su Xiaobai's mind wandered, recalling that he was indeed the descendant of the infamous ancient flower thief. He suddenly clapped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Su is acquainted with this individual?" Shui Yinling's eyes widened in surprise. Su Xiaobai nodded slightly. "I know a bit." He was, of course, well informed. The yin-yang cleansing technique in Tian Youguang's possession was authored by his ancestor. According to the original narrative, this technique was eventually acquired by Tian Youguang through sheer fortune, propelling him to great heights. Unfortunately, Su Xiaobai had intercepted it, leaving Tian Youguang without his coveted advantage. Perhaps it was also due to his interference with the timeline that the original sequence of events, which did not include Tian Youguang targeting Shui Yinling, had now spontaneously emerged. "Fellow Taoist, could you assist me in capturing this scoundrel? Should you succeed, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce will offer substantial rewards," she implored, her excitement palpable. Although she had already summoned Miss Lu and Hero Sunfeng to help apprehend the thief, given the numerous precedents, she still felt uncertain. With Su Xiaobai's apparent knowledge of Tian Youguang, his presence would offer an additional layer of assurance. Su Xiaobai pondered for a moment before smiling and nodding. "If Third Miss seeks my assistance, I shall certainly do my utmost, and no need for excessive rewards. I simply cannot bear to see such a beautiful lady as you fall victim to a flower thief. However, I have heard that the path of spirit infusion will soon be opening at your esteemed Chamber of Commerce. May I request a spot when the time comes? How do you know about the path of spirit infusion? That is a secret realm known only within the Linglong Chamber of Commerce." Shui Yinling's eyes widened in astonishment. The path of spirit infusion is a space created by the powerful individuals at the Chamber's headquarters, open once every 5 years. It contains spirit infusion liquid, which aids qi refining cultivators in their rapid advancement. "This is my bargaining chip. Will Third Miss accept my condition?" Su Xiaobai reclined comfortably on the sofa, crossing his legs, his gaze resolute. Shui Yinling fell into deep contemplation. Weighing the pros and cons after a prolonged silence, she finally raised her head. "All right. I agreed, as long as you can apprehend the flower thief. I will grant you access to the path of spirit infusion." Chapter 40. What thing goes where it wills? Excellent. The deal is struck. Shall we proceed to your boudoir, Third Miss? Su Xiaobai rose to his feet. "What did you say? You little white-faced rogue. All this time you were not sincerely here to assist the miss, but rather to invade her private quarters." A man named Guan Quan, who stood behind Shui Yinling, immediately stepped forward, glaring at Su Xiaobai with murderous intent. In this era, a woman's boudoir was a private sanctuary, typically reserved for close friends and favored suitors. "Guan Quan," Shui Yinling's cold voice halted the man. "Miss, the situation is dire. This is not the time to concern ourselves with societal norms. Go fetch Miss Lu and Hero Sunfeng." "Understood." Reluctantly, Guan Quan exited, casting a warning glance back at Su Xiaobai, as if to say, "Should you dare to overstep, I will not let you off easily. Please, follow me." Shui Yinling beckoned, leading the way. "Master, is it appropriate for us to enter Third Mrs. Boudoir?" "After all, she is still an unmarried young lady," He Han whispered. "What is there to fear? When it comes to your room, have I not entered and slept at will?" Su Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. "These young ladies are merely products of feudal thinking. Master, please refrain from speaking such things here. What if someone misunderstands? He Han's face flushed crimson as she glared at him. For days, Su Xiaobai had taken up residence with her, consuming her resources and even sleeping in her bed, often pushing her onto the floor. What kind of master behaved this way? Yet, recalling his earlier declaration before everyone, if I wish to protect her, who in the wasteland would dare to harm her? Made her heart race uncontrollably. Shui Yinling, walking ahead, caught wind of their conversation, her ears perking up. Enter at will, sleep at will? What does that mean? What kind of relationship do these two share? Her cheeks flushed a deep scarlet as her mind spiraled into a tempest of forbidden and indecorous thoughts. Soon, several individuals arrived at the boudoir of Shui Yinling. Her chamber, perched atop the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, offered a panoramic view of the entire Jile City, a sight of breathtaking magnificence. The room was suffused with the fragrance of books. The bed was meticulously arranged, and the shelves were laden with volumes, interspersed with a few girlish trinkets, albeit sparingly. This is my room. What brings you here? Shui Yinling inquired, gazing at him with a puzzled expression. Su Xiaobai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the room with keen interest. Xiao Han, please step outside for a moment. Miss San and I have some matters to discuss privately. Do remember to close the door. Ti Han, initially prepared to leave, immediately exhibited a wary glint in her eyes upon hearing the instruction to shut the door. Master, why must you close the door? Oh, that's none of your concern, Su Xiaobai replied impatiently, pushing her out and locking the door. He turned back, his gaze intense as it fixated on Shui Yinling. What do you intend to do? Shui Yinling asked, crossing her arms and taking a few steps back, her expression one of vigilance. Su Xiaobai rested his chin on his hand, his gaze audaciously appraising her form, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. I warn you, this is the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Should you dare to lay a hand on me, I will. Outside the door, He Han's small face was puffed up with indignation. That insufferable master. What business could possibly require locking me out? Wouldn't he truly be doing anything to Miss San inside? Would he? No, that can't be. We've been together for so long without anything happening. She shook her head repeatedly. Could it be that my allure is insufficient? Woe is me. He Han leaned despondently against the door. Miss, I have brought the person you requested. At that moment, Guan Quan entered, accompanied by Lu Feifei. No. A shrill scream erupted from within. Guan Quan, as if triggered by some switch, suddenly looked up and rushed in a frenzy. You bastard! What have you done to the young lady? He kicked the door open with force. Inside, Su Xiaobai was gripping Shui Yinling by her collar, revealing a large expanse of her fair skin. You scoundrel! Release the young lady. Guan Quan's eyes blazed red as he threw a punch. Wait, Guan Quan, calm down. Things are not as you perceive. Su Xiaobai took a solid blow to the face, his body flying backward. Shui Yinling gasped, shielding her eyes, and remarked, that punch was quite heavy. Get out. You are not welcome here. He hurled Su Xiaobai at He Han. Wait, it was merely a misunderstanding. We were just sparring. Shui Yinling interjected as she approached. Miss, do not defend such a person. He is nothing but a flower thief. If he dares to show up tonight, I, Guan Quan, will ensure he does not return. We truly were just practicing. Shui Yinling pleaded, wrapping her arms around his. Guan Quan's face flushed crimson, his resolve wavering. You? Su Xiaobai attempted to speak, but his arm trembled before he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. He Han glanced at Su Xiaobai's swollen face and then at the charming visage of Shui Yinling, her brow furrowing with suspicion. Sister He Han, please take Su Dawas to rest. Miss Lu, Sir Sun Feng, let us convene to discuss the apprehension of the flower thief. Very well, Lu Feifei and Sun Feng agreed as they entered. He Han, meanwhile, assisted Su Xiaobai toward the inn, pondering, why has Master lost so much weight? Could it truly be so? Midnight. Shui Yinling was preparing for sleep. After all, managing the entirety of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce fell solely upon her shoulders. Making rest of utmost importance, outside, Guan Quan, Lu Feifei, and Sun Feng formed a tight perimeter, vigilantly guarding against any intrusions. At that moment, a maid approached, carrying a basin of water. The trio exchanged glances and swiftly positioned themselves before the maid. Halt! What is your purpose here? Guan Quan bellowed. The maid, startled, stammered. I am here to assist the young lady with her washing. Washing? The others frowned. Indeed, the time for such a task had arrived. Lu Feifei scrutinized the maid's face closely. Nodding in affirmation, no disguise. You may proceed. The maid promptly entered with the basin. Sun Feng exchanged glances, signaling the others to remain alert to the maid's movements. After all, aside from them, she was the only one who could approach Miss San tonight. If the flower thief intended to strike, he would have to do so through her. Chapter 41. The true and false Miss San. The trio armed themselves and stationed outside the door, ready to spring into action at the slightest disturbance from within, prepared to deal with the flower thief on the spot. Inside, a voice resonated. Miss, it is time to wash Donamim. Just place it there. I shall wash myself. Then I shall take my leave. Very well. Click. The maid opened the door only to find Guan Quan and the others poised with weapons, ready to confront her. She immediately crumpled to the floor in terror. Lord Guan, what are you doing? The trio exchanged bewildered glances and approached the maid for further inspection. No issues, Lu Feifei affirmed, shaking her head. You may leave, Guan Quan sighed in disappointment. Perhaps the flower thief is deterred by our vigilant guard tonight. Sun Feng suggested. Upon reflection, Guan Quan acknowledged the possibility, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Humph. He is but a minor character. Witnessing the might of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, he has no choice but to retreat to his lair. Inside the chamber, Shui Yinling reclined in her chair, book in hand, exuding intelligence and elegance. Oh? It turns out that the infamous flower thief Tian Youguang is merely a paper tiger, bullying the weak while fearing the strong. All my preparations were in vain. Time to wash up and sleep. However, at that moment, the basin began to morph, a grotesque and lecherous face emerging from the depths. Hee, Miss San, who did you say is the paper tiger? Here I am. You, how dare you transform into the basin? Shui Yinling exclaimed, her face a mask of horror. They all think I can only assume human form, but little do they know. I can transform into objects as well. Tian Youguang boasted with glee. Do not come any closer. If you do, I shall scream. Shui Yinling retreated barefoot, fear etching her features. Tian Youguang regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with lewd intent. Go ahead and scream. I have already set up a soundproof barrier around, so even if you scream your lungs out, they won't hear you. Despair washed over Shui Yinling's face. Miss San, are you ready? I am coming. He lunged toward her with a twisted grin. Ah! Shui Yinling shrieked, yet her fist flew forth in retaliation. Thud. Tian Youguang took a heavy blow to the face, his features distorting as 3 teeth flew from his mouth. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times before coming to rest. Hiss! This little vixen possesses surprising strength. I had hoped to hear your sultry cries, but it seems I must resort to my true abilities. He rose, exhaling a puff of white mist toward Shui Yinling. What is this? My head feels so dizzy. Thud. Shui Yinling collapsed onto the bed. Tian Youguang rubbed his hands together, approaching her with anticipation. This is my ancestral Yin-Yang Harmony powder. Even typical core formation practitioners would succumb to its effects. After tonight, my name Tian Youguang will resound throughout the entire wasteland. He eagerly prepared to mount Shui Yinling. But just then, Shui Yinling's eyes shot open. A powerful hand seized Tian Youguang by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Ugh! Tian Youguang's expression morphed to one of agony and disbelief as he gazed upon the woman before him. Despite his cultivation of the 8th layer of qi refinement, he found himself utterly powerless against her. Why are you awake? He stammered, incredulous. His Yin-Yang Harmony powder had never failed. Even core formation experts were not immune. Logically, a mere qi refinement practitioner could not possibly awaken. While the potency of the Yin-Yang Harmony powder is indeed formidable, having cultivated the ascending spirit and transforming heaven technique renders me impervious to poisons. Your little trick is utterly ineffective against me. Shui Yinling's voice shifted to that of a man, her visage altering into that of a dashing young man. Who are you? Tian Youguang's face drained of color. I am your father. Su Xiaobai's fist, as large as a sandbag, descended upon Tian Yogwang's face with the ferocity of a torrential downpour. Bang, bang, bang. With a flurry of punches, Tian Yogwang's face swelled into a grotesque visage, and he fell unconscious. Hu Xiaobai discarded him to the ground, wiped the blood from his knuckles, and swiftly began to rummage through his belongings. Found it. The method of transformation? He exclaimed excitedly, holding up a tome. Tian Yogwang's strength was not particularly formidable. His repeated successes stemmed from this very method of transformation, combined with his ancestral yin-yang harmony powder. The method of transformation allows one to metamorphose into any familiar object, be it person or item, and within two major realms, no one can see through this disguise. It was an exceptional technique for thievery and framing others. Su Xiaobai hastily tucked the secret manual into his bosom, concealing it from prying eyes, before dragging Tian Yogwang out the door. With a resounding click, the door swung open, revealing Lu Feifei and her companions, who were instantly taken aback by the sight of Su Xiaobai emerging from the room. You? When did you enter the young lady's chamber? What have you done to her? Guan Quan advanced menacingly, seizing Su Xiaobai by the collar and bellowing. The thoughts in your mind reflect your actions. Su Xiaobai brushed his hand away dismissively, unwilling to engage in an explanation. This man was nothing but a foolish sycophant. Utterly devoid of intellect. Guan, calm yourself for a moment. Observe whom he is holding, Lu Feifei interjected, stepping forward to halt him. This individual bears an unseemly appearance and diminutive stature, rather reminiscent of a flower thief. Sun Feng exclaimed after scrutinizing the figure closely. We have been stationed here. When did he manage to slip inside? Lu Feifei furrowed her brows in concern. The two core formation experts had been on watch for half a day. Completely unaware of the situation. You have captured the flower thief? Guan Quan's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Su Xiaobai. What else would it be? Do you expect me to rely on a mere bodyguard who can only shout and scream? Su Xiaobai retorted, tossing Tian Yogwang to the ground and crossing his arms defiantly. Chapter 42. Entering the spirit infusion path. What did you say? Guan Quan seethed with rage, rolling up his sleeves, ready to confront Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai, however, had no fear of this mountain of muscle, who was merely at the qi refinement stage. As long as he remained at that level, there was nothing to dread. Just as the confrontation was about to escalate, He Han arrived with another Su Xiaobai in tow. Master, I knew it was you masquerading as the third miss. He Han exclaimed excitedly. Point to Su Xiaobai's? Guan Quan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Lu Feifei pondered for a moment before shaking her head, stating, It's not two Su Xiaobai's. The other is the third Mississippi. They have merely exchanged appearances. Sun Feng nodded in agreement. I cannot fathom how they accomplished this. Even we, too, in the core formation stage, failed to detect any flaws. The other one is the miss? Guan Quan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to the Su Xiaobai beside He Han. At that moment, the latter's figure began to transform, revealing a strikingly beautiful woman. Who else could it be but Shui Yinling? Though her left cheek was slightly swollen, clearly a result of Guan Quan's earlier punch. Miss, please allow me to explain. Guan Quan stammered, his face pale, as he kneeled before Shui Yinling. Guan, it seems the guards at the entrance are somewhat undermanned. Why don't you assist them for now? Shui Yinling remarked coldly, waving her sleeve dismissively. Miss, Guan Quan extended his hand, tears of regret streaming down his face. Shui Yinling brushed past him, approaching Su Xiaobai with a respectful gesture. Thank you, Taoist friend Su, for your timely assistance in capturing this scoundrel and ridding the people of this menace. Su Xiaobai waved his hand with a smile. We are all friends. It was the least I could do. However, I kindly ask that the third miss does not forget about the spirit infusion path. Of course, she replied, if there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. You may deal with this flower thief as you see fit. Yawning, Su Xiaobai expressed his intent to depart, leading He Han back to their lodgings. At the inn, He Han inquired curiously, Master, how did you transform into the third miss? Even Lady Lu and Hiro-sun did not notice anything amiss. I utilized a transformation talisman, which can completely alter one's appearance, undetectable to anyone below the nascent soul stage. I sent you away to facilitate the exchange of identities with Shui Yinling. So that's how it is. I knew you weren't the type to be distracted by beautiful women, He Han said, her face lighting up with delight. Humph. I merely tested the softness of those 2 mounds. I wasn't even touching her chest. Why does she look like she wants to kill me? Su Xiaobai muttered, thoroughly dissatisfied with Shui Yinling's reaction. Forget it. I shall pretend I never spoke. Master is just a lecherous fool. He Han huffed, turning away in a huff to lie down on the bedding, resolving not to speak to him for the rest of the night. Su Xiaobai paid her no mind, reclining on the bed with his legs crossed. Lamenting internally the loss of 2 transformation talismans, he had acquired these talismans during the last sect competition from Imo Shang, possessing only 3 in total, leaving him with just 1 now. These talismans were exceedingly rare. Obtained by Imo Shang during an extraordinary encounter, even the 7-kill sect master was unaware of their existence and had been reluctant to use them. Who would have thought they ultimately became Su Xiaobai spoils? Had he not known that Tian Youguang possessed the method of transformation, which could substitute for the talismans, he would have never used them. Lost in thought, Su Xiaobai soon drifted into slumber. Is he really asleep so soon? Doesn't he know to placate me? He Han fumed, banging her fists against the floor. 3 days later, Shui Yinling sent word to Su Xiaobai, informing him that the spirit infusion path had opened and summoned him to attend. Su Xiaobai hurried over, realizing that if he could gain the golden blessing within the spirit infusion path, he might directly elevate to the 9th layer of qi refinement. Upon arriving at the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, he found Shui Yinling already awaiting his arrival. Today, she was not clad in a qipao but had instead donned a form-fitting white dress, her legs encased in glossy white stockings. Her legs, while not particularly slender, had a pleasantly plump feel, yet they were long, and one could only imagine how soft they might be to the touch. The stockings enhanced her allure even further. Why are you here instead of guarding your post? Su Xiaobai inquired, glancing at Guan Quan, who trailed behind Shui Yinling Yu. Guan Quan glared at him fiercely. Were it not for Su Xiaobai, his reputation before the young lady would not have suffered such a blow. Guan has been with me for many years, and while he may not have notable accomplishments, he has worked diligently. Thus, I thought it best to bring him along for the spirit infusion path, so we could look out for one another, Shui Yinling explained. Guan Quan's eyes glistened with tears of gratitude. All right, let us set off swiftly, lest we miss the opening time, Su Xiaobai said, moving with familiarity as he ascended the stairs, opened the partition door, and gestured for the 2 to follow. His demeanor suggested that he was the one in charge of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce. Shui Yinling rubbed her temples in exasperation, pondering how he managed to be so at ease. The trio soon arrived at the hidden chamber, where a mysterious array seemed to connect to another realm as they stepped into the formation. It began to activate, emitting radiant golden light. They felt a moment of disorientation, and when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a picturesque paradise. Is this the spirit infusion path? Su Xiaobai marveled at his surroundings. Stick close to me. There are various traps within. A moment's inattention could spell disaster, even for those at the foundation establishment stage, Shui Yinling warned seriously. Though this secret realm was created by the family to cultivate talent, entering the spirit infusion path entails accepting the associated risks. Even as the 3rd miss of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, she is not exempt. Understood, miss, Guan Quan responded fervently. If it isn't the 3rd sister. What brings you here to the spirit infusion path? Suddenly, an oddly inflected voice called out from behind them. Turning around, they encountered a provocatively dressed woman of average looks but an enticing figure. 2nd sister? Shui Yinling's expression turned icy as she regarded the woman before her. The woman intimately linked arms with a man as she sauntered toward them. 2nd miss, Guan Quan greeted respectfully. Su Xiaobai narrowed his eyes, assessing the newcomer. This was Water Lianhua, the 2nd daughter of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, a half-sister to Shui Yinling, and their relationship had been fraught with discord since childhood. Water Lianhua didn't even spare Guan Quan a glance, her attention fixated on Su Xiaobai. 3rd sister, the family has regulations against bringing outsiders into the dream-building space. Are you attempting to violate family rules? Isn't it the same for you, 2nd sister? How do you have the right to admonish me? Shui Yinling retorted sharply. That's different, Water Lianhua replied, clinging to the man's arm and speaking coyly. I have already made a private vow with Su Lang. He is hardly an outsider. Shui Yinling chuckled derisively. If you can make such a vow with someone else, why can't I? Chapter 43. Ultimately, the plums cannot compare to the heaven's bestowal. You claim you have made a vow with him? Water Lianhua raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Su Xiaobai. Shui Yinling hastily signaled Su Xiaobai telepathically, urging him to play along. If Water Lianhua discovered he was an outsider, he would be condemned to death, and she too would face punishment. However, before she could convey her thoughts, a large hand suddenly wrapped around her waist, pulling her into a warm, broad embrace. Indeed, that day, Linger was captivated by my masculine energy and fell deeply in love with me. Unable to resist her persistent pursuit, I eventually relented and agreed to be with her. Thus, I am somewhat of a son-in-law to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Su Xiaobai explained with a grin. Shui Yinling stiffly turned her head to look at him, veins throbbing on her forehead. Her eyes twitching uncontrollably. I assented that right, Linger? He asked, gazing at Shui Yinling with affection. Ha. Yes, Shui Yinling forced a few smiles, her hand gripping his thigh tightly. This insufferable man, taking advantage of her verbally was one thing. But now he was falsely accusing her of pursuing him. If this got out, would she still have any face left? With a cackle reminiscent of a clucking hen, Shui Lianhua burst into laughter. Sanmei, it seems that your discerning eye has dulled after spending so long in that impoverished place of Huangzhou. You have chosen a good-for-nothing at the 6th level of qi refinement. Just look at my Su Lang. At such a young age, he has already reached the 9th level of qi refinement, blessed with an extraordinary physique known as the Li Hua Ba Ti, a top talent ranked among the first 10 in the qi refinement list of Qingzhou, with an infinitely bright future ahead. And now, observe your man. Tut, truly embarrassing. A perfect match for you. She mocked Su Hua, with his head held high and a disdainful gaze, looked towards Su Xiaobai, dismissing the 6th level qi refinement individual entirely. Hee, second miss, I know you envy our Linger for her figure. Not only is she beautiful, but her abilities are also exceptional. However, if you think belittling me will grant you a sense of importance, you are gravely mistaken. I may lack other virtues, but I take pride in my resilience and my thick skin. Your words will not shake me in the slightest. Moreover, perhaps you should first manage your own man. He has already stolen several glances at my Linger. Su Xiaobai pointed at Su Hua behind her. What? Shui Lianhua spun around, and indeed, she caught him stealing glances. Grabbing his ear, she exclaimed, So, Su Hua, you dare to sneak a peek at that vixen in my presence? Is she more beautiful than me? It hurts. Lianhua, please let go. I truly was not looking, he pleaded. Internally, he scoffed. How could she be more attractive than you? Please have some self-awareness. If it weren't for your status as the second miss of the Linglong Commerce Association, I would have discarded you long ago. Humph, Shui Yinling, consider yourself fortunate this time. I shall see what kind of blessings you and your worthless man can attain. Do not let your journey end prematurely. She retorted coldly. Su Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Yes, but you must also reflect upon yourself. Could it be that you lack charm? Is that why your man keeps eyeing other women? Shui Lianhua's forehead pulsed with veins. As a woman, she would never admit to lacking allure, let alone being inferior to Shui Yinling. What are you looking at? Hurry and come with me, she huffed, tightly gripping Su Hua's ear as they departed. Once they were gone, Shui Yinling couldn't help but laugh. Ha, this is the first time I've seen my second sister so humbled. Your tongue is quite sharp. What sharpness? I merely stated a fact, Su Xiaobai replied with a serious expression. All right, you've held on to me for long enough. You should let go now, she said, gazing at him intently. Su Xiaobai nodded and released his grip, but added, however, Linger, you should pay attention to your health. You need to exercise more. Your waist is a bit thick. Get lost, Shui Yinling shouted, her momentary fondness for him evaporating instantly. And do not call me Linger. All right, Su Xiaobai leaned back leisurely, strolling ahead. Shui Yinling stomped her feet in frustration. You even find fault with my waist? Is it really that thick? She touched her waist, slender as a water snake, and found not a trace of excess flesh. Where was the thickness? Not far away. Guan Quan stood frozen like a statue. The young miss had made a lifelong commitment to him. When did this happen? How was I unaware of it? I, who grew up alongside the miss, should be the most compatible with her. Why must fate be so cruel? Seeing him in such a heartbroken state, Su Xiaobai turned to Shui Yinling and asked, "Is he going to be all right like this?" Shui Yinling pondered for a moment before shaking her head. Let him have some time. She was aware of Guan Quan's feelings for her, yet she felt indifferent. They had grown up together, and there were some things she couldn't bear to say too harshly. Perhaps this was an opportunity for him to let go. The space of the spirit infusion path was vast, resembling an isolated island. The three of them walked through a dense forest. Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling led the way while Guan Quan trailed behind like a soulless body. The spirit infusion springs would sporadically emerge along the path, categorized into 3 levels based on quality: blue, purple, and gold. The deeper they ventured, the higher the level of the springs, where even the legendary golden springs could be encountered. Shui Yinling explained to Su Xiaobai, Su Xiaobai nodded. In fact, he understood the structure of the spirit infusion path far better than she did. He even knew that a golden spirit infusion spring would open during this journey, a first in nearly 100 years. It would certainly stir up a storm. Look, there is a blue spirit infusion spring ahead, Shui Yinling exclaimed, pointing at a lake with a diameter of 5 meters. Su Xiaobai raised his eyes and noticed 3 extravagantly dressed individuals guarding the blue lake. Who are those people? He inquired. Shui Yinling glanced a few times and shook her head. I do not know them. They should be from our Linglong Commerce Association's branches in other states. The Linglong Commerce Association was immensely vast, with branches in various states. For instance, Shui Yinling was the president of the Huangzhou branch, while Shui Lianhua was the president of the Qingzhou branch. Some participants in the spirit infusion path were relatives of local presidents, which is why Shui Yinling did not recognize everyone. Su Xiaobai stared intently at the 3 individuals, who appeared plump and luxurious, clearly wealthy. If he could strip them of their riches, he would strike it rich. Does your Linglong Commerce Association offer particularly good treatment? He said, drooling. Shui Yinling nodded. It's decent enough, but she turned to see Su Xiaobai's expression and was taken aback. You don't intend to rob them, do you? Chapter 44. You expect me not to peek while bathing? What are you thinking? I'm not a cannibal. Su Xiaobai quickly swallowed his saliva. Then shall I go chase them away? Shui Yinling nodded. He could easily subdue the 8th level Qi refinement Tian Youguang, indicating his formidable strength. Dealing with these few should pose no challenge. As Su Xiaobai approached, he suddenly turned back halfway. He walked over to the lifeless Guan Quan and said, Hey, as a bodyguard, it's time for you to serve your miss and your future brother-in-law. He gently urged, Go take care of those 3 individuals. Guan Quan looked up at Su Xiaobai, his jaw nearly clenched to the point of breaking. It was this person who had stolen his most beloved woman. Did you not hear me? Or do you dismiss the words of your brother-in-law as mere wind? Su Xiaobai's displeasure was evident. Understood. Guan Quan's fists were tightly clenched, his nails digging deeply into his palms. Nearly drawing blood, he stepped forward, glaring at the 3 who were about to enjoy the spirit infusion spring, charging at them. Give me your lives! His furious roar seemed to unleash all his pent-up rage upon the 3. The trio turned in confusion, only to be met with Guan Quan's menacing glare, which instantly filled their faces with fear. Before long, anguished screams echoed through the AI art. Su Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Being the boss and watching others work was indeed delightful. Just then, Shui Yinling stormed over, kicking him. You know he is in a bad mood. Why provoke him further? He has already come along, and you don't want him to contribute? Should he just stand there as decoration? Su Xiaobai shrugged, and you know his feelings for you. Are you not afraid he might turn his affection into resentment? What if I am no longer around, and he tries to force himself upon you? He crossed his arms, unconcerned. Through the heavenly book, he learned that Guan Quan, while appearing loyal to Shui Yinling, was actually a man with ulterior motives. Not only did he harbor inappropriate feelings for her, but he also intended to exploit her to climb higher within the Linglong Commerce Association. He would never do that. We grew up together. While he may be a bit extreme, he would never stoop so low. Shui Yinling's eyes blazed with anger. All right, if you believe that, I can't change your mind. Just don't come crying to me later. Su Xiaobai was too lazy to argue further and leaned back against a tree. Waiting quietly, before long, Guan Quan had left the 3 individuals battered and bruised, lying motionless on the ground. These 3 were merely at the 5th level of Qi refinement, while Guan Quan was at the 8th level. rendering them utterly powerless to resist. 3 beams of light descended upon the trio, teleporting them away. This is a life token. When life is threatened or one crushes it voluntarily, they can be transported out of the spirit infusion path and return to their original association. Shui Yinling explained, handing a life token to Su Xiaobai. Thank you. Su Xiaobai smiled and accepted it without hesitation. However, he felt a twinge of regret. The trio had been sent away too swiftly, and he hadn't had the chance to plunder them. Plus, with Shui Yinling and Guan Quan present, it was not conducive to his plans. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to shake them off and act alone, Su Xiaobai contemplated internally. Being with them was costing him far too much. He then stood up and approached Guan Quan. Clap, clap, clap. Guan, you have quite the skill. Guan Quan suddenly turned around. His face contorted in a grotesque expression as he glared at Su Xiaobai. His visage marred by splatters of blood from the recent skirmish, exuding an aura of terror and brutality. Yet, Su Xiaobai remained undaunted, gazing at him with a smile. Linger, and I still need to absorb the spirit spring. I kindly ask you to stand guard at a distance. Remember, do not allow anyone to approach. What did you say? Guan Quan bellowed, his eyes aflame with rage, as if he could kill. Absorbing the spirit spring necessitated immersion in the water. And Su Xiaobai's insistence on sharing this experience with the young lady implied they intended to bathe in the spring together. Furthermore, he was to stand watch from afar to ensure secrecy. The very thought of what might transpire in the spring horrified him. It was a notion more unbearable than death itself. Guan Quan's face flushed crimson as he gasped for breath, on the brink of explosion. Shui Yinling, unable to bear it any longer, declared, if this continues, you will truly lose your mind. She shot a furious glare at Su Xiaobai. What do you mean by absorbing the spirit spring together? You should wait your turn. The next one is for you. She pushed Su Xiaobai away to a distance where he could no longer see the spring before halting. I warn you, do not look back. With that, she returned to the side of the spring. Su Xiaobai chuckled coldly. Heh, you're bathing behind me and expect me not to look. Do you really think your father is a coward? By the spirit spring's edge? Shui Yinling, having confirmed no one was watching, slipped her hand beneath her skirt and removed her glossy stockings. Only then did she begin to untie her waistband, revealing her exquisite, delicate form as she slowly entered the spring. Wow, with such a voluptuous figure, she must be quite the catch, Su Xiaobai mused, observing from a distance with his specially crafted telescope. For someone who frequently spied on his senior sisters while bathing, Shui Yinling's attempts at subterfuge were laughable. He was fully aware of every detail about her, including the few moles on her body. Oblivious to the fact she was being scrutinized, Shui Yinling submerged herself in the spring, exhaling softly as she focused intently on absorbing the spirit energy within. Meanwhile, Guan Quan stood there, his face flushed, grappling with an overwhelming desire to peek at the young lady bathing. What should I do? I really want to take a look. Slap. Guan Quan, what are you thinking? The young lady is not someone you can disrespect. He slapped himself hard, trying to dispel those thoughts. After a considerable time, he pondered. Just one glance should be fine, right? He swallowed hard, struggling to contain the growing heat within him. As he spoke, he found himself unconsciously moving towards Shui Yinling, quickening his pace as he approached the point of visibility. Guan Guardian, why are you in such a hurry? A voice, half teasing, half mocking, called out from behind him. Su Xiaobai stood before a grand tree, a sly grin on his face. You? How did you get here? Guan Quan's expression shifted to one of alarm. Heh, there's no need to concern yourself with Guan Guardian. But if Linger were to discover your intentions to spy on her while bathing, I wonder what expression would grace her face. Su Xiaobai advanced, patting Guan Quan's shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? I merely wanted to check if anyone was around. Guan Quan retorted defensively. Tisk tsk, even now you continue to deny it. What do you think this is? Su Xiaobai revealed a recording stone, displaying an image of a man with a flushed face, resolutely heading towards the spring. Give that back. Guan Quan lunged for the recording stone, but Su Xiaobai nimbly evaded. There's no need to rush, Guan Guardian. Surely, you wouldn't want Linger to see what's on this recording, would you? A sinister smile played on Su Xiaobai's lips. What do you want from me? Guan Quan gritted his teeth, his resolve wavering. Chapter 45. When did your relationship become so close? A stick of incense later, Shui Yinling finally finished absorbing the blue spirit spring and dressed herself anew. The efficacy of this spirit spring was remarkable. Merely soaking for a stick of incense had equated to a month's worth of cultivation. Her face lit up with joy as she realized she was but a step away from reaching the 7th layer of qi refinement. By the way, that lecher didn't he sneak a peek, did he? She muttered, referring to Su Xiaobai. As she had no doubts about Guan Quan's integrity, he simply lacked the courage. Upon arriving at the location where the two men were stationed, she was taken aback. There was Su Xiaobai, reclining against a large tree, leisurely chewing on a blade of grass, while Guan Quan was dutifully massaging his legs. With such force, do you wish to murder your future son-in-law and leave your young lady a widow? Su Xiaobai remarked coldly. I meant no offense, Guan Quan replied, lowering his intensity, his forehead veins bulging. But he dared not express his anger. If circumstances allowed, he would relish the chance to eliminate this pretty boy and reclaim the young lady. Yet, with leverage over him, he had no choice but to submit. When did your relationship become so amicable? Shui Yinling inquired, a puzzled expression gracing her features. It was all a misunderstanding before. Now that the misunderstandings have been cleared, little Guan is naturally willing to serve me, Su Xiaobai replied with a smile, looking at Guan Quan. Indeed, Guan Quan gritted his teeth, begrudgingly affirming. Shui Yinling felt an inexplicable strangeness in the air. However, as long as they were not at odds, it was a good thing, and she thought little of it. Let us proceed. You shall be the next to absorb the spirit spring. She turned to Su Xiaobai, for he was officially her fiancé, and thus his turn should precede Guan Quan's. All right, Linger. Do not call me Linger, Shui Yinling shouted angrily, goosebumps rising on her skin. Understood, Linger. Before long, the trio discovered another blue spirit spring, its color deeper than the one Shui Yinling had just absorbed. With a greater concentration of spirit energy, you truly have good fortune to encounter a mid-grade blue spirit spring, Shui Yinling remarked, a hint of envy in her tone. The one she had just soaked in was of the lowest grade. Linger, you can join me for a soak. Let us absorb together, Su Xiaobai suggested with a smile. Get lost. Who would soak with you? Shui Yinling's cheeks turned crimson. What a pity. I must soak alone then. Su Xiaobai shrugged before shedding his inky black outer garment, revealing his chiseled six-pack abs. Will you should wait until I'm gone to undress, Shui Yinling exclaimed, covering her face as she hurriedly retreated. She hid behind a large tree, her heart racing, her cheeks flushed. How could he possess such an impressive physique? Am I really that frightening? Su Xiaobai shook his head in disbelief. He then stepped into the spirit spring, instantaneously feeling a torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surging into his body. His expression brightened, but before he could begin absorbing it, the 9-layered seal within his dantian, the black hole he had fortified, swiftly siphoned off the energy without hesitation. The speed was so astonishing that Su Xiaobai didn't even have time to discern the energy's essence. At least leave me a little, Su Xiaobai roared in frustration. Though he understood that the Taiku Yuntianju was notoriously greedy in its absorption, this was simply outrageous. Within mere moments, the entire spirit spring had been depleted. He emerged from the spring with a stormy expression. Let us depart, he stated towards Shui Yinling. Shui Yinling blinked in surprise, having not anticipated the swift conclusion of the event. Su Xiaobai's forehead pulsed with veins, feeling his dignity as a man had been insulted. He cursed, You're the quick one. Your whole family is quick. Isn't it supposed to last longer? Shui Yinling was baffled by his outburst, but Su Xiaobai was already storming ahead in fury. Shaking her head, she summoned Guan Quan and hurried after him. Half a day later, they stumbled upon another spirit spring, this time an upper-grade blue one, superior to those Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling had encountered. However, at that moment, another group approached, evidently drawn by the allure of the spring. The 3 newcomers boasted a maximum cultivation level of the 8th layer of qi refinement, on par with Guan Quan, while the other 2 stood at the 6th layer, akin to Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling. The 2 teams were evenly matched. Third miss? The leading man paused upon spotting Shui Yinling. Since you acknowledge her as the young lady, you should obediently relinquish this upper-grade spirit spring. Guan Quan strode forward, exuding arrogance. Su Xiaobai rolled his eyes, fearing he might not know how to invite enmity upon the young lady's family. Shui Yinling felt embarrassed, knowing that such brainless behavior was why she found it difficult to like him. As expected, the man had initially intended to show Shui Yinling some courtesy and was prepared to leave. But upon hearing Guan Quan's words, his expression darkened. Entering the spirit spring is inherently a competition for opportunities. All of us share equal status. Dio, you truly think your third Mrs. status holds any weight here? Exactly. The other two from the opposing side echoed, their anger palpable. Everyone was young, filled with youthful fervor. Who cared about your so-called ladyship? Life and death were trivial matters. If you were unsatisfied, let us settle it with a fight. Brothers, charge. This spirit spring belongs to us. Why should we give it to them? The leading man launched the first attack on Guan Quan. Charge? Humph. Guan Quan sneered, a massive halberd materializing in his grasp. With a grip on the weapon, he dashed towards the trio like a whirlwind. Although Guan Quan's intellect may be modest, his physical prowess is commendable, allowing him to hold his own against 3 adversaries. The clash of their combat resonated like thunder, sparks flying amidst their fierce engagement. Ultimately, Guan Quan's superior skills prevailed. After exhausting all his efforts, he successfully eliminated all 3 opponents. However, this victory came at a cost, as he sustained considerable injuries, his body marred with scars. The reason for his relentless struggle was clear. It was his turn to absorb the precious spirit spring. This was a high-grade spirit spring, and if he could absorb it entirely, it might elevate him to the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Just as he was filled with joy and prepared to absorb the spirit spring, a figure obstructed his path, swiftly shedding their garments to reveal a chiseled 8-pack abdomen. Hey, you've already absorbed it. It's Guan Quan's turn now, Shui Yinling declared, hands on her hips, blocking Su Xiaobai. Guan Hu Wei said he didn't want it, so the subsequent spots are all mine, right? He grinned, waving at Guan Quan, a hint of menace gleaming in his eyes. Do not forget, I still possess the evidence of your attempts to sneak a peek at Linger while she bathed, echoed Su Xiaobai's voice in Guan Quan's mind. Indeed, it was I who willingly ceded it to him. Guan Quan suppressed his fury. Su Xiaobai nodded with satisfaction, bypassing Shui Yinling to enter the spirit spring. What did he offer you? This is the spirit spring, a remarkable opportunity you will forego. Shui Yinling regarded Guan Quan with confusion. Miss, please do not speak further. This is my decision. Guan Quan turned away, struggling to keep his tears at bay. Chapter 46 already done? Very well, I have completed the absorption. We can proceed to the next spirit spring. While the two were still conversing, Su Xiaobai emerged from the spirit spring. So soon? Shui Yinling's expression was one of shock. They had only exchanged a few words, and he was already finished. Had it been less than a minute? Su Xiaobai's lips twitched. It seemed that without teaching this girl a lesson, she would remain oblivious to the fact that certain words should never be spoken to a man. He suddenly darted behind her. What are you doing? Shui Yinling's face betrayed her wariness. Su Xiaobai's hands landed on her slender waist, and he began to tickle her. Ha ha, stop it. That tickles. Shui Yinling laughed until tears nearly streamed down her cheeks. Next time, will you still dare to claim I am swift? And no, I won't. To Guan Quan's eyes, their actions seemed as though filtered through a lens. Su Xiaobai embraced the young lady. They appeared exceedingly intimate, sharing sweet nothings, and Shui Yinling beamed with joy. Yet, his heart was engulfed in torment. I shall patrol ahead, he murmured, clutching his aching heart. Leaving in a daze, Guan Quan wandered for quite some time, uncertain of where he had arrived. Oh, is that not the little guard by San Mei's side? Why the long face? A cackling laugh, reminiscent of a hen's clucking, rang out from behind him. Guan Quan whirled around to find Shui Lianhua and Su Hua approaching, both wearing amused expressions. What brings you here? Guan Quan regarded them with suspicion. From Su Hua, he sensed an exceptionally dangerous aura. Fear not. We are not here to confront you. Shui Lianhua's eyes narrowed slightly. Rather, we come to assist you. Assist me? Indeed. Do you wish to win San Mei's affection? I can help you. He. Guan Quan hesitated for a moment, then met her gaze earnestly. Speak. I am listening. When Guan Quan returned, night had already fallen. Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling were gathered by the fire, warming themselves. Where have you been? We were worried about you, Shui Yinling exclaimed with concern upon seeing Guan Quan. His heart warmed. Indeed, the young lady cared for him. Please, sit down. Su Guyi has roasted some chicken, and it smells delightful. Let us enjoy it together. She initially intended to address Su Xiaobai directly, but considering their current statuses, it seemed overly cold. Guan Quan's eyes dimmed. The fact that the young lady referred to Su Xiaobai as Guyi indicated their relationship was truly mutual. Leaving no room for hope. Since you are heartless, do not blame me for being ungrateful. A flash of resentment flickered in his eyes. Here, Shui Yinling handed him a perfectly roasted chicken. Guan Quan remained silent for a moment before saying, Miss, this chicken is not properly roasted. It requires a sprinkle of special pepper salt for enhanced flavor. Allow me to add some as he spoke. He produced a small bottle from his pocket and sprinkled the pepper salt over the chickens belonging to Shui Yinling and Su Xiaobai. Shui Yinling did not question it further, smiling as she handed the other chicken to Su Xiaobai. You have worked hard as well. It was somewhat arduous. If only Linger could give my shoulders a rub. It would be even better, Su Xiaobai teased as he accepted the chicken. You wishful thinker. Shui Yinling's beautiful eyes widened. You want me to massage your shoulders? Do you truly believe you hold such significance to me? She thought, her heart brimming with indignation. Tsh, stingy. Su Xiaobai took a large bite from the chicken's hindquarters. Shui Yinling ignored him, nibbling on her roasted chicken. Guan Quan observed as both of them ate the chicken, a fleeting glimmer of secret joy evident in his eyes. Guan Quan, why aren't you eating? Shui Yinling noticed that he had yet to take a bite and could not help but inquire. I am not hungry. Please, you two enjoy your meal, Guan Quan replied with a smile. At that moment, Shui Yinling suddenly felt dizzy, her body weak and feeble. Thud. She collapsed to the ground. What is happening to me? Why do I suddenly feel so weak? She uttered weakly as she lay there. Not only her, but Su Xiaobai on the other side also fell. He struggled to raise his head, his gaze directed at Guan Quan before the fire. The dim light illuminated half of Guan Quan's face, a ghost of a smile dancing on his lips, his expression sinister and terrifying. It is you? Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, Guan Quan affirmed with a nod. But why would you do this? Shui Yinling shook her head in disbelief. Why? Ha! You dare to ask me why? Guan Quan erupted into laughter, his face contorted with rage as he glared at her. We grew up together, knowing each other better than anyone else. You and I are the perfect match. Why, in the end, did you choose this pretty boy? What makes him better than me? He roared, pointing accusingly at Su Xiaobai. Upon hearing this, Shui Yinling's eyes reflected profound disappointment. He is superior to you in every way, and you are not the one who knows me best. Guan Quan, did you hear that? Shui Lianhua and Su Hua emerged from the woods. You are correct, Guan Quan inhaled deeply, advancing towards Shui Yinling, his gaze revealing hatred and greed. Miss, you were the one to betray our feelings first. You forced my hand. What are you going to do? Shui Yinling's eyes filled with fear as she attempted to flee, though she possessed no strength. What will I do? Of course, I shall unite with you. He stripped off his shirt, a crazed expression on his face as he lunged at Shui Yinling. Chapter 47 Linger. May I touch you? No. Shui Yinling was nearly in despair. At that moment, her body was entirely devoid of strength, leaving her with no means to resist, not even the energy to shatter her life token. Bang! Just as Guan Quan was about to pounce, a hefty foot unexpectedly kicked him squarely in the chest. Guan Quan was sent flying, stumbling backward for dozens of steps before finally regaining his footing. He raised his head, astonished, and looked ahead. You are not poisoned? Su Xiaobai calmly retracted his leg, sneering, with such feeble tricks. Do you think you could fool your father? That was merely a performance for your benefit. He had long anticipated that Guan Quan would seize an opportunity to poison him, but having cultivated the yin-yang cleansing technique, he was immune to all toxins and remained unperturbed. Shui Yinling's expression brightened as she gazed at Su Xiaobai, relieved that he had not been poisoned. Ha! Even if you are not poisoned? What of it? There are 3 of us here. Do you truly believe that a mere 6th layer qi refinement waste can contend with us? Guan Quan mocked. The flicker of hope that had just ignited in Shui Yinling's heart was instantly extinguished. Indeed, he was merely at the 6th layer of qi refinement. Even as a true disciple of the Xianyu sect, he could not possibly match up against Su Hua, who bore the Li Huoba Ti. You must flee. Do not concern yourself with me, she urged Su Xiaobai anxiously. With no way to retreat, she was left with no choice but to resort to that move, yet she did not wish to drag Su Xiaobai down with her. He, flee? I shall not permit him to escape. I intend to make you submit before him, allowing him to witness the humiliation and pain I have endured these past few days. Guan Quan's face twisted into a sickly grin. Even Su Hua behind him could not help but frown. Were it not for Shui Lianhua's presence, he would have liked to slap Guan Quan dead, relishing Shui Yinling's sweetness for himself. Such a captivating beauty was not something a mere underground guard like him could hope to enjoy. Shui Yinling gazed at Guan Quan with terror in her eyes. Was this truly the person she once knew? How had he become so foreign? Second miss, I beseech you to assist me in subduing Su Xiaobai. Once I have spent a delightful night with the miss, we shall willingly submit to your command. Guan Quan bowed to Shui Lianhua. Shui Lianhua's lips curled into a smile. Very well, that Su Lang. Go and eliminate that Su Xiaobai to fulfill Guan Hui's small wish. Though Su Hua was reluctant in his heart, he still approached Su Xiaobai in order to enjoy the benefits of the water lily flower. As a man, I feel pity for you. Go watch your woman being violated before your eyes without the power to resist is truly a display of cowardice and incompetence. He shook his head at Su Xiaobai. Don't speak too confidently. I will not allow Linger to suffer even the slightest harm, Su Xiaobai replied with unwavering determination. Humph, I'm afraid you lack the strength. Su Hua charged forward like a cannonball aimed at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai swung his fist forward. Bang! The two struck each other, and Su Xiaobai's figure was sent hurtling backward, crashing against the rocks. Su Xiaobai! Shui Yinling cried out in concern. Cough, cough. Su Xiaobai fell from the rocks, half kneeling on the ground, coughing a few times. Yet, there was no trace of defeat in his eyes. Instead, a smile emerged. Su Hua frowned. Sensing an inexplicable heat on the back of his hand where he had fought Su Xiaobai, a talisman had somehow been affixed to his hand. Not good, it's a blasting talisman. His face turned pale with fear as he tore off the talisman and hurled it into the air. The blasting talisman could unleash a power nearly equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage. Even he would suffer greatly from such an explosion at such close range. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted among the group. The terrifying shockwave radiated outward. The others spread their arms to shield themselves, but when they opened their eyes again, Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling had vanished. Not good, they've escaped. Guan Quan's face turned urgent. He had yet to spend a passionate night with the young lady. Otherwise, she would not fall in love with him, and after the spiritual infusion journey, she would surely not let him off the hook. What's the rush? In such a short time, they cannot get away. Let's pursue them. Shui Lianhua commanded with a cold snort. In the dense jungle, Su Xiaobai hurriedly fled, carrying Shui Yinling. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she was slung over his shoulder like a sack. Not only was her image ungraceful, but her backside was also facing forward. As Su Xiaobai ran wildly, the wind whipped her skirt up. Everything was exposed. She felt a chilling breeze from behind, devoid of any sense of security. Wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yet, Su Xiaobai, oblivious to her predicament, focused solely on escaping while surveying the terrain around them. After nearly an hour of fleeing, they suddenly found themselves at a sheer cliff. A cliff indeed. Is the heavens truly conspiring against us? A glimmer of despair flashed in Shui Yinling's eyes. The sound of startled birds took flight from the jungle behind them, indicating that Guan Quan and the others were closing in. However, Su Xiaobai felt no panic. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. He slowly turned around, and then his massive frame trembled as his gaze inadvertently landed on a rather inappropriate sight. Even he could not help but swallow hard. Linger, I have a wish. Shui Yinling's face instantly turned crimson, and she scolded, Pervert. What are you thinking at a time like this? A minute later, Shui Yinling's beautiful face was flushed with embarrassment. It was her first time being treated that way by a man. Only her future husband was supposed to do so, yet now, you big pervert. Let me go. she cried, pounding on Su Xiaobai's back. Su Xiaobai found a concealed corner and set her down from his shoulder. Shui Yinling turned her reddened eyes away, clearly still angry about what had just happened. Su Xiaobai gathered some bushes to shield her and said, "I will distract them. Stay silent here." Shui Yinling turned to say something, but Su Xiaobai had already walked away. He found a wooden post and affixed a talisman to it. She recognized that talisman. It was the transformation talisman he had used earlier. The post immediately transformed into an image of Shui Yinling. Su Xiaobai, carrying the wooden post that resembled Shui Yinling, ran in the opposite direction. At that moment, Guan Quan and his companions emerged from the jungle, their expressions dark as they stared at Su Xiaobai. "Run, keep running. The cliff is right ahead. I want to see how far you can escape." Chapter 48. The Grave of My Husband Su Xiaobai. Guan Quan and his companions closed in on Su Xiaobai step by step. Su Xiaobai's face grew serious as he retreated, unknowingly backing up to the edge of the cliff. One more step back, and he would plummet into the abyss. "You dare to trap Linger like this? Do you not fear that I will crush the life token and directly teleport away? Reporting your deeds to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce? With Linger's status, they will not stand idly by." "He he he." Shui Lianhua laughed confidently. "You think I hadn't anticipated that?" She produced a golden shuttle from her spatial ring. This treasure, known as the Phantom Shuttle, could disrupt the surrounding spatial field. Even if you crushed the life token, you would be unable to teleport out. What? A glimmer of shock appeared in Su Xiaobai's eyes. He still could not believe that crushing the life token given to him by Shui Yinling would truly prevent him from escaping. "Su Xiaobai, if you know what's good for you, hand over the young lady, and perhaps we will show mercy and spare your life." Guan Quan stepped forward and said. Shui Lianhua and Su Hua looked at Su Xiaobai with disdain, for in their eyes, he was already a dead man. They merely wished to see what expression of terror this grasshopper would display in his final moments. "Ha ha ha!" Su Xiaobai suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" they asked, puzzled. "I, Su Xiaobai, have lived a life of battle, defending my sect, fighting against the proud, and venturing into secret realms. I have never flinched, so how could I be one to cower in fear of death? Now that we find ourselves in this dire situation, I accept my fate. But if you think I will stand by and watch my beloved woman be dishonored, you are sorely mistaken." He turned around, facing the bottomless cliff, his robe swirling as he exuded a resolute aura. "I, Su Xiaobai, was born to be a hero and will die as a gallant spirit. To live in cowardice, I disdain it." With that, he leaped off the cliff, taking Shui Yinling with him. Guan Quan's pupils trembled violently as he rushed forward like a madman. Yet, Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling had already disappeared into the sea of clouds. Leaving no trace behind, he crouched at the edge of the cliff, lost in thought, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He, that annoying girl is finally dead. Now only my elder sister remains. The future of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce will undoubtedly belong to me. Shui Lianhua. She couldn't help but laugh heartily. Su Hua shook his head regretfully. Such a beauty ultimately met with a tragic end, leaving one to sigh. "Let us go and see if we can find that legendary golden spiritual infusion spring." Shui Lianhua led the group away. However, they were unaware that in a nearby hidden corner shrouded by bushes, a figure cried like a weeping willow. He actually died. She could hardly believe it. The rogue who had just been so brazenly teasing her had chosen to leap off the cliff. And throughout it all, he had never revealed her whereabouts. She recalled the last words he had said to her. "I will distract them. Stay silent here." His departure had been so resolute, perhaps at that moment, he had already resolved to sacrifice himself. Tears could no longer be contained, pouring down her flower-like face like a broken dam. "I don't want you to die. I don't want you to distract them. Come back," she cried out. That a day later, the poison within Shui Yinling finally dissipated. She trembled as she approached the edge of the cliff, kneeling on the ground, to live as a hero and to die as a gallant spirit. What lofty aspirations! You were meant to be the moon in the sky, yet because of me, you fell here. The heavens are unjust. Shui Yinling bit her silver teeth, with a fierce glint in her eyes. She pointed to a nearby long stone, and it floated over, landing before her. A silver sword stood suspended in the air, which she grasped firmly. She swung the sword at the long stone. Clang, clang. Words appeared on the stone. Grave of my husband Su Xiaobai. Our relationship, though merely driven by selfish motives, has now led you to die for me. This is the last thing I can do for you. Yanling will never marry again. Her heart belongs solely to you. Thus, in the underworld, can you rest in peace? She deeply bowed before Su Xiaobai's gravestone. With a rip, she stood up, tearing off the hem of her white dress to fashion a headband, a symbol of mourning. She touched Su Xiaobai's gravestone, saying, "Forgive me for not being able to stay here for long. The perpetrators who harmed my husband are still at large. I must make them pay." A hint of ruthlessness shone in her gaze. Over the years, she had focused primarily on business, allowing others to forget her past brilliance. Finally, Shui Yinling departed. Not long after she left, a hand suddenly reached up from the bottom of the cliff. Su Xiaobai climbed up from the abyss, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Thankfully, there was a crooked tree below. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end. He gasped for breath. The reason he could leap off the cliff with such audacity was undoubtedly because he knew he would not perish from the fall. According to the original course of events, Shui Yinling, after being poisoned by Guan Quan, forcibly dispelled the toxicity at the cost of her own foundation. She then fled to this very cliff and ultimately jumped, fortunate enough to be caught by a gnarled tree below. Now, the conclusion had been rewritten, with him taking the leap instead. The motive behind his actions was primarily to rid himself of Shui Yinling. With her by his side, how could he reveal his true nature and amass wealth? The members of the Linglong Merchant Association were all exceedingly affluent. Failing to seize this opportunity would be utterly intolerable. He contemplated the illusionary shuttle in the hands of the Hin, realizing that if they pressed the life plate, he would have no chance to act. Just then, he noticed a tombstone standing nearby. Whose foolish grave is this? Erected at the edge of a cliff, it exuded a sense of tragic grandeur. He scoffed derisively. Approaching for a closer look, his expression darkened instantly. It read, "The tomb of my husband." Su Xiaobai's lips twitched. "How dare you curse me after all my efforts to save you, you wretched girl? The next time we meet, I shall spank you." He hastily dismantled the tombstone, stomping on it repeatedly until he felt reassured. He then donned his form-fitting black attire, which accentuated his perfect 8-pack abs, and topped it off with a bandit-s hat, radiating an imposing aura. He grinned sinisterly. Henceforth, Su Xiaobai would be offline. The one taking the stage now is Su Dahei, Chapter 49. The emergence of the purple spirit spring 2 days later. Hey, have you heard? It seems there's an outsider mixed in during this spirit infusion journey, robbing the disciples of the Merchant Association left and right. I've heard. The person is clad in tight black clothing, boasting 8-pack abs, and wearing a hat that only reveals his eyes and mouth. Quite unsettling. With a covered face, I doubt this person is an outsider. It is likely that some individuals harbor ulterior motives, seeking to seize others' opportunities while fearing retribution. Someone analyzed. Makes sense. The other two nodded in agreement. Wait, is that tight, black-clad man the one you're talking about? He seems to be watching us. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in terror. The group jolted, turning sharply. There stood a man wearing a bandit-s hat. Licking his lips, his gaze greedied. Ha ha ha. Hand over your treasures. Su Xiaobai lunged forward. Don't come any closer. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. A quarter of an hour later, the group transformed into a stream of light. Teleported away by the life plate, Su Xiaobai jingled the money pouch in his hand, estimating that he had amassed over 500,000 spirit stones. Indeed, this was the fastest way to wealth. His gaze shifted toward a blue spirit spring ahead, and he walked straight toward it. A minute later, he emerged again. Damn it, you're insatiable. You've absorbed from 7 spirit springs in a row, and didn't even let me have a sip. He cursed at the black hole in his dantian. The black hole wobbled slightly, as if to say it was still not full. Sigh. Su Xiaobai sighed in resignation. At this rate, only the purple spirit spring could satisfy it. Boom! Suddenly, a loud crash echoed ahead. Su Xiaobai's eyes narrowed. Was there a powerful confrontation occurring? He dashed toward the source of the sound. The stronger the individual, the more treasures they possessed. Yet another opportunity for wealth had presented itself. Amidst the mountains, there lay a purple lake. The swirling purple spirit energy floated like mist over the surface, its density several times that of the previous blue spirit spring. This was undeniably the exceedingly rare purple spirit spring. A throng of prodigies had flocked here, drawn by its allure. Rumbling, two figures were engaged in battle. Both displayed remarkable skill, their strikes infused with immense force, capable of causing an ordinary prodigy to fall in defeat. Who were these two? Their strength was terrifying. You don't recognize them? The one on the left is Li Yi, the vice president's son, at the 9th level of Qi refinement, wielding the Zhongshui tyrant body. Opposing him is Su Hua, the future fiancé of the second young lady, also at the 9th level of Qi refinement, possessing the Li Hua tyrant body. Both are among the top 10 prodigies in the Qi refinement rankings of Dongzhou and Qingzhou. Then why are they fighting? What else could it be? Naturally, it's for the first purple spirit spring. With their comparable strength, whoever absorbs this purple spirit spring will elevate their prowess to the next level. In subsequent competitions for higher grade spirit springs, they will undoubtedly have the upper hand. Oh, I see. Speaking of which, brother, your equipment is quite stylish. Where did you get that tight black outfit? Curious, are we? Su Xiaobai regarded the person before him with intrigue, beckoning him closer. Soon after, the individual was led behind a boulder and shortly thereafter transformed into a stream of light. Teleported away, Su Xiaobai tucked the money pouch into his Qinkuan bag, concealing himself in a discreet corner as he observed the unfolding events. Li Yi and Su Hua. These two should be the strongest competitors in this spirit infusion journey, he muttered to himself. Their talents are on par with Imo Shang from the previous sect competition. Yet Imo Shang was merely at the 7th level of Qi refinement, while they have both reached the 9th level. Even I am reluctant to confront them head-on. I prefer to strike from the shadows. Alas! It seems I must think of a way to enhance my strength. Otherwise, even a sneak attack could lead to my own demise, Su Xiaobai lamented internally. Just then, his gaze snapped toward a particular direction. There, Shui Lianhua and Guan Quan stood by the purple spirit spring. Shui Lianhua appeared anxious, her eyes fixated on Su Hua, while Guan Quan hung his head low, seemingly in a despondent mood. Su Xiaobai's eyes twinkled, his lips curling into a sly smile. Aha! I have a plan. By the spirit spring. Guan Quan stood frozen, lost in thought. Miss? The mere thought of the young lady plunging off the cliff with that pale-faced boy, never to return, twisted his heart in agony. He had loved her so dearly. Why had she chosen Su Xiaobai? Suddenly, a celestial voice echoed in his mind. Miss? He whipped around to see a hazy silhouette emerging in the distance. Though her features remained obscured, she felt so familiar. I'm leaving. The figure drifted further away from him. Miss, don't leave me. Guan Quan chased after her as if possessed. Shui Lianhua was startled by Guan Quan's actions. Guan Quan, where are you going? But Guan Quan paid her no heed, vanishing into the crowd. Shui Lianhua furrowed her brow at well, just a lost dog. If he runs, let him run. A hint of disdain and contempt flickered in her eyes as she turned back to watch the battle between Su Hua and Li Yi. Su Lang, you must win. We cannot afford to lose in this spirit infusion journey. In the bamboo grove. Miss, is that you? Guan Quan stood at the center of the grove, glancing around in disarray. The white mist enveloped the surroundings, limiting visibility to no more than 5 meters. What are you searching for, young master? A clear, ethereal voice drifted from behind him. Guan Quan spun around suddenly to find a woman in a white dress. Her face veiled, seated at a stone table, her profile turned towards him. Guan Quan stared blankly at the woman before him. Although he could not discern her features, her voice and figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the young lady. She was gone, yet this woman evoked the very essence of the young lady within him. If he could unite with her as a partner, might it not ease the regret lingering in his heart? He stepped forward, a devilish smile gracing his lips. May I ask, fair maiden, what is your name? Where do you hail from? Are you betrothed? What do you think of me? Su Xiaobai's lips twitched beneath her veil. This brash fellow, so straightforward. Just how confident was he in his own allure? Though tempted to retort, Su Xiaobai quelled her urge through sheer professionalism. Young master, would you care to sit and share a cup of tea first? She suggested with a smile. Of course. Guan Quan thought little of it as he took a seat opposite her and downed his cup of tea in one gulp, Su Xiaobai's lips curled upward. She had him right where she wanted him. Chapter 50. Merely some laxatives, my lady. I see you possess a remarkable figure. Which branch do you hail from? Might we become partners? Guan Quan flashed another beguiling smile. Ha ha, young master is indeed forthright. But do you not feel any discomfort in your body? Su Xiaobai chuckled lightly. Discomfort? Guan Quan furrowed his brow. He felt anything amiss until she mentioned it. But now it seemed his stomach had begun to ache. Gurgle, gurgle suddenly. A tumult erupted in his stomach. An unprecedented wave of agony surged from his rear, as if a torrent sought to break free. Crash! Guan Quan sprang to his feet, his face ashen, his expression grave, veins bulging on his hands. He stared at Su Xiaobai. My lady, why would you harm me? Su Xiaobai chuckled softly, shaking her head. How could I dare to harm you? Young master, I merely noticed that you seemed a bit constipated of late, so I added a little something to your tea just now. What did you add? Just some laxative herbs, nothing more. Thief! Two loud farts erupted from Guan Quan's rear end. What the hell? Guan Quan's face contorted in a manner reminiscent of a flower's bloom, vowing, I shall avenge this humiliation in due time. He dashed into the depths of the bamboo forest, yellow remnants cascading from his trousers as he ran. It was utterly disgusting. The woman watched him depart with a smile, her form beginning to shift until, in the blink of an eye, she transformed into Guan Quan's likeness. Su Xiaobai observed her new appearance and nodded in satisfaction. Hee, this transformation technique is indeed remarkable. Only that fool Tian Youguang would think to use such a splendid skill for frivolous pursuits. Such abilities are meant for murder, arson, and framing others. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. By the purple spirit spring, Su Hua and Li Yi were embroiled in a fierce battle, their spiritual energy clashing in a dazzling display, leaving deep craters across the ground. Shui Lianhua was nearly beside herself with anxiety. Urging, Su Lang, hit him, yes, there, strike at his waist. Her excitement was so intense that one might mistake her for a participant in the fight. Second miss, Guan Quan returned at that moment. Shui Lianhua cast him a cool glance. Scoffing, oh, so you've chosen to return. Not off searching for your deceased lady? I know she has perished and will never return. I merely went out for a breath of fresh air. Humph. Shui Lianhua dismissed him with a wave of her hand. Were it not for his cultivation at the 8th level of qi refinement, making him a respectable combatant in the path of spirit infusion, she would have silenced him long ago after using him. It seemed they were engaged in a fierce struggle, leaving little room for concern about the purple spirit spring. Aren't you worried others might seize this opportunity to absorb its essence? Guan Quan suddenly inquired. Shui Lianhua laughed derisively. Do they have the audacity? The spiritual energy of the purple spring is extraordinarily potent. Even Su Lang would need at least 2 hours to absorb it, while they might be too preoccupied with their duel to focus. Anyone lingering in the spring for more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea would surely draw their attention. That person would then face a relentless pursuit from Su Lang and Li Yi. A wicked grin spread across Shui Lianhua's lips. Oh, so we must act swiftly, giving them no time to react? Guan Quan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, but why this sudden inquiry? Shui Lianhua regarded him quizzically. Guan Quan beckoned her closer with a mysterious gesture, indicating she should lean in. Shui Lianhua furrowed her brow but cautiously complied. Guan Quan's lips curled into a sly smile as he swiftly raised his palm, delivering a resounding slap to Shui Lianhua's face. Crack! A sharp, forceful sound echoed as the blow landed, sending Shui Lianhua spinning through the air like a feather, transforming into a true lotus flower. After a series of graceful spins, she crashed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and losing consciousness. With my growing strength, my palm strikes have become increasingly formidable. It's a pity that only the master can open the spatial ring. Otherwise, I would have seized her precious shuttle. Su Xiaobai lamented. He did not linger, executing a graceful dive into the purple spirit spring. Others present witnessed the spectacle but chose to remain silent. After all, what was stolen was stolen. This spirit spring was beyond their reach. And they secretly hoped the thief would carry it away. At the bottom of the spirit spring, Su Xiaobai urged the black hole within him. Aren't you fond of absorption? Surely this is enough for you. Hurry! The black hole responded with eager enthusiasm. Instantly, a terrifying suction emanated from Su Xiaobai, creating a whirlpool centered around him as the spirit liquid surged into the black hole. The entire spring began to visibly diminish. Soon, the strange occurrence caught everyone's attention. Eye in the sky, Su Hua and Li Yi ceased their combat, gazing toward the spirit spring. What is happening? Why is the spirit liquid vanishing so rapidly? Li Yi asked in confusion. How would I know? Su Hua rolled his eyes. Everyone was at a loss, helplessly watching the spirit spring dry up. When the last drop of liquid disappeared, a figure materialized before the crowd, audibly belching. What are you doing here? Su Hua's eyes widened in shock. The figure at the lake's bottom was none other than Guan Quan, who had been following them. Su Xiaobai, having drawn the attention of those around him, stood up without hesitation. With a flourish of his sleeve, he cackled, "Two foolish dogs, bickering endlessly. Yet it is your grandfather who has ultimately seized the spirit spring." Ha ha ha. Su Hua and Li Ye's expressions darkened immediately. You wretched mutt, repeat what you just said. Su Hua's eyes glinted with malice. I'm speaking of you. How is it that you, a top 10 practitioner on the Qingzhouqi refinement list, shamelessly subsist on the merits of that ugly woman Shui Lianhua? How can you even bear to do so? Su Xiaobai scolded him vehemently. Die. Su Hua's forehead bulged with veins. Su Xiaobai's lips curled upward as he pulled 2 talismans from his robe and affixed them to the soles of his shoes. Wind Spirit Talisman, activate. Su Xiaobai took a starting position, and in an instant, he became a gust of wind, kicking up a cloud of dust as he dashed away at an astonishing speed. So swift that even Su Hua could not keep pace, ending up with a face full of dirt. Ultimately, Su Hua had to come to a halt, his gaze filled with contempt as he watched Su Xiaobai flee. Damn it. He actually possesses a wind spirit talisman. No wonder he dared to snatch my belongings in front of me. His fists clenched tightly, with the wind spirit talisman enhancing his speed to that of a foundation establishment practitioner. Even Su Hua was unable to catch up. The onlookers felt their time was well spent, witnessing an entertaining spectacle before departing. Chapter 51. The heroes rise up. Humph. Li also chose to withdraw from the fight, recognizing that the spirit spring had been stolen and he could not pursue. Their immediate priority was to locate another spirit spring swiftly and absorb its essence to enhance their power. Only then could they gain the upper hand in the subsequent battles for higher-tier spirit springs. Once everyone had left, only Su Hua and the unconscious Shui Lianhua remained on the field. Lianhua. Su Hua rushed to Shui Lianhua, who was frothing at the mouth and had a swollen face resembling that of a pig. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai sprinted for dozens of miles. Only when he was certain no one was following did he come to a stop. He then transformed back into his original appearance from Guan Quan's guise. Given the time, Guan Quan should still be preoccupied with his predicament, unaware of the events that had transpired here. A smile crept across his face. This is He Han's specially formulated laxative. Even the master of the spirit herb peak, Li Depeo, cannot withstand it, let alone a mere qi refinement practitioner. He recalled that He Han had mentioned not to use too much, as the consequences could be dire. But how was he to know what constituted too much? He had added more than half a cup to that tea. It should certainly take effect. As for Guan Quan's predicament, he scoffed, why should I care? His role is merely to take the blame for me. Even if he were to suffer dire consequences, it would not concern me. I wonder if he would appreciate the gift I bestowed upon him if he survives. Suddenly, a refreshing sensation surged from his dantian. Su Xiaobai's expression changed in disbelief as he gazed at the black hole within him. Waves of rich purple spiritual energy flowed from the black hole, enveloping his dantian and aiding his cultivation. Finally, you have some conscience and are willing to return the favor. Su Xiaobai's eyes brimmed with tears. After so many days of one-way absorption, he regretted practicing the ancient meteoric heavenly art. Which genius could endure such voracious appetite? Upon hearing Su Xiaobai's reprimand, the black hole quickly reabsorbed the spiritual energy it had expelled. Wait, ancestor, I beg you, leave me a little. Su Xiaobai cried out in desperation. The black hole trembled as if to say, will you dare scold it again? I won't. Su Xiaobai waved his hands vigorously. Only then did the black hole release the spiritual energy once more. Su Xiaobai secretly ridiculed, How could something born from a technique presume to dominate me? Once I fully master it, I shall make it kneel and sing conquer every day. After venting his frustrations, Su Xiaobai wasted no time. He found a secluded spot and began to absorb the power returned by the black hole. Time passed slowly. Su Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the ground, the aura emanating from him rapidly intensifying as the spiritual energy in his sea of qi became increasingly condensed. At a certain moment, his eyes flew open. Boom! A muffled sound resonated from within him. Seventh layer of qi refinement. Feeling the surging power within him, Su Xiaobai stood up with an excited expression on his face. The difference between the sixth and seventh layers of qi refinement may seem merely a minor realm apart. Yet it signifies a profound leap from the mid-stage to the late stage of qi refinement, resulting in a qualitative transformation. Should he face Imo Shang in combat again, he was confident that he could overpower him even without relying on the Xinyuan sword. After all, despite Imo Shang possessing the rock-climbing dominance physique, he ultimately equated to merely a high-grade spiritual root, while Su Xiaobai possessed a top-tier spiritual root, thus ranking him superior. Moreover, his physical body had undergone the rigorous snake blood bath refinement during the core formation stage, rendering him no weaker. Now, even when confronted by Su Hua and Li Yi, he felt an unyielding courage. Although victory was not guaranteed, he could at least expect a 50-50 chance. The purple spiritual spring truly lived up to its reputation. Its effects were simply incomparable to those of the blue spiritual spring. He clenched his fists, his heart yearning even more for the legendary golden spiritual spring. It is worth noting that the purple spiritual spring he had absorbed was merely an inferior one. The concentration of spiritual energy within the golden spiritual spring was several times that of this spring. If he could somehow absorb it, he might even ascend directly to the foundation establishment stage. 5 days later, a bounty notice regarding Guan Quan circulated along the path of spiritual infusion. The issuer of the bounty was the second miss of the Merchant Guild, Shui Lianhua. She declared that whoever could capture Guan Quan would be rewarded with an inferior purple spiritual spring. The announcement immediately stirred a frenzy. After all, it was a purple spiritual spring. While many would emerge in the late stages of the path of spiritual infusion, not everyone would have the opportunity to partake. Now, everyone sought to encounter Guan Quan, to stab him in the back, and then hand him over to Shui Lianhua. Within a hidden purple spiritual spring, Shui Yinling quietly opened her eyes, a mocking glimmer flickering within them. Ha! Has the dog-eat-dog scenario begun so soon? Bite harder. Let the conflict escalate. In the end, none of you shall escape. If one were to carefully sense the aura she currently emitted, they would discover that she had already reached the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, she was exhibiting a momentum towards the 9th layer. Meanwhile, the person in question, Guan Quan, was situated in a secluded grove. He had completely transformed. Once robust and muscular, he now appeared pallid, resembling little more than a bag of bones. An unsettling sight indeed. His eyes were filled with terror. One could never imagine the agonizing sensation of being forced to continue pulling even after reaching the point of bleeding. Damn it, if I ever catch your woman, I will make you pay dearly. He clenched his fists in hatred. Just then, his stomach reacted, producing a series of relentless flatulence. Hiss! What kind of misfortune is this? He covered his backside and retreated into the thicket. Unbeknownst to him, someone was wreaking havoc in his name outside. This individual had already robbed several disciples of the branch, leaving each victim with nothing but their undergarments. In an instant, a revolt was sparked. This is intolerable. Guan Quan is utterly despicable. We must unite and bring him down. Indeed, we thought the second Miss S bounty would keep him in check, but he has only grown more arrogant. My poor cousin had a gold tooth replaced just recently, and he ripped it out. My brother lost a kidney to him. The puppies my family's dog just had were all stolen by him. Damn it! This man is nothing short of a beast. We must take him down. Chapter 52. A piercing arrow through the clouds, thousands of troops come to meet. The multitude rose in rebellion, forming the anti-Guan Quan alliance. The moment anyone caught sight of Guan Quan, they would immediately launch a cloud-piercing arrow. After enduring a day of inhumane torment, the effects of the laxative had finally worn off for Guan Quan. At this moment, he truly felt alive. Ha ha ha! Guan Er Yi has returned, woman. You cannot escape my grasp. He laughed maniacally, his face twisted in a grotesque expression. His laughter quickly drew the attention of passers-by. "Hey, is that person Guan Quan?" Someone whispered. He doesn't look quite right, does he? The person in the portrait should be more robust, right? What if he has become weak from being hunted? That makes sense. I will ignite the cloud-piercing arrow." Whoosh! A sharp arrow's cry pierced the heavens, exploding into a dazzling display in the sky. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look, it's a cloud-piercing arrow. Someone has spotted Guan Quan. Let us hurry, we can't let him escape. Charge!" The sound of rushing footsteps echoed from all directions, as cultivators hastily made their way toward Guan Quan's location, creating a spectacular scene. A single cloud-piercing arrow summoned thousands of troops to converge. Guan Quan furrowed his brow, gazing at the suddenly exploding cloud-piercing arrow in the sky. What is going on? Why the sudden fireworks? At that moment, he remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Leisurely wandering about, he had wasted so much time. He wondered where the second miss and the others had gone. I have already lost the third miss. If I cannot secure the second Miss.'s support, I will struggle to make my way in the Merchant Guild. A grave expression crossed his face. Despite his brawny appearance, he was inwardly quite astute. I must quickly find the second miss. With my 8th layer of Qi refinement strength, I would be of great assistance to her. She wouldn't so easily discard me. Just as he prepared to leave, a low, hurried sound of footsteps approached. It seemed that a large number of people were rushing in this direction. There he is, indeed, it's him. Although he looks weaker, I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. He pulled out my cousin's gold tooth. He took my brother's kidney. He stole the puppies from my family's dog. Brothers, let us take him down. The army immediately launched a fierce assault on Guan Quan. Various icy weapons and waves of spiritual energy rained upon him like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Although these individuals were not as strong as Guan Quan, their sheer numbers made their might formidable. Guan Quan stood frozen in place. What the hell is going on? Why are these people attacking him without provocation? Is it because he had been indisposed for several days, polluting the air? Damn it! Guan Quan cursed, choosing to flee decisively. This is absurd. With so many cultivators, he could not hope to stand his ground. Even Su Hua would have to run. He dashed away like a whirlwind, sweat beading on his forehead, the thunderous sounds of explosions echoing behind him. He dared not look back. A single glance could spell disaster. Damn it! Which beast has conspired against me? I will not let this slide. Achoo! In a hidden grove, Su Xiaobai sneezed. He had already reverted to his original appearance, donning his battle attire once more, adorned with a bandit's mask and armed with 3 cleavers. His fitted black clothing accentuated his chiseled 8-pack abs, quite dashing indeed. By now, he had attracted enough ire towards Guan Quan. The last time he had acted, he had nearly been beaten to a pulp by that crowd. Thus, he decisively returned to his original form. This look was undeniably the most impressive. He pondered, given the current timing, Guan Quan should be on the run from his pursuers by now. However, he did not forget the original intention of this journey along the path of spiritual infusion, the golden spiritual spring. Now that they had reached the late stages of the path, only a few days remained until the golden spiritual spring would manifest. At that point, he would have to engage in earnest. He must be well prepared. Though he had absorbed an inferior purple spiritual spring in recent days, its effects were evidently not as potent as before, failing to aid him in breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refinement. As cultivation progressed, the required spiritual energy grew exponentially. Unless he were to encounter a medium-grade or higher purple spiritual spring, he would struggle to advance past the 7th layer of Qi refinement. I must find another purple spiritual spring. Otherwise, Su Hua and Li Yi, with their fortuitousness, will surely have already located a purple spiritual spring and begun their absorption. Their strength will undoubtedly increase significantly. A determined expression surfaced on Su Xiaobai's face, prioritizing the matter of earning money aside. His primary focus now was on cultivation. In a concealed bamboo grove, Shui Lianhua observed the exploding cloud-piercing arrow in the sky. Her face alight with excitement, at last, "I've found you, Guan Quan. I shall have you skinned alive." A glint of hatred flickered in her eyes. Just as she prepared to exact her vengeance, her footsteps suddenly halted. No, Su Lang is in a crucial state of seclusion. I cannot leave. Her gaze shifted deeper into the bamboo grove. There lay a magnificent purple spiritual spring, its concentration of spiritual energy surpassing even that of the one Su Xiaobai had absorbed. This was undoubtedly a medium-grade purple spiritual spring. Su Hua was seated in the center of the spiritual spring, emanating a terrifying aura. Guan Quan, enjoy your moment of reprieve while you can. Once Su Lang emerges from seclusion, you will have much to answer for. With a fierce demeanor, she spoke. In the heart of a vast desert lies an oasis, yet instead of water, it is filled with a purple essence of spiritual energy. Its richness rivals that of Su Hua's renowned source. Clearly, it is another medium-grade purple spiritual spring. Lie sits at the center of the spring, fully immersed in absorbing the immense spiritual power that flows around him. Deep beneath the ground, few would conceive of such a place, let alone realize it harbors a superior-grade purple spiritual spring. Superior-grade purple spiritual springs are exceedingly rare along the path of spiritual infusion, appearing only once every 5 journeys. Their scarcity is second only to the legendary golden spiritual springs. Only those blessed with immense fortune can discover a superior-grade purple spiritual spring, and within this spring sits a graceful figure. Shui Yinling's aura has now reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, a mere step away from the 9th layer. Not long ago, she was merely at the 6th layer. On par with Su Xiaobai. If Su Xiaobai were here, he would surely lament in frustration. Why must he toil endlessly to achieve the 7th layer, while this girl effortlessly finds a superior-grade purple spiritual spring, aiming for the 9th level? Is it merely because she is the chosen one? Chapter 53. The Golden Spiritual Spring. Guang Quan. Stop right there, Guang Quan. I seek vengeance for my cousin. Guang Quan. Return my family's beloved dog. The sounds of conflict resounded across the path of spiritual infusion, all due to a single individual. Guang Quan fled in panic, his face a mask of terror as he glanced back at the pursuing crowd. You have the wrong person. I was framed, he shouted desperately. How dare you quibble, wretch? Take this arrow. A figure loosed a longbow, sending an arrow hurtling towards Guang Quan. Thud. The arrow struck its mark, searing pain blossoming from his back. His face swelling grotesquely as if it might burst. Ah! Guang Quan's scream echoed through the skies. In recent days, he had already been weakened by a laxative. Now, this injury was like adding insult to injury. Yet perhaps the excruciating pain ignited his latent potential, causing his speed to surge. What? Why has his speed increased so drastically? Damn it, if you can run, then so can I. Gradually, Guang Quan distanced himself from his pursuers, ultimately vanishing from their sight. Damn it, he got away. The crowd panted heavily. Never mind, we are many. Let us rest for a moment before continuing the search. Meanwhile, Guang Quan clutched his rear and ran frantically. In his haste, he stumbled over a stone, crashing into a thicket. Hissing in pain, Guang Quan rose, pulling the arrow from his body, blood spraying 3 feet. Cursed fate. I, Guang Quan, a dignified 8th layer Qi refinement cultivator, am now treated like a rat scurrying across the street. His grip tightened around the arrow, eyes filled with hatred. Just then, his gaze was drawn to a purple cave ahead. It was an exceptionally concealed cavern, emanating a faint purple glow. Had he not tripped and fallen in, he would never have discovered this place. An uncontrollable excitement surged within him. He hurried forward, entering the cave. Moments later, indeed, a medium-grade purple spiritual spring. Now, even without relying on that woman Shui Lianhua, I can break through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement. He laughed heartily, gazing at the spring radiating rich spiritual energy. Be my grandmother. Once I reach the 9th layer, even Su Hua shall be no match for me. All opportunities will be mine. Once the path of spiritual infusion concludes, I shall take my lady's place and become the president of the branch of the Huangzhou Chamber of Commerce, with the potential to ascend to the headquarters presidency. Ambition burned fiercely in his eyes. Without hesitation, he leapt into the spiritual spring. 9 days passed. On this day, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A brilliant golden light erupted from the summit of Tianqiong Mountain, captivating countless prodigies. This aura belongs to the golden spiritual spring. It was the legendary Golden Spiritual Spring. Whoever obtains this spring may directly advance to the Foundation Establishment stage. Let us go. Everyone rushed toward Tianqiong Mountain in the bamboo grove. A deafening crash resounded. Su Hua descended from the heavens, his garments fluttering elegantly. Su Lang, you have emerged from seclusion? Shui Lianhua approached, her face alight with excitement. Indeed, Su Hua nodded with a smile. I have reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of Qi refinement. Mere steps away from Foundation Establishment. If I can absorb this golden spiritual spring, I might achieve perfect Foundation Establishment. In my realm, I shall have no rivals. His eyes sparkled with determination, clearly intent on acquiring the golden spiritual spring. In the desert, Li Yi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of pale blue light shimmering in his pupils. The oasis around him had vanished, and the medium-grade purple spiritual spring had been entirely absorbed. The golden spiritual spring, you say? If I can achieve perfect Foundation Establishment, the entire chamber will allocate more resources to me. My father will gain a significant advantage in the competition for the position of chamber president. Deep underground, a graceful figure emerged from the water, her bare body glistening in the light. Clad in white, she concealed her alluring form. Shui Yinling's gaze revealed a fierce intensity as she tied a white cloth around her head. It was time to settle old scores in the hidden cavern. Guangquan howled at the sky, a powerful aura emanating from within him. Ha ha ha! I have reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement. This golden spiritual spring shall be mine. He laughed uproariously. While everyone hurried toward Tianqiong Mountain, Su Xiaobai had already been waiting there since dawn. He stood beside the golden spiritual spring, a frown etched on his face. Initially, he intended to use the incredible absorption power of the black hole within him to transport the golden spiritual spring directly. However, the black hole indicated that the energy of the golden spiritual spring was too potent. Even it would require an hour to absorb it completely, unless Su Xiaobai was willing to lift its seal. It could finish in 3 seconds, but Su Xiaobai was no fool. If he released its seal, he would be unable to break through to Foundation Establishment for centuries. An hour was far too long. All manner of beasts would surely arrive. He looked helpless. After pondering for a moment, a cunning smile crept across his lips. It seemed he had no choice but to return to his old profession. His form morphed into a large stone, standing beside the golden spiritual spring, awaiting a fortunate soul to approach. Before long, a 6th layer Qi refinement cultivator arrived first on the battlefield. Excellent. I am the first. No one can contest this. Without a second thought, he stripped off his clothes, preparing to leap into the golden spiritual spring. Just then, a powerful hand seized his trousers, yanking him back. Who are you? Hee. Hand over all your treasures. No, please. Not there. A minute later, a flash of light shot from the summit of Tianqiong Mountain, whisked away. The mountain returned to tranquility, with only an ancient stone standing by the spring. Soon after, more cultivators arrived at Tianqiong Mountain. Each transformed into streaks of light, being sent away. Su Xiaobai profited immensely. However, as the number of cultivators grew, even he could not simultaneously seize so many treasures. Reluctantly, he maintained his stone guise, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 54. For my husband's life. As the throngs of cultivators reached Tianqiong Mountain, upon witnessing the golden spiritual spring, none would yield, each intent on claiming it for themselves. Ultimately, 4 formidable auras converged upon the scene, immediately raising the alarm among the crowd. They looked up. Su Hua, Li Yi, Guangquan, and Shui Yinling approached from 4 different directions, each exuding the unmistakable aura of the 9th layer of Qi refinement. Particularly Su Hua and Li Yi, whose auras were even more robust, clearly having reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer. Shui Yinling. I thought you were dead? Shui Lianhua's expression turned to one of terror upon seeing Shui Yinling. How disappointing for my second sister. Not only am I alive, but I have also broken through to the 9th layer. Shui Yinling replied coldly. Miss, it is wonderful that you are unharmed, Guangquan exclaimed, his face filled with excitement as he stepped forward, reaching out to touch her. But what greeted him was a chilling flash of sword light. The sword light sliced through the air toward him. Guangquan hastily dodged, the blade grazing his face and leaving a bloody mark. Shui Yinling, wielding a silver sword, pointed it at him. her eyes as cold as ice. It is because of you that my husband met his tragic end. From this day forth, our bond is severed. We are no longer master and servant, but sworn enemies until death. No, my lady, Guan Quan stood his ground. He wished to provide an explanation, yet found himself utterly defenseless. Were it not for him, Su Xiaobai would indeed still be alive. Ha ha ha! Suddenly, he erupted into a cold, mocking laughter. He turned to Shui Yinling, his visage contorted with malice, and declared, "What of it if I am the cause of his demise? He deserved to die. You should have been mine. How dare he interfere? I only lament that his death was too swift. Had I captured him alive, I would have crushed his bones inch by inch, severed his head, and fed it to the dogs." Realizing he could not justify his actions, Guan Quan fully revealed his true nature. His words caused the onlookers to furrow their brows in disapproval. This Guan Quan was indeed a vile character. You seek death. Shui Yinling's face was as cold as frost as she lunged at Guan Quan with her sword. Guan Quan was no pushover either. He drew a Fong Tian Huanji from his spatial ring to counter her attack. Clang. The clash of their weapons ignited a dazzling shower of sparks. The sound waves reverberated, sending a shock wave that spread outward. Those with slightly weaker cultivation were even sent flying. In that moment, no one dared intervene in their battle, for a mere misstep could lead to fatal consequences. Guan Quan. Shui Lianhua's heart seethed with hatred upon seeing Guan Quan, wishing she could tear him to shreds immediately. However, she understood that the primary goal was to contend for the Golden Spirit Spring, and Guan Quan's matter had to be set aside for now. Su Hua's main adversary was the man before him, Li Ye. It has been half a month. Let me see if your strength has grown. Su Hua stepped forward, flames surging around him. Fire Dominance Body. As you wish. Li Ye's azure robe billowed, a cerulean water ring emerging behind him. Water Dominance Body. The two, one fire and one water, transformed into beams of light that clashed and intertwined in the air. Amidst the fierce confrontation of the four, someone attempted to seize the opportunity to sneak close to the Golden Spirit Spring. However, before he could reach the spring, he was simultaneously targeted by the gazes of Su Hua and the others. Despite their heated battle, they remained vigilant, especially Su Hua and Li Yi, who had not forgotten the grudge of being robbed of the first Purple Spirit Spring by Guan Quan. They would not allow any underhanded opportunism to occur again. Consequently, that individual was struck by the attacks of all four, instantly transported away by his life token. This strike effectively quelled the crowd's fervor. It should be noted that they were now in the later stages of the Spirit Spring path, where other high-grade Spirit Springs were also emerging alongside the Golden Spirit Spring. With a stroke of luck, they might even find another Purple Spirit Spring. If one were to be eliminated now, they would lose out on these opportunities entirely. The cost would far outweigh the benefits. Thus, the crowd tacitly retreated several hundred meters, merely spectating. They did not leave, eager to witness who would ultimately claim the last Purple Spirit Spring. Atop Tianqiong Mountain, only Su Hua, Li Yi, Shui Yinling, Guan Quan, and an unremarkable boulder remained. Su Xiaobai inwardly sneered. Fight on, make it even more intense, ideally, to the point of mutual destruction. Boom! At that moment, a figure suddenly flew back. Crashing into him, the boulder shook but remained intact, not even a crack appearing. Oh dear, who was the fool who just smashed into me? Su Xiaobai was momentarily dazed, cursing internally. Thankfully, his body was robust. Otherwise, he would have surely been crushed by the impact. Guan Quan leaned against the boulder, shaking his head. Huh. This stone is surprisingly sturdy. He curiously glanced at the large rock behind him. Guan Quan, bring my husband back to life. Shui Yinling, clad in white, with a white scarf adorning her head and a long sword in hand, approached Guan Quan. Guan Quan's expression grew solemn as he gazed upon the striking woman before him. In the past, he had underestimated her strength, believing her focus lay solely in commerce. However, after their encounter today, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Though both were newly entered into the 9th layer, her quality of spiritual power and its application surpassed his. During their recent battle, he had been nearly entirely suppressed. My lady, do you truly wish to pursue such relentless vengeance? Have you forgotten the bond we shared growing up? he hastily implored, looking at the murderous Shui Yinling. How dare you even mention our bond? Shui Yinling scoffed coldly, the icy edge of her sword aimed directly at him. Dio, you know, my husband once warned me to be wary of you, saying you might turn against me out of jealousy. Yet, I told him we grew up together, and you would never act in such a manner. Thus, when you poisoned me that night, I did not suspect a thing. You thought yourself clever, but such clumsy tactics would have never succeeded against anyone else in my presence. Had it not been for my indecision and the consideration of our friendship, how could he have jumped off the cliff to his death while trying to save me? Shui Yinling's eyes turned crimson, tears of regret glistening in her gaze. TSK, this girl has finally realized her misguided path and displays some wisdom. From within the boulder, Su Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. While his rescue of Shui Yinling had been somewhat incidental, it was evident he held significant weight in her heart. Excellent, with Xiao Han providing alchemical support and Ling Er offering financial assistance. Once they grow, the entire continent will be mine. Ha ha ha. Drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. Guan Quan remained silent. After a long pause, he once again wielded the Feng Tian Huanji and spoke somberly. I do not regret my actions. If given the chance, I would act the same way again. My lady, since you seek my life, I must resist. He gazed at Shui Yinling, an overwhelming aura emanating from him, clearly preparing for a desperate fight. Chapter 55. The true phoenix shatters the song of the phoenix. Guan Quan roared, and behind him, the phantoms of a dragon and a tiger materialized. The dragon and tiger soared through the sky, while the tiger's shadow roared upon the ground, both clawing menacingly at Shui Yinling. This dragon-tiger dominance technique is a treasure I stumbled upon by chance. Shui Yinling, you surely do not know its power. I offer you a chance. If you humbly admit your faults and submit to me now, I shall spare you. A confident smile crept across Guan Quan's lips. He no longer referred to Shui Yinling as my lady, but directly by her name. From within the boulder, Su Xiaobai rolled his eyes in disbelief. To be frank, he sometimes envied Guan Quan's blind confidence. His ignorance rendered him fearless. The techniques were divided into 4 grades: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with the lower grades being less powerful. He had merely obtained a low-grade profound technique. Yet he dared to act so arrogantly? Shui Yinling, as the third miss of the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, must possess at least a low-grade profound technique herself. How dare he challenge her? Indeed, Shui Yinling let out a cold laugh, her eyes glinting with disdain and mockery. A mere low-grade profound technique emboldens you so? Today, I shall show you what a true profound technique looks like. Behind her, her fiery red hair billowed, a scorching wave of heat radiating from her center. Spreading outward, coo, a crisp, melodious phoenix cry resonated from her delicate form. True phoenix shatters the song, Shui Yinling called out, and a colossal true phoenix illusion materialized above her head. The true phoenix circled in the sky, looking down upon the crowd, exuding an aura of divine majesty. The pressure it emitted far surpassed Guan Quan's dragon-tiger dominance technique. Even Su Hua and Li Yi, who were battling at a distance, paused to gaze in this direction. She can actually wield a mid-grade profound technique, they exclaimed in unison, their eyes widening. It wasn't that they lacked mid-grade profound techniques. However, as they were merely at the chi refinement stage, their internal spiritual power was insufficient to execute techniques of such caliber. Thus, they were astonished to witness Shui Yinling unleash such power. Nevertheless, they could also discern that Shui Yinling's technique, though formidable, was not fully realized, falling slightly short of a true mid-grade profound technique. Yet even so, it still vastly outclassed Guan Quan's low-grade profound technique. Li Yi, how confident are you in withstanding her strike? Su Hua inquired. Li Yi contemplated for a moment before replying. Not more than 4 out of 10. I am about the same. Fortunately, with her chi refinement stage cultivation, she can likely only execute it once. A flicker of relief crossed their eyes. Had Shui Yinling been able to unleash this mid-grade profound technique consecutively, they would have had no choice but to concede the golden spirit spring to her. Meanwhile, Guan Quan swallowed hard, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloping him. The dragon and tiger phantoms on either side had already cowered to the ground, trembling in fear, utterly unable to meet the gaze of the true phoenix above. Go! Shui Yinling's jade finger flicked. The true phoenix illusion surged forth, engulfed in flames, hurtling toward Guan Quan. No, my lady, I was wrong. Do not kill me. Guan Quan knelt on the ground, his face a mask of terror as he pleaded for mercy. Shui Yinling's gaze remained icy, devoid of any compassion. Seeing her unmoved, Guan Quan hastily produced his life token. If he crushed the token, he could be transported away. Though he would likely face Shui Yinling's relentless pursuit afterward, it was far better than dying here. It is better to cling to life than to embrace death. Every moment of existence is a precious gift. Humph. Thinking of fleeing? A cold laugh escaped the lips of Shui Lianhua, who stood by observing the battle. The illusion shuttle materialized in her grasp, and she activated it without hesitation. Crack! Simultaneously, Guan Quan's life token was crushed in his hand, yet he was not teleported away. How could this be? His eyes widened in disbelief, and sensing something amiss, he turned to gaze at Shui Lianhua. There she was, triumphantly waving the illusion shuttle in her hand. Second miss, why must you do this to me? He screamed in frustration. Just then, the true phoenix apparition of Shui Yinling descended with a thunderous roar. No, boom. The deafening explosion reverberated through the heavens, a mushroom cloud slowly rising, causing the entire Tianxiong mountain to tremble violently. After a long while, as the dust settled, a horrifying deep pit appeared on the ground. In the pit lay only a shattered Feng Tianhua halberd, while Guan Quan's body had been obliterated in the flames. The onlookers could not help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, they had not recklessly advanced. It turned out they possessed a treasure that could disrupt teleportation. If they had lost their lives in the pursuit of treasure, it would have been an immense loss. Watching Guan Quan turn to ashes, Shui Lianhua felt a deep sense of satisfaction. She had long remembered the grudge of that fateful strike. Yet at that moment, a large stone came hurtling from the horizon, crashing down upon her head. Duong! Shui Lianhua immediately fell to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Lianhua! Su Hua shouted anxiously from a distance, but he was embroiled in a critical battle and could not extricate himself. The crowd paid her no heed. Blaming Shui Lianhua's foolishness for being struck by a falling stone, Inowan noticed a hand reaching out from beneath the large stone, stealthily seizing the illusion shuttle from her grasp. Ha! At last, I've seized the opportunity to obtain this illusion shuttle. Su Xiaobai chuckled to himself from within the stone. The battle on the field was far from over. Shui Yinling panted heavily, her face pale. Clearly exhausted. Husband, I have avenged you, she murmured to the sky. Applause erupted from the other side. Su Hua approached with a smile, clapping his hands. The strength of the third miss truly exceeds my expectations. But I dare say you can no longer perform that last technique, can you? I nearly forgot. You and Shui Lianhua are both accomplices. Unfazed, Shui Yinling raised her sword once more, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. Brotherly, the golden spirit spring ultimately belongs to you and me. Why don't we unite against outsiders first, eliminate them, and then contend for it? Su Hua suggested with a smile, glancing at Li Yi. Li Yi pondered for a moment. Shui Yinling was already highly regarded, with many elders in the merchant guild supporting her. If she were to obtain the golden spirit spring and significantly enhance her strength, it would pose an even greater obstacle for his father in the contest for the guild leader position. No, I cannot allow her to grow like this, Li Yi resolutely decided, nodding at Su Hua. Very well, let us first eliminate the outsiders. Brotherly is indeed wise, Su Hua replied with a grin. The two then approached Shui Yinling, exuding the overwhelming aura of peak ninefold realm, instilling fear in all who beheld them. Shui Yinling furrowed her brows, gripping her silver sword tightly, her eyes betraying her grave concern. Chapter 56. Ungrateful Wretch. Li Yi and Su Hua simultaneously flanked Shui Yinling. Attacking her from both sides, Li Yi struck first. The azure water rings behind him spinning rapidly, absorbing the surrounding water elemental energy as if brewing something potent. The ocean surges. A powerful water column shot forth from the center of the water rings. Hurtling towards Shui Yinling, gritting her silver teeth, Shui Yinling channeled the remaining energy within her, conjuring a true phoenix fire shield before her. Sizzle, water and fire clashed, dissipating into a mist. Shui Yinling breathed a sigh of relief. She had managed to block that attack, but before she could lower her guard, Su Hua struck from behind. Crimson Flame Explosive Fist? He shouted. A colossal fist of fire lunged towards Shui Yinling's jade back with lightning speed. Ah! She screamed in agony, spitting blood as her delicate form was sent flying. What a pity! If only the third miss had not employed that mid-tier mystic technique against Guan Quan earlier, but instead saved it for now. She might have caught them off guard. However, it was evident that she was no match for Li Yi and Su Hua. The surrounding spectators expressed their regret. This foolish girl, it was merely Guan Quan. She could have simply outlasted him. Instead, she chose to use the true Phoenix's crystal song technique, and now she had become a target for all. Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, sighing in exasperation. But what he did not realize was that Shui Yinling was indifferent to the Golden Spirit Spring. Her sole focus was avenging him. Thus, even if she knew there were better methods, she still opted for the most forceful approach to eliminate Guan Quan. Wait, something seems off about the trajectory of her flight. Su Xiaobai's expression suddenly sharpened. Shui Yinling was heading straight towards him, about to crash into him. Thud! Shui Yinling collided with the large stone. Yet, astonishingly, the stone remained steadfast, showing no signs of budging under her rapid impact. Ouch! Su Xiaobai grimaced internally, his head throbbing from the collision. Leaning against the stone, Shui Yinling shook her head and quickly regulated her disordered breathing. Moments later, she finally steadied her breath. Curiously, she looked at the massive stone behind her, puzzled. Why does it not hurt? Of course it doesn't hurt. You crashed into me. Su Xiaobai silently fumed behind her. Hee, third miss, you should just surrender. We would hate to mar that beautiful face of yours, Su Hua said, stepping forward with a grin. Humph. Shui Yinling scoffed, her eyes devoid of any intention to retreat. She turned around and, with a surge of energy, lifted the large stone behind her. Su Xiaobai? The stone floated in midair, bewildered. Go. Shui Yinling commanded, thrusting her hand towards Su Hua. The stone, propelled by her energy, hurtled towards him at an alarming speed. Ungrateful wretch! Su Xiaobai cursed loudly. Did I just hear something? Shui Yinling raised an eyebrow but quickly shook her head, dismissing it as possibly a trick of the mind due to excessive energy depletion. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, she focused on recovering her energy. Shui Yinling silently cultivated, her energy returning at a terrifying pace. Observing the approaching stone, Su Hua wore a scornful smile. Third miss. It seems you are truly out of tricks, resorting to such a lowly method. Dio, you really think I cannot see that you are recovering your energy? With a swift kick, Su Hua struck the stone. Thud! Su Xiaobai felt a solid kick to his abdomen, spitting out a mouthful of saliva. The stone immediately flew back along its original trajectory towards Shui Yinling. Shui Yinling barely raised her hand, launching a counterattack at the stone. The stone then flew back towards Su Hua. Thud! Su Xiaobai once again spat out a mouthful of saliva. The two continued to volley the stone back and forth for over a dozen exchanges. The stone bounced around like a volleyball, thanks to Su Xiaobai's significantly enhanced strength and robust physique. Had it been an ordinary person, they would have been left with shattered organs long ago. However, that did not mean he was unscathed. He still felt pain. Damn it, I will endure. I refuse to believe you will keep holding onto that stone forever. Su Xiaobai gritted his teeth, vowing internally. Once you two have exhausted each other, I will ensure your fathers punish you severely. Just then, Li Yi noticed that Shui Yinling had kept one hand behind her back, seemingly up to something. This is bad. It's the secret method of breathing. She can restore her energy while fighting. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly realized. What? After this long, she may have restored a considerable amount of energy. Su Hua's brows knitted tightly. A serious glint flashed in Li Yi's eyes. The third miss was indeed remarkable, remaining so calm even in such dire straits. However, I have seen through your tricks. He charged forward, pulling out a curved blade from his spatial ring, gripping the hilt with both hands above his head. First, I will shatter that large stone, then we will join forces to fight you, leaving you no room to breathe. With a powerful swing, the sharp edge of the blade was poised to cleave through any stone. But at that moment, the ancient stone began to twist and then transformed into a pitch-black figure. What is this? Li Yi gazed up at the shadow above him, puzzled. "This is your father," Su Xiaobai shouted in anger. He dodged Li Ye's downward strike and retaliated with a swift kick to his face. Thud. Li Yi was sent spinning through the air, crashing to the ground. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at the figure in the center of the arena. Clad in a bandit-s hat and tight-fitting black attire, a look of confusion crossed his face. Has the stone come to life? The black-clad man's chest heaved violently, his solid eight-pack abs rippling, emanating a chilling aura. Over and over again, "I will kick your father like a ball. I have endured much, yet you not only lack restraint but also dare to threaten my father. Do you truly believe that I am a frail cat simply because the tiger remains silent?" Boom! The oppressive aura erupted violently, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. A terrifying pressure, reminiscent of a demon god, instantly enveloped the arena. Shui Yinling and her companions wore grave expressions. Although this individual was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, he radiated an overwhelming sense of danger. "You scoundrel, do you dare to strike me?" At that moment, Li Yi covered his face and crawled up from the ground, his countenance filled with murderous intent as he glared at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai also turned to face him. The pupils hidden beneath the bandit mask reflected a chilling sense of oppression. Slowly, he drew 2 mountain-cutting blades from his waist, gripping them tightly as he advanced step by step toward Li Yi. "Was it you who wished to strike me just now? How fortuitous. I find your kidneys quite appealing. Might I borrow them for a few days?" he said darkly. Chapter 57. 1 against 2. Su Xiaobai's figure appeared before Li Yi like a wraith, his mountain-cutting blade descending in a fierce slash. Li Yi would not be outdone. Raising his sword to parry, clang. The clash of metal rang out thunderously, a powerful gale expanding outward. An astonishing sight unfolded before the audience. Li Yi knelt half-heartedly on the ground, gritting his teeth as he struggled to withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, the man in black, wielding the mountain-cutting blade, looked down upon him with an expression that seemed almost relaxed. What? Li Yi had actually fallen into a disadvantage in their first encounter. He was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of qi refinement. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Even Su Hua and Shui Yinling exchanged glances filled with shock as they regarded the man in black. "Su Hua, do not hesitate to assist," Li Yi bellowed towards Su Hua. Su Hua's face revealed deep contemplation. Should Li Yi be defeated, it was certain that Shui Yinling would team up with the man in black to confront him. Such a scenario would be greatly unfavorable for him. "Very well. I shall come to your aid." With this resolve, Su Hua drew a spear and lunged toward the man in black. Su Xiaobai's gaze flicked upward slightly. A faint glimmer of murderous intent reflected in his eyes. He extended his left hand, drawing the other mountain-cutting blade from his waist to meet the spear. Clang! Su Hua was forced back 3 steps. However, Su Xiaobai himself experienced a momentary pause, a golden opportunity. Seizing the moment, Li Yi unleashed a sudden burst of power. Boom! Su Xiaobai was sent sprawling back. Li Yi grasped the hilt of his sword and aimed a lethal strike at Su Xiaobai's neck. "Die!" he howled, his face contorted with rage. Su Xiaobai's eyes sharpened, as a flash of brilliance swiftly flew to his mouth, which he clamped down on. Clang! Instead of the anticipated spray of blood, a crisp sound of metal colliding echoed. Li Yi staggered back several steps. Su Xiaobai, with a mountain-cutting blade clenched in his teeth, glared at him with ferocity. Instinctively, Li Yi took 2 steps back, feeling an inexplicable dread as if he were being scrutinized by a mighty eagle. Su Xiaobai settled into a horse stance, gripping 2 mountain-cutting blades, with one clenched in his mouth. 3-blade style. He bellowed, his body surging forward like a flash of lightning towards Li Yi. Li Yi was startled by the momentum. Hastily raising his defenses as a torrential barrage of attacks rained down upon him, Su Xiaobai resembled a humanoid cutting machine, his strikes so swift that they were nearly impossible to track. Clang, clang, clang. The blades glimmered fiercely, overwhelming Li Yi's defenses. Soon, his legs, waist, and cheeks were adorned with gashes, drenched in his own blood. "The fire god's spear." A cold voice suddenly echoed from behind. A spear wreathed in flames pierced through the void, aimed straight at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and he positioned his 3 mountain-cutting blades before him. Crack! The invincible mountain-cutting blades cracked with visible fissures. Ultimately, they shattered, clang. As the mountain-cutting blades splintered, Su Xiaobai swiftly grasped the spear's tip. His body slid backward under the immense force, carving deep grooves into the ground. After sliding several dozen meters, the spear's momentum finally dissipated. Su Xiaobai clutched the spear's tip, his hands marked with burn scars. Return. The spear seemed to heed its master's call, breaking free from Su Xiaobai's grip and flying back into Su Hua's hands. He, I must concede that your martial prowess is indeed remarkable. But alas, you lack a worthy weapon. That Su Hua looked at Su Xiaobai, his gaze laced with scorn and arrogance. This individual clearly hails from a humble background. Those 3 mountain-cutting blades are merely mundane tools. Li Yi also realized that Su Xiaobai's weapons were, in fact, mere ordinary items. He had been thoroughly intimidated by the man's imposing presence and had remained in a defensive stance. The thought that he had been bested by someone wielding ordinary weapons filled him with humiliation. Darkening his expression, I care not whence you emerged. Today you shall perish here, and none shall save you. I swear it. A large, deep blue blade appeared in his hand. Though you envy this, behold, the fracturing sea blade. A top-tier spiritual weapon, a treasure you could never hope to attain. He cast a triumphant glance at Su Xiaobai, as if to flaunt his superiority. Su Xiaobai thought to himself. At times he truly could not comprehend what they bragged about. A top-tier spiritual weapon, indeed. During the sect competition, his master had gifted him 2. Not only that, but within his Qinkuan pouch lay the legendary Xianyuan sword and countless spiritual weapons he had acquired through his own efforts from various companions. His previous use of the mountain-cutting blades was merely to gauge the extent of his enhancement after breaking through to the 8th level. Tio think he would be ridiculed for such a trial. Had he been infected by a Zhao's aura of mockery? Enough, brotherly, there is no need to waste more words on him. Individuals like him, mere insects at the bottom of the hierarchy, may stumble upon opportunities. But their vision remains shallow. Perhaps he has never even heard of what a top-tier spiritual weapon is. Su Hua regarded Su Xiaobai with disdain. You speak wisely, Su. Li Ye's lips curled upward slightly. With that, the 2 men armed themselves and advanced step by step towards Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai chuckled lightly. I wield ordinary weapons merely to test your caliber. You presume I possess only mundane tools? How foolish of you. Esteemed top 10 talents of the local Qi refinement ranking. Has your intellect been devoured by dogs? Upon hearing this, both men felt veins bulge on their foreheads. Even if you possess spiritual weapons, you certainly cannot reach the level of top-tier spiritual weapons. In the end, you are still no match for us. Su Hua sneered. A top-tier spiritual weapon, even among them, was a rarity. This man before them dared not show his true self, indicating that he lacked the necessary foundation to possess such a weapon. Ha ha ha, as a matter of fact, I do have several top-tier spiritual weapons on my person, but they are unnecessary for dealing with you. For you, this will suffice. He casually retrieved a high-grade spiritual weapon from his Qinkuan pouch. It was a sword, shimmering silver-white, perfectly suited for close combat. The expressions of Su Hua and Li Yi immediately grew grave. They had not anticipated that he possessed a high-grade spiritual weapon. Though its rank fell short of their top-tier spiritual weapons, its power was not to be underestimated. In a discreet corner, Shui Yinling, who was secretly recovering her spiritual energy, felt her pupils constrict as she beheld the sword in Su Xiaobai's hand. This is the Qingfeng sword. Her delicate form involuntarily trembled. Although the Qingfeng sword was merely a high-grade spiritual weapon, it was unique, as she had commissioned its creation. She had later gifted that sword to someone, yet that person ultimately leaped off a cliff to save her. Her gaze fixed upon the man in black in the arena. His perfectly sculpted 8-pack abs appeared so familiar. Is it you? She whispered softly. Chapter 58. Linger no longer fears Bring It On. Then, Su Xiaobai beckoned to the 2 men with a casual gesture. Arrogant! Upon witnessing Su Xiaobai's brazen words, Li Yi and his companion bellowed in fury as they charged at him. Humph! Su Xiaobai scoffed coldly, gripping the hilt of his sword and raising it above his head. A formidable force began to coalesce at the sword's tip, causing the very heavens to shift. The clouds seemed to part as if cleaved by some unseen force. In an instant, a piercing white sword beam sliced through the sky. Aimed at the 2 men. Their pupils quivered violently. This strike evoked a profound sense of life-threatening danger. The tides of the ocean slash, the flames of heaven-piercing stab. Both men unleashed their most potent techniques, causing the water and fire elements in the air to boil with intensity. Two beams of light, one blue and one red, surged toward the sword beam to meet it. Boom! The clash of their powers unleashed a tremendous sound, sending tremors through the surrounding space. The white sword beam clashed against the red and blue light pillars, neither side yielding an inch. Ha ha ha! No matter how powerful you are ultimately but one person. Together, we shall wear you down. The two men cackled maliciously. Observing this scene, Shui Yinling's complexion turned dire. After all, Su Xiaobai was merely at the 8th level of qi refinement, and in terms of total spiritual energy, he certainly could not match the two of them. Just as she prepared to step in to assist, however, a dismissive smile appeared on Su Xiaobai's lips. He retrieved a pill from his pocket and popped it into his mouth. It was devoid of any extravagant flair, just a simple dose. Produced by He Han, it was undoubtedly a premium product. In an instant, his aura surged dramatically. The sword beam swiftly overpowered the red and blue light pillars, barreling toward Li Yi and Su Hua. What? The two men's eyes widened, and veins bulged at their necks as they frantically circulated their internal spiritual energy, attempting to fend off the approaching sword beam. Yet, all their efforts proved futile. Having consumed the pill, Su Xiaobai's power surged to the brink of the 9th level. It is utterly beyond their capacity to withstand. Ah! With a piercing scream from the two, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. The entire Tianxiong mountain trembled once more, and as the dust settled, a massive sword mark was etched into the ground. On either side of this scar, Su Hua and Li Yi lay on the ground, their bodies stained with blood, their breaths shallow and weak. They struggled to lift their heads, their gazes towards Su Xiaobai reflecting the fear one might reserve for a monster. How could we have been defeated? They emitted low growls of unwillingness. Unbeknownst to them, what awaited them was far more than mere defeat. Su Xiaobai approached with a greedy and sinister smile playing on his lips. Both of you are renowned prodigies of this land. Surely, you possess quite a few treasures. He rubbed his hands together, eyeing the shadows. The phantom shuttle had already been activated, ensuring their escape was impossible. As they beheld the look in his eyes, reminiscent of one admiring a beautiful maiden, a chill coursed through their hearts. What do you intend to do? They huddled together. Heh. I merely wish to borrow a few items from you. Hand them over. With a whoosh, the onlookers felt immense relief, fortunate that they were mere spectators, lest they suffer the same indignity. After stripping the two of their valuables, Su Xiaobai, like a scoundrel, adjusted his pants and walked away, leaving them to weep in despair. He then turned his gaze towards the surrounding crowd. Kikik. Wasn't the show quite entertaining? The audience felt an icy grip of fear, retreating a few steps with arms crossed. What are you planning? Clap. Su Xiaobai, brandishing a whip he had procured from who knows where, cracked it against the ground, producing a chilling sound. If you wish to live, stand in line, males on the left, females on the right, and those who are neither in the center. Do not even think of escaping. Your life tokens are useless in my possession, he declared loudly, holding the phantom shuttle aloft. The crowd, stifled by fear, dared not utter a word. The image of Su Xiaobai single-handedly defeating two great prodigies left them too intimidated to resist. Consequently, they complied, lining up as instructed, males to the left, females to the right, and those who did not identify as either in the center. Su Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. This group was far more obedient than those he had encountered in the Valley of 10,000 Beasts. Then, like a ravenous wolf, he plunged into the throngs. No, don't. That's not allowed. Stop it. The scene erupted into chaos, obscured by a veil of mosaic imagery. Half an hour later, Su Xiaobai finished extracting all the treasures from the crowd. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he felt the need for assistance, as managing such a large number of people alone was exhausting. With half an hour remaining before the effects of the potion wore off, he resolved that these people could not be left alive. Without hesitation, having drained the crowd of their valuables, he kindly crushed their life tokens, waving them goodbye. You scoundrel! Should I ever cross paths with you again, I will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Li Yi vowed as he and Su Hua were teleported away. Su Xiaobai scoffed, "Next time you come, be sure to bring more valuables. These meager trinkets aren't even enough to fill my teeth." He waved farewell to the two. Only Shui Yinling and Su Xiaobai remained in the arena. Shui Yinling gazed at him, her heart resolute. She was now certain he was the one. Why else would he rob everyone but her? Just as she prepared to approach and reveal herself, Su Xiaobai's figure flickered like a ghost. Appearing behind her, "You," before Shui Yinling could speak, Su Xiaobai exclaimed in frustration, "You little brat, treating me like a plaything, are you? Huh?" Shui Yinling was taken aback. In the next moment, Su Xiaobai grasped her delicate face in his hands. "Will you still dare to treat me like a plaything? And no, I want tea. Please let me go. It hurts," Shui Yinling mumbled, her words muddled. Chapter 59. Do you know how worried I was about you? Humph. It's good that you realize your mistake. Su Xiaobai finally released her. Shui Yinling glared at him with teary eyes, rubbing her slightly swollen cheeks. She had no idea he had been hiding behind that large rock. Had she known, she would not have treated him like a weapon. And him. Seeing her besieged by two opponents, not only did he refrain from helping, but he also bullied her afterward. What kind of person behaves like that? What? Do you want another pinch? Su Xiaobai raised his hand coldly. No, no. Shui Yinling hurriedly covered her rear, shaking her head vigorously. Since there are no objections, hand over all the treasures you possess. Su Xiaobai extended his hand towards her. Shui Yinling's eyes widened in disbelief, and she bellowed, "Su Xiaobai, you're going too far. You even want to rob me of my treasures?" Su Xiaobai's heart jolted. How did this girl know his identity? He quickly checked to ensure his bandit mask was still in place. After confirming it was intact, he sighed in relief and looked at Shui Yinling. "What nonsense are you spouting? I am not the handsome Su Xiaobai you speak of." Shui Yinling shot him a glance. She had seen the momentary hesitation in his demeanor and was now utterly convinced he was indeed Su Xiaobai. Fuming, she strode towards him. Su Xiaobai, taken aback by her assertiveness, retreated a few steps. "What do you intend to do? I warn you not to act rashly. My Buddha palm is quite unreasonable." Shui Yinling was unafraid, yanking off his bandit mask, revealing the handsome visage beneath. Su Xiaobai's face broke into an awkward smile. "It's been a long time. Ling Er.it really is you." Shui Yinling's eyes glistened with crimson as Su Xiaobai hesitated to find an excuse for his previous actions. A warm figure plunged into his embrace. "Oh, you have any idea how worried I was about you?" Her body trembled as she spoke, her words interspersed with sobs. "Linger." Su Xiaobai was momentarily at a loss. Gently patting her back, after a long while, Shui Yinling lifted her head, her cheeks still glistening with tears. "How did you survive? I saw you jump off the cliff. There was a crooked tree at the bottom of the cliff. I just happened to land on it and narrowly escaped with my life," Su Xiaobai explained. "Then why didn't you come find me? And what else with your attire? You even attempted to rob me earlier?" Shui Yinling's anger mounted, and she pinched his abdomen hard. The pain nearly made Su Xiaobai's eyes pop out. "Ow, ow, ow. What else are you hiding from me, you little brat? Are you attempting to murder your husband?" Shui Yinling's face flushed crimson, and she hastily ripped the white cloth from her head, tossing it to the ground. "Pfft. You're not my husband. You haven't even mentioned anything about being close." The latter part of her statement was so quiet that even she could barely hear it that moment. Su Xiaobai had already turned his back towards the Golden Spirit Spring. "Since you've uncovered my identity, let us absorb the Golden Spirit Spring together." He began to undress. Are you really willing to share such an opportunity with me?" Shui Yinling gazed at him in disbelief. The Golden Spirit Spring was exceedingly precious. A rare encounter in a century. Ordinarily, one would choose to hoard it all for oneself. "What else can I do? Should I eliminate you?" Su Xiaobai had removed his upper garment, revealing a well-defined torso radiating with masculine allure. Besides, the Golden Spirit Spring is rich in spiritual energy. Having you join one team make much of a difference. Moreover, if you can absorb even a fraction of it, that would be a testament to your skill. "Don't undress in front of me." Shui Yinling hastily covered her eyes but couldn't resist peeking through her fingers. "All right, stop peeking. If you don't come down soon, I'll absorb it all," Su Xiaobai declared from within the Golden Spirit Spring. Shui Yinling's face flushed, Who's peeking at you? I'm about to undress. You turn around, and don't you dare look. Fine, fine, fine. Su Xiaobai rolled his eyes in exasperation and turned his back. He truly wished to tell her, I've already seen everything. I even know you have a mole on your chest. Shui Yinling slowly untied her skirt, revealing her fair, graceful figure. She gathered her long hair into a bun, secured it with a hairpin, and wrapped herself in a towel, hesitantly stepping into the golden spirit spring. Splash! She submerged herself in the spring, glancing back at Su Xiaobai, only to find he had indeed not stolen a glance. Her cheeks puffed slightly, revealing a hint of disappointment. This guy, was she truly standing behind him in nothing but a single garment, and he showed no reaction whatsoever? She submerged half her face beneath the water, blowing bubbles. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai had entered a state of cultivation, the black hole within his dantian greedily absorbing the abundant spiritual energy from the golden spirit spring. Upon absorption, it would expel some energy back, nourishing Su Xiaobai's cultivation. Su Xiaobai was astonished to discover an extraordinary phenomenon. The energy expelled by the black hole was purer and of higher quality than what he absorbed normally. Thus, the quality of his spiritual energy would far surpass that of an ordinary cultivator. It seems you can do more than just absorb spiritual energy. You can also refine it. Su Xiaobai gazed at the black hole within his dantian with a smile. The black hole buzzed with a sense of pride, as if to declare, my purpose extends far beyond this. If you wish for me to elevate you, you must serve me with the finest delicacies. Su Xiaobai merely shrugged, uninterested, and resumed his focused cultivation. Shui Yinling, observing his steadily rising aura, set aside her feelings of envy, thinking to herself, I cannot afford to fall behind. With that, she closed her eyes to meditate as well. The two of them were experiencing a terrifying acceleration in their cultivation. However, from a vantage point above, one could discern that the majority of the spiritual liquid from the spirit-infusing spring was flowing towards Su Xiaobai, gradually forming a vortex. Shui Yinling lingered at the edge of this vortex, feasting on the remnants. As time ticked by, a sudden roar erupted from within Su Xiaobai, akin to a thunderous clap, causing the entire Tianqiong mountain to tremble. Shui Yinling was startled, involuntarily shivering. Has he broken through to the 9th layer of qi refinement? She wondered, her eyes glimmering with curiosity as she turned to him. It was her first time witnessing such commotion from a breakthrough to the 9th layer of qi refinement. What heights can you truly reach? She pondered, diverting her focus from her own cultivation to him. Having absorbed a superior-grade purple spirit-infusing spring, she had leaped from the 6th layer to the 9th layer of qi refinement. And now, under the golden spirit-infusing spring, she had reached the pinnacle of the 9th layer. She felt satisfied, knowing that further breakthroughs could jeopardize her foundation. In contrast, her curiosity about the man before her intensified. What level could he achieve? The momentum surrounding Su Xiaobai did not wane upon reaching the 9th layer of qi refinement. Instead, it continued to ascend. A day later, he stood at the peak of the 9th layer, just one step away from the foundation establishment stage. The black hole within him, in a bid to cooperate, did not absorb all of the golden spirit-infusing spring at once, but slowed its pace, methodically supplying him with spiritual energy. Shui Yinling anxiously watched him. The foundation establishment stage was a barrier where countless individuals had faltered. There were myriad practitioners at the qi refinement stage, yet those who could step into the foundation establishment stage were exceedingly rare. Illustrating the difficulty of this transition, however, Shui Yinling harbored no doubts about Su Xiaobai's ability to advance. He was a true disciple of the Xianyu sect, who had fought single-handedly against two top-tier prodigies on the qi refinement rankings without defeat. Although his character remained to be assessed, someone of such legendary caliber could hardly fail to reach the foundation establishment stage. Her concern lay in the heights he could attain. Foundation establishment also varied in quality, classified from low to high as ordinary foundation establishment, low grade, middle grade, high grade, perfected foundation establishment, and the legendary perfect foundation establishment. An ordinary foundation establishment practitioner would find themselves stagnant throughout their lives, struggling to progress, and their strength regarded as the weakest among all foundation establishment practitioners. What level could he achieve? High-grade foundation establishment or perfected foundation establishment? A glimmer of expectation danced in her eyes. As for the legendary Perfect Foundation establishment, she dismissed the thought. Such an existence was virtually mythical, never witnessed in reality. As Su Xiaobai's aura continued to rise, it seemed he reached a critical threshold where growth ceased. Shui Yinling focused intently, scarcely daring to breathe, for she understood he had arrived at the brink of a breakthrough. Behind him, a white halo gradually formed, standing serenely at the back of his head. Shui Yinling remained impassive. A single halo merely signified ordinary foundation establishment, typical for most individuals, while many might rejoice at such a feat. Su Xiaobai was a legendary prodigy, destined for greater heights, as expected. Shortly thereafter, an orange halo appeared alongside the white one. Soon, a third and fourth halo emerged in succession. Four colored halos spun behind Su Xiaobai, exuding an overwhelming aura of pressure. Four colored halos, high-grade foundation establishment. Shui Yinling nodded in approval. In any realm, this was an undeniable mark of a prodigy. Thus, even if she were to take him home, she need not worry about her father's objections. A slight blush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her head. Just as Shui Yinling was lost in thoughts about how to manage future familial relations, another stir arose from Su Xiaobai. The four colored halos shifted slightly to the side, creating a space where a golden halo slowly formed. It was indeed perfected foundation establishment. Shui Yinling's eyes widened in disbelief. Perfected foundation establishment was an existence coveted by all major factions. If a sect could produce even one perfected foundation establishment practitioner, they would celebrate with feasting for 3 days and nights, granting a week-long holiday to the entire sect as a traditional festival. This underscored the rarity of perfected foundation establishment. A perfected foundation establishment practitioner, if allowed to mature without premature demise, could almost certainly break through to the soul formation stage. To think he achieved perfected foundation establishment. Even her father would surely seek to ally with him. A faint smile graced her lips, her face aglow with a rosy hue. The golden halo fully formed. Su Xiaobai undeniably reached the level of perfected foundation establishment. Shui Yinling smiled and rose, eager to congratulate him, momentarily forgetting her own state of undress. Su. Her words barely escaped her lips when a powerful wave of energy surged from Su Xiaobai, radiating outward. Ah! Shui Yinling instinctively thrust her hands out to shield herself, but was nonetheless forced back several meters. Su Xiaobai sat cross-legged, slowly ascending into the air. The 5 halos behind him began to disperse slightly, creating another vacant space. Was he attempting to achieve the legendary perfect foundation establishment? Shui Yinling gazed up at Su Xiaobai in disbelief. She had thought perfected foundation establishment would be his limit, but to her astonishment, he aimed for the heights of the legendary perfect foundation establishment. Perfect foundation establishment existed only in tales, dating back to the era of ancient gods and demons when the quality of spiritual energy in the Tianxiang continent was several times greater than now. Even during that ancient era, perfected foundation establishment practitioners were exceedingly rare, 1 in millions. The ancient god-demon wars had nearly torn the world asunder, leading to the depletion of spiritual energy and the wilting of countless rare treasures. Even now, after millions of years, not a single perfected foundation establishment practitioner had emerged. Could he succeed? Shui Yinling swallowed hard. She could only imagine the expression on her father's face were she to bring home a perfect foundation establishment prodigy. He would likely be on his knees, fervently licking Su Xiaobai's shoe soles. Her hands clenched tightly, her eyes locked onto Su Xiaobai. A flickering halo appeared behind Su Xiaobai's head, shimmering in and out of visibility. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, the winds howled, and the sky coalesced into a vortex, as if immense power were gathering within. Su Xiaobai's brow furrowed as the 6th halo behind him solidified, yet he struggled to break through that limit. Moments later, the brewing momentum in the heavens gradually dissipated, sunlight refracting back down. Alas! So close yet so far. Su Xiaobai opened his eyes, revealing a hint of resignation. He had hoped to utilize the golden spirit-infusing spring to attempt to break through into perfect foundation establishment. But it turned out to be just shy of success. It seemed he would need to rely on Xiao Han's perfect foundation establishment elixir. The 6 halos behind him abruptly extinguished, and the rising aura within him was forcibly suppressed. He coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood. To forcefully repress a breakthrough felt akin to a person suffering from diarrhea attempting to hold back a bowel movement that was already at the door. Thud! He fell back into the golden spirit-infusing spring, and Shui Yinling rushed forward to support him. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously, concern evident in her eyes. His aura was disordered, with numerous internal injuries. His condition was far from optimistic. Su Xiaobai took a moment to catch his breath, waved his hand dismissively, and weakly remarked, "Linger, why are you not wearing any clothes? P.S. Writing a new book is tough. I earnestly request 5-star reviews. Seeking free rewards. Please, I kneel here, begging woo woo woo." Chapter 61. The hatching of celestial beasts. Shui Yinling, belatedly aware, let out a shrill scream before hastily pushing Su Xiaobai away. Goodness! Thud! Su Xiaobai was unceremoniously toppled over and fell into the water. Landing in an awkward position. "You little minx! Are you itching for trouble again? Trying to drown me?" Su Xiaobai clambered up from the golden spirit-infusing spring, shouting indignantly at Shui Yinling, hiding beneath the water. Shui Yinling muttered, "Isn't it because you pointed out that I wasn't wearing clothes? I was merely being kind enough to help you." She lifted her head, only to find Su Xiaobai, also unclothed and standing before her. His lower half directly facing her face. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "You lecher!" she shrieked, splashing water at Su Xiaobai's face. Su Xiaobai could only retreat, shooting her an exasperated look. "It truly was a day of endless surprises. Enjoy playing by yourself. I'm heading ashore." Ignoring Shui Yinling, he strode directly towards the shore, changing into new clothes. This time, he eschewed his professional attire in favor of a pristine white outfit, resembling a refined young gentleman. Seizing the opportunity while he was distracted, Shui Yinling hurriedly climbed ashore and donned her garments. Su Xiaobai turned to gaze at the golden spirit spring, noting that a considerable amount remained. Such a waste. He mused, perhaps I should let the black hole continue to absorb it. Suddenly, a series of thumping sounds emanated from the Qinkuan bag. How could I have forgotten that?" Su Xiaobai exclaimed, clapping his hands. A watermelon-sized egg burst forth from the Qinkuan bag, landing on the ground. Before Su Xiaobai could utter another word, it began to bounce towards the golden spirit spring, diving headfirst into the water. Instantly, the golden spring surged towards it, forming a massive vortex, absorbing at a speed that even surpassed that of the black hole within Su Xiaobai. Suddenly, a multitude of spiritual birds appeared in the sky, flocking towards them, while countless demon beasts surged on the ground. The gathering of myriad beasts. Shui Yinling sensed the unusual commotion around her and timidly approached Su Xiaobai. What is that?" she inquired, clutching at his sleeve. "My spirit pet," Su Xiaobai replied, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at the spirit beast egg. "Spirit pet?" Shui Yinling raised an eyebrow. What kind of spirit pet could cause such a stir merely by hatching? The remaining spirit liquid in the golden spring was visibly diminishing at an alarming rate, rapidly approaching depletion. Crack! A sound of shattering emerged from the eggshell, revealing a distinct crack that widened with each passing moment. Threatening to break apart entirely, a soft meow echoed as a tiny white kitten peeked out from the shell, its large eyes curiously surveying the world around it. To her astonishment, it was one of the 10 great spirit beasts. The black-striped immortal abyss tiger. Su Xiaobai felt a thrill of excitement within. Chirp! Roar! In the sky, spiritual birds circled, emitting joyful cries. On the ground, 100 beasts bowed in submission, showcasing their allegiance. All gathered to celebrate its birth. The kitten's gaze fell upon Su Xiaobai, its eyes sparkling with joy, before it scampered towards him on its short legs. "What an adorable kitten!" Shui Yinling's eyes shimmered with affection. The little feline affectionately licked Su Xiaobai's cheek. "Ha ha!" Su Xiaobai couldn't help but laugh, lifting its front paws. "Oh, it's a female cat. What name should I give you?" After a moment of thought, he chuckled. "I am Su Xiaobai, so let us name you Su Xiaoling." The kitten nodded in agreement. Could I hold Xiaoling for a moment? I've always adored such small creatures." Shui Yinling eagerly approached. "Here you go." Su Xiaobai handed Xiaoling to her. Shui Yinling quickly extended her hands. Meow! However, Xiaoling seemed to dislike Shui Yinling, immediately swiping her with a paw. Puff! A visible scratch appeared on Shui Yinling's hand. accompanied by a wisp of white smoke. Ah! Shui Yinling collapsed to the ground. Her brow furrowed, her face contorted in pain. Su Xiaobai's expression turned alarmed as he sternly addressed Xiaoling. Hurry and heal her, or she may lose the use of that hand. Meow. Xiaoling, looking forlorn, jumped down and approached Shui Yanling. It extended its tiny tongue, gently licking her hand, causing the smoke-emitting scratch to gradually vanish, returning to its pristine state. The pain on Shui Yinling's face dissipated as she gazed in terror at the little creature before her. What kind of spirit beast is this, to possess such terrifying power? She was at the pinnacle of qi refining, yet nearly lost her hand to a single swipe. Its claws are indeed poisonous. It would be wise not to provoke it, Su Xiaobai remarked as he cradled Xiaoling once more. In truth, it is not poison but rather a form of celestial energy, a level above spiritual energy. Shui Yinling, still in the qi refining stage, could not withstand the celestial energy's intrusion, hence the agony she experienced. Oh, Shui Yinling's face bore a hint of grievance. She merely wished to hold it, yet misfortune befell her. All right, having spent a month here, it is time for us to leave. Su Xiaobai extended his hand to her. Shui Yinling hesitated for a moment, but ultimately placed her hand in his, softly murmuring, "Okay." At Linglong Commerce, a flash of golden light appeared, and the figures of Su Xiaobai and Shui Yinling materialized on the teleportation platform. "Master!" He Han's excited voice rang out. Throughout the month, she had been attending the auction while awaiting Su Xiaobai's return. However, as she reached halfway, her body abruptly stiffened. There stood Su Xiaobai, hand in hand with the third miss, who blushed as she followed closely behind, their actions exuding an unmistakable intimacy. "Little Han, you're here. Just in time. I've completed my errands, and we can head back now." Su Xiaobai released Shui Yinling's hand and approached He Han. "Master, you and the third miss?" He Han stammered, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Su Xiaobai. "Just now, the third miss fell, and I helped her up. Oh, I see." He Han sighed in relief, her face once again illuminated with a smile. Yet, Shui Yinling's cheeks puffed up in indignation. That scoundrel, calling out for Linger inside. Yet outside, it's the third miss, is it? Indeed. No man is a good man. She seethed inwardly. Chapter 62. The Sickly Obsession. Meow. At that moment, Xiaoling leaped from Su Xiaobai's shoulder into He Han's embrace, her tiny tongue incessantly licking her cheek. "Ha ha ha, that tickles, master. Where did you get this little kitten?" He Han inquired. "This is the spirit beast egg I had you hatch. I encountered a great opportunity while inside, allowing it to hatch prematurely," Su Xiaobai explained. "Oh, it's the white egg." He Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. White egg was the name she had originally given Xiaoling, and every time she called it that, the spirit beast egg would bounce energetically. As expected, Xiaoling immediately bared her claws at He Han, clearly displeased with the name. Meanwhile, Shui Yinling watched with envy, wondering why Xiaoling licked He Han but swiped at her instead. "Third miss, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave," Su Xiaobai suddenly announced. "Huh? Are we leaving so soon? Let us play a while longer," Shui Yinling quickly urged. "No, we've been out for a while. It is time to return and check in. Will you come back again?" Shui Yinling asked, reluctant to part. "I will. He Han will have more elixirs to sell at Linglong Commerce in the future. So we shall meet again," Su Xiaobai assured her with a smile. "That's good to hear." Shui Yinling lowered her head, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He Han observed the two, understanding they were discussing business, yet unaware that to an outsider, it might appear as a burgeoning romance. "I must discuss this with Master later. We cannot allow them to sell elixirs at Linglong Commerce," she resolved inwardly. Subsequently, Su Xiaobai bid farewell to Shui Yinling and returned to Xinyu's sect with He Han. A week later, Miss Liu has arrived and wishes to discuss the sale of spirit weapons with you," a maid informed Shui Yinling, who was engaged in business affairs. Shui Yinling slowly lifted her head, her eyes narrowing. "Miss Liu Feifei." Her fingers tapped rhythmically on a piece of news report on the table, which read, "Shocking. The talented Liu Feifei has lost herself to a mysterious man." The man in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Xiaobai, and their mannerisms were strikingly similar. She was certain that Su Xiaobai was the one who had robbed various factions in the Beast Valley, although she was unaware of the means by which he had captured 4 nascent soul cultivators. Her woman's intuition led her to firmly believe it was him. Losing herself to that scoundrel, he wouldn't he dare cheat. Would he? Her fists clenched tightly. If he truly does stray, let him not blame me for being ruthless. She chuckled darkly, a sinister smile gracing her lips, sending shivers down the spine of the maid nearby. Miss, what is wrong? The maid asked, fear evident in her voice. Shui Yinling, unbeknownst to her, was wielding a dagger, etching a large X over Lu Feifei's portrait. Ah? Shui Yinling abruptly realized her indiscretion, hastily concealing the dagger and smiling at the maid. You saw nothing, correct? I saw nothing, I swear. The maid shook her head vigorously. Very perceptive. Go fetch Miss Lu, please. Yes, I shall take my leave. The maid hurriedly exited, still trembling, having never encountered such a terrifying mistress. That twisted smile left her in no doubt that if anyone dared to take something from the miss, she would go to any lengths. Moments later, Lu Feifei was brought in. With her high ponytail and elegant blue attire, her curvaceous figure was accentuated perfectly. Had Su Xiaobai been present, he would undoubtedly have widened his eyes, exclaiming, "When did your chest grow so large? Surely, she must be padding. Third miss, it's been a while. I have come to negotiate the sale of 1,000 spirit treasures from the Lu family. May I inquire if this is permissible?" Lu Feifei smiled at Shui Yinling and remarked, "Do not be deceived by Su Xiaobai's haggling with Shui Yinling. It is merely a reflection of the exceptional quality of He Han's elixirs, which are fervently sought after by various parties. For the average individual wishing to sell items at the Linglong Mercantile, they would be compelled to prostrate themselves before Shui Yinling, who may not even acquiesce to their requests. As the largest trading association in the entire wasteland, she possesses the confidence to do so. Lu Feifei had recently come to assist Shui Yinling in capturing a flower thief, hoping to leverage this opportunity to secure a favor. Allowing the Lu family to sell weapons at the Linglong Mercantile, after all, how could a dignified golden core cultivator stoop to serve as a guard? Ha, let us not rush into that matter. Since Lu Jia has made the rare trip, why not indulge in some light-hearted conversation about matters of girlhood? Shui Yinling chuckled, covering her mouth with a delicate hand. Very well, but I am curious what topics the third miss wishes to discuss. Lu Feifei inquired as she settled beside Shui Yinling, a table separating them. I have heard that not long ago, Lu Jia lost her virtue to a most peculiar man. Is there any truth to this rumor? Shui Yinling asked with a playful smile. Bang! Lu Feifei sprang to her feet, her face flushed with indignation. That is absolutely false. Nothing transpired between that man and me. It was Tian Lingzi, that scoundrel, who has been spreading these malicious rumors. She slammed her palm on the table, her eyes ablaze with fury. If only I could catch that Tian Lingzi, I would thrash him against the wall 1,000 times. Is that so? Shui Yinling's gaze held a hint of scrutiny. Indeed, I, Lu Feifei, swear upon the heavens, if I had any dealings with that man, may I be struck by lightning, Lu Feifei declared, holding up 4 fingers in a solemn oath. Shui Yinling scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a smile. Very well, I believe that Lu Jia remains pure. Now, shall we return to discussing business? Yes, Lu Feifei replied, somewhat perplexed as she resumed her seat. A shiver ran down her spine. She could not shake the feeling that she had sensed a chilling intent emanating from the third miss, which left her quite unnerved. It must be my imagination. After all, I have no grievances with the third Mississippi. How could she harbor any ill will towards me? Lu Feifei swiftly dismissed the thought. Meanwhile, Su Xiaobai and He Han had also arrived at Musu City. He escorted He Han back to the inn, urging her to concoct a perfect foundation establishment pill within 10 days, as he was nearing his limit and could no longer suppress himself. At that point, he would inevitably have to advance to the foundation establishment stage. He Han, filled with confidence, assured him that she would not fail in her mission and would produce the perfect foundation establishment pill within the stipulated time. After imparting his instructions, Su Xiaobai returned to Xinyu sect. Having enjoyed a month of hospitality at He Han's place, followed by another month on the path of spirit infusion, and an additional half-month spent traveling, it was time to return to his sect to report his well-being. Upon entering his courtyard, he noticed that Dongfang Qianyue's room remained closed, and he sighed with relief. Thank goodness, senior sister Dongfang is not here. Her presence makes me feel quite uneasy, as if a knife were hanging over me. He quietly opened his door. Do you even remember how to return? A cold voice pierced the silence as he opened the door. Dongfang Qianyue was seated cross-legged on his bed, her gaze icy as she regarded him. Su Xiaobai nearly choked on his own breath in fright. What in the world are you doing sitting here in my room like a ghost? You nearly scared me to death, he inwardly raged, though he dared not voice his thoughts and instead greeted her with a smile. Senior sister, what brings you here? Su Xiaobai asked, his face radiant with feigned warmth. You have been away for 2.5 months. When I inquired with our master, he said you had gone down the mountain for training. What are you so afraid of me? She asked. Lifting her head to meet his gaze with her clear eyes, a cold sweat trickled down Su Xiaobai's back as he hastily waved his hands. Of course not. I merely sought to enhance myself through practical experience. Senior sister, I am considerably stronger now. He flexed his arm, attempting to display his newfound strength. Dongfang Qianyue scrutinized him for a moment before her expression shifted to one of astonishment. You have reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, and it appears you are on the verge of breaking through to foundation establishment. Her face was a mask of disbelief. What kind of cultivation speed is this? She recalled that merely 2.5 months ago. He was only at the 6th level of Qi refinement, Su Xiaobai nodded. Now, do you believe that I truly went down the mountain to train? Dongfang Qianyue remained silent, her long, alluring legs swinging as she descended from the bed and approached Su Xiaobai. She took his hand with urgency, her expression serious as she led him toward the door. Foundation establishment is no trivial matter. It pertains to your future. We must promptly report this to Master. They made their way to the Ice Soul Hall. Ice Spirit had been in seclusion, diligently practicing the ancient fallen sky technique, but upon hearing that Su Xiaobai was about to establish his foundation, she immediately ceased her meditation without hesitation. Inside the hall, she placed a slender, jade-like finger upon Su Xiaobai's forehead, assessing his internal condition. After a brief moment, she inquired, You are attempting to achieve a perfect foundation establishment? Ice Spirit's ice-blue eyes widened with deep astonishment. Su Xiaobai nodded, offering a wry smile. Yet I still lack a slight edge, merely half a step to a perfect foundation establishment, which is why I held back. Dongfang Qianyue's beautiful eyes sparkled as she regarded the man before her anew. He had already attempted to establish his foundation once, and it was a half step to perfection. Moreover, he seemed unsatisfied and had forcibly repressed his progress. What incredible confidence and determination this displayed. One must understand that forcefully suppressing one's realm carried inherent risks, and a momentary lapse could compromise one's foundation. Furthermore, during the second breakthrough, one might not even reach the same heights as the first. Only an individual with sufficient confidence in their foundation and innate talent would dare to take such a risk. Otherwise, none would choose such a path. Are you truly so discontent? Half a step to perfect foundation establishment. If our sect leader were to learn of this, he would likely convene a grand feast to flaunt it before the other sects for days on end. Ice Spirit chuckled, covering her mouth with her hand. Please, no. I believe it is wiser for me to remain low-key. Su Xiaobai quickly countered. He was not like Ling Xiao, a child of destiny with fortuitous encounters, impossible to defeat, and free to indulge as he pleased. He was merely an ordinary individual, and it was wise to keep a low profile to avoid drawing unwanted attention. Do you truly wish to pursue perfect foundation establishment? To be frank, half a step to perfection, while not unprecedented, is certainly among the pinnacle achievements of our time. Ice Spirit regarded him seriously, rest assured. Master, I have a plan in mind regarding my foundation establishment. I am determined to achieve perfect foundation establishment, Su Xiaobai proclaimed confidently, his eyes gleaming with ambition. With He Han's perfect foundation establishment pill, his chances of success would increase by 20%. Do not underestimate this 20%. It represented a level of achievement that countless individuals struggled to attain through the expenditure of countless resources. He was immensely grateful for the alchemical genius, He Han, who had developed such an extraordinary pill. Though the odds of achieving perfect foundation establishment remained 1 in 10,000, her elixir significantly enhanced both the probability and quality of success. It was largely due to her contributions that the myriad realms had managed to endure against the demonic forces from beyond for so long. Ice Spirit regarded Su Xiaobai's confident demeanor with a resigned sigh. Very well, since you have a plan, I shall not impede you. Just then, Dongfang Qianyue approached with a cheerful smile. Since our junior brother has returned today, let us have some chicken soup tonight. I shall personally prepare it. Upon hearing this, Ice Spirit sprang to her feet, shaking her head. No, I must continue my seclusion. You two go ahead. With that, she hurried toward the stone chamber, appearing to wish to escape. However, Dongfang Qianyue was quick to seize her wrist. Master, junior brother has returned after such a long time. We should all partake together. She looked at her with pleading eyes. Indeed, master. It is rare for senior sister to cook. I would very much like to taste her culinary skills. Su Xiaobai chimed in with a smiled eye. In his memory, Dongfang Qianyue had never cooked before. Perhaps it was because he had previously mentioned that cooking with ingredients rich in young energy could help alleviate internal coldness, which piqued her interest in the culinary arts. He was not overly concerned about her cooking skills. After all, chicken was naturally flavorful, and even a novice could manage to cook it adequately. Seeing the enthusiastic invitation from the two, Ice Spirit ultimately could not refuse and let out a resigned sigh. Fine. I shall join you. With that, she was led by Dongfang Qianyue to Su Xiaobai's courtyard. By the time they arrived, evening had fallen. The sunset cast a warm glow across the sky, while the stars began to twinkle in the vast expanse above. In the courtyard stood a stone table surrounded by 3 stone stools. Su Xiaobai and Ice Spirit seated themselves, while Dongfang Qianyue busied herself in the kitchen. Master, please enjoy some tea, Su Xiaobai said cheerfully, presenting a freshly brewed cup to Ice Spirit. Ice Spirit sat gracefully, yet her gaze frequently drifted toward the kitchen, revealing a hint of anxiety and trepidation. Master. Su Xiaobai waved a hand in front of Ice Spirit's face. Oh, how thoughtful of you, she replied, snapping back to attention. Bing Ling regained her composure, took the teacup, and gently sipped a mouthful. Master, you seem to appear somewhat frightened, Su Xiaobai suddenly remarked. Bing Ling looked at him with a complex expression. You will understand shortly. Before long, Dongfang Qianyue emerged, carrying a large bowl of chicken soup. She served each of them a bowl, adding a piece of chicken backside to Su Xiaobai's. Su Xiaobai raised an eyebrow slightly. She knew him well enough to know he enjoyed chicken backside. Junior brother, come and taste it. Master praised it highly after drinking it last time, she said with a smile. Meanwhile, Bing Ling wore a slightly awkward and defenseless smile. Very well, I shall sample my senior sister's culinary skills. Wait! Bing Ling attempted to stop him, but it was too late. Su Xiaobai had already boldly downed the entire bowl of chicken soup. Chicken backside included. Chapter 64. The deceased mother beckons me. The air fell silent for a few seconds, as Dongfang Qianyue looked at him expectantly. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai's eyes widened in shock. Bloodshot and filled with horror. Crack! The bowl in his hand crashed to the ground, and he stumbled back 2 steps, hands tightly clutching his throat, banging it desperately. His face contorted in agony, resembling a mask of suffering, twisted into a grimace that suggested he had just consumed excrement. He threw his head back and violently spewed, the chicken backside erupting alongside. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. Su Xiaobai foamed at the mouth and collapsed to the ground. Occasionally twitching, Xiaobai! Bing Ling's face turned anxious as she rushed forward. Dongfang Qianyue stood frozen, bewildered. This shouldn't be happening. I personally selected these ingredients. It is impossible for anyone to have poisoned them. She was at a loss, her heart beginning to worry for Su Xiaobai's safety. An hour later. Xiaobai, you must hold on to life, no matter which world you find yourself in, regardless of circumstances. Even if mother is no longer by your side. A soft and warm female voice resonated in Su Xiaobai's mind. Mother. Su Xiaobai furrowed his brow, his lips trembling slightly. You're awake? Dongfang Qianyue hurriedly leaned closer. Su Xiaobai slowly opened his eyes, finding Dongfang Qianyue looking at him with a face full of concern and a hint of deep remorse in her gaze. He silently turned his head, staring at the beam above, closing his eyes again. It had been 2.5 years since his crossing. During this time, he had navigated through perilous paths, plotting and scheming, poisoning Dongfang Qianyue, robbing various factions, and dominating the path of spirit infusion. Each of these actions was fraught with danger, with any misstep leading to irrevocable ruin. He had contemplated the possibility of being outmaneuvered by others due to a slip-up, falling into peril. Yet today, for the first time, he felt the imminent threat of death, even hearing the call of his mother from his past life, all due to a bowl of chicken soup. He, Su Xiaobai, a distinguished disciple of Bing Pu Peak, a peak genius at the 9th layer of qi refining, had nearly perished because of a bowl of chicken soup. What a disgrace! He clenched his fists in humiliation, his nails digging into his flesh. Senior sister, don't you taste your own cooking? He glared at Dongfang Qianyu, his eyes filled with grievance. That pot of chicken soup, let's not even mention how dreadful it was. Even excrement would be more palatable. He was certain it contained at least 3 pounds of salt. Moreover, there were some unknown, bizarre creatures that reeked horribly. The chicken feathers were cleaned well enough, but for heaven's sake, at least remove the innards. He had nearly been taken to meet his deceased mother. This is because when I broke through to the nascent soul stage, my tongue was eroded by cold energy, causing me to temporarily lose my sense of taste. Dongfang Qianyu explained sheepishly. However, when I served it to Master said it was delicious. She quickly added. Su Xiaobai looked at Bing Ling in confusion, as if asking, could it be that Master also lost her sense of taste? Bing Ling, with an apologetic expression, responded, I wanted to encourage Yu since it was her first time cooking, so after taking a sip, I secretly disposed of that pot of soup. What? Master, how could you do that? I spent so long making that soup? Dongfang Qianyu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Humph! It is precisely because of Master's indulgence that you have become so oblivious to your own shortcomings. Producing such an inedible concoction, Su Xiaobai stood up angrily. How could it be that terrible? Dongfang Qianyu's cheeks puffed slightly. If you fed this to a dog, it would foam at the mouth. Su Xiaobai declared vehemently. Are you expecting me to be the good person and preserve her dignity? Absolutely not. I nearly lost my life due to that bowl of soup. All I want now is to rub her pitiful self-esteem into the ground. Who told her to come out and scheme for wealth and harm? You. Dongfang Qianyu was enraged, her chest heaving. Bing Ling quickly stepped between them, awkwardly smiling as she attempted to mediate. You are all senior and junior siblings. You should value harmony. It's just a pot of chicken soup. It's nothing serious. Humph. I refuse to believe his cooking could surpass mine. Dongfang Qianyu pouted defiantly. He. Su Xiaobai chuckled in amusement. If you say there are other areas where I can't compete with you, I will concede. But cooking? Ha! You are still too inexperienced. He turned, casting a deep glance at Dongfang Qianyu. Soon, I will show you the difference between a king and a mere bronze. With that, he flicked his sleeve and exited the room. I can't wait to see what he can whip up. Dongfang Qianyu crossed her arms, turning her face away angrily. Ha ha! Bing Ling found herself caught in the middle, feeling quite helpless, and could only laugh awkwardly. Before long, the kitchen was filled with a tantalizing aroma that captivated the senses. Both women couldn't help but twitch their noses. It smells heavenly, Bing Ling murmured. Well, it's just average. Dongfang Qianyu remained unconvinced, still believing her own dish was the best. Half an hour later, Su Xiaobai set a pot of delicious chicken soup on the stone table in the courtyard and called Dongfang Qianyu and Bing Ling over. Come, master, you must taste this. This is the true essence of chicken soup. Senior sister's concoction is nothing but nonsense. Su Xiaobai first ladled a bowl of rich chicken soup for Bing Ling. She smiled as she accepted it, though a hint of apprehension lingered in her heart, especially considering Dongfang Qianyu's earlier attempt. If both of these siblings had such culinary prowess, the one bearing the brunt of the consequences would inevitably be her as their teacher. Although still young, she couldn't endure this kind of torment. She took a delicate sip, and her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment, filled with disbelief, momentarily frozen in place. What on earth did you make for master? She has become foolish. Dongfang Qianyu slammed her palm on the table, glaring at Su Xiaobai menacingly. Cough. Bing Ling unceremoniously knocked Dongfang Qianyu on the forehead. What do you mean master has become foolish? How are you speaking to your teacher? Dongfang Qianyu rubbed her forehead, feeling wronged. But master, just now. Indeed, I was momentarily lost in thought, but that was only because this chicken soup is simply exquisite. Bing Ling clarified. Can I have another bowl? She looked at Su Xiaobai eagerly. Of course. Master can have as much as you desire. There is plenty here. Su Xiaobai patted his chest, taking the bowl from Bing Ling's hands. I never expected you, Xiaobai, to possess such remarkable culinary skills. How come I never noticed before? When I was still a servant disciple, I worked in the dining hall as the head, and I learned my culinary skills during that time. Su Xiaobai explained. That makes sense. He handed another bowl of soup to Bing Ling here. Master. Thank you. Bing Ling smiled and nodded as Su Xiaobai then glanced at the sulking Dongfang Qianyu, who had her back turned to him. Clutching the pot of her own toxic chicken soup, my soup is not bad at all. If you want tea, drink it. I'll drink it myself, she murmured. P.S. If anyone is interested, you might check out the author's other book, The Poor Me Raises a Wife and Daughter from the Book. A City Brain Hole series, currently being serialized hotly. It has over 250 chapters updated, so feel free to indulge. Chapter 65. I'm sorry, I was wrong, senior sister. Come and drink some chicken soup together. Stop clinging to your pot of toxic chicken soup. Su Xiaobai laughed. It's not toxic chicken soup. This is the result of my diligent effort, she muttered, feeling wronged. She had painstakingly gathered the ingredients from the back mountain, working tirelessly for several days. All right, come here. I added some herbs to restore your sense of taste to the chicken soup. It should help you recover, Su Xiaobai said, pulling her arm toward the stone table. He ladled her a bowl of chicken soup, cheerfully urging, give it a try, senior sister. Indeed, it's truly delicious. After drinking it, I felt the cold poison in my body lessen significantly, and my chest no longer ached. Bing Ling chimed in, encouraging her as well. Faced with their enthusiastic persuasion, Dongfang Qianyu could only relent. Fine, I'll take a tiny sip. I want tea, drink more than that, she asserted firmly. Su Xiaobai and Bing Ling exchanged smiles but said nothing. Dongfang Qianyu gently sipped, and her eyes widened in astonishment. Though she had temporarily lost her sense of taste, the moment the chicken soup touched her tongue, she could distinctly savor its flavor. However, why did this taste feel so familiar? No, I must have another sip, she declared, drinking another bowl. The more she drank, the more familiar it became. I must have had this somewhere before, she silently recited in her heart. Senior sister, please cease your chatter. A pot of chicken soup is nearly depleted, and master has scarcely had a sip. The anxious voice of Su Xiaobai interrupted her reverie. Huh? Dongfang Qianyu regained her composure, only to see that the level of soup had diminished by half, her cheeks instantly tinged with crimson. Ha, it's nothing. If you wish to drink more, my dear Yuer, go ahead, Bing Ling chuckled, covering her mouth. Master, you cannot indulge her too much. She will surely take advantage of it in the future. Su Xiaobai leaned closer to Bing Ling and whispered a warning. However, before he could finish, Dongfang Qianyu had seized his ear. Who are you calling opportunistic? She demanded, hands on hips, her expression fierce. Not you, not you. Su Xiaobai hastily waved his hands. Bing Ling observed the two with a gentle smile. They truly resembled a pair of affectionate siblings. Just then, a small cat emerged from the Qinkuan pouch. What is this? Bing Ling inquired, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she reached out a hand to it. The little spirit cat blinked its large, dark eyes, scrutinizing the blue-haired woman before it. After a brief hesitation, it extended its tiny paw. A smile graced Bing Ling's delicate features as she cradled it like a precious baby. If Shui Yinling were present, she would undoubtedly lament the injustice of it all. Why should she be met with a merciless scratch when she longed to embrace it? Su Xiaobai was also mildly astonished. As a celestial beast, Xiaoling possessed an innate superiority of vision. Apart from He Han, who had nurtured it through hardship, others wishing to hold it would need to possess a talent that caught its eye. Clearly, Shui Yinling did not qualify. Yet, Bing Ling did, demonstrating her exceptional aptitude. The youngest cultivator in the infant transformation stage was not to be underestimated. This is Su Xiaoling, a spirit beast I unexpectedly acquired, Su Xiaobai explained. Bing Ling nodded, acknowledging that this creature's rank was likely quite high. She had sensed a powerful essence within it. Its future achievements could be limitless to that moment. Xiaoling's large eyes darted around and then fixated on the pot of chicken soup prepared by Dongfang Qianyu. It sensed a nutritious aura emanating from it. Although the soup was difficult to consume, the ingredients were of the finest quality, rich in nutritional value. Xiaoling wriggled free from Bing Ling's embrace and dashed to the pot of chicken soup. eagerly extending its little tongue to take a generous lick. Xiao Ling, don't drink that. Su Xiaobai rushed to intervene, but it was too late. Xiao Ling's body suddenly stiffened, and it fell over rigidly. Xiao Ling. Su Xiaobai hurriedly rushed over, panic flooding his face as he lifted the foaming little creature. Quickly take it to the Spirit Beast Peak. There are specialized Spirit Beast Masters there, Bingling urged, stepping forward. With a graceful flick of her fingers, a long sword floated before them. Get on. She stepped onto the sword and gestured to Su Xiaobai. All right, without hesitation, Su Xiaobai leaped up. However, as it was his first time flying on a sword, he lost his balance and fell forward, landing atop Bingling. The soft sensation was captivating. I apologize, Master. Su Xiaobai quickly stood, looking apologetic. Bingling shook her head, unconcerned. Just hold onto my waist. We shall depart, Su Xiaobai complied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist. Not wanting to risk a fall, the unusual contact caused Bingling's cheeks to flush slightly. Thus far, no man had ever shared a sword with her. It was her first time. Yet, remembering that this person was her disciple, she suppressed the shyness and embarrassment rising within her. We shall take our leave, she said, bidding farewell to Dongfang Qianyue. With that, the two set off for the Spirit Beast Peak under the cover of night. Dongfang Qianyue, meanwhile, stood beside her own pot of chicken soup, a look of dismay on her face. Is my chicken soup truly so unpalatable? She muttered to herself. With that, she took another sip. Ugh, at the Spirit Beast Peak. Upon learning of Bingling's personal arrival, the Peak Master, who was preparing to procreate, hastily set aside his tasks and rushed out to greet her. Thanks to Bingling's connection, Xiao Ling was granted the highest level of treatment, bypassing any waiting line, with the Peak Master personally attending to its needs. After a tumultuous hour at the Spirit Beast Peak, Xiao Ling's condition finally stabilized. However, it would need to rest there for 3 days before being taken back. After escorting Su Xiaobai back to the Ice Soul Peak, Bingling returned to the Ice Soul Great Hall, while Su Xiaobai reluctantly went to his own residence. The lights in the courtyard were still aglow. Upon seeing Su Xiaobai return, Dongfang Qianyue hurried over, her face etched with concern. How is Xiao Ling? Is it all right? Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine now. It just recently hatched and was a bit weak. After all that vomiting, it merely exhausted itself. A few days of rest will suffice. That's a relief. Dongfang Qianyue sighed, then hesitated, casting a shy glance at Su Xiaobai, as if she had something to say. What is it, senior sister? I admit, the dish I prepared was indeed inedible, and I apologize for causing you and Xiao Ling to faint. I was wrong. Dongfang Qianyue's cheeks flushed. The chicken soup she had made was truly unpalatable. She had just taken a sip and promptly vomited everything she had eaten that morning. The thought of having consumed it multiple times in the past, due to her loss of taste, made her stomach churn violently. Oh, Su Xiaobai regarded her with amusement. Even one as proud as you can admit fault. Chapter 66. Testing. What kind of look is that? Dongfang Qianyue, noticing Su Xiaobai's peculiar gaze, felt a surge of indignation. It's nothing. If senior sister truly feels indebted to us, perhaps you should move back to your original residence. While you may not care about such details, I, as your junior, remain unmarried. If word spreads that you and I share a dwelling, my romantic prospects will be utterly extinguished, Su Xiaobai earnestly implored. Humph. Dongfang Qianyue scoffed, realizing that he still wished to drive her away. For most people, having a beauty like her living next door would be a coveted dream. Yet, he seemed to shy away, an unusual situation. Either he was not a normal man, disinterested in women, or he harbored some secret fear of confronting her. She knew better than anyone what kind of man he was. After leaving the cave, she had been in such pain that she could hardly walk for 3 days. The first possibility was dismissed. Leaving only the latter, with a smile gracing her lips, she continued, Junior brother, I have a question for you. You mentioned that you once served as the head of the kitchen, correct? Yes, what of it? Su Xiaobai furrowed his brow. A sense of foreboding creeping in. When I was breaking through to the yuaning stage, a sudden chill invaded my body due to lack of preparation, nearly causing me to fail. Fortunately, at that moment, Master had the kitchen staff prepare a pot of Jiyangshan chicken soup, which neutralized the cold energy within me, allowing me to successfully break through. However, We both know that ordinary Jiyangshan chicken soup cannot possibly have such an effect. Only you, junior brother, knew how to neutralize the cold energy within Master and me, and the taste of that pot of soup was remarkably similar to today's. So, junior brother, that pot of Jiyangshan chicken soup was made by you. Wasn't it? Dongfang Qianyue advanced towards Su Xiaobai, her gaze penetrating. Thud. Su Xiaobai found himself cornered against the wall, his heels colliding with the barrier behind him. So much time had passed that he had nearly forgotten the incident. Perhaps he had. He awkwardly smiled and explained. I really just had a whim. The kitchen staff mentioned that the Jiyangshan chicken was something you required. I thought you might be tired after 2 hours and wanted to make something delicious to nourish you. Little did I know, it inadvertently helped you break through to the Yuaning stage. I never imagined my good intentions would lead to your suspicions. If you still harbor resentment over Su Xiaobai resolutely tilted his neck, presenting an air of submission. Dongfang Qianyue had not anticipated his unwavering resolve. This made her feel somewhat unreasonable. After all, regardless of the circumstances, it was Su Xiaobai's assistance that enabled her to successfully break through to the Yuaning stage. After a prolonged silence, she sighed. Fine. I shall assume that you are merely acting on a whim. It is late. You should return and rest. Understood. Su Xiaobai promptly fled to his room. Dongfang Qianyue narrowed her eyes, observing his hurried retreat. I shall let you off for now. I am curious to see how long you can maintain this fade. With a cold snort, she turned and entered her own chamber. That night, yet again, Su Xiaobai found himself sleepless. The following day, Su Xiaobai hastened to Musu City in the inn. He Han gazed at the trembling Su Xiaobai, wrapped in a quilt on his bed, and inquired, Master, what is the matter? You seem as if you have been wronged. I was not wronged. I nearly had my life force severed, Su Xiaobai replied, still shaken. Ah? What on earth transpired at Qianyue sect? He Han pondered, bewildered, by the way. How is the refining of the perfect foundation establishment pill progressing? Su Xiaobai suddenly turned to her. If she did not hasten, he would truly be unable to contain himself. Do not worry, Master. In no more than 3 days, the first perfect foundation establishment pill of the myriad realms will be completed, He Han assured, patting her chest. Very well, I shall wait here until you have refined the pill before I return. With that, he reclined. I am so tired. I hardly slept last night. I shall rest now. He yawned and enveloped himself in He Han's quilt. Drifting into slumber, He Han smiled softly at him, warmth glimmering in her eyes, before focusing intently on refining the perfect foundation establishment. Pill point 3 days later, boom. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from the alchemy furnace, tossing both bed and Su Xiaobai into disarray as he remained lost in slumber. What is happening? Is it an earthquake or a tsunami? Little Han, we must flee, Su Xiaobai exclaimed in terror as he scrambled upright. Not at all, Master. The perfect foundation establishment pill has been completed. He Han sat before the furnace, waving her hand with a smile. She appeared haggard, dark circles under her eyes clearly visible. For 3 days, she had not closed her eyes while refining the perfect foundation establishment pill for Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai approached her, gazing at the furnace, where a pill radiating a golden aura hovered in the air. You are truly remarkable, little Han. His face lit up with excitement. However, at that moment, He Han had already leaned against his shoulder, fast asleep, her delicate nose emitting rhythmic breaths. Su Xiaobai gently lifted her and laid her on the bed. It is time to establish my foundation, he thought, a flicker of eagerness in his eyes. On the Ice Soul Peak, an unexpected visitor arrived. Zhou Daoya brought Ling Xiao before the Ice Soul Grand Hall, gazing at the exquisite palace with a hint of a smile upon his lips. Ice Spirit, last time you snatched Su Xiaobai from my grasp, I was powerless to stop you. However, under my guidance, Ling Xiao has broken through 2 levels in the past 2.5 months, reaching the 7th layer of Qi refinement. What level can that raw gem, Su Xiaobai, achieve in your hands? Do not let him make no progress. Otherwise, do not blame your senior brother for taking him back. Ahahaha. Zhou Daoya beamed with confidence. Chapter 67. Senior brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. Ling Xiao observed Zhou Daoya's foolish grin, unable to suppress a frown. Has Master lost his mind? Soon, I will see Brother Xiaobai. I wonder how he has fared here, he thought, excitement bubbling within him. At that moment, two graceful figures soared towards them from afar. Were they not Ice Spirit and Dongfang Qianyue? Senior brother, what brings you here? Ice Spirit inquired, her lips slightly parting. Haha, it has simply been a while since I last saw Ice Spirit. I could not help but feel a tinge of longing. Zhou Daoya replied cheerfully. Immediately, Dongfang Qianyue and Ling Xiao's eyes widened. What did that mean? Could it be that the senior brother harbored feelings for Master Ice Spirit? Senior brother, please conduct yourself with dignity. Ice Spirit's expression turned icy, her body instinctively distancing itself from him. Zhou Daoya quickly realized his blunder and hastily corrected himself. No, that was not my intention. I actually came to see how Su Xiaobai is progressing in his cultivation. Has he made any advancements? My disciple Ling Xiao has managed to increase 2 realms in just 2.5 months, far exceeding my unaccomplished eldest disciple. He jovially walked to Ling Xiao's side, resting a hand on his shoulder. Meanwhile, within the stone chamber of Qianyue Peak, a man in seclusion sneezed. Damn it, who is cursing me? Damn. Back at the Ice Spirit, her beautiful eyes narrowed, her tone neutral. So, senior brother has come to assess the results of my teaching? Ah, I have complete trust in Ice Spirit's abilities. There is no need for assessment. However, Su Xiaobai is indeed a rare talent. If he cannot receive the best training in a short period, it would be a waste of such a gifted individual. Would it not? What do you mean by that, senior brother? Ice Spirit's eyes narrowed once more. If Su Xiaobai does not advance 2 small realms, I shall take over his guidance, Zhou Daoya stated bluntly. So you have such ulterior motives. However, Brother Xiaobai just left the mountain a few days ago and is not currently at Ice Soul Peak. Please return in a few days. With that, she turned and waved her hand, signaling him to leave. Master, I have returned. Just as she finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from the square. Brother Xiaobai? Ling Xiao exclaimed with delight. Turning around, Su Xiaobai dashed towards them. Greetings, Master. Ah, it has been a while. He greeted Zhou Daoya and Ice Spirit with a cheerful smile. Very well, Zhou Daoya replied with a benevolent smile. Have you obtained what you desired? Ice Spirit inquired. Su Xiaobai, have you secured it? Su Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I have acquired it, and I am now ready to begin establishing my foundation at any moment. Establishing your foundation? Zhou Daoya gasped, then scanned Su Xiaobai with his consciousness. Clang! He staggered back 2 steps. He has truly reached the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, and it is evident he is deliberately suppressing it. His expression was one of astonishment in just 2.5 months. He has advanced from the 6th layer of Qi refinement to the foundation establishment stage. What an extraordinary prodigy! Zhou Daoya exclaimed. Does senior brother still believe I lack the ability to teach? Ice Spirit's cold gaze turned to Zhou Daoya. Cough. Ice Spirit, please do not misinterpret my words. When have I claimed you lack teaching skills? Zhou Daoya said, his face unflinching. Ice Spirit scoffed, choosing to ignore him. In truth, he was not entirely wrong. Aside from imparting the ancient celestial destruction technique to Su Xiaobai, he had allowed him to venture down the mountain for training, neglecting to provide further guidance. His progress was entirely the result of his own efforts, and Ice Spirit felt somewhat inadequate as a master. Once he establishes his foundation, I shall make amends, she resolved in her heart. Are you prepared? She asked, her expression serious as she looked at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai nodded. Yes, I can no longer hold back. If I suppress it any longer, I will explode. Very well, then you shall break through here in the Grand Hall. I will protect you. She waved her hand, conjuring visible frost that crystallized in the air, forming ice pillars throughout the square, radiating an otherworldly glow and creating a mysterious formation. The Ice Formation. None beneath the infant transformation stage can breach it. Thank you, Master. Su Xiaobai stepped into the center of the formation. During a breakthrough, it is paramount to remain undisturbed, as the individual must concentrate wholly. Even a moment's carelessness could lead to chaos. This was precisely why he had returned from Musu City. Only with protection could he safely break through. Zhou Daoya, unashamed, chose not to leave but rather stood beside Ice Spirit, watching Su Xiaobai's breakthrough. Although Su Xiaobai was not his disciple, he was still a member of Qianyue sect. And Zhou Daoya was eager to see the extent of his foundation establishment. Should his foundation quality not reach the high-grade level, he would have ample reason to reprimand Ice Spirit for potentially harming such a promising talent. Everyone's attention was fixed on Su Xiaobai as he sat cross-legged, ceasing to suppress his cultivation. His aura surged like a flood. He felt an overwhelming sense of relief, akin to releasing pent-up pressure after several days. It was sheer exhilaration. A singular word encapsulated his sensation. Liberating, behind him, for radiant halos materialized. High-grade foundation establishment. Zhou Daoya murmured in awe. Disappointment flickered in his eyes. High-grade foundation establishment meant he could not pressure Ice Spirit. It seemed Su Xiaobai's talent was beyond his reach. However, Su Xiaobai's breakthrough did not cease there. The 4 halos shifted aside, making room for a 5th halo to manifest. What? Complete foundation establishment. Zhou Daoya's eyes widened in astonishment. Complete foundation establishment. As long as he did not perish prematurely, it was all but certain he would ascend to the soul transformation stage in the future. Xianyue sect would soon gain another peak powerhouse in the soul transformation realm. Ha ha ha! Heaven bless Xianyue sect. Zhou Daoya threw his head back and laughed heartily. I shall return at once to summon the other 2 major orthodox sects, as well as the members of the 8 illustrious families. Let them witness what true genius looks like. With that, he flicked his sleeves and prepared to depart. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly darkened. An ominous black cloud surged toward Bingpa Peak. The clouds roiled, forming a vortex above Su Xiaobai's head, as if something were about to descend from the heavens. The 5 halos behind Su Xiaobai pressed closer together, revealing a 6th vacant position. Zhou Daoya was instantly captivated by this unexpected phenomenon. His eyes widening in astonishment. The perfect foundation establishment, the legendary perfect foundation establishment, he exclaimed. He actually— Shut your mouth! Bing Ling shouted furiously at him, unable to contain her anger. Xiaobai is in the midst of a breakthrough. If he is disturbed and fails, I might just have to kill you. Zhou Daoya quickly covered his mouth. His gaze fixated on Su Xiaobai. At that moment, he felt his heart pounding fervently, more exhilarating than encountering one's first love. He must succeed. That way, I will be the first sect master in the history of Xianyue sect to have instructed a disciple in perfect foundation establishment, etching my name in history. He thought anxiously. Chapter 68. Mid-foundation establishment. A faint halo began to take shape behind Su Xiaobai's head as the storm clouds above swirled ominously, growing increasingly menacing. Su Xiaobai furrowed his brow. The formation of the halo was extremely unstable, as if it could shatter at any moment. Bing Ling observed for a long while, letting out a helpless sigh. So close, yet so far. Zhou Daoya felt like crying. A chance to leave a mark in history was slipping away right before his eyes. Oh well, a complete foundation establishment is still quite commendable, he consoled himself. Just then, Su Xiaobai took out a pill from his bosom and bit into it with a crunch. A surge of pure energy flooded into his body, and his aura instantly elevated. It was this surge that solidified the white halo flickering behind his head. Perfect foundation establishment. Achieved. Zhou Daoya shouted excitedly, not realizing that it seemed as though he himself was the one breaking through. Bing Ling shot him an exasperated glance, then turned her gaze gently towards Su Xiaobai. He always managed to surprise her in the most unexpected ways. Suddenly, as everyone was still celebrating Su Xiaobai's breakthrough, a deafening clap of thunder erupted from the sky. The perfect foundation establishment had shattered the balance, inciting the wrath of heaven. An act that defied the natural order would inevitably bring about divine retribution. A cold, emotionless voice resonated in Su Xiaobai's mind. A bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a man's torso, descended from the heavens, aimed directly at Su Xiaobai. The purple lightning poured down like a raging torrent, striking Su Xiaobai. Ah! Su Xiaobai cried out in agony, gritting his teeth and contorting his face in pain, his body engulfed in purple lightning. Why is this happening? My junior brother is merely breaking through foundation establishment. Why is he attracting heavenly tribulation? Dongfang Qianyue questioned, perplexed. Zhou Daoya pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands, exclaiming, I remember now. The ancient texts mention that the reason for the scarcity of perfect foundation establishments is not only due to the exceedingly high threshold, but also because they attract divine retribution. Nearly 80% of those who achieved perfect foundation establishment perished beneath heavenly wrath. What? Bing Ling's beautiful eyes narrowed, her gaze resolute as she declared, I will shield him from the tribulation with that. She began to walk towards Su Xiaobai. Zhou Daoya quickly grabbed her arm, saying, We cannot go near. The lightning tribulation is calibrated according to the strength of the person facing it. If we enter, the power of the tribulation will increase according to our realms. At that point, we won't be able to protect him, let alone save ourselves. Bing Ling's eyes flickered with conflict. How could she simply stand by and watch her disciple perish before her eyes? Trust him. With his talent, perhaps he can withstand it on his own, Zhou Daoya urged. He could not allow Bing Ling to step into the tribulation. If she were to fall as well, it would deal a devastating blow to Xianyu sect. Now, he could only place his hopes entirely on Su Xiaobai. Xiaobai. Ling Zhao's hands clenched tightly, a look of deep concern etched across his face. Dongfang Qianyue gazed at Su Xiaobai, enveloped in the heavenly tribulation, her expression a mixture of emotions. Su Xiaobai gritted his teeth, struggling to endure the tribulation, cracks appearing on his skin as blood seeped out. Damn it. I didn't expect the force of this divine retribution to be so terrifying. Am I really going to perish this time? He had thought that his physical body could withstand the lightning tribulation, but he had underestimated its power. The force of the lightning was exceedingly tyrannical. Like an enraged thunder dragon, invading his limbs and bones, crashing violently within him. The strength of the tribulation intensified, while the spiritual energy within him was nearly depleted. So be it. Such is fate, he sighed helplessly. As the last vestige of his spiritual energy drained away, he lowered his arms and bowed his head, the lightning striking him without restraint. Xiaobai. Ling Xiao and the others cried in despair. Su Xiaobai struggled to lift his head. Gazing at Ling Xiao and the others, a smile gracing his face. Farewell, everyone. This journey has been rather delightful. He closed his eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly, a heavenly book emerged from his chest, absorbing the oncoming lightning force entirely. The thunder in the sky seemed to be provoked, instantly intensifying its fury. Thunderous roars cascaded down like a deluge. Yet the heavenly book remained unmoved, quietly shielding Su Xiaobai, bearing the brunt of the divine retribution. Su Xiaobai gritted his teeth, watching the heavenly book protect him, tears welling in his eyes. Why did you take so long to come out? You nearly scared me to death, he cried out. Ultimately, the lightning tribulation proved powerless against the heavenly book. Gradually dissipating, as the dark clouds cleared, Su Xiaobai finally emerged unscathed from the storm. He lay exhausted on the ground, having experienced the threat of death for the second time. After Dongfang Qianyue's earlier admonition, the heavenly book hovered above him, and on its blank pages, a single character for lightning was inscribed. Su Xiaobai noted the change in the heavenly book. Simultaneously, he felt an inexplicable affinity for the lightning element. As if with a mere thought, he could command it, he extended his hand, and a ball of purple lightning materialized in his palm, its aura identical to that of the earlier heavenly tribulation. He sat up straight, his pupils filled with shock and excitement. Go think that the most ferocious lightning power in the world belonged to heavenly tribulation, yet now, he could wield this power, and in the future, even the mighty thunder tyrant body and the celestial thunder sacred body would have to bow before him. Xiaobai, Ling Xiao exclaimed, racing over in excitement. Don't worry, I'm fine, Su Xiaobai replied with a smile as he stood. At that moment, he sensed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy within him, its potency several dozen times greater than before. Am I now in mid-foundation establishment? He was slightly astonished, realizing that this breakthrough had propelled him directly into mid-foundation establishment. Part of this was due to the heavenly tribulation's influence. The lightning energy that had invaded his body ultimately transformed into energy he absorbed. To undergo tribulation is to face calamity, yet if one can endure, it is an immense opportunity. Haha, I doubt many of the previous senior brothers and sisters have reached my level, he laughed proudly. Suddenly, a rather immature thought crossed his mind. If his realm surpassed Dongfang Qianyue's, would he no longer need to worry about her discovering the truth? At that point, he could simply lean back, put his legs on the table, and lay it all bare. What are you looking at? So what if I orchestrated that incident? Come at me if you dare. What are you smiling about? a cold voice interrupted Su Xiaobai's daydreaming. He quickly wiped his mouth, donning a fawning smile as he turned to the approaching figure. Senior sister, I was just excited about my recent breakthrough. Dongfang Qianyue regarded him with a penetrating gaze, sensing he had been contemplating something peculiar. While your progress is indeed commendable, do not let it inflate your ego. Many a talented individual has fallen due to complacency, she cautioned. Chapter 69. I wish to remain low-key. Yes, senior sister. Your teachings are wise. Su Xiaobai nodded repeatedly. Ling Xiao looked on with a hint of envy. Noting how well Su Xiaobai and Dongfang Qianyue interacted, unlike his own senior brother, Li Zizai, who was either in seclusion or on his way to seclusion. Thus far, he had only seen his senior brother once. Little did he know that Li Zizai had not been avoiding him. After that one encounter, Zhou Daoya had imprisoned him in the confinement chamber. At that moment, the heavenly book returned to Su Xiaobai's body. A golden script appeared in his mind. Rule change. In mid-foundation establishment, one must break through a minor realm every 5 years. Otherwise, both body and soul shall perish. Su Xiaobai exhaled in relief. It seemed that as one's realm increased, the heavenly book's requirements for breakthroughs also extended, which was quite reasonable. 5 years for a minor realm was a trivial matter for him. Xiaobai, how are you? Bing Ling hurried over to I'm fine, master, he replied. Su Xiaobai waved his hand and chuckled. However, Bing Ling immediately grasped his wrist, inspecting his body with utmost diligence. After a significant amount of time had elapsed, she finally exhaled a sigh of relief. You truly startled me just now. I nearly thought you would perish beneath the tribulation. Fortunately, that lightning tribulation ultimately dissipated inexplicably. Ha ha, Su Xiaobai scratched the back of his head, smiling. In truth, it was not the tribulation that vanished, but rather that it was absorbed by the heavenly book. Others cannot perceive the heavenly book, hence it appears as though the tribulation simply dispersed. Ha ha ha, truly, heaven has favored our Xianyu sect. From this day forth, all future sect leaders shall take me as their exemplar. A sudden, uproarious laughter erupted as Zhou Daoya, hands on his hips, displayed a grin reminiscent of a gopher. The crowd looked at him in bemusement. Seemingly sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him, Zhou Daoya quickly retracted his smile, assuming the dignified demeanor befitting a sect leader. Ahem. Su Shizhi has achieved perfect foundation establishment, a feat of great historical significance. I shall announce this to the entire sect and prepare a grand banquet to honor the other sects. Let them witness what constitutes the new pinnacle of talent from our Xianyu sect. The mere thought of showcasing his prowess before that assembly of old-timers filled his heart with excitement and fervor. No, Master Uncle, let us forego the grand celebration. I prefer to maintain a low profile. In fact, I hope that my achievement in perfect foundation establishment remains a secret. Su Xiaobai waved his hand, expressing his desire for anonymity, relishing the notion of being a mere shadow, unnoticed in the corner. This way, when he engaged in his escapades, rather, his noble act of wealth redistribution, he could do so with greater ease. Ah? Zhou Daoya lamented, his expression sorrowful. If you remain low-key, how shall I showcase my accomplishments before those old fogies? He internally cried out. Let us heed Xiaobai's counsel. Perfect foundation establishment is too extraordinary and may incite envy from other factions. Being discreet could indeed be prudent, Bing Ling warned Zhou Daoya. She was well aware of his nature, often sacrificing everything for the sake of face. Zhou Daoya, recognizing the icy expression on Bing Ling's face, could only relent, though not be too disheartened, master. While I may wish to stay under the radar, it does not mean that your disciples cannot achieve perfect foundation establishment as well. Su Xiaobai remarked with a smile. What do you imply? Zhou Daoya raised an eyebrow. Why, dear Xiao possesses unparalleled talent. It is only a matter of time before he reaches the zenith, if the sect leader nurtures him with care. Xiao is bound to achieve perfect foundation establishment. Su Xiaobai placed a hand on Ling Xiao's shoulder. Xiaobai, you are truly touching, Ling Xiao said, emotional. Even though they were now separated by 2 peaks, Xiaobai still thought of him. Even at this moment, advocating on his behalf. Zhou Daoya's spirits lifted upon hearing this. Indeed, he still had Ling Xiao. This newly accepted disciple was infinitely more diligent than that slack-off eldest disciple, just moments ago. He had nearly forgotten about Ling Xiao due to Su Xiaobai's extraordinary performance. Yes, it is decided. Upon returning, I shall allocate the resources meant for my unworthy eldest disciple to Ling Xiao in the stone chamber. Achoo! Who the hell is cursing me again? It must be that old coot. He has confined me here for months and still dares to berate me. This is going too far. A man grumbled indignantly. At Bingpa Peak, Su Xiaobai surveyed Zhou Daoya's gopher-like grin and nodded in satisfaction. Ling Xiao was the child of destiny, blessed with fortune and countless opportunities, and with Yuan Lao's assistance, he would soon achieve perfect foundation establishment. At that time, the sect leader could present him as a shield while he himself remained safely in the shadows, thriving in peace. What a delight that would be! Ahahaha. He too donned a grin akin to a gopher's. There is no time to waste. My disciple, let us hasten back to Xinyu Peak. You must learn from your brother Xiaobai and not fall behind. Without further ado, Zhou Daoya seized Ling Xiao and hurried back to Xinyu Peak. Sigh. The sect leader remains as he always was, Bingling sighed. Su Xiaobai's eyes flickered with curiosity as he questioned. Since the sect leader is so concerned with appearances, why did he not seize the opportunity when senior sister broke through? This moon's breakthrough to foundation establishment was rather peculiar. Bingling hesitated. Peculiar? When I broke through, I did not manifest a halo like you all, but rather inexplicably attained it. Dongfang Qianyue stepped forward to explain. She continued, at that time, everyone thought I had failed. For even the most ordinary foundation establishment would manifest a halo, the number of halos indicating the quality of the foundation, with not a single halo. It implied I was even inferior to a standard foundation establishment. Many mocked me then. Then they must have been left searching for their teeth after you defeated them. Senior sister? Su Xiaobai waved his fist in excitement. Haha. Indeed, I rarely encounter bottlenecks. Whether it was breaking through to foundation establishment or subsequently to core formation, it was all smooth sailing. Dongfang Qianyue chuckled lightly. Senior sister, I sense a hint of boasting in your words. Su Xiaobai remarked with a sly grin. Boasting? Dongfang Qianyue's brow furrowed slightly. She was unfamiliar with the term, but gleaned its meaning from Su Xiaobai's expression. She smiled gently. In truth, not everything has been a smooth journey for me. For instance, my breakthrough to nascent soul was entirely thanks to my junior brother's efforts. Wouldn't you agree? She gazed at him with a playful smile. Su Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine. Crap, she is implying something. Enough. Let us not linger on this topic any longer. While Xiaobai may wish to remain low-key, we must still celebrate. Bingling interjected with a smile. Dongfang Qianyue immediately clapped her hands in delight. Wonderful. Then let us have junior brother prepare a grand feast tonight. Shall we? Ah? Why should I be the one to cook for a celebration held in my honor? You have a point. Then I shall do the cooking. No. I shall do it. You just stand there and don't move. I have been researching recipes these past few days, and I can assure you that my dishes are far better than before. Dongfang Qianyue puffed up her cheeks slightly. I do not believe you. I have developed a phobia of your cooking, Su Xiaobai swiftly retorted, making a beeline for the courtyard. Chapter 70. My chicken but is burning. The following period was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any significant upheaval. Su Xiaobai found rare moments of peace, relishing this time of serenity and tranquility. Bingling seemed to harbor a sense of guilt towards him, frequently visiting to impart knowledge and enlighten him on martial arts. Su Xiaobai could not help but marvel at the fortune of having such a mentor, though he was well versed in history. Some matters were easier said than done. For instance, some individuals might have perused countless learning materials, amassing a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Yet, when the moment came to put theory into practice, they would find themselves defeated in mere minutes. Note: the author is not one of those individuals. In such instances, having a teacher to guide you makes all the difference. With that, one could transform into an indomitable warrior, excelling in skill. Ultimately, with Bingling's close guidance, he made remarkable strides both in practical combat and theoretical understanding. However, Dongfang Qianyue's occasional probing left him feeling rather uneasy. Whenever such moments arose, he would seek refuge at He Han's side until he felt sufficiently safe to return. He also visited Shui Yinling a few times, as partners should not be neglected. Overall, life was quite bearable. Time flew by swiftly in the blink of an eye. A year had passed in the small courtyard. Su Xiaobai, Bingling, and Xiao Ling were sipping tea while awaiting their meal. Dongfang Qianyue was in the kitchen, clad in an apron, bustling about. Over the past year, she had begged Su Xiaobai to teach her how to cook, and she had finally reached a level of proficiency acceptable to the palate. Today, she had taken the initiative to invite Bingling and Xiao Ling to taste the fruits of her year-long efforts. "Junior brother, come help me chop the vegetables. My chicken is about to burn," Dongfang Qianyue exclaimed in a flurry. "I want tea go." "If I do, it won't tea be your cooking anymore," Su Xiaobai replied nonchalantly while sipping his tea. "Your favorite chicken butt is at the bottom. The first to burn is the chicken butt. Crap, you wicked woman. You dare to waste such a precious delicacy as the chicken butt?" Su Xiaobai shouted, rising hastily and striding towards the kitchen. Just then, the heavens darkened, ominous clouds racing towards Xianyu Peak. The scene mirrored that of Su Xiaobai's own breakthrough to Foundation Establishment. Is Xiao breaking through now? Su Xiaobai halted in his tracks. Bingling furrowed her brow. Could it be yet another perfect Foundation Establishment? Is our Xianyu sect's fortune truly defying the heavens? Or has something changed in the continent? To have two instances of such a rare perfect Foundation Establishment within a year is certainly abnormal. She pondered whether he would achieve perfect Foundation Establishment. The memory of Su Xiaobai's perilous tribulation remained vivid in her mind. However, with Su Xiaobai's prior experience as a lesson, the sect leader should be prepared, right? At Xianyu Peak, within the center of the formation, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged, his brow furrowed, enduring the torment of the thunder from above. Zhou Daoya paced anxiously outside the formation, his gaze fixed intently on Ling Xiao. A young man observing him remarked, "Master, with your demeanor, one might think that Master Madam has just given birth in a fit of rage." Zhou Daoya's teeth ground together in frustration. It's a critical moment for Ling Xiao's breakthrough. This incompetent disciple not only showed indifference but also uttered such nonsensical words. He searched around but found no suitable object to vent his anger upon. And in a fit of humiliation, he removed his shoe and hurled it at Li Zizai. "I'll beat you to a pulp, you good-for-nothing." Li Zizai quickly dodged, running away while lamenting, "Master, you are becoming increasingly biased. I am also your disciple. I never saw you protect me back then. How dare you bring that up? The reason I didn't protect you was that you, ungrateful wretch, reported me to your master for hiding private savings. You made me kneel on the washboard for 3 whole days." The more Zhou Daoya thought about it, the angrier he became, removing his other shoe and striking Li Zizai squarely on the back of the head. "Ouch, that was ages ago. Master, you still remember?" Li Zizai protested, holding his head in grievance. "You." Just as Zhou Daoya was about to continue his tirade, Ling Xiao let out a long howl, and a powerful aura emanated from his being. Perfect foundation laid, accomplished, early stage of foundation establishment. Excellent, excellent. With perfect foundation accomplished, your future will not be restrained by this realm. Elder Yuan chuckled, stroking his white beard. Ling Xiao gazed at the translucent spirit before him. Now much clearer than before, his eyes filled with guilt. "If it were not for the immense sacrifices made by my teacher, I would have perished under the heavenly tribulation. The great kindness and virtue of my teacher shall never be forgotten." He deeply bowed towards Elder Yuan. Elder Yuan quickly helped him up, speaking earnestly, "Your intentions are already enough. Although this time you didn't directly advance to the mid-stage of foundation establishment like Su Xiaobai. Your ancient Yin Huang bloodline has been activated to 20%. Within the same realm, you shall find it hard to encounter any rivals." Ling Xiao felt the surging power within his bloodline, as if an ancient dragon roared within him. Overwhelming and fierce. "Ling Xiao, you have finally succeeded." A voice filled with tears of joy rang out. Zhou Daoya, barefoot and resembling a big boy, rushed towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was taken aback, only to be tightly embraced as if he were a treasure. "You have truly made me proud, far surpassing that disciple who only knows how to infuriate me." Zhou Daoya's face pressed closely against Ling Xiao's, rubbing affectionately, "Master, I shall now host a banquet for all the major sects to showcase what a true prodigy looks like." Ha ha ha! With that, he waved his sleeves triumphantly and strode towards the main halt on Bingpa Peak. In Su Xiaobai's small courtyard, Bing Ling smiled at Su Xiaobai. "It seems your brother's breakthrough has gone quite smoothly." Su Xiaobai nodded. Zhao's innate talent has always been impressive. Achieving perfect foundation is within reason. He then cast a somber glance at the bowl before him, filled with charred chicken bottoms. Sister, my chicken bottoms are burnt. He lamented to Dongfang Qianyue. Humph. Who told you not to come help me chop vegetables? You deserve it. Dongfang Qianyue huffed, turning her head away. Then why aren't the other parts burnt? Su Xiaobai pointed angrily at the chicken legs in her bowl. The legs are fine, yet the bottoms are burnt? How is that fair? This is blatant targeting, pure and simple. Chapter 71. The sect banquet, I'm not sure. Perhaps this dish is just temperamental. Dongfang Qianyue ignored him and focused on enjoying her chicken legs. Frustrated, Su Xiaobai thought that if he could overpower her, he would surely pin her down and whip her backside 300 times. Master, look, sister is bullying me, he cried. Reporting her to Bing Ling sternly addressed Dongfang Qianyue. You err. You truly cannot keep bullying Xiaobai. As siblings, you should coexist harmoniously. Dongfang Qianyue was momentarily speechless, glancing at Su Xiaobai, who was making faces behind Bing Ling, her heart filled with rage. So you want to report me? Huh? Just wait. Once Master leaves, you'll have a taste of retribution tonight. She seethed inwardly. After Bing Ling departed, a blood-curdling scream resembling that of a slaughtered pig echoed from Su Xiaobai's room late that night. 3 days later, a grand banquet was held at Qianyue sect. The entire sect was adorned with festive decorations, and all disciples enjoyed a 7-day holiday of revelry. Other prestigious sects of equal standing, the 8 great families of Huangzhou, and several influential factions were all invited. This magnificent feast celebrated the recent disciple Ling Zhao's achievement of a perfect foundation, a feat that had not been accomplished in 100,000 years, making him the first of his kind. Zhou Daoya, donned in a purple robe and beaming with joy, stepped forward to greet 2 figures flying in from afar, a man and a woman. The man was a little old man with a sizable bump on his head, resembling a longevity deity. The woman was a middle-aged beauty. Though aging, her youthful features were still evident in the contours around her eyes, hinting at her past as a stunning beauty. These 2 were Zhang Fushou and Hua Baihe, the leaders of Tianqing sect and Yunnu sect, respectively. Both sects were among the 6 prominent sects alongside Qianyue sect, and like Zhou Daoya, they were also formidable figures in the realm of virtual souls. Haha, sect leader Zhang, sect leader Hua, it has been a long time. Zhou Daoya greeted with a cheerful smile. Sect leader Zhou, we are well, they nodded in reply. Have you come alone? Why did you not bring your disciples? I was hoping to introduce them to our Ling Xiao. Zhou Daoya expressed his disappointment, noticing the empty space behind them. They both understood that he, another beauty, is destined to lead me to ruin. As he lets out a sigh of helplessness from the depths of his heart, Su Xiaobai gazes at the confident, yet naively foolish smile adorning his face, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes. How is it that today's youth all resemble a mountain cannon? The lady before you, after all, is a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, capable of extinguishing your existence with but a single finger. Is the girl silent out of shyness? Indeed, it is only natural. Any woman would be unable to contain her inner heat upon encountering such a dashing man. Wang Chang gazes skyward at a 45-degree angle, feigning a melancholic expression. Fear not, I shall guide you step by step. Pray tell, fair maiden, what is your name? He adopts an overbearing CEO demeanor, reaching out to lift Dongfang Qianyue's chin. Su Xiaobai's eyes widen. How dare you speak to her in such a manner when I wouldn't even consider it? He silently mourns for him for 3 seconds. As expected, within mere seconds, a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig pierces the air. Dongfang Qianyue has seized Wang Chang by the neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly, her cold gaze radiating a chilling, murderous intent. Chapter 72. Cousin, she has humiliated me. Ugh, heroine, spare my life. Wang Chang pleads in pain. It is at this moment that he comprehends the terrifying level of the woman before him. How could she possibly have captured him with a single move, leaving him utterly defenseless? Her cultivation must be at least at the initial stage of core formation, if not the mid-stage. As for higher realms, he does not dare to ponder. This woman appears quite young, looking only a few years older than himself. It cannot be higher. Humph. Dongfang Qianyue casually tosses him to the ground, where he rolls several times before coming to a halt. Were it not for today being a sect banquet, where bloodshed is ill-advised, I would ensure you could never be a man again. she coldly declares. Behind her, Su Xiaobai instinctively covers his groin. The commotion swiftly draws the attention of other disciples nearby. Who is this? How dare he lay hands on senior sister Dongfang? Does he wish to court death? He is likely a clown from another sect, having never seen the world. Tsk Tisk, truly a disgrace to his sect. The surrounding mockery makes Wang Cheng's face burn with humiliation. Throughout his life, he has never felt such disgrace. Humph, woman, you wait for me. I shall fetch my cousin, and you shall see what's in store for you. He casts a venomous glare at Dongfang Qianyue. His cousin is a late-stage core formation cultivator, an invincible presence below the nascent soul. He will undoubtedly teach this woman a profound lesson, forcing her to kneel and apologize. With that, he scuttles away from the square in a flurry. Senior sister. Shall we leave? Su Xiaobai approaches. Leave? Why should we depart? Dongfang Qianyue's expression is as cold as frost. I wish to see which sect has trained such a fool. She finds a spot to sit down. Crossing her arms as she waits for them, Su Xiaobai is also left speechless by this mountain cannon. Dongfang Qianyue was ready to let him off, yet he insists on courting death. Not only courting death, but he also drags someone down with him. Before long, Wang Cheng returns, dragging a tall, burly man, storming towards them. The tall man has a fierce countenance, exuding an aura of wild ferocity that creates an immediate sense of danger. Cousin, it's her. She humiliated me because of her superior cultivation, and that boy behind her stole my chicken butt when I clearly got it first. Wang Cheng points at Dongfang Qianyue and Su Xiaobai. Lamenting to Zhao Jiyu, Su Xiaobai's eyes widen. How audacious! He has never seen such shamelessness, bullying my cousin. I must see who it is. Zhao Gu's gaze falls upon Dongfang Qianyue, his words suddenly faltering as cold sweat beads on his forehead. It's me. Do you have a problem with that? Dongfang Qianyue glances at him sidelong. Gulp. Zhao Gu cannot help but swallow hard, then bends down, wearing a smile of flattery and goodwill. Dongfang Daoist, what a surprise it is to meet you here. Truly a stroke of fate. Wang Cheng's jaw drops. His usually stern and unyielding cousin is now displaying the demeanor of a sycophant. Is this still the cousin he knows? Heh, weren't you just looking to settle the score with me? Dongfang Qianyue sneers. Settle the score? Is that so? Ah, it must be this brat who made you unhappy. I shall help you teach him a lesson right away. Zhao Gu seizes Wang Cheng by the collar. Cousin, I hadn't even processed what was happening before Zhao Gu delivers 3 resounding slaps. These 3 strikes are merciless, and Wang Cheng's face instantly swells grotesquely. Dongfang Daoist, have you calmed down? If not, I shall continue. He says to Dongfang Qianyue with an ingratiating tone. I have calmed down, but my junior brother was robbed of his beloved chicken, and then wrongfully accused. How shall we address this? This matter too? Zhao Gu's brows furrow in anger. Su Xiaobai nods vigorously. Zhao Gu grabs Wang Cheng and delivers another 3 slaps. Is this how I usually teach you, huh? Wang Cheng falls to the ground. Frothing at the mouth, unconscious. Dongfang Qianyue casts a dispassionate glance at him, not intending to entangle herself further. Zhao Gu, keep your Tianqing sect's disciples in line. If this happens again, it shall not be so easily resolved. With that, she turns to leave. Dongfang Daoist, Zhao Gu hastily steps forward. What is it? Another matter. Dongfang Qianyue slightly turns her body. Zhao Gu's cheeks flush. Would it be possible for us to share a meal together? I am unavailable. Junior brother, we must depart. After leaving this cold response, Dongfang Qianyue walks away with Su Xiaobai. Zhao Gu stands there, his expression dark as thunder. At this moment, Wang Cheng regains consciousness. Cousin, why did you hit me? Wang Cheng, with a swollen face, gazes at him with a pitiful expression. Why? How dare you ask? Do you have any idea who that woman is? Wang Cheng looks at Dongfang Qianyue, shaking his head in confusion. Who is she? Zhao Gu looks at his cousin, who appears as foolish as a simpleton, and covers his face in despair. This fool is beyond saving. That is the foremost figure of the younger generation in Huangzhou. The youngest nascent soul cultivator in history, Dongfang Qianyue. He bellows, ah! Wang Cheng is utterly stunned this time. Although he has never encountered Dongfang Qianyue before, her reputation precedes her, and he has long coveted her. He has fantasized countless times about marrying her in the future. Thud. He kneels on the ground, realizing he has disrespected his future wife. How will he ever atone for this? Zhao Gu, hearing this, kicks him away. To hell with your future wife. She is my future wife. You are not worthy. Meanwhile, after walking together for a while, Dongfang Qianyue and Su Xiaobai part ways. Su Xiaobai continues his search for his beloved chicken butt. Found it! Su Xiaobai laughs heartily at the sight of a glimmering chicken, but he quickly extends his chopsticks to pick it up, just as he prepares to bring it to his mouth. Dong Shui, please help me see if this pose would catch Ling Xiao's senior brother's attention. Miss, be careful. Someone is behind you. Ah? Su Xiaobai and the girl turn simultaneously, and the chicken butt on Su Xiaobai's chopsticks inadvertently plunges into the girl's mouth. Chapter 73. You ate my chicken butt. You must compensate me. The girl instinctively chews once, then her face contorts in disgust. Ugh, what is this foul thing? She spits the chicken butt onto the ground, stamping on it several times. No. Su Xiaobai kneels on the ground, gazing at the fallen chicken butt with a heart-wrenching wail. What a waste! You dare feed me such a horrible thing. The girl glares at Su Xiaobai with a face full of loathing. Wishing she could slice him into 1,000 pieces, Su Xiaobai also stands up, looking at the girl before him. She possesses some beauty, but to one accustomed to the allure of countless beauties, she barely earns a score of 75. You ate my chicken butt. You must compensate me. Su Xiaobai bellows at the girl in anger. What did you say? Chicken butt? The girl's eyes widen. Then she turns away, retching violently. Ugh, miss, are you all right? The maid named Dong Shui rushes over, patting her back. Hua Yue looks at Su Xiaobai with a face full of hatred. As the daughter of the sect leader of the Unisect. How could she allow herself to be fed chicken but by a man? If this were to spread, what would senior brother Ling Xiao think of her? Bastard, I will kill you. She brandishes her sword and lunges at Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai's expression turns cold. Not only has she eaten his chicken butt, but she now seeks to kill him. A gentleman can endure much, but this is intolerable. He expertly pinches the sword wielded by Hua Yue between his fingers, firmly immobilizing it in the air. Hua Yue exerts all her strength, attempting to retrieve her sword, yet she cannot budge it an inch. With Su Xiaobai's mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, and Hua Yue being merely at the 9th layer of qi refinement. Truth be told, he could hold the sword with a hair from his nose, and she would still be unable to pull it out. Bastard, let go. She glares at Su Xiaobai, claiming he bullies the younger generation merely because of his age. Old rogue, shameless. Su Xiaobai is left bewildered, a multitude of question marks hovering above his head. Does he truly appear so old? How is he bullying the younger generation? He is the latest disciple of the Xianyue sect. Is there anyone younger than him? Moreover, your latter remarks are clearly irrelevant. How has he become an old hand? How can he be so shameless? Young lady, your words are rather venomous, aren't they? He smiled faintly, the veins on his forehead subtly protruding. Am I not speaking the truth? Look at you, an elder student from the previous cohort, while the capable ones have already advanced to the foundation establishment stage. And here you are still stuck in the qi refining stage, hoping for a breakthrough. Though you still have the audacity to attend the sect's grand feast? If I were you, I would hastily find a secluded place to enter meditation and refrain from showing my face until I reach foundation establishment. Hua Yue berated loudly, nearly spitting as she spoke to Su Xiaobai. She had encountered numerous exemplary senior brothers at the foundation establishment stage, and the aura of the person before her was evidently lacking. He was merely a foundation establishment practitioner. Despite being at the qi refining stage, her standards were quite high. Foundation establishment practitioners didn't even merit her attention. Miss Dongshua's expression turned awkward as she attempted to intervene, for they were indeed in the wrong after having taken advantage of someone else. Yet, Hua Yue had already become addicted to scolding, shoving aside Dongshue, hands on her hips, and taking a deep breath. What I despise the most are individuals like you, who are both talentless and lack diligence in cultivation. Look at your senior brother Ling Xiao from the sect. He has already broken through to foundation establishment at such a young age. And he is even from a lower cohort than yours. How can you shamelessly sit here eating chicken butt? Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Su Xiaobai's head buzzed. Did this little girl have a machine gun installed on her tongue? Why did it feel like his mere presence at the feast was a disservice to society? It seemed that if he did not teach her a lesson, she would never comprehend the perils of the martial world. His expression darkened. Hua Yuer was startled by his demeanor and instinctively took 2 steps back. What are you going to do? I warn you, I am a distinguished guest invited by your Xianyue sect. I don't care whether you are a distinguished guest or not. Come here. He suddenly yanked his sword, and with the momentum, Hua Yuer stumbled and fell to the ground. Xu Xiaobai then retrieved a piece of wood from his bag, gripping one end tightly, and began to mercilessly beat Hua Yuer like an ancient interrogator. Help! In an instant, Hua Yuer's screams echoed through the arena. Not far away, Shui Yinling scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for someone. As a significant power, the Linglong Chamber of Commerce had also received an invitation. However, she had delegated the task of listening to the Xianyue sect's leader boast to her family elders, as she had more pressing matters to attend to. Why haven't I seen Xiaobai, who also hails from the Xianyue sect, along the way? I was planning to surprise him, Shui Yinling murmured, her lips pouting slightly in disappointment. Just then, a commotion erupted nearby. She turned towards the noise, only to see a crowd gathered, and she quickly moved closer. Which woman dares to provoke the usually good-tempered Brother Xiaobai? Wow, Brother Xiaobai's actions seem rather ruthless, don't they? He shows no mercy at all. The onlookers whispered among themselves. Shui Yinling raised her gaze, and her body jolted as she instinctively took 2 steps back. What should be a rather brutal scene appeared to her as if filtered through a lens of intimacy. Her pupils trembled violently as she shook her head in denial. No, no. How can you be so close to other women aside from me? Absolutely not. She swiftly made her way towards Xu Xiaobai. You scoundrel, wait for me. I want to let you off, Hua Yuer cried tearfully, pointing an accusing finger at Xu Xiaobai. Are you certain? Xu Xiaobai shot her a sidelong glance, a glimmer of malice reflected in his eyes. Startled, Hua Yuer hurriedly hid behind Dong Xue. Dong Xue, let us leave and stay far away from this violent man. Ha ha ha. Dong Xue chuckled awkwardly, as even she felt that her lady's sharp tongue often invited trouble. Xu Xiaobai chose not to engage further with the two and let them go. After all, he was now a foundation establishment practitioner and should possess a broader mind. Next time he donned his professional attire, he would strip them of everything they owned to make amends for himself. The crowd began to disperse. Just as Xu Xiaobai prepared to continue his pursuit of chicken butt, a graceful figure blocked his path. Linger, you two have come. Xu Xiaobai greeted her with a smile. Hee, what were you doing just now? Shui Yinling's lips curled into a slight smile, yet a cold glint flickered in her eyes. Xu Xiaobai remained oblivious to her underlying emotions and replied nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much, just teaching a little girl a lesson. But your actions seemed rather intimate, don't you think? She remarked with a smile. Chapter 74. You owe me one. This intimacy? Xu Xiaobai thought, a question mark floating above his head. That girl had just been beaten to tears, and now she could barely sit. He then realized Shui Yinling might be implying he had been too lenient and laughed. Well, this is a sect grand feast. I can't be too harsh, can I? Otherwise, not only would the sect leaders seek trouble with me, but that girl's elders would as well. But suddenly, Shui Yinling leaned in closer, her eyes fixed on him. Using a sword to poke, a knife to cut, or a rope to strangle, any of these would suffice, she growled, her tone laced with menace. Xu Xiaobai instinctively took 2 steps back. What was going on? Why did it feel like this girl was acting strangely? These methods seemed excessive. Although her tongue was sharp, she did not deserve death. Xu Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. Then stuff her mouth with cow dung. And then, ha ha ha. She suddenly burst into laughter. Xu Xiaobai felt a chill run down his spine. She's gone mad. He thought, I need to keep my distance, while Shui Yinling continued to fantasize about torturing Hua Yuer. Unbeknownst to her, Xu Xiaobai had already stealthily slipped away. P.S. Having been reported consecutively, version 4.0 has been reduced to mere water. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to imagine the explosive content of the past. What a sin. In the square, Xu Xiaobai glanced back, relieved to see Shui Yinling had not followed. What a pity, such a good girl, yet she has issues, he sighed. Never mind, I'll continue my quest for chicken butt. He remained true to his purpose, seeking his beloved dish. At tea that moment, he noticed a figure clad in a hooded cloak, dressed in a long black robe, glancing around cautiously in a nearby corner. Seemingly assured that no one was observing her, She delicately picked up a piece of pastry from a table and took a small bite. Su Xiaobai was taken aback. Was that not his dear little Huan? Huan! He called out to her. Huan was startled, her delicate frame shaking, causing the pastry in her hand to fall to the ground. Why didn't you inform me of your arrival? Su Xiaobai placed a hand on her shoulder. Smiling, Huan turned to him, her face filled with grievance. Master, you owe me a pastry. I've been guarding it for so long, waiting until no one was around to take it. Her expression was one of pure innocence. Su Xiaobai felt speechless. Are you really that socially anxious? You have to wait until no one is around just to take a piece of pastry? Sigh. All right, I'll replace it for you. He picked up another pastry from the table and handed it to her. Huan eagerly accepted it and took small bites, then, seemingly recalling something, she broke off half and offered it to Su Xiaobai. Master, you should eat too. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke. Su Xiaobai chuckled and waved his hand. No need, you enjoy it. Internally, he lamented. This is indeed my dear little Huan. Unlike Dongfang Qianyue, who constantly tests me, or Shui Yinling, who just exhibited sadistic tendencies. What a motley crew. Where is a normal person? Huan was the only one who would never harm him. You still haven't answered me. Why did you suddenly come to the Qianyue sect? I thought you had been expelled from the sect. Su Xiaobai inquired. Huan scratched her head, speaking shyly. I heard there would be a grand feast today with many delicious foods. I realized I had never experienced one during my time at the Qianyue sect, so I snuck in from the back of the Spirit Herb Peak. She had lived on the back mountain for several years, familiar with the area, which allowed her to sneak in unnoticed, as the mountain's protective array failed to detect her. Master, please help me cover for a bit. If my former master finds out I snuck in, he will definitely expel me again. Huan hid behind him, her small face filled with fear. Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, there are so many people here. It's not like, Huan. He had not finished his sentence when an angry voice echoed from afar. A middle-aged man in a dark green robe, with a protruding belly, stormed over towards them. Former master. Huan's face turned ghostly pale. Chapter 75. Gale Battle Boots. Huan was so frightened that she hurriedly hid behind Su Xiaobai. Su Xiaobai's lips twitched as he looked at the approaching master of the Spirit Herb Peak, Li Depeo. Just as I finished speaking, you slapped me in the face. How embarrassing, he thought furiously. How dare you come to the Qianyue sect? Did you sneak in from the back mountain? Li Depeo questioned Huan. How did you know? Huan mumbled softly. Li Sherbua. Xiao Huan is my invited guest. Su Xiaobai stood protectively in front of He Han and inquired. Did you invite her? Li Depeo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that a true disciple indeed had the privilege to invite friends to the banquet. Wait, you've reached the foundation establishment stage, and you're already in the mid-stage of foundation establishment? Li Depeo's expression transformed in astonishment. It is worth noting that even Ling Xiao, who achieved perfect foundation establishment after 1,000,000 years, only recently broke through to that level. Yet here she was, already in mid-stage. What kind of divine speed is this? Su Xiaobai waved his hand dismissively, attributing his progress to a stroke of fortune, claiming it paled in comparison to a Zhao's perfect foundation establishment. Li Depeo, however, said nothing further, acknowledging that Ling Zhao's perfect foundation establishment would undoubtedly lead to unparalleled future achievements. Since you invited her, I shall not object. Besides, I had no intention of expelling her. He cast a complex glance at He Han. Huh? He Han leaned forward, her eyes widening in surprise. Her former master was not there to drive her away. That He Han, upon reflection, I believe while you were at fault, it does not warrant expulsion from the sect. Why not return? He scratched his head, speaking awkwardly. After He Han departed, he realized he had grown quite attached to this disciple. Without her, the entire Spirit Medicine Peak's reputation plummeted. There was no other disciple of her caliber. After all, talents like her in alchemy are exceedingly rare. Is my former master truly asking me to come back? A hint of shock flickered across He Han's face. But the sect's announcement states I will never be accepted again. She lamented. Such proclamations are trivial. How many actually pay attention to them? Those who do have surely forgotten by now. Li Depeo waved his hand dismissively. He Han's expression revealed a flicker of indecision. After spending over a decade in Qianyue sect, how could she not feel a twinge of nostalgia? Seeing the situation escalate, Su Xiaobai realized with alarm that he was not there to trouble Xiao Han, but rather to undermine him. Just as He Han was about to respond, a strong hand suddenly wrapped around her shoulder, pulling her into a broad chest. You need not worry, Li Shibua. Xiao Han is already my disciple. Should she wish to return, it will be to my Ice Soul Peak, Su Xiaobai said with a gentle smile. Feeling the masculine aura emanating from beside her, He Han's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly lowered her head. Silencing herself, Ha? Li Depeo's eyes widened as he observed He Han's bashful demeanor, suddenly comprehending that the girl had developed a crush. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, While I do not oppose your union, you are merely a child. What can you teach her? Let her return with me to the Spirit Medicine Peak, and if you wish to see her, you may come find her there. He Han's face reddened further as she hastily waved her hands. And no, Li Shibua, what are you saying? My relationship with Xiao Han is strictly that of master and disciple. I can impart far more knowledge than you'd. Su Xiaobai retorted, indignant. Upon hearing this, He Han's eyes dimmed slightly. Li Depeo's expression turned serious. You should see. I have exercised considerable patience on account of Ice Spirit Junior sister. However, this concerns her future. It is not a mere child's game. If you truly care for her, do not selfishly keep her by your side. Instead, allow her to aspire for greater heights. Scoffing, Su Xiaobai replied, Under my tutelage, Xiao Han has successfully concocted the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. Zhao's recent breakthrough to Perfect Foundation Establishment is largely thanks to her contributions. Though he understood that Ling Xiao had the aid of Yuan Lao, he seized this opportunity to garner some favor. When Ling Xiao received the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, he was so moved he nearly wept, lamenting his male form. Otherwise, he would have offered himself in gratitude immediately. What? She concocted the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill. Li Depeo's expression turned astonished as he gazed at He Han. Indeed, not only the Perfect Foundation Establishment Pill, but also the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill for Foundation Establishment Cultivators and the Exquisite Enhancement Pill for Core Formation Cultivators, all crafted by her, Su Xiaobai asserted. Under my guidance, she has recently been experimenting with concocting the Supreme Nurturing Infants Pill for nascent soul cultivators. I must ask you, Li Shibua, can you teach these? Su Xiaobai stepped forward, arms crossed, challenging him. Li Depeo swallowed hard and instinctively took 2 steps back. While he too could create these pills, achieving the supreme level in each was beyond his capability. The art of alchemy involved not just skill but the precise combination of materials, timing, and order. Every factor influenced the quality of the pills. Even as the master of Spirit Medicine Peak, he could only reach the upper tier level. And even then, the success rate was exceedingly low. He glanced at He Han, who looked meek, akin to a timid kitten, and confirmed that Su Xiaobai spoke the truth. I truly cannot teach you these. But how did you come to possess such knowledge? He inquired, puzzled. These matters delve into my disciple's privacy and are not suitable for disclosure, Su Xiaobai replied, knowing the allure of supreme pills would tempt any alchemist. Squeezing closer to Su Xiaobai, Li Depeo wore a fawning smile. Su Shizizi, could you perhaps share a little with your Shibua? I will trade you some pills in return, no need. The pills Xiao Han produces are already sufficient for me, and their quality surpasses anything else. Su Xiaobai declined. Li Depeo realized that without offering something substantial, this fellow would remain unperturbed. He then produced a pair of boots from his spatial ring, declaring, These are the Gale Boots. When fully activated, they can unleash speed comparable to that of a nascent soul cultivator, a truly rare treasure. Oh? Su Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, feeling a stir of interest within. Although he had borrowed many treasures from friends, most were suitable for Qi refinement stage cultivators. While there were some for foundation establishment and core formation, they were scarce. Especially at the nascent soul level, the only treasure he possessed was the celestial silkworm robe he had stripped from Lu Feifei, capable of withstanding a blow from a nascent soul expert. Moreover, that was a one-time use item, exceedingly precious, and he could hardly bear to use it. Now, however, these Gale Boots, promising speed akin to nascent soul cultivators, were undoubtedly the perfect accomplice for his escapades. Ahem, very well. In light of your relationship with Li Shibua, I shall reluctantly impart the secret formula for the Supreme Gathering Spirit Pill, Su Xiaobai conceded. Chapter 76. A grand battlefield, Su Xiaobai handed over a sheet of pill formula, then stowed the gale boots into his Chinkuan bag. Su Shitsizi. Do take heed. These boots may only be utilized once a day, for a maximum of 15 minutes each time, he cautioned. Understood, Shitsizi. Su Xiaobai nodded slightly. Li DePeo examined the formula, his pupils widening and shocked. As the master of spirit medicine peak, he possessed considerable alchemical skills and immediately recognized the intricacies woven into the formula. It was nothing short of a masterpiece. He became so engrossed that he stood frozen in place, utterly mesmerized. A smile played on Su Xiaobai's lips, as if he had anticipated this reaction. This was the perfect formula designed by the future Xiao Han. No alchemist could gaze upon it without feeling a stirring in their heart. After what felt like an eternity, Li DePeo finally emerged from his reverie, quickly tucking the formula into his sleeve. Clearing his throat, he declared, "All right, I concede that you do indeed possess the qualifications to teach her, so I shall not hold on to her any longer." His gaze turned to He Han, a gentle expression gracing his features. "If you ever wish to return to Spirit Medicine Peak, the doors shall always be open for you." He Han's eyes glistened with emotion upon hearing her former master's words. "Very well. You may continue your explorations. I must return to study the formula, as it may elevate my alchemical skills further." Li DePeo waved his hand and transformed into a green light, vanishing into the horizon. "Actually, my former master is quite kind. I have caused trouble more than once, and while he was always furious, he never pursued the matter. This time, it was indeed my actions that pushed him to such anger, leading to my expulsion from the sect," He Han reflected, gazing in the direction Li DePeo had departed. Suddenly, Su Xiaobai leaned closer, sniffing her. "Master, what are you smelling? Is there something on me?" He Han questioned, also trying to catch a whiff. But detected nothing unusual. Su Xiaobai paused, resting his chin in contemplation. "I sensed something peculiar about your scent earlier. It was strangely fragrant. Did you bathe today?" He Han's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully punched Su Xiaobai's chest. "Master, you are too much. What do you mean by did you bathe today? I take a bath every day, mind you." She huffed indignantly. "Oh, is that so? It seems you have finally developed a penchant for cleanliness." Su Xiaobai teased. "Well, that's only because I happened to glance at you." He Han's eyes flickered with shyness. "Because of what?" Su Xiaobai feigned curiosity. The bashful He Han puffed up her cheeks and turned her face away. I want to tell you." She strode past Su Xiaobai, determined to leave him behind. "Hey, you little rascal." Su Xiaobai hurried after her. In the blink of an eye, half the day had slipped by. Ding, ding, the sound of bells resonated, summoning all disciples of the sect to the martial arts arena for assembly. In the audience section, Su Xiaobai and He Han settled into their seats. "Ah, here we go again. The sect master is going to boast again. How tedious," Su Xiaobai remarked with a hint of boredom. Su Xiaobai stifled a yawn. "Haha, although the sect leader enjoys boasting, some of his words do hold considerable truth," He Han remarked with a smile. At that moment, a delicate, white arm unexpectedly draped over Su Xiaobai's shoulder. "Xiaobai, you truly are a challenge to find." Suddenly, Shui Yinling appeared behind him, her expression radiant with a smile. Yet beneath that cheerful facade, Su Xiaobai sensed an unsettling chill. "Miss San San has also arrived, haha," he awkwardly chuckled. "What's this? You seem to be hoping for my presence," she teased. "After what you just did, you simply enjoyed yourself and left without a word. You heartless scoundrel." Woo-woo. She knelt on the ground, covering her face in tears, resembling a virtuous woman abandoned by a cad. "Master, what on earth did you do to Miss San San?" He Han approached, a wave of inexplicable anxiety and sorrow washing over her. "Could it be that, in a moment of desperation, you committed such an act with her? I have always been by your side. If you were unable to restrain yourself, you could have confided in me." "Why?" She gazed at Su Xiaobai, tears of sadness pooling in her eyes. Su Xiaobai felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "What is happening here?" He hastily explained to He Han, "Things are not as you think. And you? It was merely a playful smack on your backside. And you insisted on it yourself? Why do you make it sound as if I abandoned you?" He snapped at Shui Yinling. Hee. Shui Yinling playfully stuck out her tongue. Upon hearing this, He Han's tears finally ceased, and she let out a sigh of relief. though her expression remained serious as she gazed at Su Xiaobai. Master, regardless of the circumstances, Miss San San is still a girl. How could you strike a girl's backside? You must not do this again. She cast a wary glance at Shui Yinling, who seemed ever eager to tempt her master. Without reservation, Shui Yinling settled beside Su Xiaobai, entwining her arm with his. Her figure pressed closely against him. Xiaobai, you promised me. When will you make up for the remaining 193 slaps? She looked at him with sultry eyes. Next time. Su Xiaobai shifted uncomfortably. What? 193 slaps? You have no shame. He Han's cheeks flushed crimson as she glared at Shui Yinling. This is a matter between Xiaobai and me. You, little apprentice, should keep your distance, she retorted with a laugh. You! He Han found herself at a loss for words, merely glaring angrily at Su Xiaobai. He wore a bitter smile, feeling as though he were sitting on pins and needles. It seemed he could neither clarify nor deny anything. To this day, he remained baffled as to how the situation had escalated to such a chaotic scene. He recalled that according to the storyline, their relationships should have been amicable. Why was it that upon meeting, they instantly erupted in conflict? Heaven help me, he lamented inwardly. Junior brother, what is the meaning of this? At that moment, a figure clad in blue appeared before him, obstructing his view. Dongfang Qianyue regarded him with a frosty glare, her eyes resembling those of someone looking upon refuse. She had initially come to summon him to his seat, but was met with the sight of him entangled with two stunningly beautiful women. Indeed, this fellow is nothing but a scoundrel. Once I gather sufficient evidence, I shall ensure that your disgraceful deeds are displayed for 3 days and nights, she plotted within her heart, suddenly feeling a chill. Su Xiaobai straightened up and smiled, inquiring, Senior sister, what brings you here? The master has instructed me to escort you to your seat. As true disciples, we have our designated places.